Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Amen. Amen. I am very sorry, folks. The bad news is I am way late. The good news is I got like 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Apparently, I was really tired. I fell asleep at 8 at night, and I literally woke up at 2. And it's very rare that I sleep with no, wake up or anything like that. So I expected the jokes that I got from the likes of Stank D. Hey, it's not like I get paid to do the job. I depend on the occasional Cash App and all that stuff. Make sure, by the way, make sure you support your hosts, whoever your favorite host might be. Support the channel. There's a Botrix link down there where you can support the show in general. If you're new to the show, please go ahead and subscribe, share the wealth with your friends, and everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And while you're at it, Stanley Cross 6000 is my personal channel. So far, I've just been using it for little, side project videos that I upload. And I had one that I was gonna do today, but I wound up hopping up on Gone Trucking and stayed there for way longer than I had intended to, but got to having a good time, and you know how it goes, hanging out. So where I would like to start off is a video that I actually haven't seen, but it sounded provocative, from our old buddy Aramios Frimpong. And he's been pretty controversial lately. Looks like he's one step away from becoming a progressive MAGA. But he's liking what Trump is doing, and for a progressive like himself, I'm actually fairly shocked. Don't agree with all of his takes, but what is life is a philosopher if you're not being controversial every now and again. So let's see here. Here's what he's got to say.
I want to talk about what the fem left gets wrong. And when I say fem left, I don't mean feminist left. I mean the feminized left. And that's that version of the left that thinks you just get to get things because you live. You get to get things because it's your right without having to do anything. But you come into this world needing to produce. You need to produce respect for your parents. You need to do what they tell you, which is not always going to be what you immediately want when you want to do it. And it's for your own good often, but sometimes it's in a particular way that you wouldn't agree, and you won't agree as an adult, and you have to do it anyway because you have a duty to produce that sort of fealty, even if it's not the quality of activity you would choose. You have a duty to produce, and how this is specifically exercised is there's going to be some wiggle room around it in modernity where you don't have to do what you do because of your last name or the clan you're born into necessarily all throughout your life. But it's not an infinite amount of wiggle room. You don't just get to do whatever you want when you want to and expect to be paid for it and expect to earn housing and expect to earn all of the goods of society that's rescued you from nature. You would not last very long in nature. I don't know if you know this, but you would not. You would not last very long in nature. You live in a world that is produced for you, and if you want to be respected and recognized in it as an agent, you need to produce for it, right? So, and production doesn't just look like production in civil society. If you not birth good children, but actually like raise good children, that is a form of production that I don't think society honors as it should. I'm one of these guys who thinks that we should pay parents if their kids test at grade level, right? So it's not just how you produce in civil society that fulfills your duty to produce. It's that you recognize the productive work that needs to get done and do it. We have productive work in our politics that will not get paid, that we don't pay you for, but we expect you to do. You need to go and actually think about and spend the activity of like actually considering who to vote for and what policies to push for and campaign for. Self-governance is a responsibility. It's not just a privilege. It's a responsibility that everyone must exercise. And one of the things that government should do is enable you to fulfill your duty to produce, not tell you that you don't have a duty to produce. And this is one thing both the Poor People's Campaign and the broader left don't get right anyway, because they don't want to call this workerism. And I actually believe that you have to actually work. You live in a world of other people's work. And instead of trying to get things from other people's work and convince yourself that you don't have to work, you need to actually have a policy that enables you to work with fair wages and working conditions and all of that stuff. So the left's anti-work agenda and ethic like ends up usurping or abrogating or just kind of assuming the fruits of the labor of others without appropriate reciprocity. And until the left gets the work question right, they're going to be an unfortunate. It's going to always lose to the right when it comes to brass tacks, when it comes to the people who produce things and people who understand that the world needs people who produce things, and not just like, jets to Mars or whatever, but like good children as a productive thing, like, janitors and all of that productive labor. Depending on who you talk to, YouTube podcasts telling you that you need to be a productive human being. And if you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should go to www.funkyacademics.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month and to honor to honor me being a productive member of society in this way. Right now, just because you have a duty to produce doesn't mean you have a duty to produce for free. It's that we have now the responsibility to set up an economy that pays you for fulfilling your duty to produce. Like, it's not a duty for charity. It's a duty to produce. And like I said, the feminized left doesn't understand, because honestly, in the modern world, for complicated reasons, there's a significant gendering of remunerative labor and active labor, insofar as even like the productive labor of pregnancy is kind of passive. You can have had sex with somebody or someone could have had sex at you, you end up pregnant, and then I'm not going to say it's a completely passive process, but contractions happen, right? There is pushing, but like contractions happen. I say this as a man who's caught my second kid. Midwife didn't come in time. So what happened was my wife was contracting in the bathtub and the midwife didn't come in time. And I was just helping my wife breathe through it. And then I kind of looked under the hood to see what's happening. And I saw like a whole half a head. And I was just like, ooh. I kept my cool because I knew my duty was to produce cool at that time. And then my wife was just kind of breathing. She had a really hard contraction. And then she was just kind of breathing through it. And she was like, oh, I feel fine now. And mind you, I had just seen like half a head come out. Because I looked under the hood and she didn't know, and I just had to like calmly tell her that actually with this next one, with this next contraction, just kind of just go feel free to push. And then with the next contraction, she pushed, and it happened. So it was both an active and it's a passive thing. It's a passive thing. It's a hard thing, but it's passive. Too much
information.
It's a passive, like the contractions happen to your body. And by the way, a lot of women are gonna like get on me about I'm a misogynist and I should not say this at time, but I actually heard this from multiple women who've like done hard things, like run marathons, done hard active things where you have to actually do it, like your body won't do it, and they'll tell me that like giving birth sucks, but like it's not the hardest activity in terms of like will that they have done. And these are I said this from women. I'm just the messenger. And they go as strong as to say, don't trust any women who said that giving birth is the hardest thing they've ever done, because they've lived a soft life, and you cannot trust them in a pitch. Not my sentiment, the sentiment of others. So in terms of you have a duty to productive activity. Now, that productive activity, that willful activity, the duty to fulfill that willful activity, you're going to have some wiggle room in the specific kind of willful activity that will exercise that duty, in the same way that, like, you have a duty to pay taxes, but how you make money to pay those taxes is up to you. That's the same thing with the productive activity and like how you fulfill that productive activity is up to you. Like, there are some guardrails in that, but in a modern society, you should have wiggle room in how you fulfill that productivity. But the idea that you should just get things from a society or in society without having to be productive for that society, either in family, politics, or in civil society, the jobs, is a little bit not a little bit ludicrous, is dangerous. And this is what the right gets. And this is what the shutdown left. I can call them the feminized left. I can call them the shutdown left. The left that was cool with just shutting down everything except essential employees, of which they weren't too many, don't understand productive labor in the same way. And until that part of the left understands productive labor, it will continue to, at the last moment, lose, because they're promising a world of joblessness, a world where you don't have to be productive. And then the Americans who actually know that meaning comes from productive activity within a system will vote against them. Right. So I'm just helping you out. Don't shoot the messenger.
This is actually kind of a weird take if you've followed him over the years. There are people who think what he's doing is not productive labor. Kind of don't get where he's going with this. It may be that you have a duty to an organized society that you're a part of, to contribute to it, because people kind of get stuff from the society just by being a member of society. Even if it's something is banal as, hey, I've got a road to drive on. But what I don't get is his take on the shutdown. I don't know. One of these days, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get a hold of him, because I've got questions. But over the years, he has, to a certain extent, shifted towards the right, and it seems a little bit deeper than horseshoe politics, where progressives progressives are populists of the left, and sometimes what they want will intersect with populists of the right. But this is, kind of interesting. There's some horseshoe politics that I, somewhat agree with, but this particular take on productivity, I think there are people who would tell him that, yakking away on YouTube might not be that productive. And I'm still uncomfortable with men talking about, things that a woman might know more about, like giving birth and that sort of thing. For the women who have to have C-sections, or the women who have complications during pregnancy, they might not agree that, it's no big whoop of giving birth. So, this is a pretty sloppy argument from a guy who professes to, be, precise in language. Kind of shockingly so, to be honest.
Messenger. The job of government and civil society is to organize and help people be productive, not get people to think that they don't have to be productive in order to get the goods of society, which include, like, a house, food, and all that stuff. So we should be talking about federal job guarantees and issues like that, and getting rid of, I'm going to do a whole show on just the degradation that goes into trying to get a job in the United States, a good job in the United States. My wife, is applying for jobs, and the quality of degradation, the chain joking that goes on is really just atrocious. It's atrocious. And as soon as you get that job, you forget how degrading it is, so you just don't care about it, and those people end up being screwed. So I'm going to do a whole show. Maybe my next show is going to be on the casualness with which we treat job seekers, the ethical degradation that goes into job seekers, and what we can do as a society to help people, be gainfully employed and productive, willfully. All right. Thank you for your time. Let me check chat real quick. Hold on. My glasses spoke, so I got my Kareem Abdul-Jabbar goggles on right now. So you just have to understand that we need a society that helps people fulfill their productive responsibilities, not a society that denies people the idea that they have productive responsibilities. And I think that's where we are. And that's what I'm helping you try to articulate. Help people do good jobs. I am going to do that show on the degradations of finding a job, of finding a good job in the United States. The unnecessary degradation. It's a quality of hazing. Yeah. The job recruitment hazing that we need to call it what it is. It's a quality of hazing. And if we cared about politics, we would get hazing out of, becoming a productive member of society. We'd get hazing out of jobs. All right. Thank you for your time. Peace.
I don't know. Not the most cogent argument I've heard from him. Ryan, even socialists want people to labor, not live off their capital. How? I don't know. You sound dangerously close to some weird form of moral argument. I don't do moral arguments. How is it? I don't buy the argument, and looks like you're starting off the morning just being kind of off kilter. What? You need to go back and look at your English roots as far as labor and capital, and as far as what is productive not being a matter of politics. Yesterday we kind of talked on Gone Trucking about how the most innocent of things, like DEI and that sort of thing, get politicized to a point to where they're just radioactive. So your point about the nobility of labor, you might want to think deeper on that, because it does get politicized as to what is productive. I hear a whole bunch of bullshit about underwater basket weaving degrees from people who have underwater basket weaving degrees. So might want to think on that before you be so bold as to pollute the chat with it. This next one, another video that I haven't watched, but it sounded provocative. Lady Boulay, my old retired teacher, who kind of reminds me of my mother, says black men do better, and I'm wondering what she wants us to do better at.
Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And Black people, we really need to stop having these conversations about Black men in the spotlight who are really trying to make something of themselves and then reaching down and picking up bottom feeders from another race of people. This is Shaquan Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles. They just won the Super Bowl a few days ago. and he's having his best life. He seems like a very nice young man. He's very attractive, and his family seems nice. But here's the problem. This is his girlfriend slash baby mama. He's got two children with this woman. And the first thought that came to my mind was he must have scoured the town to find the most basic looking white woman he could find to be his girlfriend. And yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder because she clearly possesses beauty he might see that I don't see. But that's not the problem with her. The next question for me is there a such thing as a rehabilitated racist? That's what I want to know because I want to quickly get to the point. There are several news outlets reporting on this, but I got this from NFL Philadelphia Eagles. Shaquan Barkley's fiance gets exposed for posting racist tweets just days before Super Bowl 59. Barkley and fiance Anna Congdon are now having to deal with intense social media backlash after old tweets allegedly containing racial slurs resurfaced. The Philadelphia Eagles running back hasn't done a thing, but his future wife might have to answer for her behavior. Screenshots
Woohoo.
of Congdon's past Twitter activity, reportedly from 2012 and 2013, showed some disturbing conversations where she allegedly used the N word in multiple instances. I'm going to tell you something. I do not understand white people's obsession with using the N word. It's like it empowers them in a
Someone needs to send Lady Boulay an invitation to our chat. Uh, well, not our chat, our channel, because white people don't have nothing on some folks who happen to be members of the John Galt community. Solid Snake, don't bore me with this DEI bullshit. You need to maybe get some rest. This DEI $2.7 trillion of waste. You must have just got done watching reruns of Fox News. Come up with something fresh or cogent, one of the two.
way that I will never be able to understand. But they want to use that word. Now, she is with a Class A professional football player, a white woman with a black football player. There are black men on that team, including Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts, who are engaged to or married to black women. I guarantee you none, and there are others on that team that have black wives and or girlfriends. I guarantee you there is not a black woman on that team that has any social media content where she's
I
using the
hope there are no
N-word.
black women on
This
the
is so
team.
offensive to me. And black people, this comes up at least once a year. Some professional black person involved with some white person who has a history of racist behavior and using racist language. I'm just saying black men need to do better. Yes, black women need to do better in some areas too. But right now, we're talking about black men and they need to do better. Now, this guy right here, this Shaquan Barkley guy, it's too late for him. She's already intertwined in his life that he'll never be able to shake her. But I'm saying that we need to start thinking about raising a better generation of black men and women, people who are not so quick to sleep with the enemy, who are not so quick to fall for people who they change when they come into contact with you and they see an opportunity to upgrade. Then all of a sudden now, oh, that was back when she was, 10 years old or 3 months old. That's when she did it. And you should be able to forgive her. No, because these people have a history. And black people need to respect the history that we have with these people. Black people need to do better. And in this case, black men, because this comes up often enough that somebody needs to have a conversation with these men. So this is what she tweeted in December of 2012. Hashtag replace a Disney movie with nigga. the cheetah nigger. Okay? This guy, Ben Garders, replied, nigger? She replied to him, I don't know what this first word is, but she said, you're right. It's the cheetah girls, the cheetah niggers. So Cassidy Clare tweeted to her, hey, my little gold digger. And I don't know what the less than three stands for. And she tweeted back, all that cash, she ain't messing with no broke niggas. And then she wrote, I thoroughly enjoy calling my mom nigger. So I have said this before, and it's really true. White people bond over anti-blackness. They have a part of their entertainment because they don't have any real culture of their own. But a part of theirs is making fun of other people, especially black people, putting on blackface, calling black people racial slurs, making coming up, just taking a stereotype and making a whole movie out of a stereotype in their heads. So this is what they do for entertainment. The problem is really not them. The problem is that black people refuse to accept the American society and white people for what they are. We don't know how to have a normal relationship with white people. We have to fall in love with them. Now, they're not going to fall in love with you. If this woman was a racist in 2012 and 2013, she's a racist now. The difference is that she saw an opportunity to get ahead. And so she's not going to get Travis Kelce. She wasn't going to get Aaron Rodgers. She wasn't going to get Tom Brady. She wasn't not going to get a gold star white athlete. So what she could get was a Saquon Barkley. So she tempered herself to get Saquon Barkley. Now, what white people need to understand is that when they get busted, it's going to be by somebody that they've been a racist with. See, black people didn't even know she had been out here doing this racist stuff. These white people that she was doing this with are the ones who exposed her. So that's also something they need to think about when they're on social media doing all of this racist talk, because they might have an opportunity to get their hands on some money through a non-thinking black person. And then they need to know that that language is going to come back to bite them. Now, that black man probably, he'll probably go on with it and pretend that it's nothing. It's something. It is something. I searched his background. I was trying to see if his family came here as immigrants. I was hoping that he was from an immigrant background. He calls himself African American, and it says his parents are African American. But I'm hoping still that he came from the islands or somewhere else, because we have been through this too many times. It's time that Black American men and women, but this mostly affects Black men when they become successful and or famous. And we've been through this too many times. So I'm still hoping that his family came here from somewhere else. Because at a point, you need to have some sense. You need to have some sense. And we need to really focus on building a better Black American male and female. We're never going to be strong as long as we fall for the same old tricks. These white people don't change their tricks. They don't have to, because we still fall for the same thing. How about you vet this person? She's not that smart that she can fool you if she's a racist. And if she is that smart and can fool you and she's a racist, that means you're dumb. That means you are dumb. So my plea is for us to do better. Somebody that's been your enemy for 400 years doesn't all of a sudden become your friend and soulmate. It just doesn't work that way. And here's a frightening thought. She has children with this guy. Is she calling them the N-word? Because we hear from these biracial children on social media that their mothers will call them the N-word. I wonder
Oh
if
my
she's calling
lord,
her
they
own
do.
children that. It's a scary thought. So anyway, you let me know what you think about this, because I find this completely disgusting. But let me know what you think. Give me a
Well, several things on this. I don't think she's absolutely wrong. Uh, I will say she is a woman of a certain generation, and what she says is kind of a larger point to me. Um, I I'm one of those people who thinks that, the N word shouldn't be used at all by blacks or whites. And I think that, the way it flies around, I will say that, what this young lady did, is not surprising. Um, I don't think she meant it, virulently. However, I do have to say, if I were, I had a white wife, if she had been doing shit like this, we would have never been together. I think that there's a certain coarsening of language that's, been happening, since I was a kid. And, it happens. Language isn't what it used to be when I was a kid, what it was 50 years before that. So there's a coarsening of culture, there's a coarsening of language, and Lady Boulay is just going to have to live with it, much like I do. Um, but I think that, just unthinkingly going typical FBA racist, she has her opinion and she's not wrong about how we use the N word these days. The language is cheapened, the culture has been cheapened. And to be honest, black people, have kind of been beaten into submission by a very racist culture. So that, it comes to a point to where you have to deal with uh, the type of relationship where the N word has to be tolerated. In my opinion, he's had 2 kids with her. He's stuck with the dumb bitch now. I won't say I literally was married, for 10 plus years to a woman, and it was never racial between us. I can't for sure say what my wife thought, but I literally never heard her say anything remotely, like the N word. So I hear what you're saying, Mike. I hear what you're saying, Ryan. But we're all kind of racist in a way, and it's hard to swim in a racist ocean and not get some of it on you. So, yep, I see what you're saying. I pretty much understand where she's coming from. Obviously, you two don't, and it's not something that I'm gonna, whine about all night with you. I think you guys are just kind of being knee jerk in your reaction to her. And Mike, specifically for you, you know, if you feel comfortable calling like a 70-year-old black woman a bitch or a racist bitch or whatever you called her, more power to you. This next story is actually a news story. It's something that CKJ3 brought up to me. I'm right here in Georgia and didn't hear about it. So shout out to him for bringing it to my attention. And by the way, if there's ever stories you wonder about, hey, have I heard of it and it's worth me pursuing, please feel free to drop it in the chat or mention it on the panel. I'm curious about a lot of things, and this is something that I hadn't really heard about. So yesterday it was kind of a different article. Looks like the article's been updated with this video. So we'll go ahead and watch it right quick. If I can figure out. Let's see here. There was a video.
Driving across.
All right, let's see what this is all about.
Okay. Driving across their nearly 600 acres.
Yeah, you can see a lot of little trees over there. You see the tops of them.
never gets old for Blaine and Diane Smith. The history just as rich as the timber crops they've been farming.
We used to go down there. It's a special rock that we like to sit on.
Blaine's enslaved ancestors lived and worked on this Sparta land. Now, he and his wife own the very property. The family among the less than 2% of Black farmers nationwide.
My father farmed this land almost all of his life. My grandfather farmed it most of his life. He bought it back in the 1920s. During that time, he raised cotton, corn, peas, all kinds of vegetables. But it's still in the Smith family. Not one piece of it has gotten away.
Until this September. State leaders decided parts of the Sparta land are no longer theirs.
It's my property. You know, you don't have the right to take.
But a private company does have the right to take it, according to the unanimous vote from the Georgia Public Service Commission. The agency, comprised of 5 elected officials, oversees eminent domain. Eminent domain, the right of a government or its agent to appropriate private property for public use with payment of compensation. In Georgia, the process starts by first condemning the site. The Georgia PSC members agreed private company Sandersville Railroad could legally condemn 9 properties in Sparta, including parts of the Smiths, for the company's Hanson Spur project, a 4.5-mile spur connecting raw material producers to the CSX rail line in Hancock County, essentially hauling rocks that be used to build concrete. The company argues the train project will improve infrastructure, but the Smiths feel railroaded.
If you listen to the railroad folks, they say you're keeping your land. We just take a little piece of it. To me, we've got somebody who's coming through it like they are. They're devaluing it. They're defacing it. They're creating hazards through it.
They are just one of at least a dozen local eminent domain cases in recent years, from Atlanta to Newton County. Current statistics are few and fragmented, but Atlanta News First Investigates found nationwide data. A 2007 study revealed when eminent domain was used for private development, it most often impacted areas where more than half of the community was made up of people of color. Nearly half of the area's population sat below the poverty line. In the city of Sparta, where the developers are building the railroad, census records show 51% of residents live in poverty. The median income at $22,000.
You know, we're here in a county that really needs new opportunities, new job growth, new tax base.
The railroad company president, Ben Tarbutton.
Have an annual impact of $1.5 million.
That could make sense for a struggling town. It's how the company has pitched the project to residents. However, Georgia law states economic development is not a justifiable reason to take property.
It really is not supposed to be factored into an eminent domain case.
Well, they go hand in hand. I talk about jobs because that's what really matters to folks.
Tarbutton says the train would only travel 1 round trip per day, 5 days a week during daylight hours, that it would not be a nuisance to landowners.
They feel like you guys are robbing them of their family legacy, of their family land.
Well, you know, I understand that, and it's the condemnation process is a last resort. We have had multiple conversations with the landowners.
While several other property owners made deals with the company, 3 families are holding out, including the Smiths, in part over fears if they give up land now, the company could take even more.
Would you guys come back and take more land?
Well, I don't know exactly who you're talking to, but everyone I've dealt with that's a landowner, we've had very constructive dialogue.
So would you take more land if you needed it?
No, we're very clear.
A claim the Smiths don't believe.
Because when they come and take that property, it's gone forever.
It's why the Institute for Justice now represents the families against the railroad.
The railroad's position is just that I'm a railroad. Obviously, I'm going to benefit you, and that's just not enough.
The attorney filed this appeal in Fulton County Superior Court, alleging the PSC improperly granted Sandersville's petition that the project is not economically feasible and may not be a legitimate public use.
What the railroad has shown is that this track, if it even comes about, is going to promote the profits and the cost reductions for a couple of private companies, and that's all.
The Institute for Justice is using this as a money-making venture for themselves.
Hundreds of acres for 100 years and one single lineage. Altering it in any way is a price of progress that's just too high for the Smiths.
I go back to what my father said, keep the land.
Nice house.
The land gives you respect, gives you respectability. Everybody around here knows that this is the Smith land out here.
I'd definitely like to know more details. Mainly, like how much land. It doesn't sound like they're taking all the land, just enough for the railroad, which is problematic.
In a lot of ways, leading the Sunny P. Sure.
Hold on one sec here. Let me plug in this phone. Let's see if let me scan through this right quick to see if there's let's see. Institute for Justice. Oh, they're thinking of taking this all the way up to the Supreme Court. This is interesting. Let's go ahead and play this. Oh, wait. Okay. You know what? Let's see. It's still according to unanimous. Okay, it's a 4.5 mile spur. Hanson Spur will serve as a vital link. Would be used to haul rocks, used to build concrete. If you listen. So it's a 4.5 mile spur, but I'm sure you have to have a certain amount of land on either side. So I'm wondering how many acres would be 22 miles times whatever the width on either side of the track would be. It sounds like quite a bit of land, but I don't know if you get to keep the land on the other side of it. I don't know that they're going to win this case, but I'd like to see it all. I'd like to see what happens all the way up to the Supreme Court. Ryan, let me address a couple things. Mike, you bring up a good point about she would have disapproved of you and your wife. What would you have said to her if she tried talking nonsense to you? It depends. I probably would have told her to mind her own business because my parents are actually, my father now, but my parents at the time, let me see, they were both older than Lady Boulay is. I think she's in her 70s. My father's now in his 80s. People who grew up during Jim Crow, they warmed to it. I can't say that they were jumping up and down and, offering to pay for the wedding. But, I was good and grown. I was in my late 30s. So, they weren't going to tell me what to do or what not to do. However, you always kind of regard what your parents think about, these big life decisions. But they came around and, I wasn't 21. Now, I think Lady Boulay does have an argument if your wife is so immature that she gets online, and even if it's the NIGGA word, that's just not something I want to see the mother of my children, participating in online. There's a certain amount of dignity and a certain level of behavior I would expect of anyone who is the mother of my children. And quite frankly, they ought to be married. So, maybe they are, but I didn't get that impression. Bottom line is, it wouldn't have mattered what my parents had to say, wouldn't have mattered what Lady Boulay would have to say, but I hate it when parents actually make a good point, which is to be, at a minimum, this young lady is immature, considering that she has two biracial children. And I stand by what I said about the coarsening of language over the decades. It's inevitable, but I don't think black people, the point, Ryan, that I made about being beaten into submission, I mean exactly that. I'm very deliberate when I say beaten into submission. In my opinion, it's a word that shouldn't be used. John Galt, I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up John Galt's name like that's going to persuade me that my argument is wrong. John is a grown ass adult who's almost in his 50s. What he does doesn't set any standard that I'm aware of. If John Galt is like a bellwether for how you approach race, Ryan, then good for you. But I don't look to John Galt to teach me what's right or wrong. And you should know better than that, Ryan. All right, let's see what's next. That's the Georgia family. This video is kind of related to that story. Something that I've been holding on to, but it's more or less Black History Month, I guess. So let's have a look at it. Something about black farmers.
We're back with a special piece as we near the end of Black History Month.
Alex Littlehales introduces us to a Hampton man honoring history by working as what he calls a rare breed in the farming community.
His roots run deep.
See, most of this stuff isn't that hard, right?
But Thelonious Cook thinks of himself more as a rare seed.
Yeah, I am sort of a rare breed. This is baby bok choy that you see is going to starting to bolt here.
His childhood home and the quarter acre he farms behind it will always tie him to Hampton Roads.
But growing up, that first plot there is where I spent a lot of my summer days. This was just part of my chores, growing up.
But a trip to Africa reconnected him with his deep roots.
I saw farmers, throughout the continent, and I didn't see any of them using tractors. Most of them were using hand tools. So I thought, why can't I use those same practices here? This would be a nice little meal if you pick off a bunch of those leaves there.
He returned home with a new desire to return to his heritage.
So I do a lot of, work by hand. So it's turmeric that I planted last year. I'll do one more tray. Just add some more water in here. This is called transplanting organic. I know that's a loaded term.
In a world filled with modern technology and industry, Thelonious began farming his family land using only his hands, honoring his ancestors.
It's not industrialized, meaning I don't have a bunch of tractors and things like that. And I intentionally didn't want to.
Not only this quarter acre, but the 7 acres of the mighty Thundercloud Edible Forest, a growing sustainable farm on Virginia's eastern shore, where little goes to waste, keeping his carbon footprint small.
And I usually line the borders of my garden beds with flowers to attract the bees and butterflies and beneficial insects to help keep the pest population down. And that's teeming with earthworm activity.
While farming and growing go hand in hand, growth can be hard for others like Thelonious.
So you don't find too many Black people that actually voluntarily go back to the land to farm.
Of the more than 3 million farmers across the United States, according to the Department of Agriculture, only 1.4% are Black.
And you see like cotton fields, there's a, immediate like sort of disassociation. Like I don't want anything to do with, with that because, it brings up, these emotions.
He represents an underrepresented community. But using the past to empower the future, Thelonious feels a part of a new crop of Black farmers.
There's a gap right now between, old generation of farmers that don't have a next generation, that are interested.
Through methods of old, writing a new narrative. Every seed Thelonious plants is rooted in history, but a history that's changing as it grows.
The ancestors who tilled these fields as, enslaved people. And today, I'm doing it, as sort of a returning generation.
Alex Littlehales, 13 News Now.
Oh, wow. Actually, we will get to this Pop the Balloon at some point. It's a brand new one, Arlette's version. But let's see. Let's see. Let me look through. Let's see. It's almost 4 o'clock. Give me 1 second here. Seems like I had one more. You know what? Actually, while I'm thinking about Lady Boulay and the N-word and race in America, and the self-important, self-righteous points that Mike from Boston and Ryan seem to insist on making, like John Galt is the yardstick of racial politics and behavior in America. That y'all brought it up to me is hilarious. John Galt, I don't give a fuck what John Galt does or says. I have my own opinions. I think John Galt is anti-Black. And, I think sometimes that Black people who are conservative or of that of the right-leaning ilk, they're beaten into submission. There was one video that I was thinking of playing, and it's actually one that I did for my channel. Might as well play it since in the summer of 20, since it's kind of appropriate to the Lady Boulay topic. It's going to be kind of boring, but a little bit of pedantry every now and again will only help. Oops. Uh-oh. Why is this? It came up on the wrong browser. All right, we're getting it together here. There we go. And let me get to the right place. Give me a second. Bear with me. Booey. The volume issues on here. Solid Snake, if the worst thing I ever do is not learn how to play spades, then I will consider myself lucky. They're bigger sins. I don't know. I may have to re-record this. And it looks like I'm going to have to buy a boom mic or whatever those pedestal mics are. Because this one is not cutting. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be able to find it, find the copy that I want. So I think what we will do, since it's pretty much 4 o'clock, I think we'll just go ahead and watch this Pop the Balloon, and then I'll do news after that.
Thank you, Fashion Nova, for sponsoring this video. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. It's your host, Arlette, and we are here with another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love. And we've got some single men lined up. Make some noise, guys. Okay. It's a lot of y'all, and that was real quiet, but it's all right. It's all right. So we're going to be bringing out some single ladies one by one. When she comes around this corner, if you like what you see, you're feeling her, she's saying all the right things, do not pop your balloon. However, if there's anything that she says or, there's something else that you're really not a fan of, go ahead and pop your balloon, and I'll go over to a few of you and see why you ended up popping. Are you guys ready? Okay, that's more like it. That's the energy. All right, so let's go ahead and bring out our first single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
My name's Jaslyn.
Jaslyn, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And what do you do?
I'm a VIP waitress.
Okay, very cool. And what are some things you like to do for fun?
I really like to travel. I really like going out of the country, experiencing new places, and I really like to cook. And I'm really into baking right now too.
Okay, what's your favorite thing to cook?
Okay, I really like this recipe. It's called Marry Me Chicken Pasta. I make that pretty often. I really like it.
Nice. Okay. Now, what are some things you look for in a man?
So, number one thing is I would really like a man who has a good relationship with God, or is at least working on one. Someone who's funny, because I really like to crack jokes a lot. And someone who's definitely like loyal. I like someone who has honesty.
Nice. And what are some of your deal breakers?
I don't do cheaters. I feel like that's just something like I can't really forgive.
Okay.
I don't like liars. I feel like if you lie about something small, you're gonna lie about something big. And I don't like someone who's like not aware of their surroundings. Like when we're out, I really like feeling like protected when I'm with my man and that he's observant of everything that's going on. So if you're not, then that's a deal breaker for me too.
Okay, cool. So we did get a pop balloon. Let's go on over there, see why he ended up popping.
That hair
All
was-
right, let's start with your name and age.
I'm Terrence. I'm 28.
Terrence, what do you do?
I'm a project manager for a government contractor
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
because I know her. I think she's from Florida. Am I right?
Yeah.
I ain't want to say where you work at, but I know where you work at too. But I bought some bottles from you, so like I thought it'd be a little like awkward if I like, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Nice
So-
to see you again.
But no, other than that though, she pressure though. Like, yeah, I see you a couple times in the O, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, he's handsome. I like the outfit. It's really nice. Maybe like I think I might be a little taller than you, maybe, but
Nah, you're not.
well in my heels,
Oh yeah, for sure.
No,
for
you're
sure.
taller than me for sure. But
Yeah.
no, you're a handsome guy. I like the outfit.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then we got to pop back here. Your name and age.
I'm Devin. I'm 30.
Devin, what do you do?
I work in cybersecurity.
Okay. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
The whole bottle thing, I know where my head went, and it's just not something I'm into
Okay.
as far as that goes.
Okay. So how do you get that often about,
Yeah, I feel like there is a bad stigma with, being in bottle service and stuff like that. But overall, it is just my job. Like, there's a lot of girls in the club that guys can talk to. It's not really just always the bottle girl. So I'm really just doing my job. I'm busy most of the time. So, but I like it. I have a good time, and all my coworkers are great too. So
I believe you. I'm
Yeah.
not judging in any way. It's just like I'm cool.
No, I
like,
understand.
Yeah. And I live in Old Town, so in
Really?
Scottsdale, so
Oh, okay.
around all that, and it's just
Yeah.
like it's just something I kind of avoid
I respect it.
for
It's
the
fine.
most part. Yeah. But you look fantastic.
Thank you.
And now is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, he's really handsome. I like your hair. It's
Thank
like
you.
really, it's nice. I really like your jewelry. Yeah, I think he's a handsome guy.
Thank you. Then we did get another pop down over here. Your name and age.
I'm DeMarcus and I'm 30.
DeMarcus, what do you do?
I'm in tech, software sales specifically.
Cool. Alrighty. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Just the nightlife.
Okay.
Nightlife. Nightlife.
Hey, I like that.
All right. So you don't go out? Is that what's
I go out sometimes, but just like working in the nightlife. That's it.
understandable? Okay. Now is he someone that's your type?
Not really. I think you have a handsome face.
Thanks.
I'm not really a fan of your jeans, I think.
It'd be like that.
I feel it though.
And I
like,
can understand that.
But as long as that's your style, then that's your style.
Thank you.
I ain't knocking it.
I had a
think I'm
friend-
just not a fan of them.
My friend
really.
told me she didn't like my jeans. too.
Really?
But these my cool.
As long as you like them.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's head on back this way. Whew, we've got quite a few guys here today, so let me hand you a pick. Hold on to that. And I am going to have you pop 2 balloons.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 2. Okay. All right, let's start with your name and age.
My name is Pa. I'm 28.
Paul, what do you do?
I work in tech.
Right. So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I like that she likes to cook. I like to cook as well. I love traveling. Wasn't too sure about the nightlife stuff, but I wanted to hear her out.
Okay. So why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I think it was just like the initial attraction. I think I just didn't feel it when I just looked at the whole lineup. So I just didn't want to waste your time either. But you seem like a really nice guy.
Thank you.
No problem. You popped another one. Name and age.
My name is Bliss, and I'm 28.
And Bliss, what do you do?
I'm a soccer coach / trainer.
Why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
She looks gorgeous. Looks good in black. Love the ponytail.
Thank you.
Just looks gorgeous overall.
All right. And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I think I just wasn't a fan of your outfit.
Okay.
I think that's all it was. I wasn't a fan of the shorts and the yeah, I think that's all it was.
All right.
Really. But you're a handsome guy too. I like your cross necklace.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Let's hit them back. So we now have 5 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question to help you narrow it down.
Okay. Just to like get a feel for you guys. If we were to go on a first date, what would you plan for us to do?
All right. Name and age.
EJ, 28.
EJ, what do you do?
Bartend, model, and I also home carry once a week.
Humble presidents, I kind of get what you're saying here, but there's a school of thought that say, first impressions, you never get a second chance to make a good first impression. And, there are some women, and I feel legitimately so, that, if you're going to come to something like this and possibly meet, a woman for the first time, that you need to dress appropriately. Now, look at how she's dressed. So I'm not exactly sure. I think you're right in this instance, but there are people who, think that appropriate dress is, is necessary. And look at, the first 2 guys, even the guy, the third one here. I mean, they're casual, but they're not like, wearing jeans with holes in them. So I just thought I'd say that.
Listen.
Now, if you were to plan a first date, what would you do?
I like to base it off of
Tell her
the
not to
person,
dress
what
like
they like to do, but I like to do an activity. So I like going to like arcades, bowling, something that we could communicate. I don't like dinner for the first date to see if I actually know her. So yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. Let's go over here. Let's start with your name and age.
Toby, 28.
Toby, what do you do?
I'm a nurse and content creator.
Okay. And if you want to go ahead and just answer a question.
So for first date, I'd probably take her mini golfing. And then after that, we probably go to like a rooftop lounge and just talk and really get to know each other.
All right. Name and age.
My name is Chris. I'm 29.
Chris, what do you do?
I'm a software engineer, so I'm in IT.
And what would you do for the first date?
It would definitely depend once I get to know her, but we're definitely going to get something to eat. Gotta make sure we fed, and then we'll probably do something creative, like, create our own candles or perfume or something like that. Something creative like that.
Okay, cool. Name and age.
His neck hurt?
My name is Kenneth. I'm 29.
Kenneth, what do you do?
I'm a music video director and a videographer.
All right. And what if you want to go ahead and answer a question?
So you look like you like seafood.
I do.
I would take you.
That's my favorite food.
Okay. I would take you to a seafood boil.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's
okay. Let's go to our last guy over here. Your name and age.
I'm Samson. I'm 28.
Okay. Samson, what do you do?
I just recently got my master's in sports management, and I work for an insurance company.
Congrats. And if you want to go ahead and answer a question.
Depends on her type of vibe. I love like sushi. So if you like sushi, take you out to get some sushi. I love pho. I'm a pho type of guy as well too. So take you out to pho as well. And then after,
wow.
I love hookah. So I take you like to a little hookah lounge, chill, get to know each other more. So just a little vibe. So
yeah. Cool. All right, let's head on back. It is time to pop a balloon. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop one balloon. Okay, so why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to get to know her. I like her height. I liked the necklace she was wearing. And yeah, I think that's the most part.
Okay. Why'd you end up popping his?
Your answer was really good. I liked everything. I think I just wasn't like drawn to you. I think there was just something that was missing compared to like everybody else's answers. That was it.
Understandable.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 4 guys
Look
left. Go
hard
ahead and
enough.
ask them another question.
Ooh, okay. Okay, my next question is, during disagreements with your partner or your spouse, how do you guys handle them and how do you like to solve them?
Okay, let's start there. Come back. Okay. All right. During disagreements, how do you handle them and how do you like to come back?
Can I say my name again?
You can if you want.
Samson, 28. I'm a big communication guy, so like I like to communicate like right away. I'll let you get your space. You know, you could talk it out in the group chat with your homegirls. I'll talk it out with my homeboys. Like, yo, she's tripping,
No.
he's tripping, blah blah. And then you can come together and talk about it, see what's
Don't
up,
ever
and
do that.
have a plan from that.
Okay. Okay, over here.
So I like to give people space because I think that gives you enough time to reflect on what's going on. So yeah, I'll just give you your space. And when it's time for us to come back and speak, hopefully we could come to an agreement and see where it goes.
Over here, let's hear from you.
So I'm Chris, I'm 29. If it was a disagreement, I'm big on communication. So, just talking it and then going to get something to eat.
And then our last guy back here.
EJ 28. I feel like it's a case by case basis. Because I know love language. So if their love language is they like to be by themselves, I adapt to that. I feel like we all have things that we think we would do in the situation, but the person could change that based on how you feel for them. So it's a conversation, in my opinion. Yeah.
All right. So let's switch on over to you. How do you like to come back after, a disagreement and all of that?
Yeah. Okay, so during disagreements, like I feel like I'm the type that likes to solve it like pretty quickly.
Okay.
I don't like conflict. I don't like being angry at someone I love or care about. So for me, I don't want space. I just want to, like talk it out. Obviously, if my partner wants space, that's something we could work on and compromise with. But that's just how I like to deal with conflict. I like to talk it out immediately and see how we could both solve it rather than just trying to figure out who's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is time to pop a balloon. Okay. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop one. All right. So why was your balloon unpopped?
She's gorgeous. She's beautiful. The nightlife doesn't bother me. I think everybody is entitled to their own opinion, but she's beautiful.
Nice. So why'd you end up popping his?
Just because based on all the answers, I'm sure you'd be down for other options, but since you did say I would give her space first, that's not something I want, honestly. I like to solve it pretty quickly, so that's the only reason I popped.
We listen and we don't judge.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we now have 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
What are your current priorities in life right now?
Okay. What are your current priorities?
Work, making sure my future is set up, finding a wife eventually. Yeah, I would say those are 2 right now. Yeah.
What are your current priorities?
My first priority is my health. So making sure I'm in the gym, eating healthy. And then my career, making sure, I advance. I'm working on getting my certifications right now. So those are my 2 current priorities right now.
Why is his neck leaning?
And over here, what are your current priorities?
My current priorities, like my boy said over there, health. I feel like health is wealth. Definitely get my career together. I just recently got my master's, like I said, so I want to be, financially good and have my girl along too. So, yeah, just health, my career, and then family at the end. So live happily ever after.
All righty. Let's go ahead and have you pop another balloon.
One?
Just one. Unless you want to pop more than one.
No.
Okay.
This is hard enough.
All right.
This is literally hard enough.
Go ahead and pop that one.
Sorry, that was loud, right?
Sorry. Okay, so why did you have your balloon unpopped?
She definitely looks good, tall, my type, edges late. Yeah, she's smooth. For sure.
Okay. And why did you end up popping his?
I'm not gonna lie, your answers were great. Everything was good, but just based off the other contestants, I think I'm also just not a fan of like sunglasses indoors.
Okay.
I think that's also another thing throwing me off a little bit.
No, for sure.
But everything else looks nice.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got our two guys left. Guys, any questions for her? You got one? Okay, go ahead.
Do you believe in God? And do you have any kids?
Yes, I believe in God, and I have no kids.
Mm.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, let's go down here. Any questions here?
What are your current priorities?
That's a good question. So obviously I work in the club. However, my current priorities right now is to get started on my master's program later this year. And also, it's funny you said health, because one of my resolutions for this year was to focus on overall health, not just physical, but mental as well. So going back to therapy, focusing on skincare, like hair, nails, body, everything like that. So
And where you say you from?
Florida,
Florida, what part?
Orlando. Where are you from?
I currently reside in Houston.
I've never been to Houston, but I heard it's fun.
It definitely is.
Okay.
Definitely is.
All right, you good?
Yeah, so
Okay. Ooh, it is time to make a decision. We have two guys left. You've got
All right,
you know,
let's
to hear a
get
little bit
right
about
to
them,
the
but
lights
it is now time to
out.
pop a balloon.
Oh shit!
All right. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
EJ 28. Just wasn't feeling. I was feeling her in the beginning.
Okay.
Just preference. She looks good though.
Okay.
Sure.
So what changed?
Couldn't tell you. She has a preference thing.
Okay.
She looks really good though.
Interesting. All right then.
I can't
So,
point to one thing. Basically, I'm not gonna.
so there is something.
No, there's not one point. I can't point to one thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you say so. Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, you're an attractive guy. I wouldn't have kept you this long if you weren't. Yeah.
So I appreciate you.
All right. Well, let me have our guy come on up here. I'll have you scoot that way for me.
Okay.
Let me have you stand here. All right, guys. Any final questions between the two of you before we determine if we have a match?
you don't mind like commuting, traveling, and stuff like that, right?
No, I like to travel. So, do you?
I love traveling.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I have no more questions.
I'm good.
All right. Well, then, is it a yes for you for her?
Absolutely.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match. I'll take the mic. You guys can go on up, make some noise for them, guys. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello. What's your name?
Kyla.
Kyla, how old are you?
28.
And what do you do?
I'm a singer.
Oh, can we hear something?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, let's hear something. Everywhere I'm looking now, I'm surrounded by your embrace. Baby, I can see your halo. You know you're my saving grace. Yes!
Yeah.
All right. So
After that, I didn't like it.
All right. And now, what are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to travel. I like to get into different things like anything adventurous. So like they have these jungle gyms. I like to do that. I like to go out to eat. Arcades. Just kind of like enjoy each other's time.
All right. So now what do you look for in a man?
I look for someone who is intentional. I look for someone who's a dreamer. Someone who, you know, is ambitious, a driver. Yeah.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Some deal breakers, kids, definitely. What else? Someone who's disloyal, not respectful, doesn't enjoy the family dynamic.
Okay. All right. So we did get some pop balloons.
Okay.
Let's go on over there, see why they ended up popping. Your name and age?
Hey, I'm Terrence. I'm 28.
Terrence, why did you end up popping your balloon?
She just not my type, but I feel like she a beautiful woman. She's just not my type.
Okay. What makes her not your type?
I would say like the hair color. Yeah. Other than that, like everything.
Yeah,
good,
I get you.
All Nice. Now, is he someone that's your type?
I'm not mad at that.
No, he's not.
Okay, why not?
I don't really care for the outfit, to be honest, and maybe the face as well. Just not my usual looking guy that I would go for. Yeah.
Thank you. Got another pop over here. Your name and age.
Natural redhead.
I'm DeMarcus and I'm 30.
All right, Demarcus, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Beautiful woman, just not my type.
Okay. What makes her not your type?
Don't ask that. I ain't trying to reiterate what Terrence just stated.
Okay.
Just hair type.
Hair color.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Now, is he someone that's your type?
He could be.
Okay.
Yeah, he could be.
So what makes him not? Since he could be.
You said you're 30, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't know. I just don't get 30 vibes.
What are you getting?
No. Maybe a little older than that. But I don't know.
Oh, for real?
Maybe that's just
honestly, that's great. I didn't think you were gonna say that.
Okay, but I love the smile, like the T
Thank you.
for 100. I love
Thank
it.
you. Appreciate that. Shout out Invisalign.
Okay.
I have
okay.
big ass
I
gap.
feel that. I feel
Big ass
that.
gap.
And I like the whole get up. Like,
She told me my jeans was ugly, so I
Oh.
appreciate that.
I'm sorry about that. I liked it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on over here. All right, your name and age.
My name is Pa, 28.
And-
You have a very beautiful voice. I
Thank
think for
you.
me, it was just the initial physical attraction. I
Okay.
think it was the hair as well.
Y'all hate the hair.
I guess men don't like red
I
hair.
love it. I don't know what to tell you.
All right, now is he someone that's your type?
No.
Why not?
Facial features, definitely. If I saw you, I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't give you the time. I don't know. That's just me.
Just brutal time.
Thank you. And over here, your name and age.
I'm Samson, 28.
All right, and Samson, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I pop just because of the fit, the outfit, just like the long dress, long sleeve.
You
I don't
want
know.
short?
Not
wanna see a
short.
leg?
Nah. Just
see a
I
leg?
don't know. It looked like you was going to a funeral. That's why.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
like,
okay.
it should
The
be happy. Yeah, the black. I love the hair though. Red
Thank
hair.
you. Can't
So,
do much with the red hair, color wise.
I like it though. So
Thank
and
you.
the voice was beautiful.
Thank
Jeez.
you.
So, but just the fit. Yeah, that was
Thank
about it.
you.
Yeah.
Now is he someone that's your type?
If I could see his eyes, then maybe I could judge a little better. No. No. Not like that, but
Nah, you good?
but no, it didn't. The eyes didn't do it for me.
Nah,
I mean,
okay.
yeah. No.
Thank you. I'm back.
Sorry.
All right, your name and age.
EJ, 28.
Okay, and EJ, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Just not physically attracted. But she got a great voice. I sing too.
Thank you.
Not really. No, not really.
Right.
Not really. Ah, look at
Let me hear something.
Sexy love. You
Let me
feel
hear
me?
something. Come on, put me on the spot.
Now is he someone that's your type?
No.
Why not?
I don't like the chest. I will say that. I'm
The
just
chest?
not a
You don't like the chest?
showing the
Or the
chest
te- oh, okay.
kind of girl. I love the dimples.
You looking?
Yeah, I mean, but no, not my type.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have 4 guys left.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask them a question just to help you narrow it down.
Okay. So if money wasn't a necessity in the world, what would you do to maybe like 2 things? It could be like career-wise, hobby-wise. What would you do for the rest of your life?
Okay, let's start with your name and age first.
Devin, I'm 30.
Fish.
So I can just do whatever and live.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And money wasn't a factor.
I mean, I would honestly just hoop and I can do whatever.
Whatever.
I would just hoop and travel. I travel the world just playing people one-on-one,
Okay.
winning,
Okay.
get famous for being the best one-on-one player or something like that.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, I don't have an in-depth, that was just what I could come up with real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. Name and age and answer to her question.
Toby, 28. So if money wasn't a issue for me, a hobby I'd want to do is to be a basketball player. But then for a career, I'd want to. So I've traveled a lot, in like the last couple of years, and I want to like really just give back and just help bring a lot of communities together, because I feel like a lot of people are divisive nowadays, and I just really want to work on that, and then just help with the homeless people.
Okay, I love that.
Name and age and answer your question.
I'm Kenneth. I'm 29. For me, it would be traveling the world. I love traveling, going to places. So if money wasn't an issue, I'll be traveling everywhere.
Name and age and answer your question.
Bliss, I'm 28. If money wasn't an issue, I would. I'm a soccer coach right now. Like I would still do that because I love it. Then I would just make music for fun. I like doing that. It's tedious, so I don't get a lot of time to. But if money was an issue, I definitely would.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and have you pop one balloon.
Okay.
So let me go ahead and hand you a pick.
Yes. I need that.
There you go. And let's go ahead and have you pop one balloon whenever you're ready.
Yes, loud.
All right. So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Very attractive. I love the red hair. And you sing. I shoot music videos. So we could have been a dynamic duo.
Come on, dynamic duo.
So why did you end up popping his balloon?
Not physically attracted. Right off back, you're a handsome man.
Thank you.
I just not my type.
All good.
Thank you. Okay, we are down to 3 guys. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Ooh. Okay, so what?
She is dressed like she's going to.
Ooh, that's my question. What do you do for work?
What do you do for work? Okay.
That hair is
Right?
fucking messy.
What else?
You know.
We gotta get him talking so he gets to know him a little more.
What do you do for work? And
like, what's something that's a deal breaker for you that you have to know?
definitely the kids, but
Okay.
nobody popped, so I
Yeah.
can assume no one has
No
the ones
kids.
that didn't.
Mm-mm.
Definitely the kids. What are you most passionate about? And
Okay.
is that what you're doing in work?
Okay, that's a better question. Let's start down there. All right, let's start over here.
So yeah, Bliss, 28. Most passionate about just like teaching kids. Like I said, I'm a soccer coach. I like seeing kids like just develop from the moment they come with me and then like when they leave. So that's what I'm most passionate about. Yeah.
Love that.
And over here.
Toby, 28. So I'm most passionate about just helping others and just making a difference in life. So I'm a nurse currently, and
Okay.
I feel like that's what I'm able to do. I had a quick question actually. So I know you asked us like if money wasn't an option, what would it be for you if it wasn't singing?
So singing has always been the option, but other than that, I'm a dancer as well. So dance, and I love helping children. I'm into mentorship with my organization. So I would love to have my own foundation, just helping and mentoring kids from elementary up.
Thank you.
And then let's hear from you over here.
And it was what I'm most passionate about.
Yeah.
Well, just in case anyone I work with sees this, I love my job and I'm very passionate about
Period.
it. But I would say right now I'm passionate about like just building relationships with the people around me.
Mhm.
I'm usually pretty like a lone wolf. I just kind of like that, but I'm finding the value in kind of like building up and nurturing those relationships and then the benefits of having those relationships. So I would say, friends, family, things like that is kind of what I'm
It's a
passionate
very
about at the
odd
moment.
answer.
And then she also wanted to know, what do you do?
I work in cybersecurity and I love it.
Love that.
All right.
Love that you
So
love that.
it is time to pop a balloon. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop one balloon. There you go. All right. So why did you have your balloon unpop?
I like all her answers, especially about the kids thing. That's important to me, of course. And she's a gorgeous girl.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And why did you end up popping his?
I liked your answer. I just physical attraction, and I'm still kind of narrowing down.
For sure.
And unfortunately, like, I just had to pick one. I know a lot of people say that, but I did.
For sure. All good.
All right, thank you. All right. So for our two guys left, any questions for her? You got one? Okay.
Yeah. This is a tattoo?
No. Henna.
No. Okay, it's just henna.
Henna.
Do you have any tattoos?
I do. One on my chest.
Just that?
I have that one, and I have a heart.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's all I have right now. I might have
They're
another
very
one.
subtle.
Yeah.
You're good.
Mhm.
Okay. Any questions here?
Where do you currently live?
I live in LA.
Oh, okay.
Where do you live?
Currently live in Scottsdale.
Okay,
Scottsdale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
You guys okay with long distance?
I'm okay with it.
yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, you had another question.
I was just gonna ask. So what is your 5-year plan?
My 5-year plan, definitely to reach new heights in terms of music. I've done a lot of self-development and rebranding myself, just reaching new heights, touring more, and then also building a family. I love family. I want
You do
4 kids.
and tour.
That's a deal breaker for anyone. I want 4 kids. I love kids. And so, yeah, I just want to be married. I want to settle into my journey as an artist and with my husband.
Okay, thank you.
You're good. All right. You're still good over here. He's at the 4.
Oh yeah. You made the comment. The 30-year-old.
I'm sorry. How old are you? Again?
I'm 30.
Okay.
All right. But
Right. I was just saying he looked older.
Oh, I'm a young 30.
Okay.
All right, okay. Just so
Okay.
you know how old I am. All right, cool. Right.
I got it.
All right. Okay, so there's 2 guys left. You got to hear a little bit. They got to ask you questions, but I am not going to have you pop a balloon.
Okay.
All right. So, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Well, I like that she's a singer because I love karaoke. I like
Karaoke.
I like just some of her goals and like 5-year plan she had, and I just really wanted to hear her out just because I feel like looks is only surface level, so it's all about personality.
It is.
And she's deep.
And why'd you end up popping his?
To be honest, I didn't think. I think I liked his vibe a little better. I kind of like the tech world, so I was interested in that. But I do love that we share a lot of things in common in terms of having a musical sense, and then also you talked about being passionate about community service and helping others. So I love that, but I think I just resonated well with him.
Yeah, he was cracking more jokes.
I'm a joker too, so that worked.
I can't blame you. Can't blame you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll have you stand over there. I'll bring you on up here. All right, y'all. Any final questions before we determine if this is a match? If you don't have one, that's okay as well.
You said 4 kids. No kids
Still thinking
now.
LA.
California.
Yeah. Where are you?
I live here.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in Scottsdale. So that's a little
Not bad.
commute.
It's not
All right. What if I say it's 75, 20, 60, 40, 70, 30 commute? As far as like, that's good.
Oh yeah, like okay.
Okay.
You
But
70?
I'm the 70.
Okay.
No, wait, hold up.
I love it.
Oh,
No,
you're
no,
the
no,
70.
no.
Okay. All right.
I'm willing to work with you.
Okay, that's cool. No, I'm cool.
You're good?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. So, is it a yes for you for her?
Yes.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match. I'll take the mic, and you guys can go on up, make some noise for them, guys.
It's an interesting match. I struggled to find anything with her. I don't know, some about her that kind of just didn't. Some things just didn't add up. I don't know how you're going to tour as a singer, have 4 kids, and do a family. But I mean, those are details. that she couldn't get into, but I'm just not. She didn't add up for me. And light skins are cleaning up. You're real color struck, aren't you, J Dub?
All right, let's bring out our next single lady. Hello. What's your name?
Taria.
Taria, how old are you?
26.
And what do you do?
I'm a singer-songwriter.
Oh, another one. Okay, could we hear you sing something?
Right now?
Yes.
Y'all want to hear me sing?
Yes, yes.
A lonely days
No.
are all that fill
No.
my head.
No, don't sing.
All the
Stop.
time.
Stop it.
All
Stop.
I do is sit and think about the
Christ.
way you feel.
What the fuck?
Cause you know this love is for real. I'm a little nervous, y'all. You're gonna put me on a spot.
Holy shit.
All right. So what do you like to do
Nobody
for fun?
pop?
I'm very adventurous, so I like to travel. I like to try new things, try new foods, dance, work out, stuff like that.
Okay. What do
Okay,
you look for,
wait,
man?
hold it. Let me.
I look for somebody that's adventurous
Did
too.
you say her age?
Like to take risks, goal driven, a good communicator, romantic, and yeah.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Some of my deal breakers.
I'm gonna be honest. As she looks like she's really good looking, I don't like the dress. I don't like those doll baby type dresses on adult women. Just doesn't look right. However, as good looking as she is, I would pop her balloon. Now this is like, I'm 60, so I don't have the raging hormones that you might have in your early 30s or 20s. But I would basically pop the balloon because she is fucking fooling herself if she thinks she can sing. Songwriting is one thing. I'm shocked that an adult, that no one's ever told her this. She's attractive, I think, but that's the problem with being 60. You don't, you think of consequences of, you stop thinking with your dick and start thinking with your head. And I think she and that other girl, the other girl couldn't sing either. So they are, I understand dreams, but sometimes you have to put those aside and realize.
Smoking cigarettes. Can't smoke cigarettes. More than 2 baby mamas.
Okay.
I mean, 1 baby mama.
One baby mama is 2?
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
And just a negative. I hit a negative man.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely. All right. So we have not got any pop balloons.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to hand you a pick.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys have low.
So I'll have you hold on to that.
Tree of low
And there
expectations.
are quite a few guys. So I'm going to have you pop 3 balloons. Yes. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 3.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay. 2 more. And 1 more. All right.
She popped those balloons.
Let's start here. Let me just. All right. Let's go ahead and start with your name and age.
Toby, 28.
Okay. Toby, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Well, she said she was a singer and I really love karaoke. So, I mean, I just wanted to hear more.
Okay. But is she someone that you would approach, like physically?
So I'm trying to do this new thing where I don't focus on the physical and try to be more about like what they're all about.
Just answer the question.
I don't know if I can answer that right now.
Okay. No, you're good. And now why'd you end up popping his balloon?
He just don't look like he would be my cup of tea. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on over here. Okay, your name and age.
My name is Kenneth.
You
I'm
know
29.
Kenneth.
I've learned that they do kind of mingle before the show. There's like I don't know, some green room or something. And the way they interacted there, something must have happened before the show. She was giving him side eye, and he was kind of uncomfortable. I'd love to know what happened.
Neth, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
When she started singing, I felt the Holy Ghost. Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
All right, and why'd you end up popping his balloon?
How old are you? I'm sorry.
29.
29. You look a little older than your age to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then you end up popping one more. Name and age.
Bliss, 28.
Right. And Bliss, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Just the initial attraction. I was attracted to her, so I wasn't gonna pop.
Okay. And why'd you end up popping his?
I'm not feeling the shoes.
No.
No.
Respect.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Let's head on back.
Oh, she's
Okay.
you know
We've
what?
got
I
5
can
guys
tell
left.
she's-
Go ahead and ask these remaining.
That young lady is conceited. She thinks she is a catch. With that voice, somebody needs to bring her back down to earth.
Guys, a question.
What make you different from the man standing next to you?
All right. Name and age first.
What's up, Tom?
EJ 28. I don't know him, so I can't really say what makes me different. But I know what I bring to the table. Authenticity.
Okay.
I feel like someone that believes in God, that's like a deal breaker for me if they don't. Someone that knows what they want. You
Yeah,
might not have to be there right now.
J-Dub,
but
you're
you have
still a
ambition
young man.
to get there.
Looks are all
Okay.
that matter to you,
saying.
huh?
Just because I don't know him, I can't
Looks
say what I
and
bring
light
different
skin.
other than looks, right? So
And over here, name and age.
I'm Terrence. I'm 28.
And Terrence, if you want to just answer a question.
So, like I said, I don't know him. I don't know anybody in this room. But all I can just say about myself is, like, I'm just an ambitious dude. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna go get it. I like to go out. I like to vibe. So I'm a viber. I don't know these dudes vibing. I'm real lax.
Okay.
You feel me? So I really don't know. I don't know these dudes. You feel me? They good men from how I met them.
Where is
But
this guy?
I'm him. So that's it. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, your name and age.
I'm DeMarcus and I'm 30.
Okay, Marcus. Should we ask him like what makes you different from other men then? Since
Yeah, from
they're all
other
gonna
men.
say the same
Yeah.
thing. Okay, so what makes you different from other men?
That's a good question.
You'll,
I gotta
you'll
rethink.
grow up, J-Dub.
I was about to say.
Yeah, see?
Neither of these guys have balloons. That was all I could say. But different from other men. I don't know them either. So I couldn't even tell you, but like I
What
know
make you stand out?
just me. I can't give you too much because I don't know them. So I really can't compare myself like for real.
God's sake,
I'm not trying to toot my own horn.
Okay.
But
She wants you to toot your own horn. What makes you stand out?
just me.
You me. Okay.
Ain't got nothing else to say on that. But
Okay.
like I'm me for sure.
Mhm.
And if you ask another question, I can give you a better answer for sure.
Okay. All right.
Name and age.
My name is Pa. I'm 28. And I would say I move very intentionally, very hardworking. And I think actually the thing I'm most proud of is my emotional intelligence, which I've been working on a lot. And I also really love to cook, which is my new
You like
hobby.
to cook? Okay.
All right. Thank you. And over here, name and age and answer to your question.
I'm Samson, 28. Say the best for last. Yeah, I'm him. So I just feel like I stand out because I'm that guy. I light up the room. All my friends, all my peoples could tell you that. Whenever Samson's in the room, it's a fun time. I feel like I'm on my stuff, grown on my stuff. Yeah, and I'm just chill. I'm that guy.
Can I see your eyes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. No, I'm kidding. But yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We did get a pop back here. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
EJ 28. Physically, just not attracted. I love singing. That's why I kept it. I love karaoke. Nice little karaoke night. But yeah, I'll say physically.
Okay. And what was it? When she came out, you could have popped right then and there if that's what it really was.
Say it.
No, because I'm with my boy. I'm trying to be more.
Who's your boy?
Oh, I just met him, but my boy.
Oh, okay. Your boy.
Right here. Listen. He said, No, he said he's trying to do like more than
Kelvin.
physical. So I heard it out. I love the singing. I love things about you, but yeah, nothing else in that.
Okay, all right.
You know, Tom, that's kind of this point here is kind of where I am, but I've always had a weird thing. I've known looks are always kind of like what gets my attention, but I have always had a thing. If you are good looking but can't carry a conversation, that has always been a turnoff. I have to have both. And good looking but no conversation is as bad as all conversation and, don't take care of yourself or just unattractive. So I've got to have a brain. And, eye candy's just not enough. Even when I
Is he
was
someone that's your type?
No, the cut. I don't really like guys with the cut.
I usually cut my own hair, but I went to
okay.
someone else today.
Let me see. Turn to the side. Yeah.
What's wrong with the cut? What part
I'm
of
not
the
really
cut?
like a mohawky girl.
It's a
Like,
faux hawk.
it's a faux hawk.
It's a faux hawk. Mohawk is different. It's more skinny. Don't do that. You don't know your hairstyle? Come on, girl.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. So we do have 4 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Do anybody live with their parents?
Ooh. Okay, let's go ask. Do you live with your parents?
Nah, I moved out like 18. Jumped off the porch, yeah.
Okay, and that kind of adds another question. Where do you live? Where do you stay now?
I live in Tampa, Florida, but I'm moving back to Orlando next month. So, right, yeah.
Okay.
Where she live at? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Philly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
All right. Do you live with your parents?
Nah.
You sure?
Nah, I had to go at 17, man. I went to college and I ain't never came back.
What college did you go to?
Don't State. It's Northwest Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Deloniga State.
Huh?
Would you go to?
Oh yeah, I have my degree in marketing.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Are you still in Georgia?
No, I live in San Diego, California.
Okay.
Let's go over here. Do you live with your parents?
No. Love my parents, but no, I have my own place. I live in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. All right. And over here, do you live with your parents?
Unfortunately, no. I wish though. Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with living
Yeah,
with
that's
your
what I'm
parents,
saying.
though.
I wish I had the privilege too. But yeah, I stay in Dallas now. So yeah, I stay
Okay.
by myself in Dallas. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
So it is time to pop a balloon. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop one. All right. And so, Paul, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Very beautiful. Wanted to hear her out. Loved your voice.
Thank you.
I don't sing, but I love to listen.
All right. And so, why'd you end up popping his?
You seem like a sweetheart, but you just don't seem like you would be for me.
Yes, he needs.
What is it?
He's a little soft around the edge.
I don't know. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. I can't say.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. We've got 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Define communication in a relationship.
All right. Define communication in a relationship.
I would say defining communication is like just being consistent. I would say having a better understanding of how she would like to communicate. Like, I mean, if we,
Yeah,
I would
Kelvin.
say like going to, like, let's say going to work or whatever, you going through it. Like I'm giving you a call, like, checking in on you.
Yeah.
If you feeling down, like I'm just making sure I'm checking in on you, checking in with me. Just pretty much like having that consistency back and forth.
Okay.
And I think that's about it for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Over here.
Yeah, communication is a big thing in a relationship.
Is it what?
It's a big thing.
It is.
For me, it's just letting you know what I got going on. So, like for myself, it'll be days, not days, but it'll be times during the day where I'm gonna duck off because I have stuff I have to do that's gonna be for the betterment of both of us if we're gonna keep it a being. So I just need to let you know I might not talk to you for a few hours. But during those few hours, you know what I'm doing. I'm at the crib. I'm trading.
Okay.
I'm doing something. So it's like, just understand what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. And then, when I leave, when I'm
Okay.
done.
And over here, let's hear from you.
Sir, say the best for last again. Yeah, communication. It's just two grown people talking back to each other. So I feel like, let each other know what the deal is, what you got going on, this and that. I feel like there should be no misunderstanding and just two people, just understanding each other. So that's about it.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
But like I'm just looking at her, she seemed like a cool person. I just don't think
Yeah.
I just didn't get that initial appeal with her. Like, but other than that though, you seem like a person I could vibe with. Probably sing some Rod Wave songs, but I don't know if you vibe with Wave. But I just feel like it's more like a friendly level though. I just ain't. I don't feel like I got that. That
I agree.
from it.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
So you agree? So
Yeah,
he's
I
not
agree.
someone that's your type?
No, you seem too like reserved for me.
I am reserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. She know what she talking about now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Mhm.
All right. So we've got 2 guys left. Guys, any questions for her? Oh, hold on. Go. Let's go on over here. All right. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah. What's your definition of communication?
I just feel like somebody who's not scared to say anything to each other, like no matter how hard it could be, like as long as you communicate with that person and you just talk to them. That's how I feel.
Talk to me about
Can I ask more questions? When was your last relationship?
My last relationship was like a year and a half ago. It was
Why
a
did-
7-year relationship. My first relationship.
Why did it end?
I feel like we was on different levels and then it just didn't work out.
Can I keep going? What type of level are you on right now, I guess?
What type of level I'm on right now?
Yeah.
I'm on a me level, like I'm focusing on myself right now and trying to better myself. So yeah. What about you?
You focusing on yourself.
I guess me
Why the fuck
too,
do you want
but
to
I
date?
feel like I have room to bring someone along.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I'm getting older, so I want to, bond with somebody, get that type of feel. So that's the type of journey vibe I'm on right now too. So yeah.
Okay.
Any kids? My fault.
No.
Any kids?
That's funny.
Kids.
You know what, Kelvin? We're gonna have to
Yeah,
use
I'm good.
that.
Okay.
I'm good on
That's
my
it.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Mm. Not really.
Okay. All right. And why not?
I feel like you kept saying save the best for last, and it wasn't really giving best for last. Thank you.
Nah, no worries.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's head back because we did get another pop balloon over here. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Ken.
I misjudged what I thought I was feeling.
Mhm.
I thought y'all vibed out, and with that, I didn't like that.
You get on my
It's
nerves.
not necessary. I ain't like it.
Ever heard a man
Thought y'all was gonna be a real good match. Look at him. Yeah,
So you actually do like her.
yeah. She's exceptional. Yeah.
So do you want your balloon back or?
Nah, because what I witnessed still wasn't good vibes for
No,
me.
thank you.
And she don't like me no way.
Anybody say you look like Ken? That be
Who
with
that is?
Dare or whatever? Yeah, that's who you look like.
Who is it? Ken?
They were like you.
Yeah.
I'm a YouTuber.
I'm
a
cracking
travel
up.
YouTuber though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You seem like you play with a lot of people though.
Hmm?
You seem like you play with a lot of females.
I ain't never did that. No,
No. Okay.
That's all right.
that's a
Thank you.
misconception.
Let's head on back. All right. Well, that is all the balloons popped, unfortunately. but
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much for coming. Let's
Mhm.
give it up for her, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Ty.
Ty, how old are you?
26.
And what do you do?
I'm the owner of Fat Bar.
Okay. What do you like to do for fun?
For fun, it's mainly my business. So I do like modeling on the side.
Okay.
I'm an esthetician. So anything beauty related or creative is my vibe.
Okay, I like that. Now, what are some things you look for in a man?
just to be real, like I need the realist on planet Earth. Honesty. I like someone that's creative. That's about it. Yeah.
Okay, what are some deal breakers?
Kids.
Vote aye.
Just kids.
Kids.
Okay, not bad. All right, so we have not got any pop balloons. So let me hand you a pick. Oops.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
There you go. All right, so there's quite a few guys here, so I'm gonna have you pop 3 balloons.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 3.
Just 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 2 more.
Can you hold it a little bit firm? Thank you.
And 1 more.
And then, oh yeah.
You're right
Thank
about
you.
that.
Okay, we'll start over here. All right, sitting right next to me. Okay, if we can have your name and age.
Bliss 28.
All right, and Bliss, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Gorgeous initial attractions there. Yeah.
Okay. And why'd you end up popping his?
I'm just not attracted to him. The fit, the shoes, everything just doesn't marinate with me.
His outfit is
Understood.
kill.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next pop balloon. Your name and age.
My name is Pa. I'm 28.
Right. Paul, why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Wanted to hear her out. I don't think we had much in common. You said you're looking for someone creative. I'm not very creative, but I want to become a more creative person.
Okay. Now, why'd you end up popping his?
The same. Not feeling the fit.
Okay.
It's cute, but it's just not for me. You
Sure.
know, I might teach you, but no.
Thank you. And over here, your name and age.
My name is Kenneth. I'm 29.
All right. Kenneth, why was your balloon unpopped?
I was actually going to pop, but I wanted to hear her out.
Okay.
I just like my women a little thicker. You look great, though.
A little
But
thicker.
you're kind of too skinny for me. I'm a big guy. Big dog.
Rough.
Okay. So why'd you end up popping his?
I'm a gym girly.
Okay.
I feel like I'm thicker than a Snicker, first of all, but that's okay. I like your jacket.
Thank
nice
you.
hair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Let's head on back. So we do have 5 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
To get out of the way, kids.
No one has any kids.
Nobody has kids.
No kids.
Okay, what do you guys do for a living?
Okay, what do they do for a living? And
where do you guys want to leave the earth known as?
That's more like it. All right, let's start here. Name and age and answer to our questions.
EJ 28, bartend at a fine dining restaurant. I model and home care aide on Tuesdays. I got no kids, and I want to be authentic when I leave the earth, like nothing fake.
Yeah.
Like truly, because I know people say that, but it's rare to be really what you're about, what you say you're about. So yeah.
Okay. Let's go over here. Name and age and answer to our questions.
I'm Terrence. I'm 28. Say what I do for a living.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a project manager for a government contractor. I also do podcasts, anything to do with podcasts, shoot, moderate, everything, studio setup. I also do event planning for like weddings, like DJ media. So I bring the DJs, the host, all that to the wedding. And what I would leave this earth, I would say, just to like leave with a legacy as far as like generational wealth for my family. So I want to be the first person to like be able to put other generations in position, you know, from starting a company. So I want to start an IT company eventually. So yeah.
Okay.
Name and age and answer to our question.
Toby, 28. So I'm a nurse and a content creator. And then when I leave the earth, I really want to just leave like a positive like legacy for not only like my family, but just like when I pass away, for people who I don't even know, just to say like I've made a difference in their lives. I really just want to do that.
That's sweet.
And over here, name and age and answer to our questions.
I'm DeMarcus. I'm 30 years old. I'm a mid-market account executive at a manufacturing tech firm. What I want to be, also, I'm a travel content creator. I started like a month ago. Y'all need to follow that, Young D-Mart. I'm sorry, Arlette. Y'all gonna edit that. For real though. What I want to be known for when I leave is just being a genuine person, taking care of, like, of course, my family, but you know, the community that I'm involved in. Just known as somebody who looked out for somebody. That's about it.
Okay. Let's go over here. name and age, and answer to her question.
Yeah, Samson 28. And you said, what do I do? I just recently graduated with my master's in sport management, and I work for an insurance company. Ultimately, I want to work in be a sports agent. Ultimately, that's the end goal. And then when I leave this earth, just be remembered as that man to my fam. And just live a good life legacy for
everyone,
my kids, wife, fam. Yeah, just be remembered.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, let's head on back. So what do you want to be remembered as, or what do you want to leave behind?
I don't know. It's like a big, long story. Just of who I am. I want to put on for all the little girls that look like me. Someone to aspire, look up to.
Really?
That's what I want to leave an imprint of. If I can do it, you could do it.
Okay. Love that. All right. Well, it is time to pop a balloon. Whenever you're ready, I'm going to have you go ahead and pop 2 balloons.
Okay.
Black girl.
2 of them,
magic.
yes.
Okay. Nice and firm, okay?
And 1 more.
Do I have to pop another one?
Yes, 1 more.
Damn, Gina. I don't want to pop another one. Damn, Gina.
Oh my God.
Hold it firm, please. Like 2 hands. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, let's start with the one you ended up popping first. Your name and age.
Toby, 28.
And Toby.
Why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear her out. I couldn't quite catch exactly what she did for a living, so I wanted to just ask more questions later on and just see if we vibed on an intellectual level.
Okay. And why'd you end up popping his?
I'm just not physically attracted to you. It's just a little bit of everything. The fit, facial, everything. Yeah.
I know, I don't have facial hair. I just cut it. My bad.
Oh, it's okay. You don't gotta have a goatee or anything. Thank you.
I think
You ended up
Toby.
popping 1 more. Your
weird.
so why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
I just want to hear her out. She came here well dressed. I like to hear.
Yes.
So I just want to see what she had to talk about. Yeah.
And why'd you end up popping his?
I mean, I had to narrow it down to 3. Yeah.
Okay. But he was an option.
Yeah, you're very, very attractive.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, you're a little short, but that's it. It's okay. I feel like I can dunk on you or something, but that's about it.
Oh my.
I'm athletic, so
How tall you is?
5'6" in my head.
I'm
Feels
6
like-
foot, but I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. You can shoot ball one day.
Maybe. Maybe not.
All right. We did get a pop balloon over here.
Dang. So, me and my guy Terrence, we really had this
Yeah,
conversation.
you know what?
A lot of these guys just real tall. I'm
Yeah.
6'2", he's 6'1". You know what I'm saying? You gonna dunk on me? That's dead. But we just shorter. These guys just real tall, and you being mean to them.
No,
And so I feel
not
like you
me.
really feel the same way about me because I'm not tall. I took off my hat so you can see my true height.
Mhm.
But I'm put it back on. But
Well, you popped your balloon. Sorry, that's your loss, not mine.
I know.
You're very attractive.
Thank you.
So maybe
I
you should
appreciate it.
simmer down a little bit.
I feel you.
Don't get so happy to pop. You're really attractive though.
You are a beautiful woman.
Sorry,
as well.
not sorry. That's your fault. I didn't pop. You popped.
All right, so we've got 2 guys left. Guys, any questions for her?
Looks like high school.
So, what's one thing that you might withhold from a guy? Prolong it. Say you like the guy because you think that he'll stop talking to you for it.
I don't want to say it because it's
Nah,
so
that's look at it, it's a tricky question, look
I don't want to say it. The only thing I would prolong is not giving him the goods. To be honest, I don't have anything. Sorry, but I don't have anything. I feel like I have a great family, a great friend system. I'm independent. I'm ambitious. So, I think I'm a princess. So that's probably.
You saving it for marriage? You said the goods.
I mean, I'm not celibate, but I'm gonna make you work for it, type of deal.
Amen.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No kids. You said. You said
Absolutely
no
not.
kids. Do you want kids?
Yes.
And where you live at?
I'm from here.
You're from here?
From Arizona, yeah.
Okay. I'm from Hawaii, but I live in Seattle.
From Hawaii.
Yeah, born and raised in
Okay.
Hawaii on Oahu.
I've been to Hawaii. I've been to Maui.
You been to Maui?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. But I live in Seattle, so
It's
I live
cold.
out there. It's cold. It's a little bit cold.
It's
yeah.
Alaska.
It's a little change. Okay, cool.
All right. Let's head down over there, see if he has any questions. All right. Any questions over here?
Do you have any kids?
She
No.
Oh, my fault.
unserious.
When was your last relationship? Or have you ever?
Of like serious relationship?
Yeah, like high school don't count like grown.
No,
Oh,
not high school. When I was 21.
okay. And you say you're 26, 26?
I went
Okay.
from 21 till I was 22.
Okay.
Almost 23, like literally right before my birthday.
When's your birthday?
April.
Okay. Why'd y'all break up?
It was domestic.
Oh,
to be
domestic?
honest. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's about it. Appreciate it.
Okay. All righty. It is time to pop a balloon.
Can I ask some more questions?
You know what? Yeah, go ahead. Ask them a question.
Where are you guys from?
Where
like,
they
and
from?
where do you live?
Okay. I think he already said he just answered that.
Answer it again.
What did I say?
I don't know. I'm
Dang, I'm
nervous.
sorry.
I'm nervous.
You just said I've been to Maui.
Oh,
God. It
I'm
was, like, in
nervous.
depth,
There's
too. It
so
was in
many
depth.
people. You got these hot ass lights on me. My bad.
It's cold. No, but
I'm hot. I'm maybe a little
no,
bit
I
sweaty.
feel you. It's just like the listening part. She's
I'm sorry. I'm
I
a great
love your
listener.
personality.
You can be a yapper and I'll listen, but
I like
it's
that.
just it's a
Just
lot
the lights,
going
no,
on. I feel like a 5-course meal. Y'all just all
5-course
staring
meal.
at me.
Could you stay in the cold? You say it's
If I'm bundled up.
bundled up. What about if he's not there? What you bundle up in?
Wait, if what?
If your man's not there, what do you bundle up in?
I mean, they got heated jackets.
Mm.
I need that.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
sure.
Thank you.
You popped your balloons. What you worried about that for?
Yeah.
Why you don't pop?
All right. Why did you end up popping your
They
balloon?
just like they had something going on. I don't want to interrupt. So
You know what? She said it was domestic. And the first thing I thought when she just now is she played too much.
yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. I don't know. It was just like the back and forth.
You
like,
felt a little offended.
Yeah. Like
You
what
should
the-
have held on to. Talk to
Way
me.
too much for her age.
I don't
I'm
know.
goofy. I'm
I am
funny.
too. Like I'm
So
goofy,
you should have
but
known.
can't read minds. I just got to see action, and I saw a lot of action. So I'm sorry.
Like I said, they're last night.
All right, but is he someone that's your type?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. You
Black of the berry, sweet of the juice.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank you. Oh man, it's a tough crowd.
These
Well,
guys.
that is, yeah, but that unfortunately that's all the balloons popped. Thank you so much for coming on. Let's go ahead and give it up for her, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
I'm Casey. I go by
Casey.
Kay.
Okay, Kay.
For sure.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
27. And what do you do?
I'm a medical assistant. I serve on the side.
All right. Oh, there you go. And now, what do you like to do for fun?
I do a lot of writing. I read. I paint. Yeah.
Okay.
I do a lot on the side.
Got it. And now, what do you look for in a man?
I would say just realism for one. Just being real, being who you are. And yeah, we go from there.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Deal breakers is just not knowing what you want, having too many things on the side going on.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'll be the main deal breakers right there.
All right. So we did get some pop balloons.
For
Let's go on
sure.
over there, see why they
Let's
ended
go
up
to it.
popping. All right. Let's start with your name and age.
Toby, 28.
Okay. And Toby, why did you end up popping your balloon?
So I really like that you work in the medical field, but unfortunately, all the tattoos, it's just not my style
For
of
sure.
someone.
I have a lot of them, so
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah. Yeah, but really, really attractive lady. So
For sure. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Is he someone that's your type?
I would say no.
Why not?
Dressed really nice, but I would just say no. Not my type.
And what makes him not your type?
Just I guess look wise. Yeah, I don't know what to say after that.
You're good. All right, let's go down over here.
For sure.
Your name and age.
My name is Kenneth. I'm 29.
Okay. And Kenneth, why did you end up popping your balloon?
You just look like you take. I'm just not a fan of the tattoos.
I take what?
Like you look like,
like what does that mean?
like you look like somebody that doesn't play around, and I like to play around a lot. So
Gotcha.
I might get on your bad side, and you might beat me up or something.
Beat you up is crazy. But okay.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Okay.
No.
Why not?
I mean, just not. I would say look wise. Again, yeah.
We listen
Just
and we
not-
don't judge.
Not my type. Yeah, for sure. You know, we all have types.
Okay. I hear you.
Most definitely.
Thank you. Let's go over here. Name and age.
My name's Pa. I'm 28.
Paul, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I think you're attractive, but
Thank you. The tattoos. Yeah. I have
That's my
1,000. So
preference.
anybody that don't like tattoos, please go ahead and pop it because I love them. I love tattoos.
Now, is Paul someone that's your type?
No.
Why not?
Just a initial attraction.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Why
not.
does it remind me of Lisa Bonet?
Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Bliss, I'm 28.
Lisa Bonet.
Popped my balloon.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm not a fan of tattoos, but once you said that you had like plenty more.
I do.
Yeah, that's
A lot.
That was it. Like I was fine with this, but once you said you had plenty more, I was
Got you.
like,
Yeah, you entitled to your own opinion.
So-
I can dig it.
So you love tattoos.
I love. Hey, I'm probably gonna get a couple more.
Oh,
So if you don't
wow.
like tattoos, hey, the pop is cool with me because I want you to get a tattoo with me. You feel me? So
so you're not-
I'm
definitely
cool.
would've had a
We
problem
good.
with
We
You don't like
definitely
no
good.
No.
You don't look like you have any tattoos, so that
Don't
wouldn't be my
claim.
type either.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Let's go over here.
Big
All
Chris-
right. Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Yeah, I'm Samson, 28.
That's why they're popping.
She look good.
Thank you. I
Freckles,
appreciate that.
everything, like teeth nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just the tattoo thing. Like I like tattoos.
Tattoos is crazy.
It's like I
It's
like tattoos.
2025, y'all.
I get
Tattoo.
it, I get it.
Everybody got
I get
tattoos.
it, I get it. That's what I'm
Like the
saying.
tattoos is insane.
That's what I'm
but,
saying.
hey,
Like everybody got tats.
respect it.
Like,
I respect
like
it.
I like tats. Like
Tom,
For
tats
sure.
look clean. But
I
you
would
say you got
love
OD
Yeah,
tats. Yeah,
I
like,
probably got like 20.
this woman would.
Yeah.
yeah. See, that's a lot. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I do.
that's what I'm saying.
do.
And it's like me, I'm like kind of scary. So like I don't know. I don't like needles. Yeah. So tattoos, yeah,
For
nah, it's
sure.
not my
For
thing.
sure.
But you,
Okay.
yeah, you
Most
look good,
definitely.
though.
You have no tattoos either.
No, clean,
Oh,
straight edge. Yeah.
wow. You're a virgin.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, no tats. Yeah.
He said he has none, so I
Hey,
guess that's not your type.
That's not my type.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I need at least one or two.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
For sure.
Okay. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm DeMarcus and I'm 30. I pop my balloon just, initial attraction.
Okay.
You smoke?
I do. Like a chimney. Matter of fact.
Yeah, I don't smoke.
Okay.
And
I'm.
That's it. What you smoke? What do you smoke? Is it?
I smoke weed, marijuana.
Okay.
I don't know if we're allowed
Okay,
to say
cool.
that, but I don't smoke anything else, so we aware. But
Yeah,
I smoke a
don't
lot of
smoke.
weed
I don't smoke.
for sure.
Nice to meet you.
Is
You are an attractive woman.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, she smokes
Is
a
he
lot of
someone that's your
weed.
type?
Yeah, I would say yeah. Yeah, he's attractive. Not too bad looking, dressed nice.
Hey, Dave,
You like my jeans?
does she remind you of Lisa Bonet?
They straight,
They
yeah.
know my jeans.
They don't look horrible. I mean, they got a little too many holes, I would say, but they don't look. Yeah, they decent. They go with the sweater,
Thank you.
most definitely, for sure.
I appreciate it.
All right. We spoke to you over here. All right. Name and age. Why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Terrence. I'm 28. It just was like the initial attraction, but I just want to hear you out, see like more you had to say.
For sure.
Yeah.
Tattoos too for you?
Tattoos, some other things, but it's just like I just don't think it will be like a good fit though. But I feel like you'll find that person for sure.
For sure. Appreciate that.
All right. Is he someone that's your type?
Not necessarily. He's dressed really nice. Yeah, fit is on 10, but yeah, not necessarily.
Sounds good. Thank you. And our last guy here, name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
EJ 28. Oh no, she's dope.
Thank you.
I can see it's like going out and stuff. Like with the homies, the boys. No, like in a good way. That's not bad. Like you're cute.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
He's not. Yeah, he look decent. He's
Decent is
not my
crazy.
type.
Decent is crazy.
All right.
Fit is cool.
So what's wrong with it? What's wrong with the rest? Say something else.
Not necessarily anything else. I say you look decent.
You said decent. It was like a double.
Because I don't know you my type, but how you look, I can say that you're pretty cool. You're decent.
All right. All right. So, okay, that is all the balloons popped,
It
unfortunately.
And
Thank you
they
so much
died.
for coming
Thank you.
on. Let's give it up for her, guys.
Yeah,
Take
have
the
a
mic.
blessed night.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
I'm Jazz.
Jazz, how old are you?
26.
And what do you do?
I'm a stand-up comedian and graphic designer.
Okay. All right, so Jazz, we did have you on the show before, and you did end up matching. What happened?
He just didn't come correct. I feel like he just wanted to have intercourse versus dating. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
So now to get to know you a little bit, what do you like to do for fun?
Anything that's like actually fun. So like arcades, skydiving, jet skis, stuff like that.
Okay, nice. And what do you look for in a man?
Honesty. You have to know your purpose in life. Work hard, provider in a sense where you want to make sure your woman is okay. You don't have to pay all my bills, but just like make sure I'm cool. And yeah.
All right. Now, what are some deal breakers?
Deal breaker. You don't know who you are, no purpose, no communication. You be lying, stuff like that. Moral stuff.
Okay. All right, cool. So we do have a pop balloon down over there. Let's head on over there, see why they ended up popping. All right, let's start with your name and age.
Yeah, Samson 28.
Samson, why did you end up popping your balloon?
She looks good. I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't be her type. I like the Bayang. Looks good.
Thank you.
But I don't know. I just feel like I'm not really like her type, kind of.
Okay.
Like, no disrespect. Like, you look kind of like nerdy in a way. Not like,
Yeah, no,
that's
I
what I'm
feel
saying.
you.
Yeah.
I'm not mad.
like
Yeah.
anime and stuff. I don't like.
I don't
just
like anime.
Oh.
No, you
but,
good.
Yeah.
That's what happens
so
when you
just-
judge a book by its cover.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So you're saying she looks like you might not be her type, but is she your type?
No.
It's okay. Yeah. There you go. Be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah,
Ain't nothing
yeah.
sugarcoated. You want to hurt my feelings?
No, for sure. Yeah. Well, vice versa. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah.
Now,
There you
is
go, see?
is he someone that's your type?
As far as the fit and everything, yeah. I don't know him personally, but yeah, like physically, yeah.
Oh, appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. And then we got a pop here. Name and age.
Bliss 28.
Bliss, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
For me, it was just a little piercing here.
Oh, okay,
Like I was
yeah.
I was looking at it and I
Yeah, no
saw
problem.
that's literally it.
That's cool.
Now, is Bliss someone that's your type?
I mean, typically no, but you never know until you get to know somebody. So.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, let's head. Oh, never mind. Let's come over here. Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
My name is Pa, 28. I think for me it's the piercing and tattoo.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
What tattoo?
This one right here. It's my heart chakra.
Okay. All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
No. Why not?
Just somebody I wouldn't probably go after.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we had another one back over here. Name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
DJ 28. Just the fit, and
Okay.
she's not my type, but she's good. I like her. She's respectful.
Okay. What about the fit?
Go ahead. You're
Oh.
not gonna hurt my feelings.
No, it's just not my
Just
not
not
my
his-
style of fit.
Okay.
Do you wear black a lot or?
No, I don't wear black all the time. I like to wear colors and stuff. I just wore all black today because that's what I was feeling. I was
Okay.
feeling. You feel
No,
me?
for sure, for sure.
I mean, y'all matching with
We
all
matching. I know. You feel me? It's all right. It's all right. He already popped the balloon. It's too late. It's too late. You chose up.
Okay, we've got 4 balloons left.
Yes.
Do it that way. So go ahead and ask these remaining 4 guys a question.
What does courtship look like to you guys?
Okay. Name and age, and what does courtship look like to you?
Terrence, I'm 28. I ain't gonna lie, I don't even know what that means.
Okay. Courtship means like, how do you, when you see a woman that you like, how do you approach them? Like, how do you, when you be like, oh, I want that girl to be my wife, what do you do about it?
I'm gonna go all in. Like, I'm gonna put it all on the line. Like, I ain't gonna, like, if I really want her, like, I'm gonna like.
So what does all
I'm
on the
sell
line
out.
look like for you? Like, do you take her on a date? Like, what's the first move that you're gonna make? Like, what are the steps that you take to make that woman your wife?
I would say just being intentional, obviously consistently communicating, taking her on dates, traveling for sure, you know, just putting her in a position as my wife, you know, taking that, making it look like that for a standpoint, you know, stuff like that. So, yeah, that's it.
Let's go over here. Name and age and answer your question.
Excuse me, I'm DeMarcus and I'm 30. Courtship definitely is going, you know, I'm gonna take you around. We're gonna do things like, you know what I'm saying, like something that I would do. Maybe you can go on a walk in the park, go on a nice little dinner, little Brazilian steakhouse, 5-course meal.
Okay.
But nah, that's about it. I got a question for you though.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So why have you been on this show so many times in order to find love?
You say so many times.
Has it been a few times?
It's only been
a couple of
it's
times.
Been twice.
Twice. Are you coming on here like for clout purposes, or why do you feel as if you can't meet a significant other in real life to where like you walking down the street, or I don't want to say in a club.
No, you good. You
but
good.
You know what I'm saying?
In public,
like,
yeah. A man to come to me. In public, I feel like that's not really a thing. I don't know. Like, men do be approaching. And a lot of things like that. So when they ask me to come on the show, I'm open to it because you never know what God has planned for you. You feel me? So I always come on the show. But in person, I have no problem meeting people. I just feel like I'm very selective.
That's cool. I was real curious
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
it's cool. Questions are how you learn. So you feel me?
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, your name and age, and your initial question was,
what does your courtship look like?
So my name is Kenneth. I'm 29. For me, damn.
It's all right. It's all right.
For me, courtship is all about letting the woman know how you feel about her. So taking her on dates, communicating as often as possible, letting her know that she might be the one.
I like that. Okay. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Toby, 28. So I ended up popping. So I never want to judge a book by its cover.
Go ahead, yeah.
So I really just want to like hear you out a little bit more, but I just feel like just our lifestyles would be a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I really love you're a comedian. Like I love to laugh, I love going to comedy shows. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Is he someone that's your type?
Probably off rip. I mean, he's very clean, very well put together. It probably wouldn't be somebody my first choice, but I probably would get, I don't know. You never know. I don't know. Unless, I don't know.
He could be the backup.
Dang, not a first choice. That's crazy.
Well, you pop, so what you would.
That's all right. And why did you end up popping your balloon?
Yeah, I simply don't believe you, and I don't trust your intentions.
Okay.
And
Oh my God.
you know, that's something I'm weary about,
Yeah.
and that's something I dealt with in the past. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
want to meet
that's
someone on a
understandable.
genuine tip. I want to meet you at the grocery store
Yeah.
when you got some bell peppers in your cart.
That's
You know
cool.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not on this show like this with someone who's came back multiple times.
Yeah, I understand that.
Type.
Is he someone that's your type?
Most definitely, but he feel how he feels, so I respect it.
Okay. Thank you. Then we got to pop back here. So why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I would just say, like, I just feel like you resonate better with him down there. I see, like, his response, you know, you digging that. And I ain't want to come in between that. You know, I just know connection when I see it.
Oh, okay.
So, like, and I feel like, you know, you're a comedian. I don't know if I like my woman, like, making other people laugh.
Maybe you should be more secure in yourself. I don't know.
Hey, I'm
But
I'm
it's
standing
all
on
right.
business.
Yeah,
but
stand on it, 10 toes. It's all right.
Yeah. But that's it, though.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you.
I don't want my.
Is he someone that's your type?
He's very well put together, very well dressed. So, I wouldn't dog him for sure.
Thank you. All right, we do have one balloon left unpopped over here. Any questions for one another?
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Yeah, but well, I'm from New York.
I can tell.
How you feel about traveling back and forth?
I'm open to traveling. I mean, I have my passport, you know.
Have you been to New York?
I have been in New York, but I haven't been in New York probably in over 10 years.
Oh, damn. We got to get you back. You don't, kids? You got any kids?
No kids. No kids.
Okay. How old are you again?
I'm 26.
All right. I'm 29.
Damn, she looks older than 20.
Is he someone that's your type?
Typically no, but I like getting to know people and seeing what's beneath the surface. So, you know, I feel like if you keep repeating the same things, you're gonna get the same results. So I'm always down to try new things.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Her second choice.
Well, I came here to find love, not pop balloons. So.
So we not popping no balloons right here. Are we okay?
I'm probably gonna pop the balloon.
You're gonna pop.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Why we popping?
She's a great prize.
Just differences. I mean, he said he felt a connection. I personally don't feel like a connection. It's no hate. I just don't. I don't know. I just didn't feel a connection.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all love. Like, it's nothing wrong with you. Like, you feel me? Like, it's all love.
I wanted you to make me laugh.
Make you laugh. I mean, you paying me?
Oh,
If it comes down
you
to it.
booking me?
All right, so that is all the balloons popped, unfortunately.
That's
but
okay.
Thank you so much for coming
I didn't
on.
pop the balloon on myself. And that's all I know.
Let's go ahead and give it up for her, guys. I'll take the mic. Thank you.
Hey, Tom, I can
thank you.
I can rewind and get her Instagram. I generally, if Universal's here, he's into taking Instagrams and going and doing background checks. I'm never that interested, but let me know. We can rewind it. This is the end of the show anyway, so let's see. Let's go find that hippie chick. You know, at first when I saw her, I was kind of interested because she is interesting looking, but tattoos just didn't do it for me. And let's see here. See if we can get her Instagram.
Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
I'm Casey. I go by
Casey.
Kay.
Okay, Kay.
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm
Let's see. See that, Tom? X_imperfect goddess. So I encourage you to look up her Instagram because I am not.
27.
27. And
She looks like she has been through the ringer, like a biker chick, or something of that sort. Yeah, she's into smoking and drinking and having a good time, and there's nothing wrong with that. She just looks like she's been through the ringer.
And what do you do?
I'm a medical assistant.
So gently pre-owned party girls. That's funny. I mean, I'm being a little picky. She's not bad looking. There's nothing. It's just her aesthetic. The tattoos. You get what I mean? An aesthetic. Like, I like different things. I probably like a slightly different lifestyle. So with the right guy like you, Mr. Gully, she probably make a fine woman for you. Yeah, that's a good point. She's an imperfect goddess though, CK. Let's see, what time is it? It's 5:30. I think I have a short pop the balloon, then I'll get into some news stories since it's getting along in the morning. There was a pop the balloon version that I've never seen before, and I think it was 38 minutes or something like that, so it might be worth a look. And it looks like it's morning in Namibia. So the impalas or whatever they are up and let's see, what time is it there? It is. Oh, it's midday there. A whole damn herd of them. Let's find this Pop the Balloon. Let's see. Here it is. They sound like hogs. This is a excuse me, this is a version of Pop the Balloon that I've not seen before. It's kind of different stylistically.
Hi, and I'm Crystal Renee, and today we're doing a balloon pop. We have 7 beautiful ladies and a gentleman.
In the chorus?
So now we're gonna bring out our contestant. Daryl, will you please come? You can come right here.
Okay.
I see you brought your work bag. Oh.
I don't. What?
Can you introduce yourself, please? What is your name?
Oh, my. Can I keep you?
That's fine. I understand. You gotta work, so I get it.
No, I have to because I can.
You want to put it in a cubby or something?
No, it has to stay here because.
Okay, you got
So
something.
I can just keep you.
Okay, so I want to make sure you don't have any weapons or anything.
What do you mean? It's just drill and this. It's fine.
Okay, all right. Well, tell the ladies your name and the gentleman.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't understand. Is it?
You can stay. You can stay because we have to have a conversation. Tell the ladies now your name, where you're from, how old are you, and what is your occupation?
Why did he leave? I do a lot of things. So I do so many works.
It's New York City.
Side
Can you give us 1 or 2 of them?
of what?
Your job.
Oh, I have. So now the one I'm coming from, or the one I did yesterday.
Well, we'd like to hear both.
Both of them. Today. Oh no, I was doing some house calls. So I do project management also. I manage people's, sometimes I do myself.
So you are your own company, like you.
I have a whole enterprise. Some people work for me too also.
So okay. So do they require certain like shoes?
No.
I'm just saying for your safety.
No, I work for myself, so
okay.
I do what I like.
That's amazing. So tell us, what is it that you're looking for in a partner?
Oh, I like all kinds of. I like everything. I like tall, even short. Also, if short is fine. But
well, I wasn't really talking about physical attributes. I mean, like, what is it that you're looking for in a relationship?
Oh, quality. Quantity over quality. To be honest, I don't because it's difficult to find like quality people.
So you would deal with quantity over quality.
I deal with anything, to be honest. This life, you can't be dictating. Sometimes you go out and it starts to rain. So
you need one that is in the rain and one that's in the house dry?
Don't worry about it. It's just I'm open to any.
Kelvin, this is a guy named Kevin Daniel Vega. This is from his website. It's some sort of he's some sort of comedian, I guess. So I started watching this, and I couldn't get what he's up to. This says it's women from all across the USA, and I'm not sure exactly where this version is.
Any,
Okay, all right. You know what? Let's just go on down to see why. I want to know why he popped his pillow. Yeah, follow me.
I think we went to school. Did we go to?
We did not.
School together.
And he's
Hi, tell us your name, where you're from, and your age.
My name is Rico Castellar. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm 25 years old.
Okay, so can you tell us why you popped your balloon?
The sandals, the Jesus slippers.
Yeah, mighty ass.
It's the G. I can't. Why is the big toe sitting like
What do you
that?
mean? Look at your own shoe. What's the difference?
Yeah, no, those aren't shoes. Those are.
How can you be? Look at what you're wearing.
Why is your
Your
sticking toe like that?
don't worry about it. It's fine now.
Okay.
So
Is he your type though? No.
you're not my type either. It's fine.
Definitely not.
Okay.
So
So let's just go down the line. Hello, what's your name, where you're from, and your age?
Hi, my name is Alexis. I am from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm 26.
Okay, so can you tell us why you popped your balloon?
Is that a scarf around your neck? I don't know. It's just I don't know if we're gonna vibe together. I don't know. It's just something's off. Something's off.
The scarf isn't gonna make you a vibe?
It's like the scarf. I feel like you could have dressed up a little bit
I
more.
came straight from work. What do you mean? Because if I didn't, I would have. If I had to go and change, I wouldn't have made it. Because the people were saying in the email, you need participants. I said I'll participate. So I came now. So I came straight from
Did
work.
they tell you the dress code?
I said I came straight for. Do you rather I don't? I went. I was at work. And now, would you rather somebody doesn't work?
No, it's
Why are they
just
popping
there's
the
a
balloon?
time and place for everything. Like I feel like you could have came a little nicer. And I don't know if that's a scarf around your neck or what it's doing.
Do you like it though?
No, it's not giving right
Then
now.
leave the scarf now. Focus
So
on
if he didn't have the scarf, would he be your type if he wasn't just coming from work? Because he's a working man.
He is, which is
doesn't-
great. But I think there's
Mm-hmm.
a time and place for everything. And this is not the time to come with the Jesus sand. Like I understand what he was saying. It's not the time for the Jesus
do you
sandals all
work?
that. I do work.
What kind of work do you do?
I actually work for the government.
So you're unemployed.
Doing what?
Okay.
I'm not unemployed. I work for the
Which
government.
government do you work for?
I work for the
Oh, please, you don't have any work.
Okay.
That's how you know the people that don't have work. They'll be criticizing. Have you
what type of work do you do?
more than you apparently? Because I'm still working and look at you. You dressed up. You had time to dress up and
I
come.
know I had time to dress up because this is like you're looking for love and you don't want people to
I don't want your love. It's fine. Don't
Okay,
worry.
you don't need my
go to
love.
the.
So if she didn't have a problem with your appearance, would she be
She's not
someone?
even my type. Because she's wearing green shoe.
look.
You don't like
Look, can you people capture it? Capture the shoe. So you're complaining about
you
my
don't
own.
like green on my shoes, okay, until my feet are falling to the front, all right?
So you're wearing, she's wearing the same. We have, what's the difference
Look, I
now?
got my toes done and everything.
And you claim that you dressed up. Me, I didn't even try, and we're on the same level. What's the difference?
You know what? We're gonna move right along. Come on down.
It's true now.
Yeah.
Hey girl, hey.
Hello.
Tell us your name, what you do, and what's your age?
Naisha, 28.
And what do you do?
What needs to be done?
So tell us, please, why did you pop your balloon?
It needed to be done. I don't understand why you have your tool bag. Like, you knew you were coming for possible suitors. Like they said, like you, sandals, bands. It's giving scammer, really. I don't know.
Where did you find this person?
Her name was on the list.
You don't. Do you know how much that drill is? You think I'm just going to leave it? I have
If
to
you
take it.
don't
to
have a Glock in there, why do you have it?
No, that's my bag. Oh. That's my tool. It's like how much do you even pay in rent?
I have a tool too, but the tool will kill you. Like,
Kill
you
who?
came to find love, right?
No. I'm saying that.
Oh, this
I
is
don't know how
this is
much.
another job for you because you have so many jobs. Yeah.
Let me talk. Now. I don't know.
Oh.
You ask. Are you? Is it a question or a statement? I don't even know again.
The question is she someone that you would date?
No, I don't even know. Where are you from? Baby?
Where are you from?
Nowhere from where you're from. We're not close to each other.
Ditto. I feel the same
Yeah.
way. Sentiments
Okay.
are exactly the same.
You see one of those two, you see that drill, that
Yeah.
green one, we pay your rent 5 times over.
Actually, I have that drill. I drill myself. Yeah,
No, you
I don't
don't.
need you to come.
What is it called?
It's green. It's from Home Depot. I don't need to know what it's called to know it
It's not
works.
from any Home Depot. My own is manufacturer recall. My own. You cannot even have. You don't have access to it. It's the beta version. This one has not even come out yet.
You do know this is being recorded, right?
Can we go to that? I don't. This person is.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I'm
I
sure
think,
too.
I think
Let's
there's like
move on.
a chemistry here. I don't
What
know.
kind of can be? That's how people. And that's domestic violence. This is a domestic violence case.
Okay, so we're not promoting toxicity.
Your toes
so
are domestic
we will move
violence.
right along.
Oh, yes. Please.
Oh, so
Yes,
they're
please.
attacking you. I can talk. So if I say something now, they'll say I have.
You could say what you feel.
I don't, because they'll say I'm disrespectful. That's why. I will say. Should I say?
You could say how you feel. I mean,
absolutely.
within limits.
No limits. Please speak your mind.
No limits.
She gave you permission.
I'm curious. That's your shoe. How can you be complaining about? You say
These are ass kickers 2025.
Ooh.
I'm not afraid of
Those
you. You
are
think
before price 80s in 2 different people. So you
you don't scare me. Let me just tell you.
They're not even the right
don't be
size.
scared.
Like your
Be
toes are like
mindful.
in a bench. Like why they're squinched up like that? I don't like it.
Okay,
Where did you
can
borrow
move
this your
on.
accent from? Is what you need to tell us. Where?
Where are you from?
I think
Tell
this
us.
whole
Where
thing
did, who imported you to this place?
Imported.
Well, I mean,
You need to be
put-
deported. You're like a bad can of old beer. Like
Okay.
you came in wet clothes for God's
I
sake.
came in an airplane. You probably put you in a parcel, like one of those overnight ones that
Overnight
ends
parcel,
up missing.
really?
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Possibly.
Move along. Thank you.
Let's go, please.
I will. Come
You
on.
need to be doing
Yeah.
screening for
Do
the
a
people
screening?
that you bring.
I mean, I think you never know. You could fall in love with someone that's not your
No,
type.
but they're
You never know.
disrespectful now. How can I came? Did I just came. You said
You came
show
from
up, I
work and
showed
you
up.
are a working man, and I can appreciate that. Yes, he is
I
a
know
working
exactly.
man.
Tell her she's next to you.
A time and a place.
For what? You said she said she worked for the government. The government need to check who they are employing, because the caliber of individuals is not.
You know, if we checked you, you would not have gotten it because you follow emails. Oh, the email said to come here, so I came.
What if it's people
You
that
didn't
don't
even
have
prepare
work that be
yourself,
reading
like-
email? Do you know how?
Yeah, I think this is just supposed to be some parody of it. The guy, he's some sort of comedian. Which reminds me, Saturday Night Live did a skit, which I still haven't gotten around to seeing, with Dave Chappelle. And this is one of those rare times. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to keep watching this. I'm kind of done with it. It's not. I'm pretty sure it's some sort of parody or sketch, but it's not really doing it for me. Put a 1 if you want to continue. Definitely a 2 if you don't. Okay, Fred, you know who he is. I'm not really getting the comedy. It's not that funny. You know, if you're gonna do something like this, at least be funny. However, believe it or not, I like the hostess, except for the tattoos. She kind of does it for me with that butt. So I've got 1, 2. There's a 3. So Kelvin, the 3 means I should have done it a while ago. Okay, I got you. Yeah, he's a famous TikTok guy. Is he funnier on TikTok, Fred? Yeah, I noticed it's a skit, not a very funny one so far. And we're 10 minutes in, and it's already starting to not do it for me. 2 times 2. All right, well, I get the gist. Well, it is that time of the morning. I guess I'll go ahead and at least do news, and then we can come back to Pop the Balloon, I guess. But for the folks who may be getting up and going to work, I'll run over some news stories. This first one, Pam Bondi, the new attorney general, Trump's new attorney general for the United States, announces lawsuit against New York over immigration enforcement. This is going to be interesting. I don't know. I'd like to get deeper into what this lawsuit is about.
Attorney General Pam Bondi announced Wednesday the Justice Department is filing a lawsuit against the state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul, and State Attorney General Letitia James over immigration enforcement. "We are taking steps to protect Americans," Bondi said, adding that New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. "We sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen, so now you're next," Bondi said. In a statement provided to CBS News New York Wednesday night in response to the lawsuit, James said, "Our state laws, including the Green Light Law, protect the rights of all New Yorkers and keep our communities safe. I am prepared to defend our laws, just as I always have." Bondi highlighted some of the allegations in the federal complaint, including that state officials in New York are directed by law to inform undocumented immigrants when federal agents seek information related to their immigration status. The Attorney General also alleged during the news conference that New York statutes unlawfully prevent state and federal law enforcement from enforcing immigration law. In a separate statement responding to the lawsuit late Wednesday night, Hochul called Bondi's news conference smoke and mirrors because the Justice Department's lawsuit was a routine civil action about a law passed in 2019 that has been upheld by the courts time and again. "There's no way I'm letting federal agents, or Elon Musk's shadowy Doge operation, get unfettered access to the personal data of any New Yorker in the DMV system like 16-year-old kids learning to drive and other vulnerable people," Hochul said in a statement. "We expect Pam Bondi's worthless, publicity-driven lawsuit to be a total failure, just like all the others. Let me be clear, New York is not backing down," Hochul continued. Absent from the lawsuit is New York City Mayor Eric Adams. On Tuesday, the Justice Department directed prosecutors to drop their probe into Adams' office for now, arguing that the legal case has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that occurred in his city under former President Joe Biden. "We're hoping that in New York, that Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens," Bondi said, adding later that while the case against Adams had not yet been dropped, she expected federal prosecutors to dismiss the charges soon. Tammy Nobles, the mother of a woman killed by an MS-13 gang member from El Salvador, spoke during the news conference about the murder of her daughter. In her first hours as Attorney General, she issued a sweeping set of directives that targeted sanctuary jurisdictions with an order to end funding to any that unlawfully interfere with federal law enforcement operations. She encouraged the department to pursue enforcement actions against sanctuary cities or states that don't comply with the federal government's immigration enforcement efforts. State and local jurisdictions must comply with applicable immigration-related federal laws, one memo read. It also said that state and local actors may not impede, obstruct, or otherwise fail to comply with lawful immigration-related directives. In another memo, Bondi targeted cartels and transnational criminal organizations, writing that additional resources and thoughtful charging decisions would be necessary to fight illegal drug trafficking, and the department would pursue total elimination of these groups. Last week, the Justice Department filed a lawsuit against the state of Illinois, the city of Chicago, and other local jurisdictions, alleging their laws stood in the way of the Trump administration's increased immigration enforcement in the area. In the first weeks of the Trump administration, Bondi's acting deputy, Emil Bove, instructed Justice Department prosecutors across the country to focus on enacting Mr. Trump's immigration policies in their prosecutions, and said they should potentially charge state or local officials who might impede their efforts. During Thursday's press conference, Bondi also responded to questions about Elon Musk's criticism of judges who have ruled against the Trump administration's moves in recent weeks. The tech billionaire and head of the Department of Government Efficiency has advocated impeaching federal judges over their decisions. Bondi said that while she had not seen the comments, impeachment efforts were currently not on the table, and she added that the administration would appeal the rulings against it.
Yeah, DiCapriono, I agree with you, Tom. Basically, I don't expect this lawsuit to go anywhere other than just to kind of, I think what the Trump administration has been doing now in a lot of cases is just kind of doing make work sort of stuff. Basically, they want to look like they're making progress. In a lot of cases, what the federal government is looking to do is use local resources like local police and law enforcement to do its job. I don't believe that I don't believe that or use facilities, state facilities. States don't have to do that if they don't want to. So I agree. I'm not particularly a fan of sanctuary cities and all that, but state governments are not bound to do what the federal government is supposed to be doing, and they're not bound to cooperate. So I don't think this lawsuit's going to go anywhere, quite frankly. And there's a problem with talking about the governor. Maybe I can see. The attorney general, I don't see. If the lawsuit is specifically about New York City as a sanctuary city, not bringing the mayor into this is problematic. So yeah, this is a smoke show, and not a very impressive one. So let us move on if no one else has any comments on this. And speaking of Eric Adams, this is also fairly interesting.
Eric Adams discussed possible Republican primary run with GOP leader. This article is by Nicholas Fandos and read by an automated voice. Mayor Eric Adams of New York City has quietly explored running in this spring's Republican primary as he searches for a path to a second term, according to one Republican official and two people familiar with his deliberations. The mayor, a Democrat, had privately weighed for weeks whether to change his party affiliation or seek a waiver to run in both the Democratic and Republican primaries. But conversations ramped up around the time President Trump's Justice Department ordered prosecutors to drop corruption charges against him. Mr. Adams spoke about his political options by phone on Monday with Mike Rendino, the Bronx Republican Party chairman. Mr. Rendino said, "The mayor separately connected with Andrea Katzimatidis, the chairwoman of the Manhattan Republican Party, though it was unclear if the race was discussed, according to one of the people familiar with the deliberations. He just wanted to speak about pleasantries," Mr. Rendino said in an interview. "I said, let's not beat around the bush. You're obviously calling for more than that." When the mayor pressed him on the process to run in the Republican primary, Mr. Rendino said he laid out two potential paths. Mr. Adams could join the party, the chairman told him, or he could seek a waiver, known as a Wilson-Pakula certificate, from Republican county leaders to run on their ballot line without changing parties. He didn't say one way or another what he wanted to do, Mr. Rendino said. Asked about the conversations on Wednesday, Mr. Adams's team reaffirmed that he planned to run as a Democrat, not a Republican, and would soon begin collecting signatures necessary to get on the ballot. "I am not running as a Republican," the mayor said in a written statement. People close to Mr. Adams said that the situation was evolving quickly and that the mayor had been exploring a wide array of options, from running as an independent to trying to compete on multiple party lines at once. But even initiating the discussions, which have not been previously reported, underscored just how precarious his political position has become a little more than 4 months before primary day. Mr. Adams is up against a series of tight deadlines. New Yorkers, including the mayor, have until Friday to change party affiliation. And both Republican and Democratic candidates are already competing for endorsements to try to deprive him of another term in City Hall. It is unclear whether Mr. Trump or members of his administration played any role in the discussions about the mayor's political future. Mr. Adams, a one-time Republican who was elected as a centrist Democrat, has assiduously courted Mr. Trump in the months since his indictment last September, visiting the president at his Florida golf club, attending his inauguration, and publicly vowing not to criticize him. The months-long dance appeared to pay off for Mr. Adams on Monday, when the Justice Department, now under Mr. Trump's control, said it would seek to have 5 federal criminal counts dropped against the mayor. In many ways, Mr. Adams's interest in running in the Republican primary could be a plausible next step. People often say, "You don't sound like a Democrat. You seem to have left the party," Mr. Adams said in a recent interview with Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News personality. "No, the party left me and it left working-class people." A bevy of recent polls have all painted a dire picture for Mr. Adams's standing with the city's large Democratic voter base. A large majority of New Yorkers disapprove of the job he is doing as mayor, and the surveys have all shown that he is struggling to attract more than 10% of the Democratic primary vote. The intervention by the Justice Department on Monday may have made Mr. Adams's path to winning back Democratic support more arduous. His rivals and even stalwart allies have argued that the department's decision, which it said would free Mr. Adams to help enforce Mr. Trump's immigration policies and which allows prosecutors to revisit the case after the November election, effectively gave the president dangerous influence over City Hall. Switching political parties and running on multiple ballot lines are not unheard of in New York politics. The most prominent recent example was Mayor Michael R. Bloomberg, who successfully ran for re-election as an independent in 2009, but won a Wilson Pakula certificate to simultaneously compete on the Republican line. Mr. Adams himself was registered as a Republican in the 1990s. It is not clear that a Republican primary would be any easier for Mr. Adams to win than a Democratic one. Despite his overtures to Mr. Trump, many of the mayor's policies have been unpopular with New York City Republican voters and their representatives. The mayor, who is strapped for campaign funds, would also still have to collect thousands of signatures from registered Republican voters to get on the primary ballot. And even if he won the Republican primary, he could face a difficult path in November in a city where Democrats vastly outnumber Republicans. Many prominent Republicans appear to be outright opposed to the idea. "I only speak as one Republican elected official in the city, but I don't see that happening because the mayor is not in line with our policies," said Representative Nicole Maliotakis, the city's only Republican member of Congress. Mr. Rendino, the Bronx chairman, said his borough would be similarly skeptical. Would they welcome him? No, it would be a very tough sell, he said. How is he going to explain the 2,200-person, all-male migrant shelter he's shoving down our throats in the Bronx? Republicans have begun coalescing around a candidate, Curtis Sliva, the well-known founder of the Guardian Angels who ran against Mr. Adams in the 2021 general election. Mr. Sliva has already secured the backing of the Staten Island and Brooklyn Republican parties. But privately, party leaders said they were still waiting to see if Mr. Trump might intercede on Mr. Adams's behalf. Even Mr. Sliva said in an interview that the president could have considerable sway. The whole notion here is that the president or one of the president's men or women can call up the county chairman and tell them, "I want you to support Adams and give him a Wilson Pakula," he said. Obviously, they all would do it. They're not going to say no. To win a Wilson Pakula certificate, Mr. Adams would most likely need the support of at least 3 of the 5 borough party chairs, or a majority of party's committee members in New York City. Richard Barsamian, the Brooklyn Republican chairman, said he had absolutely no conversations of any kind with Mayor Adams. Tony Nunziato, the chairman of the Queens Republicans, said he had not heard from the mayor either. Mr. Sliva, who hosts a radio show on Mr. Katzimatidis' radio station, said he was still concerned. "All the insiders they talk to me," he said, "they say, you know, this is a very real possibility." Dana Rubenstein, Michael Rothfield, and William K. Rashbaum contributed reporting.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I was saying yesterday or the day before that I thought that Adams running as a Republican, there would actually be some sort of a path. I kind of wonder about that now with him saying that, he has no intentions of running as a Republican. However, politicians do change their minds in order to win. So I don't know what to think about this. I guess my opinion will be changed by whoever decides to run against Eric Adams. But if Trump winds up backing Adams, I think that that's his only chance. This story is from a couple days ago. I'm going to play it anyway. Or not a couple days ago. I think it's from yesterday regarding federal jobs and what Trump's actual plans are. That I've got an interesting story about the same topic after this one. But this format is really interesting. So that's part of the reason. A story without words. So let's see. It's not that long a video. Let's see how this works.
There's one executive order you should know about. In his first few weeks back in office, President Trump signed a record number of executive orders. And while you've probably heard of these,
banning transgender athletes from participating in women's sports.
Change the name of the Gulf of Mexico.
Targeting DEI programs. Withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement.
You might have missed this one, Schedule F. It could completely change the makeup of the federal workforce. And it gives us a clue of how Trump is trying to exert his executive authority. But to understand it, you have to know just who makes up the government. The president only appoints about 4,000 workers, and the rest of the nearly 2 million non-military employees are civil servants, researchers, scientists, people hired for their expertise, regardless of who's president. What Schedule F does is take more than 50,000 of these jobs, basically anyone related to government policy, and place them in a new category where they could be hired and fired at the will of the president. Trump is obsessed with the idea of the deep state, the idea that there's a cabal of unelected bureaucrats that's stymieing his every move. But the idea that the federal government is too big or too bloated has been popular for a while and has frustrated Democratic and Republican presidents.
A government big enough to give you everything you want is a government big enough to take from you everything you have.
Government is not the solution. Government is the problem.
And we have worked to give the American people a smaller, less bureaucratic government.
Pledging to make our government leaner and smarter.
But Trump is proposing a drastic solution. And it started in 2020 when he signed the Schedule F executive order for the first time. Biden reversed that order soon after he got into office. But Trump made it a hallmark of his re-election campaign.
I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats.
And it's very much in line with other conservative efforts, like Project 2025.
In case you haven't heard, the media is already writing stories about Project 2025 and the supposedly radical ideas, like making federal employees obey the president.
But this is where it gets really interesting. Schedule F isn't just about the ability to fire people. It's also about the ability to hire people. The Trump campaign has already vetted candidates by asking if they believe the 2020 election was stolen. And the Heritage Foundation, the same group that published Project 2025, has already amassed a database of loyal conservatives to fill government positions that could also have a chilling effect on workers who might be scared to share their expertise out of fear of being seen as disloyal. And the executive order is pretty explicit about that. It reads, in part, employees are required to faithfully implement administration policies to the best of their abilities. Failure to do so is grounds for dismissal. Now, this isn't a done deal. Unions for federal workers have already filed lawsuits to block the order. But this is one of several efforts by Trump and his allies.
I want to make one quick point, and my next story covers that. The unions filing lawsuit has been shot down, and stay tuned for the reason, which I would have to talk to Juan, but the reason that it's shot down um, is interesting.
To transform the federal workforce. And the goal is pretty clear. Take a hatchet to government and replace what's left with workers who follow the orders of one man, President Trump.
So this is the next story. Basically, a Massachusetts judge has overruled the lower court. So here's that one.
This news story was written by Olivia George, Steve Thompson, and Emily Davies. Trump closes down federal worker buyout offer after judge lifts hold. The administration moved to close the buyout.
Now, basically, the lawsuit was dismissed because the unions don't have standing, which I would have to, if I get a chance, I'll look deeper into it. I'm not exactly sure why the unions don't have standing, as they actually represent workers. But if I get around to it, I'll read the reasoning behind that. But the one thing that is diabolical, in my opinion, is all of a sudden they were offering buyouts to these workers, to a segment of workers. If they said, hey, we'll leave, they were going to buy out whatever contracts or whatever and pay them till like September or something. Now that the judge has ruled in favor of Trump, that offer's off the table. These people will basically resign or be fired with nothing. So I find that actually kind of despicable.
Program Wednesday evening after a federal judge in Massachusetts rejected a call from several labor groups that sued to block the initiative. A judge on Wednesday lifted his pause on the federal government's deferred resignation program, prompting the Trump administration to swiftly declare victory as it closed the offer to any more workers who might still have been mulling it. The program, which encouraged federal workers to resign with the promise of pay through September, had been halted since last Thursday, when U.S. District Judge George A. O'Toole Jr. temporarily stopped the Office of Personnel Management from moving ahead. Unions representing more than 800,000 federal workers had filed a lawsuit to stop the program, calling it an arbitrary, unlawful, short-fused ultimatum. In his ruling, O'Toole wrote that the union's lawsuit could not succeed because they lacked standing to sue and because his court lacked jurisdiction. The unions, the judge said, were not directly impacted by the administration directive, but are challenging a policy that affects others, specifically executive branch employees. This is not sufficient, he wrote, for the unions to sue under the Administrative Procedure Act. O'Toole, who was nominated in 1995 by President Bill Clinton, did not opine on the buyout program's legality. The ruling left a serious question. McLaureen Pinover, spokesperson for the Office of Personnel Management, said the program was closed as of 7 p.m. There is no longer any doubt, she said in a statement. The deferred resignation program was both legal and a valuable option for federal employees. About 75,000 workers have accepted the deal, Pinover said. The decision out of the Massachusetts courthouse and the Trump administration's move immediately afterward mark another milestone in a tumultuous period for federal workers, who have been left scrambling to make up their minds since the resignation offer, with the subject line, "Fork in the Road," first landed in their inboxes January 28th. Some workers jumped at the chance to leave. Others urged colleagues to reject a deal they consider a trap that will be used to eliminate staff without any payout. The moves come as the Trump administration began initiating widespread layoffs across the federal government, starting Wednesday with probationary employees, and with plans to extend deeper into the civilian federal workforce of 2.3 million. The drastic measures are led by representatives of Elon Musk's U.S. DOGE service, who are deployed across agencies with full oversight of the hiring process and one central mission: to shrink the sprawling bureaucracy and align it with Trump's vision. Had sought the right to sue by claiming the buyout program's rapid deadline, along with what they characterized as its confusing and chaotic rollout, impeded the union's ability to carry out their missions of counseling and advocating for federal workers. The deferred resignation was the administration's effort to lure workers into leaving before initiating the more direct reductions in force, which can pose legal challenges, especially when it comes to union-protected employees. Most of the 2.3 million federal workers were eligible for the deferred resignation deal, according to the White House. Agency heads could make exceptions, and military personnel, U.S. Postal Service employees, people working in immigration enforcement and national security, and thousands of Veterans Affairs employees in direct care roles were exempt, according to OPM. In fiscal year 2023, 115,900 federal workers either retired or quit from their government jobs, according to the Partnership for Public Service. Employees at first had 9 full days to respond, then came the lawsuit. 3 government unions, the American Federation of Government Employees, the National Association of Government Employees, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, challenged the legality of the offer. They are represented by the nonprofit group Democracy Forward. In a statement Wednesday evening, AFGE National President Everett Kelly called the ruling a setback in the fight for dignity and fairness for public servants. The union's lawyers, he said, are evaluating next steps. Importantly, this decision did not address the underlying lawfulness of the program.
Okay.
We continue to maintain it is illegal to force American citizens who have dedicated their careers to public service to make a decision, in a few short days, without adequate information, about whether to uproot their families and leave their careers for what amounts to an unfunded IOU from Elon Musk, the statement continued. The legal back and forth in recent days left tens of thousands of employees who already had accepted the deal in limbo. Some expressed regret that they'd jumped at the offer too quickly, now worrying they might have a target on their backs. Amid the administration's blitz of actions to slash the federal workforce and warnings of layoffs ahead, some employees saw the resignation plan as their best way out. My team has already been dismantled, so coming back to work, for me, I don't even know what that would look like, an OPM employee who opted into the offer previously told the Post. Amid its pressure campaign, the administration also deployed an upbeat tone in its push to sell the program, pitching it as a chance to take a second job or travel to a dream destination while on the federal payroll. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called it very generous. For some federal workers weighing the career decision, such messages seemed tone-deaf. A lawyer with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, who spoke on the condition of anonymity out of fear of reprisal, characterized OPM's emails about the offer as breezily condescending. Others were left scratching their heads about whether they were even eligible, trying to decipher the vague conditions of the offer and its uncertain legal standing. Employees at the CIA who were previously exempted were told that they had become eligible to participate. Employees at the Department of Defense were also left confused when they received the resignation offer, despite OPM stating on its website that employees in positions related to national security were not included. Dozens of lawsuits have been filed challenging Trump's flurry of executive orders in the first weeks of his administration. Federal judges so far have halted his ban on birthright citizenship, issued temporary restraining orders against his freeze on federal grants and loans, and at least for now, blocked the administration from putting 2,220 workers with the U.S. Agency for International Development on leave.
Yeah, this is a classic throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. But I guess he's breaking the proverbial eggshells. DiCapriono, to your point, it seems I think I understand why the standing was an issue. It seems the lawsuit was specifically about the offer that was being the severance. It seems like they're suing. They're basically saying that the severance offer was the problem. So I think I understand why there's no standing. An actual person being offered the severance would have to make the lawsuit, not the union. We'll see. We'll see if that gets appealed. So the next item, you know what? Let's do this one first. since it's more directly connected to the last story. Apparently, Elon Musk has had investigations concerning his companies broken up or dismantled or whatever. So it's being called a selective. What did the New York Times? Well, let's just play this story. There's another story that I may or may not play, but basically the selective investigations into corruption or wrongdoing or whatever. All his companies who were being investigated are kind of like home free now. This is a huge problem in my opinion, having the government's biggest contractor or one of its biggest contractors actually going in and deciding which government programs to keep or not. If this isn't oligarchy, I don't know what is. And I think this is probably going to wind up coming back to bite Trump. The other day or yesterday, I guess it was, when Musk and Trump were in the Oval Office with Elon's 4-year-old son. The picture that I saw, it was a still picture. It looked like Grandpa Trump babysitting, while the president of the United States, Elon Musk, is talking to the press. In my opinion, it was a bad look, but I'm admittedly biased. So, my opinion may not actually be worth listening to.
Elon Musk's business empire scores benefits under Trump's shakeup. This article is by Eric Lipton and Kirsten Grind and read by an automated voice. President Trump has been in office less than a month, and Elon Musk's vast business empire is already benefiting, or is now in a decidedly better position to benefit. Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk, the world's richest man who has been given enormous power by the president, have been dismantling federal agencies across the government. Mr. Trump has fired top officials and pushed out career employees. Many of them were leading investigations, enforcement matters, or lawsuits pending against Mr. Musk's companies. Mr. Musk has also reaped the benefit of resignations by Biden-era regulators that flipped control of major regulatory agencies, leaving more sympathetic Republican appointees overseeing those lawsuits. At least 11 federal agencies that have been affected by those moves have more than 32 continuing investigations, pending complaints or enforcement actions into Mr. Musk's 6 companies, according to a review by the New York Times. The events of the past few weeks have thrown into question the progress and outcomes of many of those pending investigations into his companies. The inquiries include the Federal Aviation Administration's fines of Mr. Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, for safety violations, and a Securities and Exchange Commission lawsuit pressing Mr. Musk to pay the federal government perhaps as much as $150 million, accusing him of having violated federal securities law. On its own, the National Labor Relations Board, an independent watchdog agency for workers' rights, has 24 investigations into Mr. Musk's companies, according to the review by The Times. Since January, Mr. Trump has fired 3 officials at that agency, including a board member, effectively stalling the board's ability to rule on cases. Until Mr. Trump nominates new members, cases that need a ruling by the board cannot move forward, according to the agency. Over at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a public database shows hundreds of complaints about the electric car company Tesla, mostly concerning debt collection or loan problems. The agency has now effectively been put out of commission, at least temporarily, by the Trump administration, which has ordered its staff to put a hold on all investigations. The Bureau also is an agency that would have regulated Mr. Musk's new efforts to bring a payment service to X. CFPB RIP. Mr. Musk wrote in a social media post last week as the Trump administration moved to close down the Bureau. Mr. Musk not only has numerous contracts that are overseen by multiple government agencies, including space, media, financial securities, and highway safety, He and his team also have an extraordinary position created by Mr. Trump that allows him to review the spending and staffing of every department in the executive branch through his cost-cutting initiative called the Department of Government Efficiency. Traditional federal conflict of interest rules seem almost antiquated. If Mr. Musk is determined to be involved in specific decisions about agencies his companies do business with. That is why Mr. Musk's role is so concerning to former White House ethics lawyers in Democratic and Republican administrations alike. None of the investigations or lawsuits involving Mr. Musk and his companies, at least so far, have formally been dropped since the start of the new administration, according to more than a dozen current and former federal officials interviewed by The Times. The Times also found no evidence that Mr. Musk directly ordered that an investigation into one of his companies be shut down or stalled. The shifts at the agencies in many cases reflect changes in national priorities that come with a president who has long complained that government regulation has been too aggressive, a view widely held in the business community. But the upheaval at federal agencies represents one of the first tests of a wide range of conflicts of interest Mr. Musk has brought to the White House, including 100 contracts with 17 federal agencies. Mr. Musk controls 6 companies, including Tesla, which is publicly traded. He is the founder of SpaceX, the artificial intelligence startup xAI, The Boring Company, a tunneling venture, and Neuralink, which is developing brain-computer implants. All of those are private. He also owns the social media platform X, formerly Twitter. Mr. Musk's companies secured $13 billion in contracts over the past 5 years, making SpaceX, which collects most of that money, one of the biggest government contractors. There is already talk during the Trump administration of expanding these deals, particularly at the Air Force. Mr. Musk has had a long and contentious relationship with regulators of his companies. He is called the SEC bastards, and SpaceX has sued the NLRB, arguing it's unconstitutional, after the agency had alleged that the company had mistreated and illegally fired some workers. If the rules are such that you can't make progress, then you have to fight the rules, Mr. Musk said in an authorized biography published in 2015. Democrats in Congress and outside lawyers who specialize in government contracting and ethics have questioned Mr. Musk's position, saying that they cannot identify a time in American history when a corporate executive with so many regulatory matters, as well as billions of dollars in federal contracts, has had such power over government operations. Mr. Musk's dual roles running a for-profit corporation while serving in public office not only creates glaring conflicts of interest that pose grave risks for America's most sacred institutions, but may also violate federal law. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Connecticut Democrat who is the ranking member of a Senate investigations panel, wrote in a letter to Tesla's general counsel and board chairman this month. Mr. Blumenthal sought answers as to how the company is dealing with the apparent conflicts. Mr. Trump, speaking with reporters before he attended the Super Bowl on Sunday, said Mr. Musk is not gaining anything in the role. White House officials last week added that it is up to Mr. Musk to police his own actions. If Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said. Mr. Musk, his companies, and a spokeswoman for the Department of Government Efficiency did not respond to requests for comment. However, in comments from the Oval Office with Mr. Trump on Tuesday, Mr. Musk defended his involvement in Pentagon contracting and said he was confident he did not have conflicts because employees at SpaceX submit the bids, not him personally. Mr. Musk added that if anyone can find a contract that was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was. SpaceX, Tesla, and safety. SpaceX's launch of its Falcon Heavy rocket in July 2023 from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida gained little national attention, but in its own way, it was historic. The company was putting a 10-ton satellite, the largest ever sent, into what is called geostationary orbit, 22,000 miles above Earth. To the public, the launch went off without a hitch, but behind the scenes a conflict between SpaceX and the FAA had been playing out, documents show. The agency had told SpaceX as the countdown to the launch was underway that a new facility SpaceX had built to fill the rocket engines with fuel had not yet passed all the required safety checks. SpaceX went ahead anyway. The FAA proposed a $283,009 fine. That move, along with a second proposed fine from the FAA, infuriated Mr. Musk, who had called the enforcement action unjustified and improper, politically motivated behavior. Mr. Musk later demanded the resignation of the agency's head, Michael G. Whitaker. Mr. Musk got his wish when Mr. Whitaker, a lawyer with decades of experience in the aviation industry, resigned on the last day of the Biden administration, even though he had been unanimously confirmed only in late 2023 to a 5-year term with bipartisan support in the Senate. With Mr. Trump back in the White House, Mr. Musk's allies saw an opening to revoke the proposed FAA fines and also to force the agency, which is charged under law with ensuring that rocket launches do not endanger the public or cause undue harm to the environment, to speed up its SpaceX approvals. The confirmation hearing last month of Sean Duffy for Transportation Secretary created a moment to ask for the fine to be withdrawn. If confirmed, will you commit to reviewing these penalties and more broadly to curtailing bureaucratic overreach and accelerating launch approvals at FAA's Commercial Space Office? Asked Senator Ted Cruz, Republican of Texas, where SpaceX is moving its headquarters. Mr. Duffy, who has since been confirmed, replied, "I commit to doing a review and working with you and following up on the space launches and what's been happening at the FAA with regard to the launches." Katie Thompson, who recently left the agency where she served as deputy administrator and previously chief of staff, said she found Mr. Musk's involvement as a federal government official very troubling, given what she called Mr. Musk's clear conflicts of interest. "The FAA's actions are supposed to be driven by safety," she said. Officials at the FAA's Commercial Space Division, which directly regulates SpaceX launches, said in a statement to The Times that it had not seen any recent cuts in its staff of approximately 160, and that the standards it uses to evaluate SpaceX permit requests had not changed. Even seemingly small staff changes could benefit Mr. Musk's multi-billion-dollar business operations. The full-time Fish and AMP Wildlife Agency wildlife biologist assigned to help monitor the federal lands near the SpaceX launch site for any damage to threatened species habitats after launches recently was transferred to a post elsewhere in Texas. The service is currently covering the workload with existing staff, the agency said when asked about the transfer by The Times. This response was derided by local environmentalists, who said that they have relied on the agency to help protect nearby coastal estuaries, considered some of the most important bird habitats in the world. "What is happening is more or less a capitulation. They are tiptoeing around because of Trump and Musk," said Jim Chapman, leader of a South Texas community group called Save RGV, short for Rio Grande Valley. Shifts at the SEC and FEC. Changes in leadership at the Securities and Exchange Commission, which sued Mr. Musk in January shortly before Mr. Trump returned to the White House, will almost certainly result in an outcome more beneficial for Mr. Musk, lawyers involved in the case said. The SEC determined that Mr. Musk underpaid by at least $150 million for the Twitter stock he purchased in 2022 before moving to formally take over the company because he illegally failed to file a disclosure on time that he had already purchased 5% of the company. If that notice had been filed, the stock would almost certainly have risen in value and cost him more to acquire, the agency said. Mr. Musk called the agency a totally broken organization in response to a post on X regarding the SEC's lawsuit. Mr. Musk, for months, repeatedly rebuffed efforts by agency investigators to interview him, agreeing only a few months before the end of the Biden administration to answer questions in person, delaying the investigation. The agency is overseen by a 5-member commission, which must sign off on litigation and settlements. The 2 Republicans objected to the planned lawsuit, but they were in the minority at the time. Now, with the departures of 2 Democrats, Republicans have a majority, and 2 lawyers who have participated in the deliberations said they expect that the matter will be settled with a modest fine. Mr. Trump's effort last week to remove the chairwoman of the Federal Election Commission also could affect Mr. Musk, The agency has received several complaints involving Mr. Musk, including one from Public Citizen, a nonprofit group, saying that he violated federal law by offering voters in swing states $1 million each to encourage voter registration. The agency's chairwoman, Ellen Weintraub, a Democrat, has challenged Mr. Trump's
I'm going to stop it right there. This is getting longish, and I think everybody pretty much gets the idea that this is not the grassroots populist sort of thing that I got the impression that Trump was going to institute. You know, I'm going to say it again. These oligarchs basically rode the backs of MAGA populism into office, and people like Elon Musk and all the billionaires that were, you know, sitting right behind Trump at the inauguration, they basically see they should, and we'll see how this works out. But Trump is this is going to be interesting. I'll just put it that way. Trump's a bull in a china shop. Might work out for him, might not. This is an interesting story. Apparently, there's some measles outbreak in Texas.
Measles outbreak hits town in Texas. This article is by Teddy Rosenbluth and read by an automated voice. A worsening measles outbreak has taken root in Texas, sickening 24 and hospitalizing 9 on the western edge of the state, where childhood vaccination rates have dwindled in recent years. As of Tuesday, 22 children and 2 adults had been infected, all of whom were unvaccinated, local health officials said. The outbreak comes as Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a staunch critic of childhood vaccines, has been nominated to be the country's next health secretary, causing public health experts to worry that similar upticks of preventable illnesses will become more frequent. There's a feeling this is going to be more and more common, said Dr. Cameron Wolfe, an infectious disease expert at Duke University. The Texas outbreak has so far been limited to residents of Gaines County, which borders New Mexico and has roughly 20,000 residents. Last year, 82% of kindergarten students received the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, according to state data. That figure is roughly 10 percentage points lower than the average vaccination rate in Texas public schools and far below the federal target of 95% for measles vaccination. Vaccination rates have been declining nationwide since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and now sit below 93%. An estimated 280,000 kindergartners in the United States do not have documentation of an MMR vaccine, according to federal data. Texas public schools require children to have received certain vaccines, including the MMR shot, but parents can apply for an exemption for reasons of conscience, including religious beliefs. Last year, more than 13% of K-12 students in Gaines County received a vaccine exemption, according to state health department data. That is one of the highest exemption rates in the state. Laura Anton, a spokeswoman for the Texas Department of State Health Services, said that the cases had been concentrated in a more insular community in the county, among people who attend church and private schools together. Many of the children are also homeschooled, Ms. Anton said. Local health departments have set up drive-through vaccination clinics in Seminole, a city at the center of Gaines County known for its large Mennonite community. So far, these have been well attended, Ms. Anton said. The most common side effects of measles, a high fever and a blotchy red rash, typically resolve on their own within a few weeks, but serious complications, including pneumonia and brain swelling, are possible, especially for children younger than 5. Roughly 1 in 5 unvaccinated people who become infected with measles is hospitalized, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Ms. Anton said that all 9 of the hospitalized patients were school-aged children, and that many of them had spent time in the intensive care unit. It is a serious disease, she said. We are trying to impress that upon the community, that you need to take steps now to protect yourself. State health officials warned that cases would likely pop up in surrounding communities because of the highly contagious nature of this disease. The New Mexico Department of Health reported this week that a teenager who lived in a county bordering Texas tested positive for measles, though the child did not have any known exposure to the Gaines County outbreak.
These outbreaks are always interesting. And let's see. There's one more here. Somewhere. Somehow or another, I shut that tab down. There it is. This is going to be a boring one, but I want to hear it anyway.
A charmingly decorated dinner party, serving delicately plated vegetable paella with chorizo. It looks like it took days.
Here's what to make of it.
Soak in the compliments. Learn more at nytcooking.com/Instacart.
What's up, Harry?
This is The Opinions, a show that brings you a mix of voices from New York Times Opinion. You've heard the news. Here's what to make of it.
I'm David French, and I'm an opinion columnist at the New York Times. I'm also a lawyer who has practiced constitutional law for more than 20 years before I became a journalist. Many of Trump's recent executive actions will be ultimately decided by the court. Elon Musk's access to the Treasury Department's payment system, the effort to end birthright citizenship, freezing federal funding, the list goes on. And while it's tempting to see the conservative judges and the Trump administration as one big right-wing blob, that is not the case. The vast majority of Republican-appointed judges and justices, even the judges and justices that Trump appointed, are pre-Trump conservatives. They were taught and advocated a legal theory that is often fundamentally at odds with an authoritarian view of government power. And it's no accident that the first Trump administration lost time and again, even when Republican nominees dominated the court. One of the judges whose court could hear a case challenging Trump's agenda is Judge Jeffrey Sutton. He's the chief judge of the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals and one of the most respected judges in the country. He is known as a feeder judge. His law clerks disproportionately go on to work for the Supreme Court. Judge Sutton cannot talk about the specifics of any case that may come before him, but he can do something that I think is even more important than that. Talk through the principles that guide judges to make their determinations. It may sound really high level, but small things like how a word is interpreted, or bigger questions like how is a judicial philosophy applied, have huge consequences. And I think now more than ever is an important time for Americans to understand these subtleties. They may very well decide the future of American democracy. So I asked Judge Sutton to walk me through them. Judge Sutton, thank you so much for joining me.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, David.
So, Judge, I want to begin in a very basic way. You know, one of my absolute favorite comedy movies is this movie called Office Space. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm afraid not. I'm a very serious federal judge.
Well, I'm afraid you're missing out because it's one of the best office comedies. And there's this part of it where the consultants come in and they're talking to all the employees and they begin with this question.
What would you say you do here?
And so I want to begin with a very similar question. You're the chief judge of the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. What is it that you do? Describe your job for the listeners.
Sure. Well, the Sixth Circuit is one of 13 intermediate federal courts of appeals. So the trial courts take cases to us if there's an appeal. And if someone doesn't like a decision of the Sixth Circuit, they take it to the U.S. Supreme Court. So we're middle management judges. To give you a sense of how, just the Sixth Circuit, which covers Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, I think we have like 5-10 million more people in that circuit than in all of Australia. So our jurisdiction is broader than the High Court of Australia's. The one difference is we're not the final say. The U.S. Supreme Court, of course, can reverse us if they disagree with one of our decisions.
So the reason why I wanted to have this conversation with you, Judge, is that originalism is a word that is often used, and I feel like not as often understood. And so why talk about it? This is not just an academic exercise, because for the first time, certainly in my adult life, I would say there is a single judicial philosophy that I would say is certainly the dominant philosophy of the Supreme Court. And if it's the dominant philosophy of the Supreme Court, it's going to have disproportionate effect on the courts of appeal. And it is also a philosophy of an extraordinary number. I'm not going to say most of the appellate justices themselves, but a very large percentage of appellate justices would say that they are also originalists. So let's just get very basic, Judge Sutton. What is your definition of originalism?
Well, it's really essentially paying attention to the text of the Constitution, the words of the Constitution. That's the basic idea. I think the essence of originalism is to respect those words, respect the context historically in which they were written, and then as a judge or a justice, adhere to that fixed meaning. Because just analogize it to something else we put in writing. If you and I were to engage in a contract to sell a house, we would want to put that in writing. We would say the price and the time. And having put it in writing, we would both assume that the meaning of the contract would be fixed. It wouldn't change because one of us had a misadventure or the stock market went down. We would be stuck with the words. Now, in a constitution, the two key goals are structure, establishing who's doing what, and then rights of individuals. And the reason you commit those to writing is you want to make sure that a few dozen years, a couple hundred years, or even 250 years later, that language, those guarantees are respected, come what may. Now, the only thing that's slightly misleading about originalism or textualism is that it's a lot easier to explain than it is to necessarily follow. So back to our house contract. If you and I entered into a contract where you were going to agree to never do anything unreasonable to me for 200 years, that's not as easy as a house contract. I think that's the heart of the problem when it comes to the U.S. Supreme Court. I actually think all justices on the court, all justices who have ever served on the U.S. Supreme Court, respect the language of the Constitution. They generally assume it has a fixed meaning, and they're all interested in the history that led to the guarantee and the immediate history after the guarantee. I think the challenge occasionally is what to do with a very general word like unreasonable or a concept like equal protection, and then applying it to circumstances that no one contemplated. I think that's where the justices, I think understandably, and we Court of Appeals judges struggle, because no amount of history searching is going to tell you precisely what to do with, this 18th century language in the 21st century, at least as to some things.
That leads me to my next question. I think you really hit the nail on the head as far as, a lot of people are listening and they say, sometimes the text is quite clear, such as what is the threshold for overriding a veto, for example. But if it's something like a prohibition against a, quote, unreasonable search and seizure, or the sweeping language of the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, this is where things get a lot more debatable. And how does an originalist look at that kind of vague language and determine a fixed meaning? What's the process? What's the method?
Right. Not easy with free speech and the First Amendment, because, well, there's some parts that are easy. Like, we know for sure that it was designed to, allow people to dissent from the existing government. So political speech where you disagree with who the president is or who your senator is, and you want a new one. That's easy. That's core. Everybody understands that. Liberals and conservatives agree 100%. But boy, now what do you do if it's pornography or commercial speech, advertisements? I think the debate is less about originalists versus living constitutionalists than it is about judges when the meaning runs out.
Super quick interruption, Judge. What is living constitutionalism? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think the concept is that most words in the Constitution are fixed. For example, the president has to be 35. That was true in 1789. It's true today. It doesn't matter that actuarial tables have changed. The living constitutionalist perspective really comes into play with more general words: unreasonable search and seizure, equal protection, perhaps due process. And the idea is that judges have authority to give an evolving meaning to some of these terms, that it's not fixed in 1789 or 1791. And in American history, that approach has sometimes been used to identify new norms and to constitutionalize them. The debate with originalists is, yes, we respect that, but for every time living constitutionalism leads to a happy result with more protection of liberty, there's always the risk that the evolving nature of the guarantee might go down. In other words, what goes up can go down. So I'm on the somewhat stingy side that if the meaning runs out, like I'm just not sure.
And what do you mean by the meaning runs out?
That the history doesn't really tell you what free speech should mean with respect to, say, technology, commercial speech, advertising. To the extent the history runs out in terms of telling you what the fixed meaning is, my take is to say at that point, we have democracy, representative government. The default is to allow the states, legislatures, and Congress to sort it out and to get some leeway on that. I think others would fairly say, I'm not sanctimonious remotely about my perspective, but others would say, no, there's no default. You've got to just keep looking and do the best you can and come up with the best reading. And that becomes the fixed meaning, and then you've got to stick with it.
Right. So one of the things that is happening in real time that we are seeing.
I want to make one point here to Black Manta's question. Is an originalist an old person? Well, my flippant answer is I think, and I've witnessed this with my own son, that I think as the decades have proceeded, younger people are less effective readers and interpreters of language. Kids are not required to read as much these days as, say, I was 40 years ago. So it's actually a good question, Black Manta, because I think if originalism, which is basically reading the plain text of the Constitution and for what it is, and what the words mean is important. Well, if kids can't read and they have no idea what words mean, now there are dictionaries and that sort of thing, but you want to be able to actually read simple words and kind of know what they mean just off the top of your head. So an originalist is more than likely an old person. That's why judges on the Supreme Court tend to be, 50 years old. I don't know what the median age is, but probably right around 50 years old. So I'm going to say yes, because young people can't read. And to be an effective, say, Supreme Court justice, you're going to have to learn to read and think critically. And that takes experience.
Is that a lot of the most contentious cases, that you can think of that are the headline-making cases over the last many years have been what you might call the culture war cases. So a religious liberty case or a case about abortion or free speech. But now we're moving into something different, which is key clashes around separation of powers, which is a term that, all but the nerdiest person, their eyes kind of glaze over. What are we talking about here? So talk to me a little bit about how does an originalist approach the structure, the role of the legislative, the role of the executive, the judicial branch as well?
Well, first of all, it might surprise people, but I think most judges, certainly most originalist judges, think structure is way more important. Like, that's the most important thing we do, is figuring out what the answer to the who decides question is. Is this for the president? Is this for Congress? Is this for the president and Congress? And that there's nothing more important than that role. And the whole idea of separating powers was this assumption that no one in government could be trusted, at least eventually. There's just always the risk that someone in government at some point is going to lose track of the true interests of the people they're representing, their constituents. And the great insight of the framers was the only way to deal with this human nature problem was to separate government in as many ways as possible, both horizontally, the president, Congress, and the courts, and then vertically, the national government with the states. Now, as an originalist, the thing that's hard about this, if we think finding the fixed meaning of free speech in 1791 and applying it to today is hard, it's even harder with separation of powers because that's actually implied.
Right.
The Constitution doesn't have a separation of powers clause, the federal Constitution anyway. It implies it by Article 1 is for Congress, Article 2 is the president, Article 3 is the courts. So obviously the Federalist Papers and, some of the philosophers on which the framers relied are going to be really helpful, but a lot of judgment involved in figuring out where those lines are. I do think the key point for the court is just making sure no one branch gets too much power. That strikes me as almost the whack-a-mole game of American history, where you're just constantly making sure that no one branch of government has too much authority, and when they do, responding to that by trying to limit that authority so that there is balance. But, fixed meaning and balance is not a walk in the park. That's a difficult thing to sort out.
Well, I'm glad you're saying that, because one thing, I was talking to my students not long ago about originalism, and I said, I just want you to understand there's kind of two kinds of originalism. There is 1L dorm room originalism, and then there is fully grown originalism. And 1L dorm room originalism is sort of this, when you first encounter it, I can figure this all out. There is one answer to all of these questions, and it's found by sort of digging through the historical record. And then you do that for a while and you realize, history is messy. It's subject to competing interpretations, so that even two originalists applying a very similar method could reach different outcomes, which is one of the reasons why you don't always have the originalist justices on the Supreme Court in lockstep with each other. And so let's dig down on one concept that has become a part of originalism that's getting controversial. And that is the phrase text, history, and tradition. That a judge who is an originalist is looking at the text, as we said, looking at history, and looking at tradition. The first part seems pretty self-explanatory, but the next two parts, talk to me, what is the difference between history and tradition? Is there really a difference? Is this kind of just a phrase that flows off the tongue? How do you interpret that?
I think what it's trying to capture is the history is the original public meaning of the words. So you have the text, you have these words, they have a time, 1789, 1791, 1868. And so the history part of it is the backdrop, the understanding of that language, and what an educated person would have understood those words to mean. And then I think tradition helps to elaborate the meaning of the general terms plus the history in this way. I guess the insight, the intuition is that if you enact something, this language in a constitution in 1789, but if in 1820 everyone is following this kind of understanding, that's the tradition I think they're trying to capture. I think it has a decent intuition behind it. I'd probably prefer the practices of people in 1820 to my sense of things in 2025. I mean, they're closer in time, but I think often tradition is allowed to refer to things a little later.
So a couple of things. One, I want to make some of our more abstract structural stuff a little bit more concrete. I don't have insight into the future. I can make educated guesses. But one of the educated guesses that I can make is that a couple of doctrines, legal doctrines, that the Supreme Court has been articulating in many ways, maybe even reviving, might become more important in jurisprudence over the next few years. And one of them is called non-delegation, and another one's called major questions doctrine. So I guess my question to you, Judge, is what are those two doctrines, and why should reasonably informed Americans become familiar with what they mean?
Yeah, well, I would use adult supervision before I tried this out at a cocktail party, because it may be your last invitation. But let's start with major question doctrine. I think the way it's been explained so far is that if an agency, so the federal government has lots of agencies, the FCC, et cetera, and if agencies run by the president announce a rule that's really significant, the court has said in its major question doctrine that they've got to find a clear statement in the congressional statute to allow that rule. So it kind of creates a hurdle for the agency to clear if it announces something that's a big idea. And I think a lot of people have been skeptical of the major question doctrine, perhaps some a little fearful that the court is somehow showing its skepticism of agencies and the power they've developed in the last, roughly 100 years. I think there's another way to think about it. Justice Barrett at one point made the point that it's just kind of a common sense intuition, a common sense canon, that if you have a really big rule, you better show some evidence in the statute for that very big rule. I think that part of it, most people would understand. They wouldn't want federal agencies announcing huge policies with very little support from a statute that their representatives in Congress passed. Non-delegation, I think you're right, is an interesting issue. And here's the way that one, again, I would not try this at a cocktail party, but
I do it all the time, Judge, and that's why I'm just covered up in invites.
Yeah, I'll bet. Friday nights are a lonely night. Yeah. So the idea there, again, I think most people agree with it, is that we can't allow Congress to basically delegate, pass on, give its power to an agency and let it make all the complicated policy choices. So it would be a little unusual if you had Congress just saying to the FCC, go do whatever seems right to you. That's fine. That I think all 9 members of the court would be skeptical of and would just be a non-delegation problem. You can't do that. So I think you're right that is going to be a relevant doctrine in the future. Though, if I were a citizen, the way I would think about it is just who do I want making the choices? Do I want it to be Congress with the support of the president, or I want it the agencies run by the president? And as we know from the last 6 months, you can have presidents from different political parties. So whatever your view, if you like Republican presidents with lots of power, be prepared to deal with Democratic presidents with lots of power. And so it's actually a neutral debate. It's not favoring one side or the other.
So you issue decisions, you make determinations, and let's talk about how judicial decisions are enforced. What are the tools at your disposal to enforce a decision? In my life, in my litigation career, I never really thought that through, because once we got a decision from the court, everybody just did it. But what are the enforceability tools that reside with the judiciary? Do you have any real substantial tools?
Well, not really. We famously do not have the power of the Treasury. We don't have the power of the sword. We don't have a military to enforce our decisions. We issue judgments, and those judgments are enforceable. We have U.S. Marshals. So, for example, if someone is convicted of a crime, there's a U.S. Marshal to enforce the judgment. But, when you think about the court invalidating a state law, that's a little trickier. All we can do is issue the judgment. In fact, let's just say it's a provision in a state statute. We say it's unconstitutional. It's still there. There's no power of erasure. We don't take it off the books. It's still sitting there. The question is whether someone relies on it. I think the reason, at least historically in the last 100 years, people have relied on those things are twofold. One is trust and faith in the courts, which of course is really important. But the other is the self-interest problem that, if you're a government that refuses to follow a judgment, you're going to get a lot of lawsuits. You're going to have to pay attorney's fees for all of those lawsuits. That gets very expensive very quickly. And then you might be sanctioned, which, contempt can mean going to jail if you're an officer of a government, or, sanction could be monetary. So I think those are the reasons, but, you're right. And as a matter of American history, there have been times where individuals and even governments, and President of the United States in one case, not willing to follow U.S. Supreme Court decisions. It's not something we want to have happen again.
Judge, thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for...
Well, hopefully that didn't bore you to death, but I would think a lot of people, who are even remotely into politics need to kind of understand what originalism is. And I actually think that originalism in a lot of ways will constrain Trump, especially on the birthright citizenship issue. I think there are ways you could twist words and stuff like that. But, as far as who, Juan and I actually talked about this last night. There is you can basically use the history of the 14th Amendment one way or another, but in the examples of affirmative action, uh, 14th Amendment, if you interpret the 14th Amendment in a way that disallows affirmative action, the opposite enforces birthright citizenship and vice versa. So I won't get into those details, but there's going to be a little bit of a conflict here at the Supreme Court level if this birthright citizenship thing makes it all the way up for a full Supreme Court hearing. So next on the docket is Musk team kicks off federal layoffs.
This news story was written by Emily Davies, Jeff Stein, Hannah Nathanson, Lisa Ryan, and Tony Rahm. Musk team kicks off federal layoffs as White House eyes big cuts. The Trump administration's plan for shrinking the civilian workforce is coming into increasingly clear view. Billionaire Elon Musk's team has initiated sweeping layoffs of federal employees as the Trump administration races to shrink the government's civilian workforce. An official with the Office of Personnel Management, which is now run by Musk allies, emailed staff Wednesday morning stating that widespread layoffs, known as reductions in force, have begun and are already overwhelming the small agency that functions as a human resources department for the government, according to a copy of the message obtained by the Washington Post. OPM has also begun to assert more control over all federal hiring, according to 4 employees of the agency and additional internal communications also obtained by the Post. Meanwhile, White House officials are eyeing cuts to agency budgets of between 30% and 40% on average across the government, centered on significant staff reductions, according to 2 other people briefed on internal conversations, who also spoke on the condition of anonymity to recount private deliberations. That target would vary greatly, and it's expected to exempt agencies favored by President Donald Trump, such as the Defense Department and the Homeland Security Department. A White House spokeswoman declined to comment on that figure. The people cautioned those plans are not yet finalized and could change. Late Wednesday, A federal judge also lifted a pause on a deferred resignation program that would pay workers through September if they quit now, and the administration said it would not accept new applications. The developments reflect the accelerating pace of the effort by Trump and Musk to defang the federal workforce, a campaign they view as necessary to enact their conservative agenda and slash spending. On Tuesday, Trump signed an executive order telling agency heads to promptly undertake preparations to initiate large-scale reductions in force, and formally giving Musk's team power over agency hiring in its drive to shed civil servants. If Musk and Trump succeed, they could bring about one of the most substantial transformations of the nation's civilian workforce in decades, leaving Trump with even more power while also dramatically scaling back what regulations agencies attempt to enact and enforce. But legal roadblocks have emerged that could thwart many of their ambitions. Critics are warning of unintended consequences for vital services, and budget experts point out gutting the civil service won't do much to lower the federal deficit, which is primarily driven by spending on large programs such as Medicare, Social Security, and the military. Career staff and U.S. DOJ service aides have clashed over efforts to freeze new hires. A backlog of unfilled positions is building even in critical agencies, such as the Department of Veterans Affairs, where badly needed doctors and nurses have been blocked from final approval to start work even though they are supposed to be exempt from a hiring freeze Trump ordered. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get, Musk said in the Oval Office on Tuesday. They're going to get what they voted for. Termination emails sent in error. The administration's drive to move quickly has already spawned confusion across much of Washington and yielded apparent mistakes as political appointees and civil servants alike struggle to understand what is coming. Employees at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, for instance, received an email Tuesday saying they were being terminated while on their probationary period. But the email, signed by HR Representative Adam Martinez, included unfinished placeholders, addressing the memo to employee first name, employee last name, and noting, "I am removing you from your position of job title," according to a copy obtained by the Post. Similarly, probationary employees at the Small Business Administration received emails Friday and Monday notifying them of their termination, before receiving a second email Monday revoking the dismissal, according to copies obtained by the Post. The Monday email said the notification was sent in error, and as such is not currently
Looks like I'm having some internet trouble here. Not exactly sure why. May have to reboot my router. I have a backup, so I'll try that first.
Trump mandated a 90-day hiring freeze across the government on his first day back in office, but many operations are supposed to be exempt, including large swaths of Veterans Affairs, Defense, Homeland Security, and other national security agencies. Yet even exempted hiring appears to have been ensnared by the changes. At DOJ's bidding, developers at OPM last week installed a road bump in an online hiring system that requires each new hire to be personally approved by a political appointee in the office of the agency's acting director, Charles Easel, who works from a regional office in Macon, Georgia, 3 OPM employees said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss private talks. Because of the change, the USA staffing module for new hires across the government has been locked down for at least a week, multiple OPM employees said. At Veterans Affairs, which unlike many federal agencies provides direct services to constituents, Large swaths of the healthcare workforce in hospitals and clinics around the country are supposed to be exempt from the hiring freeze. Yet physicians, nurses, and other medical professionals who have accepted job offers in recent weeks are still awaiting final approval and cannot start their jobs, according to two agency personnel officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity, because, like others they were not authorized to talk publicly. It already can take a long time to get through credentialing, background checks, and other stuff for clinical staff, so having added delays with no idea how long they will last is going to cause harm to veterans, one employee said. All over the country, candidates selected for nursing and physician openings have been unable to proceed with any of the final steps to begin work for more than a week, the people said. VA is working.
Oh, sorry about that.
With OPM to ensure hiring expected roles during the freeze is as efficient as possible and in line with the president's priorities, a VA spokesperson said. An OPM spokeswoman said the agency is processing exempted hiring now. The president can move forward. Despite the confusion, the intensifying blitz has clarified some key elements of DOJ's strategy for thinning the ranks of the federal workforce and installing a civil service more acquiescent to the administration's demands. The campaign started last month when Musk's team emailed most federal workers offering to pay them through September if they quit. A federal judge briefly halted that program while he weighed a legal challenge, but he lifted the pause Wednesday. Musk's team has begun cutting staff by dismissing workers in their probationary periods, which, depending on the agency, can last 1 or 2 years. These workers typically have little protection from being fired without cause, and they amount to about 7% of the government's civilian workforce of more than 2 million. About 10% of the FBI's workforce is in its probationary period, for instance, as is 6.5% of the Internal Revenue Service. Some agencies have submitted to OPM lists of probationary employees that exceed 45% of their entire workforces, said one person familiar with the issue, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss matters not yet made public. Probationary workers at the Technology Transformation Services are speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss personnel. The unit is a software-focused arm of the GSA headed by a Tesla alumnus, Thomas Shedd, who has described it as one of 2 pillars of technical talent. Many workers had been re-interviewed about keeping their jobs in recent days. Workers were told they had a final chance to accept the deferred resignation offer, according to one person familiar with the discussion. Those who didn't accept would lose their positions. Probationary employees at the Education Department also began receiving termination notices Wednesday evening. Workers there told the Post government are also widely expected. The Clinton administration reduced the size of the workforce by 377,000 civil servants in its reinventing government strategy, resulting at the time in the smallest federal workforce in 40 years. The cuts partly came through layoffs, though. Attrition also played a big role. Under the law, when deciding whom to lay off, agencies must take into account veteran status, seniority, and 3 years of performance appraisals. In many cases, they must also find comparable roles for those whose jobs are eliminated. But the Trump administration may be able to get around this by eliminating whole offices, for example, those carrying out diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. In that case, agencies could say entire operations are abolished and conclude that comparable jobs do not exist. For the efficiency of the agency, to better serve the ability of the agency to meet the needs of the American people, we need a smaller workforce, a more efficient workforce, Russell Vought, the budget director, told Fox News on Tuesday. The president can move forward unilaterally using the laws that are on the books to have reductions in force. A fight in the courts. At least some of the administration's plan for layoffs could be subject to legal challenge. Congress writes laws telling the executive branch what to spend, and the Constitution specifically vests power of the purse with the legislative branch. A 1974 budget law limits how much the president can decide what spending not to carry out. If the administration justifies layoffs by unilaterally shutting down agency functions Trump doesn't like, courts could block that move as a violation of that law, some experts said. A judge would probably put an injunction on that. The argument would be that by not having staff, you're effectively impounding new funds, said Rob Fairweather, who served across numerous administrations in the White House Budget Office. There are procedures for how you go about impounding funds, and one reason they don't happen is because they can get blocked. Even cutting one in every 4 government workers would only reduce federal spending by about 1%. But if it makes it easier for the Trump administration to implement other changes without resistance, the layoffs could provide the basis for much bigger unilateral spending cuts, said Jessica Riedel, senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, a right-leaning think tank. It would also free the White House to more easily eliminate government agencies and programs without being sabotaged by federal employees, federal employee unions, or lawsuits, Riedel said. To the extent many Republicans see federal employees as opposition in their own right, getting rid of them could make it easier to then cut programs and provide bigger savings. In the end, an administration that is focused on laying off workers can probably make it happen. Ron Sanders, who served as Director of Civilian Personnel at the Defense Department, said it is possible that automating numerous government functions, such as budgeting and human resources, provides the basis for layoffs. But even if not, simply reducing agency headcount gives the administration enough of a legal justification for dismissing staff. The law is the law, and my reading of the executive order is, it sticks to the law, Sanders said. Faiz Siddiqui, Carol D. Leonig, and Drew Harwell contributed to this report.
One thing that I'm not going to, but one backtrack, Trump requiring return to office for federal employees that are working remotely. He had to backtrack a little bit for spouses of military people, of active duty military. You know, I can imagine if you're posted somewhere overseas and you're working, remotely, having to go all the way back to wherever your home office is could present a bit of a problem for families. So that part of the return to office didn't stick. And this will be probably the last story unless something emergent comes up. This is the this is the buyer's remorse article that I've been waiting for. So after backing Trump, low-income voters hope he does not slash their benefits, just everybody else's benefits.
This news story was written by Tim Craig. After backing Trump, low-income voters hope he doesn't slash their benefits. Voters in the struggling Pennsylvania city of New Castle backed Trump hoping he'd curb inflation, but the incoming president will be under pressure to cut spending. New Castle, Pennsylvania. Lori Masura goes to the grocery store on a bicycle because she can't afford to fix her Ford F-150 truck. The single mother and her 17-year-old son live in an apartment that is so small she sleeps in the dining room. They receive $1,200 each month in food stamps and Social Security benefits, but still come up short. Masura said she often must decide whether to buy milk or toilet paper. It was all that penny pinching that drove the part-time tax consultant to abandon the Democratic Party this fall and vote for Donald Trump. He is more attuned to the needs of everyone instead of just the rich, Masura, 55, said on a recent afternoon.
Boy, howdy.
I think he knows it's the poor people that got him elected, so I think Trump is going to do more to help us. Trump carried the Pennsylvania city of Newcastle by about 400 votes, becoming the first Republican presidential candidate to win here in nearly 70 years. More than 1 in 4 residents live in poverty, and the median income in this former steel and railroad hub ranks as one of the lowest in Pennsylvania. Newcastle's poorest residents weren't alone in putting their faith in Trump. Network exit polls suggest he erased the advantage Democrats had with low-income voters across the country. 50% of voters from families with an income of less than $50,000 a year cast their ballots for Trump, according to the data, compared with 48% for Vice President Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, President Joe Biden carried those voters by 11 percentage points. Hillary Clinton won them by 12 points in 2016, and former President Barack Obama by 22 points in 2012. Now, low-income Americans who voted for Trump say they are counting on him to keep their benefits intact, even while his cabinet picks and Republican lawmakers call on him to reduce federal spending. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, whom Trump has chosen to lead a new non-governmental advisory panel, the Department of Government Efficiency, have said they want to trim $2 trillion from the government's annual budget, a cut that some experts say could be accomplished only by slashing entitlement programs. Trump's pick for White House budget director was a key architect of Project 2025, a plan drawn up by conservatives to guide his second term that calls for steep cuts to programs such as food stamps. And GOP leaders in Congress and Trump advisors are considering significant changes to Medicaid, food stamps, and other federal aid. The uncertainty comes after last week's high-stakes showdown in Congress over the federal funding bill. Lawmakers narrowly avoided a shutdown after agreeing to fund the government until March. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, had unveiled a bipartisan bill to put off a shutdown, but Trump and Musk railed against what they said was unnecessary spending in the initial package. "Everybody is on hyper alert," said Tom Scott, the chief executive officer of Lawrence County Community Action Partnership, a social service agency that helps Newcastle residents. "You have to be concerned because you don't know which programs could be targeted for spending reductions." In a recent appearance on NBC News's Meet the Press, Trump said any efforts by his administration to streamline the federal government would not impact entitlement programs such as Social Security. Americans of all backgrounds elected President Trump because of his plans to lower costs, end the financial drain of illegal immigrants on our healthcare system, and ensure that our country can continue to care for American citizens who rely on Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, said Anna Kelly, a spokeswoman for his transition team. Some longtime Democrats like Masura said they initially struggled over whether to vote for Trump. They had believed Democrats were the most likely to help the poor and disagreed with Republicans on issues like abortion. But Masura said she kept coming back to the conclusion that Trump would put Americans like her first and improve her economic prospects. Masura said she has been unable to find full-time work in her field and is planning to change her party affiliation to Republican. But she also gets anxious when she hears GOP politicians talk about reducing government spending. "We helped get you in office. Please take care of us," Masura said, shifting the conversation as though she were speaking to Trump. "Please don't cut the things that help the most vulnerable." Serious, serious trouble. Located about an hour north of Pittsburgh, Newcastle is the third largest incorporated city in western Pennsylvania. After it was founded around the turn of the 19th century, the city became a major destination for Italian immigrants. Newcastle emerged as an industrial hub, known for its tin mills in the 1800s. The new residents built a lively downtown filled with shops and bars. Newcastle was also home to a thriving labor movement that helped shape the city's historically left-leaning politics. Before Trump won Newcastle, the city had last backed a Republican presidential candidate in 1956, when voters narrowly supported Dwight D. Eisenhower, Republican, over Adlai Stevenson, Democrat. According to Andre Pagnotta, a resident who has spent years studying the region's election results. But the city changed dramatically as factories closed and younger residents moved to more vibrant urban areas. The busiest destinations downtown today are the 60-year-old Capitol Grill Bar, which sells $2.75 Bud Lights, and Hazel's Restaurant, where guests can get a stuffed pork chop dinner for $11.99. The city's population of 21,000 is roughly half what it was during its peak in the 1940s. Federal benefits have helped keep residents afloat, and today that safety net is deeply interwoven with daily life. The 8.5-square-mile city includes 10 public housing projects. About 60% of the houses in the city are rental properties, and federal housing vouchers help countless families afford rent. Many residents also receive Medicaid and food stamps. More than half of the Lawrence County Community Action Partnership's $32 million budget comes from federal aid, said Scott, the organization's leader. That helps it do things like shuttle low-income residents to medical appointments and offer rental assistance. Federal aid is also key in keeping Newcastle's children fed. About 90% of students come from low-income families and qualify for free school lunches, and many are sent home with food to eat over the weekend. It's a very depressed area, so if our funding were to go away, and I have not heard it will, but if it were to go, we would be in serious trouble, said Greg Palladina, superintendent of the Newcastle Area School District. Milk or toilet paper. A decade ago, Masura was a fervent supporter of the Clintons. She recalls meeting former President Bill Clinton in Newcastle at a rally during Hillary Clinton's 2008 campaign for the White House. But the single mother said she began to drift away from Democrats as the party's promises to help people like herself began to ring hollow. She said she's been suffering a lot because of rising prices. Groceries she once thought of as staples, like soda, are now luxuries. People are struggling now more than ever in this city especially, said Mosura, who pays $375 a month for her apartment. She said she's prayed more in the past year than ever before because of her mounting bills. Newcastle was a bastion for Democratic votes up until this year. But in larger Lawrence County, the shift toward the GOP has been ongoing. White working-class Americans were increasingly drawn to Republican candidates, in part because of their messaging on security and immigration. According to census data, white residents make up 3/4 of Newcastle's population, while black residents account for 10%. The population also includes 10% of residents who identify as mixed race and 5% who are Hispanic. Lynn Ryan, chairwoman of the Lawrence County Republican Party, said Democrats lost the support of Newcastle residents over their handling of illegal immigration and foreign aid.
Wow.
She said Trump was a skilled politician whom low-income voters found to be honest and relatable. Trump won't cut necessary programs, and nowhere has he said he is cutting any of that, Ryan said. He is cutting bloated government. He is not cutting programs that work for the American people. City Administrator Chris Fry, a Republican and former mayor of Newcastle, said he expects GOP leaders will push for some changes to how federal programs are administered. But Fry urged his party to show empathy when it comes to determining the actual benefits that people receive. I think it would be stupid to just take something away, Fry said. We would have mass chaos, mass homelessness. So nationally, I don't think it is going to be a situation where they are taking away from people. Detractors worry that Newcastle residents will come to regret their votes. I have big concerns those who voted for him didn't realize what they are doing, and it's going to affect their family and friends and probably themselves too, said Timothy Buck, chairman of the Lawrence County Democratic Party. Cutting the fat. On the 100 block of Richelieu Street in Newcastle's Lower East Side neighborhood, many residents rely on some form of government assistance, and most people support Trump. More than a month after the election, Trump signs and flags were still planted in yards and on porches. Steve Tilia, 59, receives $1,600 a month in Social Security disability payments and $300 in food stamps to support himself and his son. Tilia, who said he is unable to work after suffering from mini strokes, still drives around Newcastle with a Trump flag anchored on the bumper of his SUV.
What?
Tilia said he's confident that Trump and GOP leaders will reduce spending by cutting the fat out of government and not slashing benefits. It's not cutting government programs. It's cutting the amount of people needed to run a program, he said. They are cutting staff, which could actually increase the amount of the programs that we get. Tilia's neighbor, Dawn Simmons, nodded her head in agreement. Simmons receives $900 a month in Social Security benefits and $171 a month in food stamps, and she also said Trump's decisions may even lead to enhanced benefits in the coming years because he plans to put Americans first. The neighbors on Richelieu Street said they are broadly supportive of Trump's cabinet picks, as well as Musk's plans for the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk has been highlighting examples of what he considers government waste on X, his social media platform, at times pushing misleading information. Some of those examples have nonetheless resonated in Newcastle. Why do we need to be studying cats in Russia? Asked Tilia, referring to a program that used cats to study spinal cord injuries. Newcastle residents who didn't support Trump said they are dismayed that their community appears to have voted against its own self-interests. As they folded clothes at the Colonial Laundromat, Tom Jones, 86, and his 75-year-old wife Lottie said they are already hearing from parishioners at their church who worry how they will get by if federal spending is reduced. My fear is they will get rid of Obamacare, and mark my words, this will just be the beginning of their troubles, Jones said. I want to say, I told you so. These people who voted for him didn't look at the big picture, but as Kathy Davis sat in the smoker's patio at the Riverside Apartments, she said she is as confident as ever that Trump's presidency will benefit her. Davis, a retired artist, subsists on a monthly $1,300 Social Security payment and $75 in food stamps. She rents her studio apartment for $385 per month. Asked whether she worries that Trump's agenda could hurt the poor, Davis said the incoming president is too smart for that. You can't wipe out half of the population of Newcastle, Davis said. We are old and tired and just want to be taken care of. And Trump has too much common sense, so I don't think he is going to do anything to hurt us. Emily Guskin contributed to this report.
Well, I'm touched by by their confidence, and hope it works out. So that's pretty much all the news that I'm willing to go through. Looks like I'm boring some folks here. If there are any news stories you'd like me to cover, just drop them in the chat. And then the other thing is, if anybody wants to come up and join the panel, just click the link at the top of the chat. Because the next thing I'm going to do is there's a Pop the Balloon from Houston. Travis, how you doing? I don't know. Are you familiar with Pop the Balloon Love Mountain, which is in Houston? I'll play that, and then I'm probably going to head out after this. I'm not sure what time. Let's see. We'll find out. I'm not sure what time HB's coming up. I know he got back home. So, let's see. Did he leave the schedule at all? Let's see. I don't see it gone trucking for today. So, gone trucking may not happen today. See, John's got something coming up at some point. So, I'm going to play this Pop the Balloon. I've been on for about 4 hours. Unless something interesting happens, we'll watch this, and then that may wind up being it for the day. At least for this morning. So this is Pop the Balloon Houston. Always entertaining. Oops. Guess I have to turn on the volume, huh?
It seemed like you
Pop the balloon or find love.
How's it going? My name is Chris Cameron, and what I'm looking for in a woman is just authenticity. And that's it.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Pop the Balloon or Find Love, Love Mountain Edition. I'm your host, Deshae Shelton. And with me, I have a lineup of single ladies. Hi, ladies. Y'all ready? Okay. Let's bring out our gentlemen.
Yeah, Garion. But some are
Hello.
Are okay.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. All right, let's start by you telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
These are
my name is Chris Cameron. 28 years old. I'm a music artist, but I also host different events out here in the city. I'm a part of a collective that we do. It's a entertainment collective. Okay. We have a weekend coming up. It's called God Body Weekend. It circulates around community, culture, music, and God. I also host an open mic downtown where we do everything from hip hop, poetry, and R&B, and it's a 501c3. So we're constantly giving back to the community, from toy drives, sock and shoe drives. We got a free food program that's a part of the 4-day festival that we're putting together. And I also host a hip hop, R&B, and bingo downtown. So if y'all ever got a free Wednesday, you should pull up the neighbors. It's the spot to be, I promise.
Wow. Okay. You were very active in the community.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. You have 3 pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped.
Okay. Let's find out.
Hello. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm 28. I'm an occupational therapist.
Hi, Jasmine.
And Jasmine, why'd you pop your balloon?
It's not really my type. The whole fit is not given for me. It's maybe somebody else, but not me. It's not something I can see myself with.
Okay.
Understood.
Now, is Jasmine your type?
Gorgeous. But I understand. I could tell, energetically, we probably wouldn't have meshed all that much. So it's cool.
Okay. Hello. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Charlize. So I'm a supervisor at a line care company. I also have my own lip filler business, Juicy Lips. And I just recently started bartending at a bar.
Lips, huh?
So nights.
What is up with those arms?
I understand.
So I popped because of the age. I am a little bit older than you. You are handsome. I love the locks, but it's just, okay. It's just the age. That's all.
Aaliyah said ain't age. Age ain't nothing but a number, right?
No, sir. No, I didn't know. But
So basically, he is your type, but it's just the age that.
yeah. Like I feel like you're goofy. I feel like I'm goofy, but it's just you. My baby be 28 tomorrow.
You mean as in black?
I was like, damn.
Is that what you call
I was
me?
like, you look good in your baby 28. You feel me? So
you know what they say.
Like Popeye.
But no, it's just the age. That's all.
Understood, love.
Okay. Now, is Shar your type of?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the piercings. It's a sign of expression.
Put those arms around that.
It makes me eager to see like what else is there to you. You know what I mean? No. That's only the surface level. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, if you're that expressive with your body, how else can you express yourself? What's your spirit talking about?
I like to draw. Actually, I like to paint. Listen to music.
Okay.
Go. You
Hey, you thought about it. You thought about it for a second.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yes, my name is Courtney. I'm 35 and I'm a creative entrepreneur.
A creative entrepreneur.
You are so cute, but it's to the point where like I can see you with my cousin. So like, if nobody like, if you don't make a match, baby,
You gonna put me on?
But I definitely love your career. I can see us collaborating. I'm in a creative entrepreneur. I'm a jewelry designer. I'm about to open up my salon this month. Later this month,
congratulations!
And it's definitely catering to. It's about hair art and design. So when it comes to art, music, culinary, that's what I want to cater to, and to people in the Houston area.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see us collaborate.
Yeah,
but I could definitely see us like being cousins. Like I got somebody for you.
Where you from?
I'm from Houston. I'm born and raised.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, but other than that,
he is so cute. Like, but cousin cute. Like.
Now, is she your type?
You absolutely beautiful. I love the energy. So,
yes.
Yeah, definitely. We could have went on a date or something. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we could have, but 28, 35, my family is like, girl. But you are so adorable, and I like what's that? Like some old English on that tooth right there.
It's a pot leaf, but
okay, I like it.
420
I like
friendly.
it. Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow.
So cute.
Okay. Why'd you pop your balloon? Oh, well, your name, your age, and your occupation. I'm sorry.
My name's Nakazi. I am 32.
I love that name.
Thank you. I'll be 32 in February.
32.
I am a QC analyst for a bank and a travel agent. I popped the balloon because I don't know if I spaced, but I did not hear your age. You're just a little young for me. That's all. Everything else, like I definitely vibe with. I like my meat a little older. That's it. That's it.
But he is definitely your type. And is she your type?
You know, you said you in your 30s. I'm adventurous right now, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you have 2 unpopped balloons. You can go ahead and ask the ladies a question.
What's the most important relationship that you have in your life currently?
God, as everybody heard backstage, I'm not drinking right now because I'm doing a fast. So.
Oh, that's beautiful.
My fault.
My cat, Marble.
Oh, my
Marble.
God. You're a cat.
I love him. I'm 35. My name is Lily Kisses. I'm a professional chef, and I have a podcast. The reason I didn't pop because I know we could do a lot of networking. I know I shouldn't be here for networking.
Oh, run the other way, man. Run.
Excuse me. I don't know if you're a Scorpio or whatever. You give me a hot sexual energy. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Okay.
So, I'm a Sag, though.
Sags get money and they stay out the way. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm with that too. I read tarot. I read energy.
Okay. I could tell, like, I saw the whole little rundown earlier, so
Well,
yeah.
like, I read energy. If somebody's gonna be for me, I'm gonna know. And that's why I didn't pop, because the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
What is that around your neck?
Green garnet.
I love it.
Yeah, you know.
What's your sign?
Manifesting abundance.
I'm a Pisces. Abundance. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to give the ladies an opportunity to ask you a question. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Char, 27. I'm an entrepreneur. I do media marketing. And I sing, write, poetry, all of the things. Your tattoo. I see Angel of God here, and then I see the Eye of Hamsa. It's a little conflicting. What's that? What are these tattoos?
Is a piece of work.
This arm is dedicated to my spiritual journey.
Okay.
You know, I'm not gonna say that, like, I'm not religious, but I understand God, you know, and I see everyone has a relationship with God. It's all about, you know, God is in your body. The most important relationship you can ever have is the one between you and you, right? And that's only because there's God within the center of that dwells. So who am I to say that your beliefs are wrong because they conflict what I've been taught? But it's like, if I'm willing to go understand what you've learned and been accustomed to and exposed to, like, why not, you know? So I'm all for it. If there's God there, if God is present, I'm there. So yeah.
Okay, let's find out why she popped.
I like him a lot, but he's giving metrosexual, and I don't like metrosexual. Not heterosexual, not anything. That means he keep his shit together. Like, sometimes I don't have makeup on. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, how's he gonna feel about this? So that's the only reason.
Okay. Elaborate on metrosexual.
Metrosexual, they like to shop. They do things that girls do. Maybe go, but they're not gay. They're just high maintenance. So I can't. Even though his hair might look like that, but I can imagine what his hair look like when it's done. Like, I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm about 4 months no retwist right now. You know what I'm saying?
So I just
some days I just wake up.
and that's fine.
I'm walking out the door and when I slept in. You know what I'm saying?
I want to talk. Like,
You might as well get your balloon back. You want to talk so
Do you want your balloon back?
Okay.
Man, ditch her. She's a cat woman.
I'm a country boy at heart. You know.
30, I'll get my balloon back too.
Look.
Be closer in age range. I would get it back.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Okay, now you have 2 on pop balloons. Go ahead
Yeah,
and ask the
Kelvin,
ladies.
there are a lot of weird people.
Okay, my next question is, how do you feel about distance
in
relationships, and would you deal with it?
Let's start with you.
I kind of like distance. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very much a spatial person. I don't.
Person.
I don't know how to phrase it, but my last relationship, it started out long distance. I was in college. He was in Philly. That's where I'm from. And then I moved back.
Philly John.
Yeah, I'm a John.
Oh, okay.
I moved back to be in a relationship with him, but I don't know. I like distance. I feel like you build a more genuine bond and you really get to know somebody. You definitely could tell if they're serious about you, like their commitment, consistency. Those are all the most important things to me in relationships. So I don't mind it. But yeah, I think I would just manage it by being consistent. And I love traveling. So yeah, I would make sure that we link up often enough.
Bet. I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in. She
I
wants
have
to
borderline
get
personality. You can't be away from me that long. You can go to work and come home, and we can go hang and stuff like that. But as far as no, because I'm always in my head, so I'm not good with it.
Always in your head.
Okay. Now here's the hard part.
These women
You
are.
have to pop one balloon.
I have popped one.
I might have to go to another.
I'm so sorry, my love. You're so dope, so beautiful. But my career causes me to have to travel a lot. I recently just did 2 tours. We did 9 cities, each tour by
All
coastal.
those groupies.
Yeah.
All those women, like.
But sometimes I'm just moving at the drop of a hat. But I love to still, let's connect. I got some opportunities for you, so let's see what's happening. Okay, no problem.
All right, can you come up here with us?
She wear that outfit in good conscience.
Okay. Do you have any questions for him?
Is this woman wearing?
Yes.
How many people are you currently dating?
Me, myself, and I.
Oh, okay.
Does that count? 3? Them 3?
Say so. If I go through that phone, it's gonna be a different story.
I promise you. Honestly, too busy for it. Like, if you can keep up, then we can see what happens.
You could keep up.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's a race then.
And do you have any questions?
That outfit. That's
what are 5 non-negotiables?
Wait, hold on here.
Okay, let's see.
Dave, her outfit shows bad judgment. It is not. I don't know what to think of it, but not my cup of tea.
I don't like narcissists. That's a no. You have to be emotionally available. Let's see. Consistent communication, clear communication. Love language, my receiving love language is words of affirmation and quality time. So those are very important to me. And
how can quality time
adventurous? I love traveling. Yeah,
like distance.
Let's go see the world then.
This bitch is inconsistent.
Okay, do we have a match?
No.
All right, we have a match.
So take me out the lineup for permanent. How that goes. Do I get back in the way?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, take the girl.
Okay.
Yeah, man, my name's Steve Reese. I'm 41. I'm just looking for a woman, somebody loyal, just trying to ride this thing called life out with me.
All right, let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you beautiful ladies doing?
Holy shit.
Let's start by you giving us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Steve Reese. I'm 41. I'm a full-time insurance adjuster, part-time actor.
What do you say? He's a part-time.
And you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies pop.
Let's go.
Okay. And you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies pop.
Wait, hold on.
I'm a full-time insurance adjuster, part-time actor.
Wow.
Okay. And you do have some pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies pop.
Let's go.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm 28 and I'm an occupational therapist.
Okay, Jasmine, why'd you pop your balloon?
It's giving uncle and I'm not feeling it at all.
Drunk
Very nice
uncle.
guy, though. We met him in the
Okay, so he's not your type.
Not my type at all.
Now it's Jasmine. Your
Oh.
Hey, of course, but hey, everybody got their own thing. I'm not mad at her at all.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation?
Charlize.
Man,
I'm a supervisor at a lawn care company. I have my own lip filler business called Juicy Lips, and I just recently started working at a bar as a server.
Yeah, that's true, Calvin.
And the reason why I popped is just I'm not really attracted to you, like physical attraction.
Bet.
Okay, and that's all right. Now, is she your type?
You know what, Calvin? Hardly anybody does.
Hey, I'm never going to shy away from that. But hey, everybody got their own thing, like I say.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Lovely Kisses. I'm a chef. I cook for film sets. So
Oh,
when he
really?
said he was an actor, I had to pop because I know what those actors do.
High-sized arms.
Okay.
What I do, I want to
Sometimes
know.
I have to do clothes porn. Sometimes I have to just do different things.
No, I ain't that kind of actor, baby.
No, not that I don't cook for those type of sets, but sometimes y'all have to do those type of. I'm a jealous person.
All right, I'm just giving you a heads up. I really don't do that kind of stuff.
They pay you. Not on no gay shit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, some people do they stuff
do
how they
it.
do when they do it, but I don't.
I have been on
It's
the
all
set
right.
and they're having sex or whatever, and I'm
Yeah.
getting mad because I was flirting with the actor.
Yeah.
And then, but he's on. It's
All right, it's more of something with
yeah
you.
that I
Okay.
know. Like
All right, and I respect you.
Yeah.
You're good, sweetheart.
Okay, well, other than that, is he your type?
yes, I like a big cocky man that likes to drink tequila.
The fuck?
I like we'll party like hell yeah. But as a chef on sets, I've been feeling those ways like, damn, how long is this sex scene?
Why does she remind? This is like a
Why they're in
female
there.
solid
That's
snake.
the only why.
Okay. And is she your type?
She a good
Yeah, that's
woman,
what I was
and
thinking, Calvin. She's like solid.
her honesty and all of it, and it just comes with the territory. I'm not mad at it at all.
I'm jealous.
Okay. Too funny.
Okay. Now you have 2 unpopped balloons, and you may ask the ladies a question.
Blue, what are you really looking for?
Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name's Nakazi. I'm 31 and I'm a QC analyst for a bank. What am I looking for as in relationship-wise? Okay. As of right now, I am looking to just have good experiences. More so companionship. I'm not in a rush to do anything. Never been married. I'm not on any type of timer or anything like that. I just want to explore the world. I like to eat good food. And if there's somebody there that's with me to do all these things, that's cool. That's it.
So you came all the way to a date to say that.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Courtney. I'm 35 and I'm a creative entrepreneur, a salon owner, new salon owner, opening up this month. And I'm a jewelry designer, pretty much like anything creative. So, and you say, what am I looking for? Well, I'm looking for my forever person. I'm looking for a balance. That's what I'm looking for. Somebody who's also God-fearing. I'm an entrepreneur, so more looking for somebody who has a 9 to 5. Like I want my man to bring me stability. And I feel like my talent to make us millionaires. So as long as I can find somebody who, can, be a rock, yeah, I'm gonna build you up. And that's just that, yeah, simple.
That's real. I like it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, she gave the best answer. I can't even take it from her.
Okay, I'm gonna let the ladies ask a question.
Gotcha.
Okay, you said you're an actor, and what else?
I'm an insurance adjuster. I'm actually a team lead for Liberty Mutual as well.
Okay, so with your acting, is that more so like local, or does that require you to travel often?
Right now I'm local, but my daughter actually graduates in May, so I'm looking to branch out. I'm looking to move to Atlanta and other areas where we actually, where I can get, further in my career as well.
Okay, so eventually the goal is to be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why'd you pop?
So one of my end goals is to eventually leave America as a whole. So you being an actor, wanting to stay stateside, it just wouldn't mesh.
Okay, but I can't lie. That's actually for a time being, just to further my career. It isn't for, for the rest, of my life or anything.
Okay.
So I appreciate it though.
Okay. What I want to know is, what were your ideal first days?
I really like to question you to see what you're really into and really vibe off of that, and take it to where I feel like something that'll be comfortable for you.
You might have to. Only because, I've been used to relationships where I'm always thinking and being a spontaneous person. I want my man to lead. I live just a life that's
I have no idea.
kind of carefree, just, with being an entrepreneur.
Maybe porn films? I
I
don't know.
want my man to bring me some stability. I want you to bring, I want you to bring the structure. I kind of want you to plan the schedule. And you, and let me, with me being just so open, I want to fit my life kind of around my man.
Yeah, but sometimes I don't want to bring that to you and make you, fit your life around my schedule.
Yeah.
I want it to be something that you enjoy in life as well.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to be into what I'm into.
Oh, no,
that's all.
Now I'm outspoken. I'll definitely, and opinionated. I'll definitely let you know.
See, but that's where that comes from. That's why I would see what your interests are first.
But as far as the first date,
I want to know what your
open. It don't matter.
That's what you
Because
say.
I'm well rounded. No, I'm that type of person. I'm very well rounded.
Right.
I don't care if it's a different food, if it's wanting to go fishing, if it's you know what I'm saying, if it's want to go to the opera, play. I'm very well rounded. So I'm looking for somebody who's just as well rounded, just as open minded, but can also take the reins and be like, you know what, baby, we doing this tonight. Get dressed, just give me casual, dressy, or
everybody got their own thing.
That's
so
true.
I'm not tripping.
But you seem so fun.
No joke, and that's where it would be though. It may change in the middle of the night. We might go here, and I feel like you feel the vibe. I might have that plan, but the vibe changed to this.
Yeah.
But it just goes by you. But I appreciate you.
Yeah, you cute.
Yeah, I appreciate it, sweetheart.
Yes.
No jokes, sweetheart.
All right. Well, unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
Hey, I appreciate all you beautiful ladies and the experience and all. You know it.
And we appreciate you too.
Hey, have a great night.
Bye. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeans. I'm pretty much just looking for somebody that's compatible with me. And just trying to match with somebody. I'm trying to see what's going on. Trying to see what's out there.
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How y'all doing?
Let's start by you telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Jeans. I'm a licensed barber, part-time content creator.
Okay. You do have a few balloons popped. Let's find out why the ladies popped.
All right.
Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Charlize. I'm a supervisor at a lawn care company. I have my own lip filler business, Juicy Lips, and I just recently start working at a bar. The reason why I popped is there's a lot of colors going on for me, and then you kind of, kind of short too. But that's it. And I kind of like I don't like white men. I guess I'll say it. I don't like white men. So.
Okay. Now, Shar, your type?
Not quite. Not quite.
What makes her not your type?
Somebody's frank
she's
about it.
just not necessarily attractive to me.
Okay. Fair enough.
The white boy
Can you give us
does
your
like
name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay. My name is Courtney, 35, creative entrepreneur. I'm in the hair industry, so I already know the barber. I'm looking for something a little bit different. I know how that schedule can be. I definitely know how that schedule can be. We're looking for somebody who's the opposite of me, not necessarily an entrepreneur. So
we
that's
rock
it.
with you, sister.
Let's go. Opposites attract. I understand.
Now, is she your type?
Not quite. Not quite.
What makes her not your type?
I don't really want to go into it to detail, but she just not appealing.
Okay.
To me.
Gotcha. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
My name is Lovely Kisses, Kisses. He is very fine and everything. If he wasn't shitting in the bathroom like that,
Wasn't
I
what?
would have left with him. Shitting in the bathroom like that. Both of those bathrooms are blown up. I don't think so. But guess what? If you ate some Mexican food, that's probably what's the problem.
Oh my
Besides
God.
that, this nigga fresh than a bitch. Come on, who fucking with him?
Oh my God.
He took a shit early.
Okay, so he
So
is your
you
type.
don't eat Mexican food?
I love it, but I understand it.
Oh my
God.
Yes. We can move on. We can move on.
You can date.
No problem.
You say you were kind of into her, right?
Okay. You do have 2 pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm an occupational therapist and I'm 28.
And Jasmine, why did you pop your balloon?
He is short. I wanted to hear what you had to say, but you didn't really say much. But you are kind of short. It's not my type, but yeah.
Okay, is Jasmine your type?
She a little bit tall, but she look good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Nakazi. I'm 31. I'm a QC analyst for a bank and a travel agent.
Okay, and why did you pop your balloon?
He doesn't follow instructions. Like, I just saw that little interaction, and I don't know why it irked me just a little bit.
Follow instructions?
But
Damn.
yes. But yeah.
Okay, but is he your type?
He could be. Maybe if I got to know him a little more, maybe. Just off the appearance, yes, I would respond if he approached me, but yeah, that was it.
Okay, is she your type?
This is
I
weird.
wouldn't say initially, but based off her answer, she's saying that I don't follow instructions. I don't really get what she's saying.
This is the
I don't
weirdest
see
shit.
how she came to that conclusion. So, yeah,
Okay.
probably not.
Okay.
Maybe
let's
they're
find out
all
why she
high
popped.
or something.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Lotto Marie, I'm a comedian, and my age is to be determined. I like his
Yeah,
attire.
he's obviously.
And the first thing I noticed was that watch. I was like, bling, bling. And he's a content creator, so I'm thinking he can record me all the time. So I was really feeling like we could really have some chemistry. And I felt like there was a bunch of haters on this side.
I do too.
And I felt like his answers and responses were nice. Like he didn't want to, let him down
really
hardly.
did.
So I appreciated that. But when you said you couldn't understand her, it just reminded me of this dude named Brandon that I had dated, and he was kind of slow. So I just don't want to be back in a situation with a slow person. So if you could have just understood.
Y'all quick to jump to conclusions. I
Yeah,
always say
but
that.
you were slow to give us a
Y'all-
better answer.
It's not really much that they asked me to get to my personality or anything like that, y'all real quick to jump to conclusions, and that's cool.
Yeah, I apologize. I liked the little bun and everything. I thought it was cute. You wrapped all the little hair you had in there, but it just that slow
Where do
comment,
they
like you
get
just
these
couldn't come
people in
back
Houston?
fast and say something. You was like, I just didn't understand it.
You
I
want
really
me
felt.
it's like you want me to
Dude,
jump on
cut
their
your
case.
losses and
No, I
and I
like the
really
fact
don't
that you was
want to.
nice, but
get
I just felt like
away
you could
from
have
these
said
crazy
It's
women.
It's like,
something.
how is it both?
This is insane.
Amen.
It don't make sense to me, but that's fine.
I don't know. The color.
It is what it is.
This was cool.
I appreciate
I
you.
like your rings too, though.
No, I appreciate
I
it.
like him.
Okay.
You didn't. You was mad at his bowel movements. I think it's.
Yeah, and you was asking me questions before the show even started. Like you went off of something that.
Because when the wolf came, I was like, fuck. I should too at home. Okay?
Whoa.
I didn't.
But I'm not at home.
Nobody needs to know where you shit it.
Okay. Unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped.
She put me on blast like a fan, but okay.
Well, it was good to have you, though.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm glad for you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
She's violent.
My name is Bryce, man. I came here, searching for a good woman, man, a good godly woman, family-oriented woman, a woman with a career, independent woman, man. So, that's one of y'all.
What's up, Latino?
That makes something happen.
Okay, let's bring in our next single gentleman.
How y'all doing?
Hello. All right, let's start with you giving us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Bryce. I'm 34. I work in oil and gas, and I'm an aspiring actor as well. I started doing my acting career in last year of October, and I've been in 5 movies, and now I just signed with a production company to do 5 more movies. And I've been in the oil and gas since 2013.
Wow, okay, pretty impressive.
Thank you.
All right, you do have one pop balloon. Let's find out why she popped.
Let's go check it out.
Hello, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yes, my name is Lovely Kisses,
Lovely
KISSIES. I'm 35. I cook. I'm a professional chef, and I cook for movie sets. So I don't want to date any actors. If you wouldn't have said that, I would have kept my balloon. So yes, he's attracted to me. I like the care. I love the little wavy. It's giving. So he just said, it would have been perfect, but I can't date those type of things because I'm in the
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, your eyes
on, dude.
Hazel.
Yeah. Yeah, you know excuse me. I'm over it.
Now, is she your type?
Man, she a cool chick, man. You know,
I appreciate that. We're gonna get. She's like, get your hand off my man. I see.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow, this is
okay.
This is something.
Now you were able to ask the ladies a question.
Yeah. So my questions to y'all is, what are y'all like 5-year goals, and are y'all family oriented? Are y'all in church?
Okay, let's start with you. Name, age, and occupation.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm 28 and I'm an occupational therapist. You said your name. Gosh, sorry. So my 5-year goal right now, I'm an occupational therapist. I'm studying to be a doctor in that. So I want to continue that and open up my own clinic, more so in the urban district, so I can help those that are not insured and don't have that access. I don't go to church. I did grow up in church, but I grew up in 2 different churches. So I am more spiritual than religious. So I do my readings, but yeah, that's about it.
Okay, cool. All right.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Charlize. I'm a supervisor at Locker Company. I have my own lip filler business, Juicy Lips, and I just recently started working at the bartender.
Wow.
I actually have a 4-year goal. My daughter's 14 years old, and 4 years she'll be 18. So she ain't gone out the house by then. So I actually don't know, other than
the goal is to
getting
get
serious
your
with
kid
somebody,
out the
trying to
house.
deal with.
Love it.
I've been a single mother for so long, so it's just like, other than me, I raised her. I've been working hard to support her. So at this point, I want to retire and just focus on my relationship with my significant other. So that's it.
That's cool. All right.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
I'm Nakazi. I'm 31. I'm a QC analyst for a bank, and
Dave,
I'm also a travel
aren't you
agent.
from Houston?
So, first question was 5-year goals. So, I'm currently in the process of going back to school to get certified to become an actual auditor instead of a QC analyst. So that's something that I'm working on, and I'm also branching out. I do work for an agency, so we have our group trips, but then also I am working on building my clientele for individual clients as well. So within the next 5 years, my hopes is to be an actual auditor, and then also have a steady clientele with the travel agency.
Okay,
I don't remember the other questions.
Are you family oriented?
I'm family oriented with the family that I created.
That's real.
And I believe you asked about church.
Yeah.
I did not grow up in church. It's something that's new to me. So I go online. I've browsed around, but I'm not like very deep into it.
Okay.
Okay. Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay. My name is Courtney. I'm 35, creative entrepreneur. Have a salon opening up soon. Well, this month. Jewelry designer. And in 5 years, I will definitely, I'll start off a relationship and go to career. Relationship wise, definitely would like to be married. As far as that, by then, career wise, I would definitely like to have outgrown my space that I have. As far as my salon, bigger, definitely have some type of
jewelry design.
I would say with product that I could mass produce, because I definitely want some residual income where I could like get from behind the chair, be more into my family, because I'm the type of person. I do have a daughter. She's 6, and I'm like power mom, I'm power like everything. Not trying to say like I'm a superwoman or anything, but yeah, like I want to be able to still have my business, but chill at home and be like kind of cater to my family. And I'm definitely family oriented as far as church goes. Definitely want to raise my family in the church. I believe that I'm Church of Christ, non-denominational. So I'm religious and I'm spiritual. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Now you do have another pop balloon. Let's find out why she popped.
Like that.
So I pop my balloon because
Your name.
Oh,
and your
sorry.
occupation.
Lotto Marie. I'm a comedian. My age, I noticed that the lady, you asked her for 5-year goals, and she gave you 4, and you just started licking your lips.
That's just something that I do. Ain't no big
I felt like you salivated on her not following directions, so I felt like you were abusive because it seemed like you really got off on somebody not following directions. So, and then I took offense to that because I'm kind of going. If you roll the tape back, you started licking your lips. She was like, I don't have 5 years, I got 4. And you liked the fact that she was going to kick her daughter out in 4 years. And I think that that's the problem with Black people. Like, why can't she stay like 2 extra years?
Talking about?
That's her situation. I was just asking a question.
But you start licking your lips like it was going to be a situation that you was going to handle. I don't know. I just feel like you opened it for anything.
Just from me licking my lips, you got all that?
You didn't lick them at nobody else. I've been watching you. I've been paying attention, and then I even noticed, and I let it slide. You got Fashion Nova at the top, but you got Church at the bottom. I wasn't gonna say nothing. And then you're on
wow.
I wasn't judging, but it was the licking the lip thing.
I got some love.
Oh, I can't see it.
You
looking so hard. You supposed to be focused on us, and you all in the man feet.
These are drawstrings.
Oh, okay.
Disengaged.
My bad. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, but it was the lick thing. Too much. It was just too much. No. Because he want to kick that baby out.
I didn't say anything about kicking no baby out.
Let your baby stay an extra year. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I didn't say nothing about none of this.
All right, you have 4 unpopped balloons, and we're gonna have the ladies to ask you a question.
Hi. Okay, my first question, do you have kids?
No.
Okay, my next question is, with this whole acting thing, like where do you see yourself going with that? And when, do you plan on accomplishing that goal?
Well, right now I'm more focused on my career job, which is in oil and gas. It's just like a hobby of mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of want to do a little bit more with it, but
Universal, I agree with you. I
my
think that's her
career job,
through.
That's just gonna go to the back. Take a back seat.
Man, she's like Mentos and a Coke.
Your question.
So you don't have kids. Do you mind someone who has kids?
So I'm still on the fence about it. I do love kids. I got 5 godchildren. But one kid, I'm cool. 2 is like, you know.
So do you want kids?
I do want kids. I want about 2 to 3 kids.
Like how soon?
I mean, I'm 34, so I make 35 in June. So Gemini. So
wow,
with that being said, like at least like in the next year or 2, you know what I'm saying?
So do you plan on getting married in the next year?
Of course. I mean, I do want to get married. I didn't have kids, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So I would like to say, it's I guess 2-part. Are you husband material? Do you consider yourself husband material? And if you are, what about you? Do you feel like
oh man, this woman
will
is
prepare you to be like a good husband?
Well, I don't know if I'm husband material, not because I haven't, experienced that yet, but I'm very patient. I communicate. Me personally, I put God first in any relationship that I'm in. I'm very understanding. And in my last situation, when that situation went crazy, I had to step back and reflect and learn myself all over again and have peace within myself and learn how to be by myself and just entertain myself without being around extracurricular activities. You know what I mean?
I like that. Some shadow work going on.
Exactly.
Okay.
I had to myself. So.
a universal.
They're
I
not.
don't think it's
Yeah.
a confidence thing
Okay.
on his part.
I like that.
Okay.
Universal, the impression I'm getting is that he's just totally confused by these women, like that woman in the cowboy outfit. I'd be confused too. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? And the one with the big arms, either you want kids or you don't. And I think somebody said that it could be that she lost a lot of weight and maybe the arms. Maybe I've heard that the arms are kind of like the hardest to slim down. So her arms are odd. The one in the blue dress there, I'm not feeling her. She's just kind of weird for some reason, and I don't think she's that attractive. The one in the moo, she is just she just talks too damn much, and I wonder what that moo is hiding underneath there. The one in the boots in the shorts right there, she's just crazy. I don't even know if she's actually for real. I think she's actually like she's a hologram. My father has told me you let a woman speak enough and she reveals the truth. Yeah, you're probably right about that.
All right. Do you want to ask the 2 ladies you have?
So you want more kids?
Just say no.
Okay, so listen, I am open to more kids. Like I said, my baby, she's 14.
Yeah, she's acting like that.
I don't want to
sure.
that whole this is just my baby. That I do want to get married. Now I don't want to say I'm a pleader. I'm open to what my husband's open to. If he's my husband, he's my man, and he's there for us, and he's going to support us. Then yes, I will have more babies for him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But no, I will. I am open to that.
Had some.
My daughter, she's
had
oh,
some
mom, have more
like,
kids, and so we'll see. So it's just
okay.
I just don't want to do it alone. This with my child, I raised her from birth on to now.
Oh wait,
I don't want to do it alone.
Hold it. Okay, something's up with this woman. She raised her child from birth till now. Well, don't most mothers?
I don't like when people put she's a single black mom and she's handling it. I have no choice but to handle it. I don't like that look with myself. I don't like when people be like, oh, she got it. But I want to sometimes depend on my man to have it. Like, I need help, please.
Yeah.
So it's just, okay. I just don't want to do it alone. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Can we I was tuned into the answer, so. So what am I asking you the question? No, you're asking me the question. So,
Oh my
okay, what
God.
was it about having kids, right? Okay.
Do you have any kids?
I do have a 6-year-old daughter. And yeah, I'm open to having one more, maybe two, maybe twins. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I am. You say you're 34. I'm 35. My birthday's in October. So, yeah, if I'm gonna be having them, I like it's kind of drawn down to the end of me wanting more. But I'm definitely open to more, and I know my daughter would love. In-house friend. So.
That's cool. Okay.
Okay. All right, you do have one pop balloon.
Kelvin, that's right. Just walk
Hi,
away.
I'm sorry. You're a Gemini. I'm a Gemini. I dated two, and I cannot do it. It's too. We're both like we feel like we can run everything, and it's just no, we can't. I can't do that together. No. Mm-mm.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
That's cool.
man.
Real
Okay,
cool.
but besides that, does he
Eject,
pop?
eject,
I mean,
eject.
yeah, I could see something
I
happening,
think
but
this girl,
no, I can't do the
this
Gemini.
woman might be
Is she
the
your
only
type?
normal
She
one.
cool. She kind of reminds me of my little cousin though, but she cool. I mean, like a spit image, tall and all. I was like, God damn. But she cool though. She real cool. She real
Okay.
cool. She real jazzy for sure.
All right, here's the hard part. You have two balloons. You have to pop one.
Okay. I'm gonna pop this one.
Okay, why'd you pop Miss Char's balloon?
She cool. Oh my bad. She's cool. But the whole little tattoos on the fingers and on the hands is not really my thing. I love tattoos, but just a little too much going on for me, you know.
That's
And
the
she's still
reason
trying to figure out
tattoos
some
on the
things that she
finger.
has going on within her situation. So, but she's a cool person though, for sure.
Okay, so is she your type?
Like a homie, for sure.
Like a
Yeah.
homie.
Is he your type?
Yeah, he's my type. He was tall. I like his eyes.
Okay.
I want to know what's under those.
Okay, do you
that
have any
moo-moo.
questions for him?
The question is, am I your type?
So, yeah, but you also like a homie, you know.
Yeah.
I see you as like
Yeah.
we could kick it and hang out and shoot shit, you know.
Get to
stuff
know
like-
each other. and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah, for sure. For
Oh,
sure.
wow.
I can
This
see it
is
coming
strange.
over, come and hang out, play some spades and stuff like that.
Play
She
some
cool, though.
spades.
Yeah, I like spades. So
He
I
wants
guess for
a,
me,
he wants a friend, not a
it'll be
woman.
like, are you ready to pop the balloon, or are you ready to play some spades and get to know me better?
Pop.
Yeah.
And why'd you pop?
Like I say, she's just more of a homie type. She real cool. I can catch a vibe with her.
Yeah.
She gonna come hang out with the fellas.
He let her get all the way up there.
Well, unfortunately, all the balloons have been popped. All right, thank you.
It's kind of relieved.
What's up, y'all, man? It is D'Angelo Howard. Letting y'all know that I
Oh,
am here
shit.
to find my true love, the person that is understanding and appreciative of not only her worth, but my worth as well. And
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
that's the gist of it.
Okay, let's bring out our next single gentleman.
Hey, how y'all ladies doing? Good? Good.
All right, let's start by you telling us your name, your age, and your occupation.
So my name is D'Angelo. I'm 30, and I am an actor, and I'm what you call a master of many trades.
And now when you say actor, what movies are you in?
So I'm on Tyler Perry's Beauty and Black, All the Queen's Men, and I'm also on Denise Monet's Merry Little Baby.
Okay, good stuff. And you do have a few pop balloons. Let's find out why the ladies popped. Hello, can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm 28 and I'm an occupational therapist. I popped my balloon because this is my long-term friend. I do not see us going anywhere but our friendship. Okay. Love you.
Love you too, baby.
Aw.
Love you too.
Okay. Give us your name, your age, and your occupation.
My name is Lovely Kisses, Kisses. He is fine and hot, but I'm a chef, professional chef on movies sets, and I don't like to see that extra shit.
Okay. Now it's he.
Hey,
I know you said he's
Kelvin?
fine and hot.
He is like, he's fine. Like I like it.
Hey, Kelvin, cowboy hat rode off into the sunset.
Did I work out? Excuse me. Get to it.
I appreciate that.
Okay, is
I
she
like
your type?
Yes, and I love your grill.
Thank
So I'm
you.
from Florida, so that's our thing.
Oh,
Yeah, I love it.
oh, okay.
You want your balloon?
I can't because I know, like, I do it. I can't be
Just checking.
Oh, look, thank you, sis. Okay.
Just looking out. Okay. Okay. Now you have 3 unpopped balloons.
Okay.
You can ask the ladies a question.
Man, his outfit is crazy.
What are you all's deal breakers in a relationship?
Let's start down there because we
Okay.
can start over here. Okay, your name, your age, and your occupation.
Okay, I'm 35. I'm a
She had
creative
to go feed her
entrepreneur,
horse
salon
sleeping
owner,
bag.
jewelry designer.
And what's your name?
Courtney.
Nice to meet you.
And with the cat. And
you
so my deal breaker is if you don't have the basic 3s, it's like top of the line. So gotta have your own place,
Okay.
have a career,
There you go.
preferably have been in your career for at least 2+ years. And the third one is a whip.
Respect.
Yeah, so if you don't have those 3, those are the top deal breakers for me.
Okay.
Yeah, because everything else, I mean, a person evolves. So you're always, I know at least I'm always evolving, always changing.
Right.
What are you evolving into?
So what if I've only been in my acting career for 1 year?
So is that your only career or?
No. So as I said, I'm a master of many trades. So
Yes.
I'm an insurance adjuster.
Okay.
I'm a bartender. I'm a licensed massage therapist.
See, I wear many hats too. That's why I say creative entrepreneur. Anything creative, you can find me doing it. So.
And I'm getting my doctorate in physical therapy.
Okay.
So I can keep going.
Stretch me out. No, I'm sorry. Not in that way, but.
I got you.
Okay. Can you give us your name, your age, and your occupation?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, I'm Nakazi. I'm 31.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am a QC analyst for a bank, and I'm also a travel agent.
I am too.
And the question was deal breakers.
Deal breakers, yes.
Bad oral hygiene.
Respect.
Someone who cannot travel internationally, you have to have a passport to be with me. And if you don't have one, you have to be able to get one. I'll give you a couple months tops.
I can dig that.
And someone who's not patient. I can be a lot sometimes.
Oh, no.
And so
No,
I need someone who's like, okay, look, chill. And it doesn't work. Not saying I'm a hothead, but like I'm a little energetic.
No. You do not. Other people's patience is not a right. It's an expectation of like a deal breaker. Like if you don't have patience because you can be a little bit much, oh my God, this woman is a problem.
Like sometimes. So yeah, somebody who can like roll with the punches, because I'll be like, hey, let's go to Mexico
Somebody
tomorrow.
to roll with punches,
Yes, tomorrow.
because I'm gonna throw some punches.
And so like you gotta be able to like roll with it. So
No.
So I can go to Mexico tomorrow, but I gotta check my auditions first to make sure I don't have any. But I do have a passport. I'm sorry, I do have a passport. I am a travel agent as well.
Okay.
Yes, I have many trades. But
So he has a passport. So that's the first thing you said.
yeah, I do have that passport. But I mean, I guess
you handle your business first. Of course.
exactly. That's you said it. So
Okay.
Your name, your age, and your occupation.
Charlize. I'm a supervisor at a lawn care company. Sorry, I had to think.
Okay.
I also have my own lip filler business, Juicy Lips, and I just recently started bartending.
Juicy Lips.
Excuse me, bartending.
There you go.
And for me, it's just really someone who doesn't want to grow, who doesn't want to build. Like, we're getting older. I feel like if you're okay with just this 9-to-5 job and you're okay just going every day, clocking in with somebody else, I want to build with somebody. I want to have of course, I have my own business. Let's grow. Let's get some more money. Like, let's get these businesses out to the kids. We go on to the beach. Something they just sending us money type. That's
I love that. I respect that so much because I feel the same exact way. Like, I'm not really a 9-to-5 person. Like, as I said, I do so many different things, but I'm big on building with my partner, and starting my own business. Well, starting a business with her, so on and so forth. So I like that.
Hand it off to the kids after we get so old and like, all right, you just send me a couple $1,000. We down here in Mexico or something like.
Y'all like Mexico, huh?
We just so close.
I like it though. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna give them an opportunity to ask you a question.
So you did say I guess we're on the same page as far as that. Do you have any kids?
I do have kids. Oh, I have a kid. I actually just
Yeah, I tell people don't plural me. I got one baby, right?
Yeah. So so I don't mind elaborating on this. So I do have a son. His name is Asher. I actually really just met him. I guess I can say this, but I was put in a situation where I was actually trapped, and I've learned to understand it now, as far as like being a father, because I never wanted to be one. So now I just appreciate, him. I talked to him right before I came in here, so I love him to death, but I hate the situation.
Right.
So
are you open to having more kids?
most definitely now that I have him, I'm like, let's build a tribe, So yeah.
Okay. And your question?
Okay, I just want to expand on the children part.
Okay.
So you're open to having more kids, but is that like a requirement? Like, do you absolutely?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
I'm already a mom, and I think I want to just explore the world and do other things. Like motherhood it's great.
Yeah.
But there's more to life than raising kids your whole life. So
There
I think
is?
I'm ready to start transferring over to that other side.
I can respect that.
Transferring to the other side.
Your question?
Okay, so you say you're an actor, you wear many hats. So what does like career relationship balance looks like for you?
So for me, I balance all of my trades in the best way possible. From early morning to nighttime. I have everything set up. I have a whole calendar, a whole schedule.
Okay.
I have a whole board in my place where I know, okay, this week or this day I'm gonna be here at this time. So as far as like a relationship goes, yeah, like I know how to make time for what I want and who I want. So
Okay.
Okay. Here you go. You're gonna have to pop
I got a pop.
one balloon.
Oh man, okay.
Oh, you do have one.
Oh, I took baby girls. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You got another one? Okay. All right. Man, this is tough. I can't take all three of them. I was just playing. I can't take all three of them. Hey, okay. This is tough.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Let's get somebody else to do it.
Do you want to ask another question?
Yes. Okay. What is your love language? There's a two parts. What is your love language, and how do you approach?
I think that first goal kind of is okay.
If that makes sense. Or
although I don't particularly
do
like
you
that.
approach your love language in a relationship, or do you actually approach it their love language? If that makes sense.
Okay.
So in a relationship, I kind of like tend to his needs at the end of the day, because like I said before, I have a daughter. She's 14. At the end of the day, she'll be 18 soon. So I do want to me taking care of her, catering to her. I was doing that for so long. Now I'm to the point where I want to just make sure my man is good. Of course, I'm always gonna be a mother and make sure she's cool. That's just naturally. But at the end of the day, I have to make sure he's good. And of course, I hope it's the same. I hope he makes sure mine's good, like my niece is good. But my love languages, I'm all five. I'm spoiled.
Okay.
I'm all five.
Spoiled.
So, but at the end of the day, I will take care of his. If take care of mine. It's just mirror. You have to mirror what I mirror. So
I like that. Okay.
All right. So my top love language is physical touch.
Okay.
I included my own, which is also travel. I feel like if you could travel together, I don't know. That's the thing for me. It is like a lot of memories, a lot of good times. Like there's so much that can go into okay, I'm going off on a tangent, but mostly it's physical touch. So when you said you were like a licensed massage therapist, I like that. And how I approach it, I just have a conversation. Like these are the type of questions that you ask when you're getting to know someone and you're building a relationship. Like, what do you like? So I can figure it out. And then if that works, I can also give you what you need. And then you understand what I need as well.
I like that. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm the type of person, I want it all. So let's communicate on how we can explore every love language. Just point blank and period. But if I guess in layman's terms, I would communicate on what it is that you like. I mean, I can't just guess your love language off the first days. So we definitely have to communicate what it is. Like I'm open. Like let's talk about any and everything. So I express to you what I like, you express to me what you like, and of course we're gonna observe each other. So yeah.
Okay.
Dang.
All right, now you got to pop one balloon.
So they all had the same type of answer though. Like their answer was
Yeah, they all had the same type of
you know, they're
answer.
very good answers, but they was all kind of like, yeah, I tend to you, you know. So can I do one more question?
No, pop all the balloons and walk away.
It's just one. I think this is going. I think this is
Oh,
going.
look at
This gonna be the one.
You can pull out one more.
One more. Okay.
One more.
One more. One more. All right. So as you all can see, you know, I'm physically fit, and
you are.
My motto is, if she don't work out, we won't work out. You know. So let me ask that: do you all actually work out?
Look at this crazy woman.
Do you?
So I do work out. I actually stopped eating meat about a year and a half ago because I lost a lot of weight. I'll show you if we link. I'll show you pictures. But I just recently lost a lot of weight. I got into my health like about a year and a half ago, like serious about my health. And then my daughter, she's plays sports. She's in basketball. She does track. So me and her actually go to the gym together. So I do work out. And then if I can't make it to the gym, got the squat machine at the house.
There you go. Okay.
So I do. Yes.
Okay.
Respect.
Do you work out?
I do work out. I'm scared of weights. I'm still new to it. I've done a lot of cardio. So my weight speeds actually, they're for my weight loss. So you can kind of see where I started.
Okay.
So I do work out. It's mostly cardio. I'm slowly getting into weight training.
Okay.
But I'm not I don't go every day.
Gotcha.
I got 3 times a week max.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not the gym girly. I am at least once a year I go back and do vegetarian. So I'm currently vegetarian. It's so funny. No, serious.
No. Stop talking.
I am vegetarian. But I'm a type of person, you're not gonna see me in the gym. I prefer let's go around the neighborhood, run around the track, neighborhood. Let's go swimming. I'm more of a I'm more active versus you're not gonna really catch me in the gym. Just the way my schedule is, I'll be behind the chair counting steps before you see me just going and get a membership at a gym. But I would love in my life, at this point in my life where of course I'm getting older, I have a child, I want to be healthy and fit for them. I would love to have somebody who would introduce that gym lifestyle.
I
I'm
would
for me,
one time.
I'm just strictly
None of them deserve
on what I consume. So I know if I was to work out, baby.
No, I'm not glitching.
We're gonna be even fine. Yeah.
I'm like,
so other than that, yeah.
Okay.
Just pop the shit.
Now you're gonna have to pop a balloon.
I'm gonna pop a balloon.
The only one who's worth anything is
okay.
on.
So I'm gonna pop it, but we're gonna be cool friends, all right? We're gonna be cool friends. We're gonna be cool friends. We're gonna be cool friends.
You can be my trainer though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, so I love your answer. But I know I've had someone in the past that they said the same thing to me. And I'm not saying that you're that person, you know, but it's like at least she told me, you can get me in the gym, you can train me, you can, teach me something different. And I tried that.
It's not about teaching me something different. For me, it's just about, look, I got an LA Fitness right down the street from my business. I'll be looking at it like, that might be the thing for me to go before, right after I drop my child out.
Is it more the motivation?
The woman is wearing a moo-moo.
Yeah, motivation for me. Because I'm the type of person, I usually I motivate the other person. Right. So for me to have that, oh, baby. Yeah.
Why is he standing?
But what if I was to wake you up at 4 a.m., which that's what I do.
Oh, baby, I'm already up.
Respect. And I take you to that gym. Would you actually take it serious, or
why is he
would you just do it that one day, or would it be a continuous thing?
No, we gonna make sure it's 21 days straight so it can become a habit, baby. That's just
21 days.
Yeah, you know how they say you do something consistently for 21
it's more days.
No. They say if you stick to something consistently for 21 days, it becomes a habit, or you can break that habit, and that's just what it is. I want somebody gonna put me in a better position, whether it's spiritually, physically, whatever. Definitely. Just be ahead of me where I can learn from you. So if it's health wise.
Definitely.
Helping each other get to the top.
Woman is driving me nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. You are absolutely right.
You have to unpop balloons, and we're going to let the ladies ask you a question.
Okay.
So how often do you work out?
So I work out 5 to 6 times a week. Well, 5 to 6 days a week, but I work out 3 times a day. Yeah, so I'm up at 5 a.m. doing cardio. Between noon, I'm actually lifting weights, and then I do cardio at night. So
Okay, so I only work out once.
okay.
What's that? Is that a problem? I mean, I possibly could fit in more time, but with the type of work that I do, I work so much, and then I still have my baby. So
Well, he is a
Your
trainer
baby.
too, so of course,
Yeah.
Bet
you
you
know,
call your
he's
baby
gonna have
your baby to her face.
3 times a day.
So you work out with your clients too.
14-year-olds don't like to be called baby.
Sometimes, but no, those 3 times that's me. That's me working out by myself.
That's good. So how's your diet though?
So I eat 6 to 7 meals a day. I meal prep. I cook my own food. I meal prep. I have everything laid out. You can
cook?
Me. I can cook. It's only me, so I gotta cook.
Yeah.
But if I have somebody else, I will hope that they'll be okay with helping me with my meal preps. They don't have to cook it all, but
He says he's an actor.
I can cook.
Okay.
So
There's a
I
lot
was
of
about to
other
say
things.
because I don't eat like meat anymore. I still eat. I'm pescatarian, so I eat like fish and seafood.
Gotcha.
But I don't eat a lot of starches either. So I eat like if I make spaghetti, I use spaghetti squash, and so I eat kind of like I guess raw in a sense.
I got you.
But my daughter, she still eats the regular, so I still cook it for her because she still eats regular food. But sometimes she, but I do cook, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What's your question?
Oh, my question. So you asked us, what is your love language?
So my love language is quality time and physical touch. But I've been open to understanding someone else's love language as well. Acts of service, I just kind of got into that, seeing people do things for me as I do things for others. I'm like, okay, that probably is something that I really like. But I would say the top 2 is physical touch and quality time.
Okay. And how can I go for it? Okay, so how does the quality time work into like your busy schedule?
As I said earlier, I make time for who I want and what I want. So if I want to be around you, I'm gonna be around you. And if I'm around you and I still got work to do, cool. Sit next to me while I read my lines, or even help me with my lines. Because I always need a reader. So it's like you don't have to be an actor, but
I work remote, so that's fine. I can sit there. I can help you.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
You got another question?
Do you have another question?
No, do they got another question? They can't
Dave. How does that line
Wait a
work?
minute. Wait a minute. Say it again.
He turned me on because everything he do, I do. Like working out, schedule wise, and all this and that. But
You know what,
I
Kelvin?
understand
I think
the actor's
you're right.
life. Yes, I have did reading before too. Like on the side, we acting with each other. It's a vibe.
Wait,
but
she
it's
doesn't
scary.
even have a balloon. Why is she talking?
So you having to change your heart?
Kind of, but he can still.
So we give your balloon back,
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
He should tell her don't bother. Oh God.
Plus,
We
it's at the
should
nail
pop-
shop. Who going first?
Well, you going? What do you mean, like? I mean, we going in. I get my nails done.
I know that, but
Yeah,
like, who
so-
going first? Because it's one Chinese lady. Who's
I mean,
going
it's,
to the shop
it's normally multiple, but if it's one, then
It's
you
one.
go first.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah. Yours gonna take longer anyway.
It is. Mine's is like $200 because I have to get everything. But like, I just want to know who go first
Oh my
because you look
God.
very metrosexual.
These women are
Not
just.
gay, but like you
No, I'm
keep
just
your
like,
stuff.
no, I'm like,
look
yeah,
at your
that's dope.
arms.
That's dope.
We had to put oil and.
Somebody told these women that they were something special. They took "You are a queen" to their in.
I know you smell good.
Oh.
Hey, he smell good.
Oh.
Do you have a question for her? You already asked.
I did.
I know I got it back, but because everything you into, I'm into, but it
She's
scares me because
working
I work
hard
with
for
y'all, not
this.
personally with you.
Mm.
I just know what goes on you know.
Right.
And it's just scary. I seen it. I liked it. Somebody.
Hey, if Solid Snake was a female, this is who he would be. This is Ms. Solid Snake.
And he had to go in there and do sex scenes, and he had to do a whole bunch of extra shit. Excuse my language. And it was like, dang, I'm here. I'm cooking, even though I'm cooking, but like, it was just awkward feeling.
Okay. So do you have trust issues?
Yes, I have borderline personality. So, and I'm able to say that. Like, I can trust you. Like I told the other dude, where you going and when you coming back? Not on like you little boy and like that, but just help me because I want to close that trust thing. I want to close it, but it's such a big deal because men are cheating left to right.
That's true.
I'm sorry. It's very easy, you know. So it's just trust issues. You'll love it. It'll be fun. You will, you know, but I understand if it was another vibe because I did just get my balloon back. But I will slide in your DM.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna pop the balloon, but I'm gonna pop it because damn,
didn't
I'm
pop.
too damn strong. So I'm sorry.
You ain't strong.
Nah, that they worked. But I've dealt with women that had trust issues, and I do not. You know, sorry. But yeah, if you were, well, you are in the same thing as me. So I wouldn't, you know, I would be okay with, you know, you going out there because I gotta trust you. You know, I gotta understand that that's your job. You know.
Yeah.
So
Okay, no more questions.
Neurotic?
You have to pop one balloon.
Crazy is a better medical term.
I'm gonna stand in the middle. Still gonna ask my question. Do y'all go out? Like, do y'all party? Do you go to the clubs or?
I don't go out. I work at a bar, so you know. But I don't go out. I'm a mother. I work in the morning, so I have to get up. So no, not much. Like other than me going to work.
Okay.
Oh no, she doesn't party.
I can even hear you. What's this one?
No, I'm sorry.
I go out, but it's usually for like, hey, I'm having a XYZ, you want to join? I'm not it's Friday night, I'm going to hit the club type of person. I'll usually go out if like I'm invited for an event. It's expensive outside, and I personally would rather spend that money on a trip.
Okay.
Yeah, damn it.
Let's see. Them questions that slipped in there. Come on.
No. Dang. Okay.
Pop them both. I think he pops them both.
They are both amazing.
What is up with this dude?
This is tragic.
Make a decision. Oh God. Oh man. Just pop them both.
I see why I'm screaming.
Huh? Man.
All right, this is painful.
Can I pop both? Go ahead.
Yes. Good.
Then why'd you pop her balloon?
So I popped both balloons because.
First.
Okay, I'm sorry. I popped your balloon.
You trying to run this show?
No, not at all. I love being right here next to you, though. But so
Because he wants the host.
Yeah, that's not great job. So I popped the balloon. It was nothing bad. Actually, everything you said was good. It was just I couldn't choose between the two. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really couldn't. I don't go out like at all.
Choose which
the only
was
time I'm
worse.
out is when I'm bartending because I don't like to be outside. That's just not my thing. I did it when I was in college. No,
Been there, done it.
Yeah, I think he does too, but who
I'm
wouldn't,
good.
though?
You're right. I am ready to work. But yeah. So it wasn't no bad reason why I popped it. It was just I couldn't choose between the two.
Okay, and why'd you pop hers?
Same thing. I couldn't choose between the two. I love the fact that you like to travel. I love the fact that you don't go outside. Like that's not my thing. And as you said, it is expensive. I'd rather spend my money on a trip than spend my money on bottles in the club. That's just not my thing.
Right.
You know. So. Yeah.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, all
Well,
the
he
balloons
likes
have been
them
popped.
both and he gets neither. Good
Thank
job,
you so
dude.
much.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank God that's over. I do have another pop the balloon, but I want to go over these stories right quick. I want to hear what this Canadian person has to say. It was interesting. Retaliation against Canada won't work this time, and it's by a lady who is a member of the Canadian Parliament. So I want to hear what she has to say as to why these sanctions won't work this time.
Retaliation against Canada won't work this time. This article is by Christia Freeland and read by an automated voice.
Thank God for that.
A 25% tariff on Canadian aluminum is an act of self-harm, economic self-mutilation, by the United States. President Trump's announcement on Monday that he was raising tariffs on all imports of steel and aluminum to 25% was all too familiar to Canadians, and to me personally. In 2018, when I was Canada's foreign minister, the United States, our longtime friend, neighbor and military ally, imposed unjustified tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum under a flimsy and frankly insulting national security pretext. Now, just 4 weeks into his second term, President Trump is once again upending the global trading order. First, he targeted America's trade treaty partners Canada and Mexico with sweeping 25% tariffs, from which we have received a temporary reprieve. Days later, he imposed steel and aluminum tariffs on us and the rest of the world. I saw this coming. As Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, I understood the threat posed by Mr. Trump's aggressive economic nationalism. From the moment he was elected, I argued Canada needed to prepare for an emboldened Trump 2.0 who was intent on using trade as a weapon to sow chaos and scare capital and investment from all markets other than the United States. Some Americans may feel this might makes right approach suits the current economic situation. The problem is that it will hurt America's economy too. Higher costs for supplies of steel and aluminum will hurt the very manufacturers and consumers President Trump claims to support. Canada is the largest source of aluminum for the United States, sending it 3.2 million metric tons last year. Given the intense heat required to produce it, aluminum is electricity in physical form. That means that a tariff on Canadian aluminum is a tax on energy, at a time when the United States desperately needs more power to supercharge its AI race with China. Canadians need to understand the cards we hold, and we have to be prepared to play them. In 2018, Canada imposed dollar-for-dollar retaliation on $16.6 billion in Canadian dollars in U.S. steel, aluminum, and other imports, deliberately targeting products from red states like Florida orange juice and Wisconsin cheese. Mr. Trump may not care much about the objections of people in Canada, or Mexico, or the European Union, or South Korea, but he does care about American workers and businesses. If exporters feeling the squeeze from tit-for-tat tariffs start calling the White House, the pressure on the administration to reverse course will grow. Such pushback led to the lifting of the tariffs on Canada in 2019, and it will work again now. All the steel and aluminum producing countries affected by these tariffs should impose dollar-for-dollar retaliation. We need to choose our targets with care. 100% tariffs on Teslas, imposed by every country in the world, would be a good place to start. The retaliation list should be published immediately to allow for maximum pressure on the administration from the American industries and workers we will target. These Trump tariffs are scheduled to come into effect on March 12th. By then, Canada will have a new prime minister. I am one of the candidates, and that person must be prepared to act immediately. These new import taxes, known as Section 232 tariffs, are a turning point for Canada and the world, because they suggest the United States is making a historic change in its understanding of who its friends are, and indeed of whether it is interested in having any friends at all. To his credit, President Trump was the first Western leader to recognize that the China shock is real for American workers, that China-driven global financial imbalances are unsustainable. States. Naming establishment was long reluctant to acknowledge, helped Mr. Trump get elected twice. Here's the rub. Actually fixing these problems will be much easier with the help of America's stalwart friends, particularly Canada, and at least before the past 10 days we were keen to join your fight. After all, our workers and our industries have suffered from the China shock just as America's have. And we have had our own difficulties with Beijing, as President Trump should well remember. America first need not mean America alone. Indeed, the great rebalancing of the global economy that President Trump seeks can be accomplished best in cooperation with America's traditional allies. But if America, which controls approximately 25% of the global economy, pursues a punishing trade war with Canada and its other allies, all of us will have no choice but to seek other friends wherever we can find them. It is easy to see why a superpower might be attracted to splendid isolation, but it is the sometimes tedious, time-consuming work of cooperation with friends that will give Americans the best chance of recapturing the peace and prosperity achieved by the alliance builders of the greatest generation. Chrystia Freeland is a member of Canada's Parliament, a former Deputy Prime Minister, and a candidate for leader of the Liberal Party and Prime Minister.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think she makes a good point. Apparently Trump has had to back down on these tariffs once before, and sounds like she has a plan. This next story actually definitely caught my attention. All of a sudden, Mitch McConnell is has developed a spine in his very old age. I think this is hilarious, actually.
This news story was written by Liz Goodwin and Hannah Knowles. Welcome to the resistance. Mitch McConnell bucks Trump with no votes. Democrats heap praise on their former foe, while his GOP colleagues express disappointment. In his many years leading Senate Republicans, Mitch McConnell pushed the judiciary rightward and turned the chamber into a legislative graveyard for Democrats, earning a reputation for cutthroat partisan politics. But free from his leadership role, and likely in his last term, the 82-year-old has spent the last few months pushing back against President Donald Trump's most controversial nominees, becoming an unlikely, and sometimes lonely, face of Republican resistance. On Wednesday, McConnell cast the lone Republican no vote against Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence, blasting her as an unqualified candidate with a history of alarming lapses in judgment, in a statement that indirectly indicted his colleagues for failing to do their constitutional duty to check Trump's nominees. It followed a similar no vote against Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth last month, and a likely refusal to vote to confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to lead the nation's health system later this week. As many of his colleagues have swallowed their concerns about these nominees' backgrounds or policy positions, McConnell has silently, and with little fanfare, voted against them, refusing to even meet with the candidates one-on-one before doing so. The Senate's power of advice and consent is not an option. It is an obligation, and one we cannot pretend to misunderstand, McConnell said in his statement Wednesday. When a nominee's record proves them unworthy of the highest public trust, and when their command of relevant policy falls short of the requirements of their office, the Senate should withhold its consent. McConnell's emergence as a note of resistance in a Senate that has otherwise supported Trump's agenda has surprised some of his colleagues. Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican Wyoming, said McConnell's vote against Gabbard was a heartbreaker. I think loyalty was very important to him when he was leader, so I'm so sorry to see now that his role has changed, that he views it differently, Lummis said. So I would just say I am sad. McConnell has telegraphed to GOP leaders ahead of time when he's going to vote no, according to senators. And his colleagues are reluctant to criticize him publicly for voting the way he wants to, after so many years of being bound to his leadership position. We all respect him. We always have, and he's certainly still respected, said Senator Mike Rounds, Republican, South Dakota. Still, some Republicans pointed out that his no votes have not seemed to make an impact on his colleagues. Senators Susan Collins, Republican Maine, and Lisa Murkowski, Republican Alaska, moderates who flouted Trump on key votes in his first term, voted with McConnell against Hegseth. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican Louisiana, who voted to convict Trump after the January 6, 2021, attack on the Capitol, appears on track to support all of Trump's nominees, even after raising grave concerns about Kennedy's vaccine skepticism. McConnell, as a childhood polio survivor, has particularly strong views on vaccines and public health. How many people voted with him today against Tulsi on our side? Asked Senator Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri, a critic of McConnell when he was the leader. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of people following suit. There's little love lost between McConnell and Trump, who has insulted the ex-leader and his wife in personal terms. After the January 6th attack, which enraged McConnell, the pair did not speak for years. Trump has groused about McConnell's opposition, telling reporters before the Hegseth vote, "Of course, Mitch is always a no vote, I guess." White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt criticized McConnell from the lectern on Wednesday, though not by name. "I think we're greatly disappointed in any Republican who chooses willfully to vote against the president's exceptionally qualified cabinet nominees and picks to lead his America First administration," Leavitt said. Still, McConnell endorsed Trump's re-election and has made clear he is not planning to oppose Trump on most of his agenda, no matter how excited Democrats may get at these small signs of resistance. "I expect to support most of what this administration is trying to accomplish," McConnell told 60 Minutes earlier this month. "So, what happened in the past is irrelevant to me." In a floor speech in January, McConnell said he planned to support nominees whose professional experience is commensurate with the responsibilities of their office and who have demonstrated in detail their command of relevant policy. McConnell, who is currently making his way around the Capitol in a wheelchair after a pair of falls, has said he wants to serve as a counter to the isolationism growing among Republicans on foreign policy. He wields the Appropriations Subcommittee gavel overseeing defense spending, and he has argued for continued funding for Ukraine in its conflict with Russia, and increased defense spending to counter the threats of China and Russia. Senator Peter Welch, Democrat Vermont, said he wasn't surprised by McConnell's vote against Gabbard and viewed it as part of his lifelong commitment to national security issues, not some transformation into a true swing vote. He's Mr. Republican. He's the same McConnell who, when Barack Obama was elected, said his job was to make Obama a one-term president. But he's always elevated national security issues above partisan politics and is following through, Welch said. Democrats are now finding themselves in the strange position of praising the man whom for years they had made the poster boy for what they painted as Republican callousness. "I'm glad that he is showing some gumption," said Senator Mazie Hirono, Democrat Hawaii. Some pointed out that McConnell's votes against nominees who other Republicans have raised concerns about shows how many lawmakers seem nervous about opposing Trump's picks. "Mitch McConnell doesn't answer to anyone. Certainly not Donald Trump," said Senator Elizabeth Warren, Democrat Massachusetts. "His votes make that clear. The rest of the Senate Republicans know the kind of threat that Tulsi Gabbard poses, and in a world where they weren't afraid of Donald Trump, she never would have made it through the first round of hearings." Some liberal groups have told activists to target McConnell ahead of GOP nomination votes that they are opposing. A stunning turn of events for a man who was until very recently in charge of the Republican agenda. "Mitch McConnell is one of the people most responsible for the peril that our country is in right now. So our expectations are low, but our members aren't going to let up," said Britt Jakovich, a spokesperson for Move On, a liberal grassroots advocacy group. "The fact that he's a key vote target to stop the Trump agenda says a lot about how the modern Republican Party has completely surrendered to MAGA," Jakovich continued. "His constituents in Kentucky would be well served if he showed more spine to fight back against Donald Trump and Elon Musk."
This next story is guaranteed to piss some folks off in the chat. But that's what I'm here for. What would I be if not here to set some folks straight? Let's see here. And I'm not usually a fan of this, ladies.
Americans who voted for Trump cry and complain now about some of the things that Trump is doing that is having a bad effect on them, right? They're having this epiphany like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe I lost my job, my benefits, or whatever it is. Now, yes, a lot of them voted for Trump out of pure racism because they thought that it was going to do something negatively to Black people, get rid of DEI, and, you know, a whole host of other things that we never really benefited from, right? But the one good thing that up by the bootstraps. Nobody owes you anything, right? And so yeah, you went to the booth voting out of pure racism, thinking that it was going to harm us, but you can see that it's harming you because Trump is of a different class. Yeah, he's white or orange. I don't know what color that is, but he's part of the bourgeoisie. He's part of the 1%. He is part of the oligarchy. He's part of the very wealthy, right? That's the class he repping. He ain't necessarily repping white people. He using white people to get what he needs and all of that other stuff. But he's like, y'all ain't gonna never be able to sit next to me. In fact, a lot of y'all, unless it's campaigning, y'all ain't gonna never be in the same room with me. So yeah, a lot of y'all did go to the booth out of racism, thinking you were harming Black people, but you actually harmed yourself. But see, listen, we used to it. I'm not saying it's right that we're used to the things that white supremacy does to us, but you see that white supremacy is just a subsidiary of capitalism, right? They made a lot of those white voters that went to the booth think, yeah, if you just get Trump in, we gonna stick it to Black people. Yeah, you fell for it. But now you see, he's sticking it to y'all too. So it ain't just us that's feeling the pain. Y'all feeling the pain too. But guess what? It hurt y'all more because y'all thought y'all was like Trump. But you're not. Trump sees y'all like he sees the rest of us. They're gonna make the money moves, right? So sorry that you're feeling the pain, but join the club. Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
Well, all I have to say is that it's kind of what I'm saying about the right-wing oligarchs or newly right-wing oligarchs basically rode the back of the populists in the base, the MAGA base voters, right to the the White House. And I think there are going to be some people who regret it, but I had to play that just because it's hilarious. And Deacon Dave, I get your comment, and what can I say? I don't think she is totally incorrect. All right, well, let's see. What else did I have? This Pop the Balloon, this is a Pop the Balloon Senior. It's not going to be very long. And then I'm pretty sure after this, I'm going to wrap it up. Probably should wrap it up now, but I'm awake.
I'm 63 years old, and I'm looking for a real one, baby. A real one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm 61. I feel better now than I did at 51. I'm looking for an active, honest, adventurous, gutsy partner, sprinkled with a little bit of magic, because he will be the real one.
Hi, I'm Trinity Starr, and I'm 54 years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
You think so, Dave? That's an interesting comment.
Hi,
Dave, why do you think she's being cynical? Cynical wouldn't be the word I would use. I'm interested in your use of that term. I think she's being a little bit premature. I don't know that people are having that much buyer's remorse for Trump yet, but I don't think she's being cynical.
My name is Benita, and I'm 62 years young, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm 60 years old. I'm looking for a real one. I feel so youthful in my spirit. I'm not even taking the senior discount.
I would say premature. I would say premature, Dave. I don't think there's any widespread dissatisfaction with Trump right now. So I think she is basing it on some TikToks or something, but I don't think it's to any significant degree. I think she's gonna ultimately be right, but I think she's jumping the gun. Give it till the summer when more people are dissatisfied.
Hi, my name is Nyan, and I'm over 60, and I'm looking for a real one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to yet another episode of A Real One. I, Pointer, am your host for this wonderful event, and I'm here in the city of Las Vegas in the wonderful state of Nevada, and I have some wonderful Las Vegas lovely real ones that are here with me ready to find their real one. Ladies, are you ready? Wonderful. Well, ladies, this is how it's going to work. You're going to have single gentlemen. I was going to say hot guys, but hot real ones, older and more seasoned, and they have the skill and the knowledge ready for you lovely queens, okay? They're going to come out one by one. If you like what you see, you're going to hold on to your heart. If you like what you hear, you're going to hold on to your heart. But the opposite side of that, if you don't like what you see, if you don't like what you hear, feel free to break your heart, and that shows the love just isn't there. If you hold on to your heart by the very end of this wonderful experience, that could be your real one. And we will treat you to your first date, even something over at a casino or something at a show or whatever you want to do in the wonderful city of Las Vegas. We're going to make it happen for you. So I'm excited. Ladies, you excited? Wonderful. Well, let's bring out our first Las Vegas real one. Let's do it. We are ready for our first real one. Well, my first real one, come on in. Come on in, my very first real one. Fantastic. Take that mic for me. Come on in just a little more. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Wonderful. Would you share with these lovely real ones your name, your age, and what you do?
I'm Mark. I'm a professional magician. I'm 65 years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
Oh, very good. Okay. No broken hearts yet, so you're looking darn good, Mr. Magic Man. Now, share with them this. What makes you a real one?
None of them.
Again, I perform illusions.
Dave, actually, none of them really. However, I like watching. Well, shit, I guess they're kind of my age now, though I don't really think of myself as elderly most times. But I like watching the seniors mainly because they don't mince words. If there's something they don't like, they don't dance around it. They will be very direct. However, they always seem to do it in a way that doesn't piss, others off. I think they're very good with their words. And it's something that I don't find with the younger people in Pop the Balloon. And this might not be everybody's cup of tea, but, you either like it or you don't. I find a use in it. He said a magician, Kelvin, not a wizard. I know you're from Britain, Kelvin. We don't have wizards over in the United States. That's a British thing. Yeah, Deacon, of course he's going to put spin on it. That's what politics is.
But I'm looking for a real one because I'm a real one.
Okay.
Real magician.
And share with me this then. What are you looking for in a real one?
Well, honesty. That's probably first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, looks. I mean, everybody's very attractive here.
Okay.
He made
his. I'm looking for a long-term relationship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Let's see if we can't find one today.
Okay, I'm hoping you can. You don't have any broken hearts, so I think they're looking for something quite similar. Now, before we get to the ladies and maybe go a little deeper, what are some of your red flags that you have when it comes to a relationship if you don't like when your partner does this?
Well, I mean, obviously, morbid obesity, which I don't see here. Smoking. I don't like smoking.
Okay.
And
does that mean cigarettes or sticky
weed? Morbid.
Oh, weed's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So just the cigarettes.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they should be mentally and physically healthy.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. These are some mentally, physically fit real ones. So you're looking really good. No broken hearts, Mark. No broken hearts. So you're looking really good. So what's going to happen,
I find
I
that
don't want to
really
make you break
refreshing, Kevin.
any hearts based on
But
appearance.
they don't,
Because a lot of people think
they
that's shallow
don't
and things
do
like that,
it-
even though we
they don't
like
do
what
it
our
in a
eyes
way
like. So let me go a little deeper then for the ladies. They always like this question.
do it out-
Where would you take a real one on a first date?
Oh, definitely to a magic show.
So no magic show for those ladies.
No magic shows.
And tell us why you take them to a magic show.
Well, I attend a lot of magic shows, and it's always more fun with a date.
Okay. We did get some broken hearts on that one, so it was a good question. Let's move just a step forward with me, walk forward, and we're going to talk to this lovely real one. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
My name is Trinity, and I am 54 years old. And I broke it because a magic show wouldn't be intimate enough for us on a first date to get to know each
Whoa,
other.
whoa,
And I would
intimate
want to
on a
spend
first
time with
date?
you, talking to you, vibing
What's
with
the
you.
hurry, Missy?
So that is why. Everything else was fine.
Okay, so before he said that, you were feeling his. What is it?
Good.
Okay. Is she someone that is your type, Mark?
Oh yeah, no, I'm intrigued by that answer.
Okay. At some point, I want you to show us some of that magic because maybe that could
Give it up.
change these real ones' minds. But we can get there in a moment. Let's go down to this next real one and figure it out. So walk with me, very good, and we'll stop it out right here. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Sarah, I'm 60 years old. I think a similar reason. I just don't think it's the right environment for a first date. I love entertainment. I want to go to a show. I want to go see music with you, but I'm just not sure that's the first date.
Before he mentioned that, he's someone that's your type.
Sure. He seems lovely.
Is she someone that's your type?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, it's just the magic thing. Maybe a quick trick. Maybe could that change their mind? Maybe. Camera, make sure you get this really good.
What's up, Dave?
So even though I perform
I want to explain that comment.
Okay.
There's no magic in the elderly woman. That doesn't mean like a 60-year-old woman. Like I'm 42. I'm not dating somebody who's 42. I'm not dating somebody who's 35.
I get you. No.
I'm married.
There's-
I'm married, by the way. I am married.
Well,
Let me preface all that with I'm married, but
No, I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But I will say, when I was 42, my wife was, I think she was 11 months younger than I was. So, I mean, I'm kind of an age appropriate person, and 42 and 35 is definitely age appropriate. I'm going to be 60 next month. I probably wouldn't go younger than 50, though I would make exceptions. But
nor should you. I don't think you should.
Right, but I also want to say that, you know, as a 60-year-old who's in pretty decent health, I do kind of worry about getting with a woman, and I'm going to be blunt, who doesn't like sex. And, you know, I would imagine, you know, there are women that are around my age who may not be, you know, very libidinous. And that would be a deal breaker for me. You know, we don't have to fuck like rabbits, but, you know, I do, you know, I'm not out of that phase of my life yet. So, you know, if I met a 60-year-old who was decent, you know, attractive and all that stuff, but she's like, hey, I just want to cuddle, you know, for the next 20 years, that would be a deal breaker.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think you do have to have some. She has to have something to where she hasn't done everything. And the older a woman gets, the more they're out here. They did all this shit.
You know
like,
what, though?
It's not fun no more, bro.
Get it? But you know what? In a way, like traveling for me, I wouldn't say no to, you know, there's some places I want to go. I want to go back to Israel. I've been to Guantanamo, but have never been to Havana. I would love to do that. There's some specific places I want to go. I actually would like to go to Tanzania, Madagascar.
Don't take a woman there. Do not take nothing.
You know what? Funny you should say that, but I don't have like a burning desire to like travel the world. I kind of like where I am. However, It's funny you should mention that because in that Pop the Balloon where the lady says you have to have your passport, the last thing I want to do is travel. I really would rather travel alone.
You
Just
should.
that way I can move at my own pace and do what I want to do. I don't, even when I did travel, it was mostly in the Navy. I used to always go out alone. Even when there was they'd say, "Hey, you got to have a buddy system." I would always go out alone because I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it, and having to negotiate just isn't something I wanted to do. As far as what I did on a travel destination.
Man, they talk all this shit about passport bros, but like what you see when you go places, you definitely don't want to have anything anchoring it.
I agree.
Just in case you want to sample the local cuisine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I've always been a little reticent about doing that, but I know what you mean. I don't want to. Basically, you're right. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it, and I don't want to have to negotiate. And if you're going with like a wife or a significant other of some type, having to negotiate, I'd rather not.
I'm happy for my setup because I'm still able to move
Right.
and part. I'm not going to put my business out there, but I'm able to go and enjoy myself
Right.
and without fear. You know what I mean? So when I'm out and about, I just would not. I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine taking something from here anywhere else in the world. And women that do that, that's something that they have to experience on their own. The ones that say that that's what they want in their man. You're a
You know,
goddamn fool if you sign up for that.
I think most of these women actually haven't traveled as much as they say they do. Um, because I'm with you. If you actually knew, and maybe it's different for a woman. You want someone there because I can imagine as a woman going, somewhere you might be particularly vulnerable. So I guess I could understand why they would want a man as a travel partner. Um,
You know, they want a financier. That's what that is. There's nothing more than that. They want
well,
somebody who's going somewhere and they want to tag along to it. You do not entertain that. You
yeah.
do not. You're gonna before you even touch down, you're gonna see something better. I guarantee. This is like they're just having the idea. Your brain changes, and no, it's a fucking no. And guys need to know that. But this isn't a red pill channel, Stanley. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh no, hey, I, uh, I think you probably get some agreement on that. One last thing though about the mystery and older women, you're probably right about that. We tend to have experienced a lot, and we have a lot of opinions on a lot of things.
Well, that's funny you say that because my wife, she's not American, and there are some times where the pop culture conversations are a reference to it. She doesn't get that, but what I do appreciate more is her learning the culture more than her understanding the pop culture reference. And the moment that I use it, that will just fly over her head. Like it's not that big of a deal. But it's exciting though for her to have a lot of her first time experiences with me here. That's something that you can't take away. Like, and it goes directly into my point that old women don't have magic because they've done everything. You might be pleasantly surprised to get a woman from anywhere else, or I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not lobbying for that, but to experience a woman from somewhere else and do
Yep.
things with her, and a lot of those experiences will be her first time experience it, and you can actually see a huge difference, and there's a satisfaction, like you don't mind doing a little extra because you see the appreciation there. You know
You
what I
know
mean?
what? That is a very sophisticated point. I never thought of that. Yeah. That's a goddamn. That's okay. Okay.
And I stand firm on that because
No,
I
no.
think what
Hey, you're the first person who's ever brought up that very good point. I think that's an excellent point. As
All
a
right,
matter
so
of
this
As a matter of
this is
fact, kind of like fuck. Maybe what I ought to do is travel to somewhere like Cuba, somewhere like that, and I'll just go and I'll be an elder passport, bro. Go out and bring a wife back.
man. Listen, there's a lot of things in their countries that they haven't experienced, let alone yours. If you do, I mean, you could always get them on a vacation visa, but I don't want to talk about none of that. I
No,
took
that's
my wife.
oh,
I,
that's
I took my wife to a flea market,
uh,
and bro, like that's nothing to me. Or a drive-through store because we got those in Ohio. You really
mhm,
just drive through, and
mhm.
just her eyes just widen, and it's just like, yeah, babe, we got that kind of. I haven't done anything sophisticated yet. I don't have to. We haven't gotten there yet. I don't want to show her the moon when
Right.
we got all this space and that's this shit around us now. I mean, I could build up to the things that most women here have already done, and
Right.
every step of the way, just capture that impression in her eye.
Wow. Okay. That is definitely a unique perspective and a very good one. Kind of makes me feel old now.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what she's gonna think when I take her to Cedar Point this year, like that kind of thing. Something that I've done all my whole life, and she's never been on a roller coaster.
Oh wow.
She's gonna lose her shit. So
Well, you
it's
better make sure she doesn't eat before she does it. If she literally loses her shit.
it's gonna be so exciting, man. But I don't think you get that. You definitely don't get that with women who have a lot of experience. Like even with these pop the balloon shows, they can break a guy down just from standing in front of her because she's had so many different guys that like him,
Uh-huh.
similar, close to. I got.
Well, that is definitely. I've never really thought about it. In that framing.
I'm looking for a real one.
Oh,
For
wow.
the queen with the heart.
How
That's beautiful.
How weird.
I'm looking.
Good.
So even
Let's
though
see.
I perform illusions, I'm looking for a real one.
For the queen with the heart. It's beautiful. Wow. That was amazing. I didn't even, oh my gosh, that was good. Yeah, but I don't know if any hearts will come back from that. Can you make a heart reappear?
Well,
Maybe. Oh, it's okay. All right.
You'll notice that while I did that, my fingers never left my hands.
Yeah, that was amazing. Wow, he's got skill. Let's take a step, just one step back. That's perfect, and then come in a little more because we're going to talk because we still have 4 real ones that have their hearts intact. So you're still looking really good. So what I want to do is ask maybe just a few more questions, to kind of narrow down the love search. Now these questions are normally very important on this style of a real one. Marriage. Have you ever been married?
I have been married, but it was 25 years ago. No kids, and she left and lives overseas, so we haven't talked in 25 years. So I'm completely free and a bachelor.
Okay. All right. I think they like that. How about this? I want to offer it to the real ones. If any of these lovely ladies have a question for this amazing real one, do any of you lovely ladies have a question for this real one? All right, let's walk it on down. Come on down with me. Let's get to this lovely real one. Name, age, and your question.
No, that's not Be
Christina,
Brave,
I'm
Virgo.
61. What kind of exercise do you do?
Well, my apartment complex has a gym, so I start off on the stationary bicycle until I hit my target heart rate. Then I move to circuit training, and I finish with a cool down on the treadmill.
Nice. How often?
3 to 4 times a day, and then in the summertime when it's better weather, we have a pool, so I swim pretty much every day.
Any other exercise activity?
You mean that's
Well,
not
we can
enough?
discuss that when we go out.
Okay. I like that too. He's kind of getting it straight to the point. So did any other real one have a question? And what about, okay, let's walk it on back to this lovely real one. Name, age, and your question.
My name's Casey.
Not a single
I'm
one, Sam?
63. And my question is, you said that you were married and you were
Not a
divorced
single
25
one.
years
What?
ago. You're a bachelor.
Like none of
and
them catch your eye.
is that your ultimate plan
Not
to
really.
stay a bachelor?
I mean, they all
Actually,
I know this one in the wig, the one right behind his shoulder doesn't. Looks like she's lost some weight, and you can see it in her arm. Plus, she's got a tattoo. This woman here, not really.
I think
I'm
the
in favor
women,
of
the
marriage,
older
and I'd like
women
to
in
be
this
remarried.
show are more classier than the women that they show on
I had a great
the
dad. I
younger
think I would be
varieties
a great
because
dad.
most of them
But
are
of course,
tatted
at
up
our
and
age,
pierced up
it
and
would
shit.
probably be instant.
Yeah. But I think that's I think I think that tattoos and piercings are really like when I was a kid, say 40 years ago, um 40, 45 years ago, tats were not a thing. I mean, like no one I can't even think of anyone in college that had tattoos. It just wasn't a thing.
Well, I'm like the only guy that doesn't have tattoos. I don't have a single one of them.
Yeah, I don't either and have I'm like, why would I ruin perfectly good skin? Just not something. And to be honest with you, like my wife didn't have any tattoos. I think a woman with a bunch of tattoos, I would just question her judgment or her values. Our values might not align. One tattoo, I guess, you know, depending on where it is, but like that, there was I don't know if you were watching, there was a woman that kind of reminded me. Was it you that made the Erica Badu um, point? That one woman in Pop the Balloon
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was me.
that Arlette had. She was just kind of she reminded me of Lisa Bonet, and she was talking about how, hey, if you don't like tattoos, I plan on getting a lot more, etc. I'm like, no, 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 there's no way. She
That
had
was
tattoos.
she was a pass around in her heyday. She's probably gotten over it now and wants to straighten up her life. That's the vibe I got from her.
I think you're probably right or close to right. She was just a little bit of a too free a spirit for me.
They come with problems.
For me,
That check engine light's on.
Well, I think she was old enough. She looked like she was solidly in her 30s, maybe approaching 40. She's old enough where she's only going to attract her kind. I, I don't think she's going to be getting any guy in trouble. They could, any guy over like 35 could see her coming a mile away. You might get involved with her, like, hey, I haven't had a girlfriend in a while. We'll hang out, do some friends with benefits, but by no means would you ever consider her for any serious or long term thing. I wouldn't.
Man, those are a dime a dozen, man. They're a
You
dime a
know,
dozen.
I have to say, I don't know that I've ever met anyone quite like her. I've never met her archetype.
Shit, I have. This area I live in it seems to they were influenced by when they're used by a Tupac and a gangster rap, and this is the product of that. That
But
was the
see,
product of I
she
can
looked like the type that would be into rap at all. She looked more
I
like
don't know.
she would be more into like an Erica Badu type music.
That's definitely a it's compatible. That
Yeah,
is the that
yeah.
is the counterpart to that.
A companion.
Yeah, that's the it goes together. When they made the Ken doll and went with the Barbie, that's exactly what that is. That's the compatible opposite of the hip hop culture.
Virgo. Virgo says people do things when they're young. Stanley, people grow up. I don't know about that. Um, and I might not be the best person to talk about that because my parents, I wouldn't even say they were super strict, but they had standards. Their standards sometimes were pretty high, and it was kind of frustrating as a teenager. You just weren't going to do all kinds of shit under their roof.
Right. I grew up with rules, and I got
And,
my ass beat when I broke them.
and the thing is, and I think it helped after college, because I did some shit in college that, I wouldn't even, to this day, I wouldn't tell my parents. Um, However, there was always that little, that my mother on one shoulder going, hey, it was always in the back of my mind that, hey, you know, have your fun, but don't take this shit too far. Make sure it doesn't leave a mark or or lasting consequences. And there was a certain level of guardrail, mental guardrail, even when I was young. So I don't know that I'm not. People do young things and they grow up, of course,
Nah,
but you don't want to do lasting damage. Make sure whatever it is you do, you can recover from.
but people don't go and do things with that in mind. They don't. They don't think about the long game at all. They're thinking about the immediate fun, and they want you to not see the long term damage that is caused, and then want you to also believe that they won't make another stupid decision, but they never had the guardrails in place from the jump.
Right. I just, Virgo, I know what you're saying. And like I said, I'm probably not the best person to kind of talk to about or make that kind of suggestion, because I actually think that um, 17 has grown up enough, that some things you just instinctively know not to do. And a tattoo's not the worst thing you'll ever do, but, you know, getting
Can
like
be.
getting a shitload of tattoos, like sleeves, a sleeve of tattoos. Yeah, that's a little overboard for me.
Hey Stanley, you think a sleeve is worse than a tattoo across the chest for a woman?
I think,
It's like a
well,
big dumb elephant in the middle of your chest.
they're
Like
both
that's
I think they're both equally bad.
the one across the chest is unforgivable. I don't give a fuck what it is.
Well, here's the deal. They're not easily covered up.
No, sometimes you can't at all. There's nothing you can wear.
And if you can't cover up the tattoo, like if you have to wear long sleeves in June because you're going out somewhere where those tattoos might not be like appropriate, then yeah, that's lasting harm or lasting damage to me. Across your chest, if you can't wear like a low cut ball gown without having that tattoo you know revealed, to me that's lasting damage.
That's a sign of like mental breakdown.
I wouldn't say mental breakdown. Maybe it is rebellious. Whatever the reason being, it's lasting harm. Even if it's just skin deep harm, I would question someone's judgment. And I don't buy the excuse, you know, young people make mistakes. I don't know that I buy that excuse just as a blanket coverage.
No, but I don't know. I think with women, like
Let me put
tattoos
it
is
to
a
you this
sign
way.
of something that they went through.
My first quarter of college, I had like $1,000, and $1,000 was a lot, back in my day, back in the 80s. Um, I spent like that $1,000 the fucking first quarter. I was partying, I was having a good time. I was running from Athens to Atlanta, going to see concerts, and it was all money that I earned, so it was my money. But when my father found out about it, he was not happy about it. He didn't go ballistic or anything, but he's like, well, that was pretty undisciplined. Now you got to come to me for money.
Put
Uh,
some perspective on it. How much was a
no,
beer
no,
back
no.
then?
What I'm saying is that is a young person's mistake. Okay, but it's not
Right.
It's not leaving a permanent mark. It was just money. Now, money badly spent, money that should have been stretched. But that's a young person's mistake. It was the first time away from home. I had a bunch of high school friends in college. We all went to an all boys Catholic military school. So there was an expansion factor. That's what we used to call it. But that's recoverable. You're fucking what, 18? You spent $1,000 your first time away from college? Dumb mistake. Never made it again, but it didn't leave a permanent mark.
Damn, I remember my first $1,000. I bought a car with it.
Well, see, I already had a car. It was just party money.
So I guess it's probably the second 1,000 was probably the better story. Because I went out and put a sound system in it, and it was a piece of shit.
Oh, that's even better.
Man, that thing was stomping, man. I missed that old system.
Yeah. Now, if I had to spend it, now I did spend money on gas, going to Atlanta, in insurance and stuff like that. But nah, the majority of it was just, frittered away on, just stuff. But like I said, that's a young person's mistake. That is something, that could be, a parent can wrap their head around it. They can work with it. It's a learning experience. If I come home with like a face tattoo, that would be a problem. That would be a huge problem.
Right.
Your future career. You're not going to go into the Navy as an officer with a face tattoo.
Man, these chicks will say something crazy like, I was out at a party and I slept with 20 dudes and caught herpes, but I was young, so it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. You can forgive that I was young, so.
What are you going to say to the man, you're hoping will ask you to marry you? I was young, please forgive me? Fuck no. I'm not, I don't give a shit if Valtech suppresses it.
Oh, shit. You got to prep. Is that what they call it? They consider that prep?
You're going to be on medication for the rest of your life, and there's a chance you're going to spread that disease to me or the kids? Fuck no.
Right. Well, I'm just not as forgiving as they suggest you should be. Does that make me an asshole? Am I an asshole now?
Hey, you know what, Dave? Don't worry about it, because you asshole maybe, but a correct asshole. And you know what? Be an asshole to your kids. They'll benefit from it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like right now, and I'm always talking about my son, but you know what? He survived his first semester, and I'm sure he must have done something that I would fuss about. The bottom line is I don't know about it. He did okay grade wise, and hey,
You can move on. No long term effects.
Exactly. He did what a college kid should do, and no more.
You think he'll marry a black woman or what?
I don't. Well, see, I don't give a shit. I mean, I want her to be, decent looking, and I want her to be of good character. But I don't.
And in the proper weight class. You don't want him bringing big on something.
I just assume all that. He knows. I don't have to coach him through that. But the bottom line is, I don't care what color she is. I just need her to be good for him.
They call it a sisterhood special.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think if people really say that, oh, Stanley, you're a racist or you're always talking about race, I'm always talking about race in like a political sense. I think it's a problem culturally and politically. However, my wife and I'm not even kidding a little bit or stretching it. The only time we ever talked about race was when her grandmother, and this was before we were married actually, her grandmother found out that her granddaughter was dating a black guy. And her comment, which wasn't to me, and I don't think it was even to her, it was to my father-in-law or my future father-in-law. He told her that, oh, hey, God only knows what he said, but hey, she's dating a black guy or something like that, I guess. But her grandmother, who was in her 90s, I think she was 90, or 89 or something like that. First thing she said was, can't she find a white man?
In front of you?
No, hell no. She didn't even do it in front of my wife. It was to
Hey,
my
no
wife's
harm, no foul.
my wife's father.
Okay.
And she probably would have well, she never would have said it in front of me. She had she was a polite woman, and I don't think she would have said it in front of my wife. But the thing is I'd gone home, gone to Savannah to, believe it or not, bring back a car. I bought a used Jeep. So I drove it from Savannah back up to Fairfax. It was right at Christmas, and they were doing like a Christmas party or something. So my wife meets me at the door, and we greet each other and all that. So she goes, well, hey, guess what my grandmother said? And I'm like, what? Now, why my wife told me this, I have no idea. But she said, well, Nan was like, can't she find a black guy? And I'm to this day, I don't know why she even bothered telling me. But when I laughed, I'm like, well,
Hell no.
like, number one, why are you telling me? And number two, I literally said, well, what did you expect her to say? She grew up in the South back in the 30s, for God's sake. 30s and 40s.
That one time when you was with her, did you ever think about what the sisterhood would think about you?
The what now?
Yeah, I guess this question is going towards like this idea that guys in the back of their head worry about what the sisters think about you.
No. Why would I?
Nah, because you was
The
too
thing
busy
is,
enjoying.
I was 38 at the time. I wasn't giving a fuck what anybody thought. I mean, if anything, the only sister, in quotes, I was thinking about is what my mother would think. My mother was not that enthused about it, and to be honest, I don't know that she ever was. But that was the only sister I was thinking about. I don't give a fuck. Now, let me tell you something. Years before that, I dated this Danish woman, and we were in upstate New York, in White Plains, New York, as a matter of fact. And she and I were walking down the street, and these two young black girls in a car, because we were, pulled up like to a stoplight or something, and they made a comment. And the thing is I didn't even hear the comment, but my girlfriend at the time did. So I turned around and I'm like, well, what did they say? So she told me what they said, and I was a little pissed off. And she's like, don't worry about it. That is like the last time that the quote sisterhood ever said anything, and that I noticed. You have to know me. If I think I'm right, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. So no, the sisterhood, I don't give a fuck. What sisterhood? I have a sister. I would care what she thought, but that's the only sisterhood I know of. And I would hope the same things for my son. Do what's best for you. Unless other people are paying your bills, or you have to live with them, or they affect your life in some way. Yeah, you might want to know what they're thinking, and who knows, they might be right about something, and you adjust your behavior. But wholesale worrying about what people are gonna think, as long as you're not doing anything, immoral or illegal, you'll waste your so much time worrying that it's not really worth it.
Now, I've been over that, man. I talking to a guy who give a fuck what people think. But not everybody's like that. I guess that's something that you gotta,
Well,
develop.
Latino, my mother just died a year ago, so she knew who I married, and we did family reunions and stuff. So my mother had plenty of time to interact with my wife. Um, as a matter of fact, my wife died. My wife died before my mother died by years. And as far as her grandmother, that's the other. That hey, Dave, that's the other thing. Once they realized, like, when we got married, my wife didn't work. She didn't have to worry about much. Her grandmother was always like, "Well, when you coming to visit me? Why haven't you visited me in so long?" Um, Her grandmother was a huge fan of mine. So, why can't she marry a white man? Well, she was perfectly fine with the black man her granddaughter married. And I liked her, she liked me. We used to go over there all the time.
Yeah,
So,
man. I never had the issue with the interracial thing, man. I don't care which way it goes.
well, I mean, I have a problem to the extent that I know it's interracial, but that's about all I know. Gee, she's not black.
See two happy people, I could be
Hey,
happy for
hey,
them.
and I used to tease her all the time, because she wants to go out and get a tan. I'm like, you know what? I'm not paying for your skin cancer treatments. put on, put on, put on something so I can be done with it. Going
Damn
out. I'm going to lay out. I'm like, that's like the fucking whitest thing. What are you waiting on the tone on the radio to turn over? I used to tease her mercilessly about that shit. You
Yeah.
don't even tan. All you're doing is turning red.
Right, right, right. Yeah, you gotta cook evenly on both sides.
You know what? Just don't do it at all. I'm okay with your lily white. I'm okay with your ghostly pale skin.
Yeah, pure as the undriven snow.
No, I don't know about all that. But, in the wintertime, because she was a light blonde, in the wintertime, she did get mighty pale.
What is your son? Is he like? Cause you're a light skinned guy.
No, I'm not that light skinned. I'm dark. Well, not exactly dark skinned, but
You're probably the same
certainly
complexion as
not
me.
pale. I
Right.
mean,
Your son, he got the
they
mix,
when he
the
was a
good mix.
baby, my wife's Hispanic friends thought he was Hispanic. They would ask her, "Well, would you marry a Latin guy or what?"
Hmm.
So his hair is kind of reddish brown, but she was so light. Um, so it's not that big a surprise. But I don't care who he marries as long as she's smart and good for him. Smart. I do. I would hope, because marrying a woman who doesn't have anything like intellectually, doesn't have to be the same things you're interested in, but you have to be, you know, um,
Not be embarrassing when you talk.
yeah, you have to be compatible, on
Right.
a mental level.
It's just if he was influenced by hip hop and he brought a hood booger home, would you hesitate to say something?
He's not really into hip hop. I mean, of course, who any kid would be these days, but I mean, he's not really into, at least so far, not really into. He doesn't really dress street. Um, about the only thing that he's got these. This kind of style where they're wearing camouflage. these
Oh,
days.
okay. Yeah.
He's kind of into that, which surprised me because as a kid, he wouldn't wear anything that was camouflage. But it's kind of like urban wear now. So, he does have a couple pairs of pants that are kind of camouflage, but I would be surprised if he brought someone like that home. That would surprise me.
I remember I brought my first my first dark skin. My grandmother, she's a colorist. Like she's bad. She's horrible about it too. She can't hide it. So like she's real fair complected. And I brought a dark skinned girl home, and I thought she was cute. And you don't want to ever use that. Oh, you're cute for a dark skinned girl. Anyway, you don't you don't pick them based off that. Anyway, I brought her home. This is my senior year, and my grandmother, she would not stop joning on this chick, man. She's like,
really?
She's ugly, and I was like, I know she ain't ugly. She's like, she looked like she'd been crying. Like I can't bring women around my grandmother. Now she approves of the wife, but oh my god.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I rarely brought women home because my mother, I don't think anybody would ever be good enough for me as far as my mother's concerned. And my mother's like your grandmother, though I don't think she would go that far. But yeah, there'd be a comment or two under her breath.
You
But
know
it
how
would,
they bait you? They say, "Oh, who you date now? I'd like to meet her." And then you bring her and they start talking shit.
never asked. Well, a lot of the time I wasn't in Savannah anyway. But no, they never really asked, and I never really offered.
Yeah, they always that.
You'll meet them at the right time. I don't need your approval. I put it that way. I don't need I didn't need parental approval or what do you think of her or anything like that. I didn't really care what their opinions were. I would pick the person who was right for me, and y'all raised me, so trust your upbringing. And I'm kind of the same way with my son. I don't interfere with his personal life too much. Um, I trust the way I raised him. And kids will let you down. I'm sure at some point he'll do something that I don't necessarily approve of, but he's made it to 18 and really hasn't. Now, I met one of his little girlfriends at his high school graduation, and
What'd you
apparently
think?
she was a quote mulatto. So me and my father-in-law, my wife's father, we're standing right outside the auditorium. So this girl comes up and shakes my hand and goes, "Mr. Cross, it's nice to meet you." And both me and my father-in-law, we're standing there like slackjaw. This girl was, holy fuck. I'm like, I wanted to take my son's hand and her hand and join them together and go, you know what? Go make me some grandkids. That's the first time I've ever had a grandfatherly thought. That girl was fucking stunning. I'm like,
Wow.
God damn, what? I know why you didn't bring her home now.
Yeah, you would have lost your shit. The
Oh,
kamikaze mode activated.
she's a high school kid, but I tell you what,
I know.
probably would have had to look at her a couple times, like sneak some looks. She was stunning. I was like, well, damn. You know what? I wouldn't even say a chip off the old block because when I was in high school, never would have gotten a woman that good looking. I was too nerdy.
I do wonder if I stunt my kids' growth socially because they go to an all-white school. My son, he's the man, but like my daughter, she's shelled up. You know, it's kind of weird.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Don't send them, like I went to an all boys Catholic school and my sister went to an all girls Catholic school. They were brother and sister school, but they were separated. They were on opposite sides of the city. I would not, I don't know that I approve of all. I'm more a co-ed high school kind of guy, because if you're kind of shy like I was as a kid, it's not. You want to go to school. You want co-ed, and as a matter of fact, the only recommendation I made for college, uh, for my son when he was selecting a dorm, I told him make sure you get a co-ed dorm. Um, it's just for me, for socializing, it's just more a conducive environment. If nothing else, having women, now they don't live on the same floor, they alternate floors, but having a co-ed environment, in my opinion, in the right type of co-ed environment, it's kind of like a natural check on, all boys will be boys. Having women of worth around kind of checks that behavior, at least in my fantasy world.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah.
Now
I
these
can't
are
deny
these are
that.
these are girls who are future engineers and whatever. These are girls at Georgia Tech. So, I'm assuming they have to meet kind of the same requirements as the males do. These are women who are fairly serious and fairly, I would think, serious about school. And that's the one thing that actually impressed me the one or two times I've been down there to visit him. Um, these kids aren't like University of Georgia kids. Maybe on the weekends they are, but they're fairly, they look fairly respectable at least during the week. Like they're,
Yeah, you going to a tech school for sure.
yeah, this is a fucking engineering school. All those motherfuckers are nerds.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But
Why?
if they make a mistake, you can't say it's a bad one. You know what I mean? That's good fertile ground to plant your seed if you have to.
Well, I guess you have to. But I'm like I told John, I'm my days of parenting are pretty much over. I'm an advisor now. You're 18. You got yourself into college. I assume you're going to get yourself out of college. And if there's a like a bump in the road, like you get some girl pregnant, you will have to manage. I'm not keeping grandkids, for one thing, and you're an adult now. I advise. I don't tell you what to do, um, unless it's my money. If I give you, money or something to buy a car, I expect you to buy a car with it. But if it's your money or it's your, I'm not checking grades. I don't give a fuck about your grades. Um, I don't care about any of that. I've done my time. I,
Yeah,
I
we should have our children meet. Stan. That would be
you.
dope. We should have our children meet. My daughter, she's 18,
Oh, is she? I
and
didn't know you were that old.
I'm
Well,
42.
you're in your 40s, so yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's 18. She's never got a B on in any class. She's going off to college next year, and
Well, I'm sorry. My son made his first B in math. God damn it. I was actually shocked. He's never made a B in math before, and he made a B in freshman calculus. And now I do know Georgia Tech, for instance. They weed people out in their calculus classes. They're notorious for that. But I basically told him, you know what? You weren't working very hard if you made a B in math. Don't bullshit me. But hey, a B is okay. I'm not gonna fuss. I don't give a shit. You made a B. So anyway, to my point, my son's kind of the same way. So yeah, I'm not averse to it.
we'll
If
see. We'll see how she develops. I think she's still got some maturing to do. I mean, she's not immature, but
yeah,
and
well,
she's not a social butterfly. You know what I mean?
you know what? I wouldn't say my son is, but he is sociable. He was fairly popular in high school. As a matter of fact, he was one year he was actually like vice president or something of the class. He so I mean he was popular enough to be elected into a class office.
I think she's gonna graduate number two,
Nice.
like number two in in her high school or whatever. She's got college credit. I don't know what she's gonna do. I told her to get in tech.
Yeah, well, you know what? It sounds like, whatever she's gonna do, shit, salutatorian of a class. I expect she'll wind up, whatever she does, it's gonna be a good school and she'll be successful.
Yeah, I was nowhere near as smart as she is. I used to skip when I went to school, so we're like polar opposites. She's about her business and goal oriented, and I'm more like, well, my son is more like me.
Yeah,
You know,
well, my
I
sister,
was I was young, Stanley. I made mistakes.
yeah, but I mean, you didn't make like mistakes you couldn't fix.
Not, exactly.
Yeah, you got. Oh shit! I'm not saying don't make mistakes, but and I tell you, I've always told my son, don't ever get yourself into trouble, the type of trouble that I can't um, interdict and correct or negotiate, or don't get yourself into a position where I can't help you. So, and he did good.
Hmm.
So your
Hey,
daughter,
shout out to you for being an excellent father,
I don't know about all that, but I mean,
for having a successful son.
well, yeah, half of it. I mean, I set a standard and he met it, and yeah, every now and again, I remember he brought home a C in seventh grade. And see, I know my son well enough to know that he could fall asleep and make a B, but he brought home a C. And so when I called him on it, he literally said, "Well, come on now, it's a passing grade." I looked at him and I'm like, "No, a C is an F. A B is a passing grade, and I don't expect you to make a B." And so I called his teacher, like, to find out what the fuck is going on. And his teacher was like, well, hey, he could probably make an A if he weren't so busy auditioning to be on Saturday Night Live. And
He was in there
I
cutting up.
like, I was like,
Nice.
well, you know what? Every year I tell the teachers, I'll email them or call them or something. And I go, if there are any issues, you need to be on the phone with me because these are my expectations. Every year, I go to the guidance counselor, tell her what my expectations are, what we're working towards, as far as his academics. And I email or talk to the teachers and tell them if you have any issues, you need to contact me. I don't care what time, it just doesn't matter. I need to be the first line. So I called him and I'm like, well, what, why didn't you call me if it's this bad? So, same thing happened in an AP economics class, his senior year. The teacher did contact me and, he's like, well, hey, he's carrying a C. And I was like, what? So I went to my son and I sat him down, didn't yell or anything like that. I'm like, I'm like, dude, you know what? You know you can make an A. What are you doing? Don't you want to go? As it turned out, he'd already been accepted to college, but still,
It's not. Yeah, that's not a time to
because,
relax.
because the one thing Georgia Tech said is they reserve the right to unselect you. Like, if they literally said, if you fuck off, not in these words, but if you fuck off and wreck your grades because you got accepted and you just go, oh fuck it, they'll rescind the offer. So I told my son, read this. See what it says? So, dude went from a C to an A in a semester. So he was fucking around the whole time. You've got to keep up with your kids, and you know this. I'm preaching to the choir with you, but no, you got to be involved in that schooling. You got to know what they're doing.
Absolutely. We was up there for every teachers meeting, PTA, after school, whatever. She even did a summer school just to get some of her college credits.
Yeah. It's like if you are not, and you know what? If your kids get annoyed, they'll thank you for it at some point.
Yeah, and my son, he's something else, man. Oh my god, these kids, man, they turned out better than I did for sure.
Hey, that's the whole point. You know, shit. I went to the University of Georgia. I could have gotten into Georgia Tech. It would have been by the skin of my teeth. I didn't, my grades were good, but I didn't have a 4.3 or whatever he had. It wouldn't have been a shoe in. I would have had to compete. He got, how they do the first, like you can get early selected to college, like if it's your first choice. You can wait for the general admissions period, or you can do it early, like first thing, your senior year. He got selected in that early round, so it was like you're in. So he knew it was his first choice. He got his first choice, and I told him, "Don't put all your eggs in one basket," and he did it. He applied to 2 fucking colleges. I'm like, you need to apply to Harvard, you need to apply to Duke, you need to apply to Vanderbilt. He wanted Cornell if he was going to do Ivy League. So
I assume your son's a summer kid, right? He's already into college. Mine's
yeah, he started in the fall.
Okay.
No, but I'm like, I'm like, yeah, you need to do all this and make sure and deadlines and all this stuff. So I'm like, well, you didn't hear back from Princeton was another one I told him because they've got a good computer program. I'm like, well, what about all these colleges? I haven't heard anything. He's like, well, I only applied to Georgia Tech.
He knew what he wanted. He was focused.
What if you hadn't got accepted?
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, Stan Silly, I gotta bounce out of here because I gotta get back to work.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Goofing off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm here. I should probably go myself.
Hey, but as always, man, nice talking to you, though.
Yeah, you too.
I'll be back up later.
All right. Let's see. I know John's supposed to go live here pretty soon. Let's see. Did he go live? Because I'm up here messing around, probably boring people. Let's see. John's supposed to go live at 10:30. So if he does that, I'll sign off. But in the meantime, we'll watch a few more minutes of this Pop the Balloon.
Your children.
They're adults, but yeah,
Right.
I hear you.
Beautiful. Any other questions?
Thanks, Kel.
From those that have a heart, Bonita or Nyan?
Oh, hey, by the way,
what I'm going to
Latino,
do is take a step back.
Latino, thank you so much for your compliment there. Yeah, she was a wonderful person. She, believe me, probably half the reason, I haven't been out chasing tail is I'm still kind of heartbroken, all these years later. And, it's inevitable that, every woman I meet kind of gets compared to her. And it's not particularly fair. Yeah, she was all that. And you know what? Her family was all that too. As a matter of fact, I just, my father-in-law and I talk, a couple times a week. And, he comes down like on breaks, to visit us and to see his grandson and all that. So, she came from a great family, and when after she died, I'm still, her family and I are still family, basically.
Back with me. Do you
So there
have a
are
question you'd like
good
to
white
ask each of these real ones? I like to call it a deal-breaking question, a heartbreaking question, something that could narrow down the love search.
Well, I suppose I'd like to know, do you feel like you can leave all the excess baggage from your previous relationships behind and judge me purely on who I am? Because that seems to be difficult at our age.
Wow, that's a deep question. Let's start down here and we'll walk it back because I want to hear from this lovely real one. Name, age, and answer to his question.
My name's Nyan, and I'm over 60, and I don't feel like I have very much baggage, so I'm good with that.
Good. Let's take it out. You already shared your name and age, so answer to his question.
Yes, the answer would be yes. Every person does have issues. We all deal with things, but we do need to deal with the person that's in front of us with where they are at. So to me, yes, I just want to get to know you more.
Good. So name, age, and answer to his question.
Hi, my name is Bonita, and I'm 62 years young. And absolutely, because I don't even remember baggage. So that's something I don't carry.
And let's walk it back here. You already shared your name and age, and so answer to his question.
The only baggage I have is when I'm flying out of the country.
Oh, okay. So y'all want to do some traveling. You want to do some travel.
I love to travel.
Okay. Do you like to travel?
I do. As a matter of fact, I just got my passport renewed.
Mm-hmm.
I've lived overseas. I lived in Japan for 5 years. I speak Japanese. So if you like to go to the sushi bar, I'm the guy to go with.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, what I'm going to have to do, can I borrow your heartbreaking device, Trinity? Because you got to make a decision here. They're not breaking their hearts. I need you to break 2 hearts. And I know that's tough because they're all so lovely, but we got to start to narrow down the love search.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Based on those responses to that question.
Okay.
Okay, one more. Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. No, it'll get you. It'll get you. So I'll give this back just in case. But let's.
Sorry about that.
No, hey, you're the magic man. Okay. Let's start with, why did you have your heart not broken? And kind of face that camera a little more.
Sure.
Because the things that he was saying, resonated with me, and he got me with the sushi. I love Japanese cuisine, so it was a goal for me.
Okay. And why'd you end up breaking? I know I forced you to, but why'd you end up breaking her heart over the others?
This is going to make you unhappy, but just the first 2, all 4 are lovely.
Okay. So you just had to make
the closest.
Okay. I got you. Let's walk it on back to another one that you had to break the heart, and that was right about here.
Yeah.
So you had your heart not broken. Tell us why.
I still wanted to hear more about, his adventures, his life, and him. He seems like a really nice guy.
Why'd you break her heart?
She was the closest.
Okay. I understand, but she is someone that's your type.
Oh, very much.
Okay. I love that. All right. Well, you got 2 hearts left. We got to start to narrow it down, Mark. Do you have a question for this real one? If not, Mark, do you have a question? If not, I can do my job a little.
The travel came up.
Mm-hmm.
I intend to travel extensively overseas, and I'm going to buy a home somewhere soon. How do you feel about that?
Let's walk it on down. That could be really important, even in terms of staying in Vegas. I don't know where your home may be. So how do you feel about travel?
I love it. I was the host and executive producer of a travel talk show called Gutsy Travels. I love to travel. I've lived in 7 states, and I don't know where I'll live again. So traveling anywhere around the world is on my bucket list.
I could work for you. Let's go to this lovely real one. Traveling, how does that work for you?
I love to travel also. This year I went to Paris, London, Mexico. So I love to travel. It depends. I like warm weather. So, but I went to Paris because it was my niece's wedding.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know if those answers helped at all because you got 2 lovely real ones that love to travel. We'll stay about here. Do you have a decision you want to make yet? Or are you still, contemplating?
I believe I do.
You have a decision? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, break a heart then. We need it back. Oh, okay. I forgot I took it. Okay. Do your thing, Magic Man. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see what we're gonna do. Oh, okay. All right. Well, hold on. You ain't gonna break that one, I'm sure. But let's talk right here. You had your heart not broken. Tell us why.
I liked the things that he said, and I like to travel. I'm also an entertainer, so I like that part as well.
Okay. Tell us why you broke her heart, Mark.
She's beautiful.
That wig.
I love her voice, and she likes to travel. She's a little taller.
Okay. Well, that's how it boils down, the height. Okay. All right. Hey, that makes sense. The ladies reject the short kings all the time. So, you rejected a short queen, and that's okay. So what I'm going to have you do, you know what? Step back with me. Come on this way, Christina. Come on, because we might have to make some magic happen. No pun intended. So step on this side of me. Very good. I'm just going to ask a few more questions, literally like 2, 3. Is he someone that's your type?
Yes, I like the idea of a magician and the traveling.
That wasn't me.
Was that on purpose or was that accidental? Okay, it was accidental. So let me grab that. Okay, for my next trick. Right. Let's get that back. Okay, let's try that again. I was about to cry. I was like, we're so close. We're so close. Is she someone that's your type?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's why you chose her. So my final question is, do you both believe this could be a real one connection?
Could be.
Her eyes are so captivating. I'm certain it is.
Oh my gosh. Clap it up. We got a real one
what a
connection, ladies.
charmer
We got a
he is.
real one connection. I'm going to take this mic. I'm going to take that heart. Well, you know what? Go off. Step off that way. Go walk off into the distance with your heart. Very good. Clap it up for him one more time. We did it. Yeah, go off. Mark, go with your queen. Yes, go have some real one fun. Go to a magic show. Very good. Oh my gosh, they did it. They did it. Well, after that wonderful, joyous time, let's get ready for our next real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our next real one. Well, my next real one, come on in. Next real one, come on in for the win. I'm excited. I'm ready. Hello there.
Greetings.
How you doing?
Peachy, how are you?
Doing very well. Step in just a little more for me. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do?
I'm Kelly Williams. I'm 56 years old, and I am a singer/improv teacher.
Very good. We got a teacher here, ladies. He'll teach you some things. Teach us this. What are you looking for in a real one?
I'm looking for someone that can actually keep up with life. Someone who can actually think on their feet, not just wait for somebody else to think and talk for them.
Now, what about this? What makes you a real one?
I can speak. I know how to look people in the eye and tell them how I feel and what I think. Didn't always know how to do that because as men, we had to learn how to do this on our own. Sometimes we don't pick it up. And a lot of men who don't pick it up end up bitter and alone.
I feel that. And we got to say what also makes him a real one. He dresses so fresh. Can we get look at how fresh these kicks are? This man came ready. He came first date ready. And that's how real ones do. Okay. So we appreciate that. Still,
give me
I got the,
those shoes.
I do a little, but I'm not as fresh as this guy. But let's do this. Now, this is an important one. As you see, they're holding hearts. And in relationships, there are heartbreakers, deal breakers. On our show, we call them red flags. What are some red flags that you don't tolerate?
The only thing I don't tolerate is non-communication, because if you're talking, if you're in the relationship, you have to relate how you're feeling, or else it's not going to work. I've been here long enough. I've done these things long enough to understand that communication is first and foremost.
Very good.
I just looked up, if you look at his jacket, it's Mu Beta Phi. It's some sort of military honor fraternity. I've never heard of it, but it's such a weird outfit. I had to look it up. So I don't know if he was a park ranger, but he's in some military fraternity. I'll drop the link in the chat. I've never heard of it.
Communication is key, and comprehension as well. It's a beautiful combo. You don't have any broken hearts. You're looking really, really good, which is a great thing on a real one. So what I'm going to do before I force you to break some hearts, I want to offer you, do you have an essential question, almost a deal-breaking question you want to ask each of these ladies that is something really meaningful to you? And it's like, if they don't do that thing or they have this thing or whatever, you're going to break their heart.
Are you into going to the person you're with to their events? Do you like to go there if they're playing baseball, if they're singing, if they're doing something outside the box? Are you interested in going to these things?
Let's walk a bit forward, and we're going to ask each of these ladies. So name, age, and answer to his question.
Yes.
My name is Trinity Starr, and I'm 55. Well, I'll be 55 soon. But yes, I love going to events. I like to cook too, so I like to cook for whoever I'm with events.
I mean, you may go to some events. All right, let's go to our next real one. Name, age, and answer to his question.
I'm Casey. I'm 63, and I'm an entertainer, so I would have that expectation as well.
Right on. That's what I'm talking about.
Beautiful. Let's walk it on down. Name, age, and answer to his question.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm 60 years old. Absolutely. I think that's part of what makes a true partnership, us enjoying those events together, and whether it's baseball or, a concert or a show. Absolutely.
Right on.
Beautiful. Let's move it on down in this Vegas special. Name, age, and answer to his question.
Hello, my name is Bonita, and I'm 62 years young. And
Kelvin, he and Arlette actually kind of know each other. He might even be a co-creator. He's been on her show before as like a joke guest. He is a better host. He actually has like several different game shows, and he's about to do something on Valentine's Day. It's like a Big Brother for seniors. Where a bunch of seniors live in a house, kind of like the old MTV show. He is a better host. He's, I don't know, I guess, this fake, this parody of a game show host that he does with the wig and the suits. But yeah, he's pretty good at this.
of course, I don't see why anyone would not want to go to events. So that's definitely a deal breaker.
Very good. Our last lovely real one. Name, age, answer to his question.
I'm Nyan. I'm over 60, and I'm an entertainer as well. And I love going to events. I go to events all the time.
In Vegas, there's a lot of entertainers. I love it. That's beautiful.
But
All
that
ready
doesn't
to
mean
rock
he likes
and
to
roll.
do anything other than entertain. Sometimes just like to stay home and isolate.
Right. That's true. That's true. And that there's balance. Life is all about balance. And that's a beautiful thing. So based on those responses, I might have to ask Trinity, can I borrow your heartbreaking device? Keep your heart, but you might have to break two hearts, Kelly. And I hate to do that unless, okay, let me do my job a little more, just a little bit. Because this is an essential question. I didn't ask it yet, but it is an essential. Religion or politics, that can determine a relationship. It can, whether you're religious or political, not. So Kelly, your thoughts, do you want a partner that is religious, political, or not?
I want a partner that knows how to communicate what they believe. And if we don't match that way, then we don't match that way. But again, it's all about communication. I believe in God. I am a spiritual person. I am not a person who follows religion. Now, if you're a person who follows religion, we can talk. We can talk about what your religion is about and what's, if it doesn't mesh with, morality or taking care of everybody like most religions talk about doing, but don't do. Then we're cool. I'm not that difficult about that. As long as you know how to communicate, it all comes down to that.
Okay. So you're willing to communicate no matter what the beliefs are. Ladies, if that works for you, keep your heart intact. If you're willing to talk about it and still date someone that has differing political views, religious views. Okay. Wow. No heart's broken on that. Wow. You're looking good. A communicator. So I can't, you know what? I'm waiting to do my job more. You got to break two hearts.
Oh,
you gotta break two hearts. I'm sorry. I tried.
Ladies, you are all beautiful, but he's making me do this. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Let's stay down here so you don't have to do too much. Let's stay down here. And you had your heart not broken. Make sure kind of face the camera a little so they see your handsome face. You're good, Bonita.
Hey,
you had your
Kelvin
heart not
looks
broken
like
for a
he's a
period of
racist
time.
too.
Tell us why.
I like what he said in the beginning, but when we got to the religion, I was wanting to ask some questions like, do you go to church? But I was waiting to hear more.
And I would say,
Perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Now it is a good question.
And that's
why I asked
that's
it.
how these things work.
Yeah, exactly. We got to communicate about it. Now, tell us why you broke her heart.
I broke her heart because I had the feeling that was coming. I had a feeling that was coming because I'm going to be real. I'm a black man. I grew up with a great aunt, grandmother, and mother. They all tried at least 5 different religions each. So I know all about what's going on with their when they see me like I could see it. Okay. but other than that, beautiful. You are beautiful. You are, yeah. But
All right.
I have women's intuition. I grew up with them.
Okay. Yeah, you can. You can't help it. It's a beautiful thing. Women are amazing. Women win.
They are. You are all amazing.
Yes, that's why we do this. Now let's come in just a little more because we have this lovely real one. You had your heart not broken for a period of time. So name, just in case, name, age, and tell us why.
Casey, I'm 63. I'm an ordained minister, and as well as an entertainer, I do praise and worship. So that would be something I would need my partner to come to church. You said you don't go at all.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I don't, because I don't have anybody in my life that makes me interested in going. But I'm also a minister, actually, of Universal Life Church. It's an online ministry. It's something that you can do if you want to marry people. I've actually married a few people. It's a spiritual, not a denominational group.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yes, I understand you.
But religion and church politics are two different things. So
are they?
Yes.
If they had matched, we would have gone into that. But, the heart's broken. We don't have to go deep. Now, tell me this, though. She broke her heart. Is she someone that's your type?
Absolutely. I love her hair. I mean, we'll imagine if everything.
Real. I actually see something happen. All right.
So, yeah.
All right. Let's walk it on back to the other heart that you.
Hey, Kelvin or Black Manta. I'm afraid that someone would poke someone with those toothpicks in the wrong spot. So that would be amusing, though.
I forced you to break. I apologize. But you had your heart not broken. Tell us why.
I was listening to what he was saying. It was interesting. There was a few things in there that were red flags for myself. You had my balloon, though. I mean, my pen.
Really?
Oh, okay. So tell us why you ended up breaking, or he broke yours, correct?
I broke.
Okay, yeah.
Would have broken it earlier.
Tell me why.
He doesn't seem like, even though he's looking for communication, he doesn't seem like he would reciprocate it. It seemed like it would be combative, and that is something that is not attractive in a relationship. Is combativeness, because even though you don't share the same opinion, it can become back and forth. And it just seems like that would be something.
Is she right in that assumption about you?
One person's combativeness is another person's debate. I was on a debate team in high school. I love So I love debate. I love debate, not just on religion, on every single subject. If you're not thinking, then I'm going to be talking to you into thinking. You're going to think around me, or else we're going to have a problem.
Oh, well, okay. Had a broken heart. But is she someone that's your type? I know you have her heart. Okay.
They're all my type. You're all beautiful women.
Yeah. So why'd you break her heart?
Because you told me I had to break 2 damn hearts. That's why I said.
Let's move it on down. Now, this was not forced. This was not a forced break. So let's come on down here. You had your heart not broken for a minute. So tell us why.
I think the conversation just now, I thought your response was a little combative, which kind of lends to exactly what Trinity was saying. I love your confidence. I love how you carry yourself. I love what you have to say about communication. I just don't want to debate with someone. I want to have a conversation.
Okay, wise guys. No, it's not my brother Dave. And I'm not a debate bro. Debate bros follow debate rules. But I kind of agree with him though. I ask a lot of questions. And I think I annoy people on this panel because I ask a lot of questions. But I've always asked a lot of questions. Ask my father. He's the most patient man I know. He's never fussed at me about asking questions. And I used to ask him a ton of them.
I don't want to be thinking and trying to figure out what you were trying to explain to me or your point a couple of days later. And I think that's what you were saying about thinking about you. So.
No, I just said thinking, period.
Yeah.
Period. I mean, you wouldn't have to think about what I'm saying because I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that a lot, and I used to think that was a problem, but I think it is a strength. Absolutely is a strength, because not everybody can deal with everybody, and then sometimes you can't deal with me. That's great. I mean, thank you for being honest, and it's probably why I'm single now. But
yeah, I think you're great.
Is she someone that's your type?
They're all my type.
Okay. I gotta ask every time. It's my job. If I don't do my job, they fire me. They will fire me.
Now, I know I've said this before. However, notice how these two older people, um, neither one of them at least appears to be bitter. They just kind of worked it out, and he said, yeah, either some people can deal with me, some people can't. They have disagreed politely and pleasantly, and they both have smiles on their faces. I think young people could actually learn from, these sorts of, interactions. I don't know if he's that much like me.
But okay, very good. I do love the honesty and the realness. This is why we do the show, because people keep it real. So are all the hearts were broken except one? So you're still looking good. Hey, so let's walk on down here. Let's walk on down. A straight up question. Why do you have your heart not broken? Name, age, and
My name is Nyan, and I'm
over
over
60.
60. And I like his style. I like everything that he said. And I'm also spiritual. I sometimes go to church, sometimes I don't. So, and
I go to church as well. People like,
Yeah.
I've gone to Christian, I've gone all types of churches.
He just seems interesting.
It is very, thank you.
I love that. I love that. Okay. Let me do this before we rush anything. I'm trying to make a real one connection. But do you have a question for this real one?
What would you do on our first date?
What would I do?
What would you like to do on our first date?
Go to dinner and also maybe some music, jazz, or.
How about singing?
Oh, yes, I love to sing.
I'm a
singer.
big karaoke guy. I
Oh,
love to sing.
I'm a singer. Yeah.
Well,
Singers here. Okay, let's make this happen. Come on, step back with me. Let's walk it all the way back. I'm just going to ask a final question to both of you. We'll stop it about right here. I'll ask you first, lovely lady. Do you believe this could be a real one connection?
Yes.
Do you believe this could be a real one connection?
Si, senor.
Oh, clap it up. We got ourselves a real one connection. Clap. There we go. I'm so excited. Let me take that mic, and then you're going to take your heart with you, because your heart will go on with this lovely real one. So go on. Clap it up for him one more time, ladies. We did it. Oh, we go. What a gentleman. That's what I'm talking about. And they look good together. They really do. They're popping. And even still, the colors are popping. Oh, my, he just came ready to rock. Very good. All right. Well, if that's the case, let's get ready for our next real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our next real one. Well, my next Las Vegas real one. Come on in. Come on in, my next real one. Wonderful. Come on in, kind sir. Come on in. I'm ready for you. Yes. How's it going?
Very good.
Wonderful. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do?
Okay. My name is Roy Bell. I'm 65 years old. And with other folks of a certain age, I've probably been and done a lot of things throughout my life, which kind of leads up to what I do now. Is I'm a sort of motivational speaker with a large YouTube channel platform.
Beautiful. I love that. Okay. Would you share with these lovely ladies what makes you a real one?
That hard road back there. Experience.
Mm-hmm. That's important. What are you looking for in a real one?
I would say the same kind of values that I honor. I heard in the last section that they were talking about faith and spirituality, and that's a large part of what I do. So that is definitely something. And then if we got into a further conversation of exactly
come in a little more.
A further conversation of exactly the colorful past I was talking about and what I do now, it's gonna sound like popcorn up in here.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. All right. I totally understand. So what we have here are 3 hearts that are still remaining. 1 heart was broken, but we're still looking pretty good. So what I want to do, let's find out why that heart was broken. Let's step on down. Let's walk it on down. Step on down with me. Let's stop at this lovely real one right here. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Sarah, I'm 60 years old. I'm spiritual, but not religious. It's not a big part of my life. I absolutely respect your beliefs. It's just not a big part of what I'm looking for in a partner. So
Totally cool.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Amen.
Before he mentioned that, could he be someone that's your type?
Sure. He looks great. I love his smile. He's got some nice confidence going. And yeah.
All right. Is she someone that's your type?
Oh, sure. Sure. Absolutely. All four of these ladies are absolutely wonderful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still going to ask, are they your type
What's up,
individually?
Stanley?
But that's okay. Now, we still have 3 hearts that are not broken.
All
so
right.
let's start to go.
Yeah, ask some questions about me, they'll start popping. I'm telling you right
Well,
now.
we'll see. You're a nice guy. That was still a great, response to why the heart was broken. So let's do this. This is an important one. Now, you already spoke to religion.
Yes.
I want to speak to the politics.
What's up, Stanley? I don't hear you. Am I muted?
No, it's me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I was saying this is old people pop the balloon.
I know.
But I was just saying this, and I've said it several times, that these older people, like all these people are right around 60 to 65, they have a way of they will point out very directly, hey, I think, that you're a little combative. And
Yeah.
the response is, well, one person's combative is another person's, debate. I like to debate things. And it's all done so politely and cleverly. They use their words well. They find the fault, they get to the point, and then they go, hey, but you're a great person. Appreciate the criticism, and that's that. Not a whole lot of, not a whole lot of back and forth and Sturm und Drang. And they're older, so but I actually think that this is something young people could do as well.
A learning lesson here. Hey, has this made you want to get back on the dating market, Sammy?
Not really. Deacon Dave and I were talking about that. Not really. Though, it's I suppose at some point I will. I'm in no huge rush.
Yeah. Do you feel like an empty nest, like damn, you here by yourself all day, you got the house to yourself?
No, because for several different reasons. My son was, here. Being a parent can be a full-time job.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I told Dave about half an hour ago, one of the things is ultimately any woman I meet is going to be compared to my wife.
Right.
And it may not be that fair to that person. It was an important relationship. It was a foundational relationship. And, to be honest, I'm not.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Having to do the comparisons, having to learn someone else,
Yeah. It's
I'm
work.
sure there's someone out there that'll make me want to do it.
Yeah.
But, it's almost like I don't want to even own another dog.
Yeah. I know.
It's just,
Yeah.
it was a bit much. So.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, people, not to compare it to a dog. I'm not comparing it to a dog, but
I
people,
made the comparison, I guess.
Yeah, but someone, man, you comparing your wife to a dog? But I know what you're saying. Yeah. A lot of times people don't get another dog after their dog is passed. So yeah.
Yeah, and I want, I don't mind being alone. However, it would not. I'll probably never get married again, but having a girlfriend or I don't know, an important person that you look forward to seeing, doing stuff together. Yes, but I'm not gonna do it just to do it. It would have to be something I want to do.
Right. Yeah. Man, I asked you that because I think about that young man that died in my house, and I'm like, damn, I was telling my mother about this shit, and then I said, I think that could be my fucking mother. You know what I mean? And I think she started thinking about it from that perspective, like that could have been her, as opposed to you know what I'm saying? And she's like, damn, I live alone too. She's saying, you know what I mean? And so that's why I asked you that. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm sure it will, but I think part of the reason I spend so much time online, I actually, kind of, this does fill up time. I get to kind of talk about stuff that I like to talk about.
Yeah.
This is company enough, at least for now.
Man, you know what's interesting? You know, this is maybe like the transition. You know, where we used to have empty nesters, they didn't have anyone to call. Now you can just jump online,
right?
You know, and you can talk to people and have it's like your new neighborhood. You know, that's interesting. Something I was going to tell you. Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, just talking to my mother, I was thinking about that. You know, but yeah, the internet does kind of give you a community that you can form outside of your physical neighborhood. Yeah.
Right. And the thing is I kind of like talking to, like Kelvin and Black Manta, Deacon Dave, people who are younger, but it's Kelvin said, Deacon Dave made a point about dating women from other countries or other cultures that I hadn't thought about. He made the point that these older women on the Pop the Balloon panel here, there's no magic to them. They've seen their experience, they've seen stuff, they've done stuff. There's really no more magic in to their life now.
No tricks.
Well, I mean, I that might be a little bit too extreme of point of view. However, he makes the point that you bring a woman from another culture. He was talking about his wife being fascinated at something Americans don't even think about.
What is it?
He's never been on a roller coaster, for instance. It's got to be a thrill to take someone like a wife on a roller coaster for the first time.
Yeah, what was his wife? What was his wife's background?
I didn't ask.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I just assume if he wanted me to know, he'd have told me.
Yeah.
I'm not that nosy.
I'm pretty nosy. Well, I ask a lot of questions here. Hey,
well, I do, but I
Go
thought about asking, but I'm like, nah. If he wanted me to know, Dave is very deliberate. If he wants you to know, he'll tell you.
Hey, who was that asking about a software class yesterday, like a session or something? I was thinking about that as I left yesterday. I'm like,
I don't remember. I remember the question, but I don't remember who asked it. It would take me a minute.
I'm gonna do that shit. If anyone remember who that was in the chat, yeah, I definitely want to do it. You know what I mean? Except another one of those passions of mine, Stanley.
Teaching software?
Yeah. I mean, I used to do it.
Right.
And I've told you, like, I felt like.
Oh, it was Dave.
Oh, Dave. Okay, yeah, man. Whenever you're ready, man, we set up a stream anytime. I used to do it, man, and I tell you, I showed you that pretty young lady in Home Depot years ago during COVID.
Oh yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. That was my lady for a long time. We were very, we were very good friends during the relationship afterwards, and so that's why I moved here to DC, by the way. And she was smart, man. That girl fucking smart, man. Very intelligent. Mm-hmm. She's an actuary. She does she's a senior actuary for like Aon or something. One of the big fucking companies doing.
Really?
Yeah. And so she was I met her. She was from DC, and she majored. She enrolled in Tuskegee for computer science. Changed her major within a year and changed the math. So then, like, she went to basketball, even associate something easier. She went to something this is hard and did very well in math. And years later, I started saying, man, I think the teachers fucked her up. I mean, if you can do math, you can do computer science, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And I think, looking back at Tuskegee, it's not a well-funded university, and so they had to lean on a lot of Indian professors back in the 90s. And a lot of Indian, I remember we had Chinese professors, and I took a liking to one of the Chinese professors, in terms of, we bonded very well, as a finance guy, but the computer science professors, I mean, they were mostly foreigners. And I imagine that back in those days, the language barrier, you can Google online, because I Googled it recently. The language barriers really messes the people up, and that's assuming that the people can teach very well. But a lot of kids, I think, you should ask your son if they have any foreign professors. If
I will do that.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say that I had like one Indian guy when I was in college who taught a biology lab, but his English was fairly good. I was gonna say, Nikki Haley, her father was a professor at Lincoln University.
At Black College, right? Yep.
She grew up. She grew up on an HBCU campus.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me because that's what I experienced, man. And I do believe, I bet you that there is probably some connection with the STEM majors, our lack of STEM majors and the professors. And I'll give you an example. And I had all this shit is coming back to me. I had in an Uber ride the other day. This guy driving Uber, said he'd been driving Uber, been here about 18 years, hasn't mastered English yet.
18 years?
It's on the string. You can look it up.
Wow.
18 years, hasn't mastered English yet. He said he had a job, software job, and he had to speak. In software, anywhere it's Richards and all these, you have things called stand-ups. Are you familiar with stand-up, Sam?
No.
Okay, so in this new agile methodology, see, back in the day, you just throw it over the wall to give it some waterfall. Mm-hmm. Most people have never practiced waterfall. Most people our age, my age and under, have never practiced waterfall, but they practice agile. And so in agile, you have to get up every day and tell what you've done, what you're working on, and if you have any constraints or blockers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You have to speak. It's public speaking every day, very quick, 30 seconds or so.
Well, I mean, we used to do morning meetings.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. And it's like a update status on you because you're developing in stages, not like one big chunk. And then you say, okay, here it is, client. Mm-hmm. You're developing and you're releasing it to the client, weekly or whatever, the software updates. And the client is testing it as they go. So it's the agile methodology. And so the guy was telling me he had a hard time, communicating, and they fired him. And so I said, well, what did you do software back in India? Bangladesh, I think it was Bangladesh. It's on the stream. And he says, yeah. I said, well, what kind of software did you do? He said, Excel, Word. Nigga, that ain't software. That's admin. But this is what he saw. He saw himself.
Oh, yeah. He's working like it on the front end.
Mm-hmm.
Like data entry.
Or user of software.
Right.
Like, there are a lot of these, is it A+?
Yeah.
You ever heard of A+ certification?
Certificate? No, I never did.
But you've heard of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that shit is mostly a scam, to be quite honest with you.
I could see at least now A+ has been around, I'm pretty sure, since I was in college, if not high school. You might not quite be old enough to remember way back in the Apple IIe days. Mm-hmm. Having an A+ cert actually was a big deal way back when. It's nothing now. Shit, an 8th grader would know, the A+ cert stuff, but it used to be a big deal. I mean, it used to be like when they did ads in the newspaper, they would want you to have your A+ certification.
What's crazy, Stanley? I've never gotten certified in anything.
Yeah, a lot of people haven't.
Period.
I've got a MSCE. I'm sorry, MCSE.
Yeah, it used to be a good exam.
But but you know what? Someone said this guy who did admin. I'm sorry, he was the network guy for Fairfax County.
Yeah.
Now he worked specifically with the fire department. He did like all the fire stations, fire marshal's office. He did all their networking. Mm. And one day I got to talking to him. It was before I had an MCSE. Mm-hmm. I asked him what he thought of the certification, and he looked at me and he said, you know what? I have something that they can't take away from me and doesn't expire. I have a degree in networking. He's got a Bachelor of Science computer networking. So that struck me. It struck me that, hey, these certs, like the certified engineer cert, you're only as good as that operating system lasts.
Hey, look at Sam I Am's question coming right there, Sam.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what did you do about it, Sam? That would be my question. If it's so bad you're not doing well in a class, I would definitely, start with the head of the department and go up from there.
A lot of them change their major, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you start, like you gotta think, man, and I'm just thinking about this. These are young people, man, 17, 18-year-old,
You're
probably
right.
not. And so they're thinking, it's not him, it's me. It's not her, it's me. Right?
Well, you're right. And see, that's the other thing I like, being online. I've never thought to ask my son that.
You should really ask him, man, because the reason why I say that is because if he's having problems, he may not say anything to you. He may internalize saying, it's me. It's not him, it's me. Right? Some of these other kids are picking it up. It's not me. It's not them, it's me. Right? And the other kids may have a stronger foundation, because that's the way it was when I was in college, man. There was a guy named Doug Menifee. He did very well in software, computer science, went on and did pretty well in a career. He's one of the few people that I went to school with that actually worked in STEM. They majored in it and worked in it. Most of them end up in sales or something like that. And I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying. Yeah, but this guy actually did software. He worked for Lucent, and I think Lucent ended up getting bought, and he traveled the world. AT&T.
Just an aside, I knew a guy who's actually done, Windows, like server engineering, and he actually quit because he was working in a data center. He wound up quitting that and going to do outside sales for some company. Now, he had a bunch of certs and all that stuff, but salespeople actually can make more money than people working, with the machines.
One of the things, man, Stanley, I didn't mean to derail you, but one of the first trainings that I did, I think, was I played The Stranger's Secret. And in The Stranger's Secret, the guy talks about sales. Every company needs a salesman. Salesman can go anywhere, sell anything. And it's crazy, man. I had a good buddy of mine. He's a salesman. He sells dental appliances, shit like that, like implants, and, he's in that business. And he's a black guy. And years ago, he had an opportunity, I maybe told you, years ago, he had an opportunity to become rich, much better off than he is now. But he was only going to be a 30% partner. The guy who brought the idea to him and everything like that said, look, 70% me, you go out and sell it, 30% you. And he was so hell-bent on 50-50. He's got to be even. He turned the deal down. And so he got 100% of nothing. And I told him, I said, man, you should have taken that deal, bro. Like this guy's going to do all the work. All you got to do is sell it, and you're already selling it. So it ain't like you selling an unproven product.
But you know what? The thing is you get in there, and if you're selling the hell out of it, you negotiate. At some point, you negotiate up.
And see, this was an older guy. So the plan was basically, we'll ride this shit out and then you take it over. So it was going to be 100% his or something. He just had to buy this time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you really. And, the thing is,
cash or what?
I'm sorry?
No,
it wasn't cash. He was just not to sell. And
no. What I'm saying is, did he need more money? I mean, why couldn't he, if he was young, why couldn't he?
He just had to put up the labor, right? But he wanted 50-50. And the guy was going to do all of the manufacturing of the dental. Like what they do is they go in and they sell one, scan your mouth, and they send the digital model off to a manufacturer, a molder or whatever. And the guy, it was a black guy too, he did the moldings. And so all he needed the guy to do was go to the dentist and say, hey, send your moldings to this guy. And, he'd give you a good deal. It was a hell of a
That was kind of a rash decision.
Yeah, he wanted 50-50. And I've offered him up here many times, and man, just come up and sell your business. You never know who's watching, who's listening. Hell, it could be a resume enhancer. You can, this is your presence online. And again, it's like those things I was talking about with Kanye. Like, you got to take it, to the next step. You can't just be content with the doctors being dropped in your pocket. You got to, take it to the next level. And I think that's, one of the things, that I see a lot, I want to change that. Anyway, that's kind of my end. I think he has kind of the same things foreign professors here.
Yeah, what's going on? Top of the morning, fellas. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what did I come up here for? Oh, the professors. Well, you guys were asking me about it, but Yeah, I mean, in short, I had that same type of experience. Oh, Stanley was asking what I did about it. But you know, a lot of times the foreign professors would be in my STEM classes, if you will, which I was an economics and accounting major. And when it was the econ classes and the accounting classes, and then probably a lot of times the math classes and stuff like that, most of the time it'd be a foreign professor. And a good amount of time they had, if it wasn't a bad accent, it was just what's the word I'm looking for? You know, well, I guess that would still be bad, but you know, he just didn't enjoy it.
Is it like a culture thing?
You know, the more and more, the more and more I think about it, though, I think part of it is they're not good professors, and that foreign accent, they're able to hide behind that shit. That's what I believe it is. Honestly, I know it sounds funny as a motherfucker, but I do believe that's what it is, because you know they get the answers in the booklets. You know,
Right.
the professor knows what the answers are. He has the discretion to more or less teach what he wants to teach. He's not going to teach something outside of his understanding. He's teaching from the book. He has the answers. The foreign accent, he can hide behind that, because it's like, if you don't understand what the hell someone's saying and you're not clear on something, you're probably not going to ask him a question.
Right.
You're not going to fucking understand what the hell he's going to say in response. I think it's a serious problem in America where a lot of people are just suffering through it, not really learning, you know, maybe changing majors, stuff like that.
Yeah, you gotta, and that's why I'm saying I really do need to talk to my son, you know, just to make sure.
Yeah.
But now me, I would definitely, you know, if I felt my grade was going to be threatened, yeah, believe me, I'd be talking to who I need to talk to, because if you're thinking that, probably more students than that are thinking that.
But, you know, at least I can tell you from my perspective, Sam, you can chime in. You know, I didn't really have that many foreign professors. The ones I did, I guess, you know, I was pretty good at, you know, what I was understanding. But some of them that I really didn't understand, like the chemistry ones, I really didn't understand what the fuck they were saying, man. Like, that was a struggle for me. And you would start to, you know, the reputation around campus would be like, oh gosh, Dr. Venkesh, he's difficult. He's a chemistry and it's organic chemistry. And so you're already going in thinking it's going to be a challenge. You think it's the material, but in reality, it probably is the professor. If you don't understand half what he's saying, you got a real serious problem. What do you think, Sam?
No, I would agree, because like one of the classes I struggled with quite a bit was calculus, and which I had struggled with math most of my life, but when I took it in community college, I think I started with algebra. All of a sudden it clicked. But you know what was funny? What I realized was, because the whole time I thought I was dumb, which, well, I'm not saying I'm not, but I had some good professors that could lay out the information in a clear, concise way. Like, a lot of times I would take a math class and the teacher would be writing the equation all around the board, like almost like somebody on a bad piece of scratch paper. But I started having these professors who typically weren't, who they were American most times, and they would lay the stuff out a lot more clearly. And then you felt more comfortable asking questions. They seemed to be able to relate to you better. There, with a lot of foreign professors, which not all of them are bad, so I'm not saying that. But I recall there was sometimes I remember when some of the professors seemed to have like animosity towards you for, I don't know if I want to say for being American or what, like almost kind of like I think they felt like they had to do so much just to be where I was, you know, or in the same vicinity of me, which they had already achieved more than me, right? But it's just, I guess there was there's an envy I feel sometimes from people that they envy that you're American, if you will, or maybe some other type of person.
Have you ever thought that maybe they weren't very good teachers?
Once I had a good teacher, I realized that.
Mm.
The whole time I'm thinking I'm just, I guess I just don't have it. You know what and you know what, John? This is probably what you're trying to hit on, which as I'm thinking back, I remember realizing, I had tried to work real hard to try and get to, because I went to community college first and I transferred to a higher university. And I remember just trying to work my butt off. There was times I didn't have a car. I'd be riding the bus to school and all this stuff. And so I really tried. And in the community college, I really did well. But once I transferred to the bigger university, which is where they had even more foreign professors. Sorry, hold on. I'm being too long-winded. Let me cut this short. The professors, because I was not doing well because of the language issue, there were times where I thought, oh, I guess I just wasn't cutting the mustard. I guess I just wasn't what I was. I begun to think I was intelligent from doing well before, but then I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's not what I think it is. But then you hit another good professor and it's like, okay, maybe I'm okay. I'm not saying I'm a genius, but it's just, I think I'm as smart as anyone else and I could take on anything I put my mind to. So,
I would love to see, like, in some of these colleges with large numbers of foreign professors, like, are people changing their majors? Like, it'd probably be hard to dig down into those numbers, but they're coming in as math and computer science majors. Their first couple of encounters with a foreign professor, do they change their major? After they don't do well in the class because maybe they couldn't understand what the fuck the professor was saying, that was part of it. I bet you that plays a big role, man. It has to.
Well, you know what? I would say yes and no. And what I mean by that is, I would say yes, that's probably the case for a lot of probably Black and Hispanic students, where they drop to the kind of the easier social studies majors and all the other stuff. But some of the other kids who are maybe either foreign or first generation immigrants themselves, they kind of stick it through and they have a different approach to it, and then they may have some other angles which help them be more successful too.
I had a Black guy, I was telling you, a Black guy, and he had taken a lot of computer science courses. He's one of the few people, because I remember asking him, how did you end up doing so well? And my lady friend, she was struggling. And, he said he'd taken a lot of computer science classes in high school. So he kind of had a foundation that maybe she didn't have coming in. So, computer science is like a foreign language anyway. And now you're speaking to someone who's speaking another foreign language. It can be, I can see how that would be very difficult for, American student going to, one of these colleges and, having to learn two languages simultaneously.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is, as we're kind of becoming more familiar with how a lot of this immigration stuff works, you start to realize this is just yet another angle, and that's why you have to be, you as a student have to be seated with someone who maybe there was a better candidate for whatever reason, but they've jam this person here. This is some angle to get this person here. So now you have to suffer through their class.
Yeah. Humble President said he has a CIA plus certificate. Stanley?
Yeah, that's the A plus.
Only reason why I never got certificates, I ain't get a chance to say this. Man, I started looking online. You can look online. Just Google A plus certification test questions and answers. All the fucking answers are right there. You end up seeing the people with all these certs and they don't know shit. And I remember working with them like, you got certified? He don't know shit. But he was certified. And it's just a memorization exam, more or less.
I can tell you right now, there are the CISSP, which is like the it's a security certification for Cisco, the Microsoft certification, the engineering certification, and they've got a lot of other certs now. No, those are not easy.
But you can find answers online. MCSD. No, because I used
right now, when I took it, and this is like the like right around 2006, 2007, 2008. I wasn't able to find the answers online, and believe me, I looked.
Oh, they out there. Oh, they out there.
They're practice tests, but I couldn't find because they don't give you the same test every time. That's
Yeah, it's like but I think there's a lot of overlap. Where you just learn basically how to answer those questions. You just learn to the test.
Well, they've got like prep courses and stuff.
Yeah,
so there is a method to the madness.
Mm-hmm. But it's like any kind of testing, right? Like you're going to get some people that game the system to their advantage once it's testing, because the answers are going to be somewhere, right? And there can be so many different variations of the same question, right? So a lot of the questions have to be, what's a server? What's a network? Stuff like that. But yeah, you can find all that shit out there, yeah.
So, Sam, I haven't talked with you in a while. What have you been up to?
Not a damn thing. It was my birthday not too long ago, and that's about it. But just chilling, working, trying to make it through like everybody else. How about y'all?
I've been doing nothing interesting, nothing new, actually.
Any good pop the balloons I missed?
Oh yeah, they're all good. Arlette had a new one which we watched early this morning, and then this is a Pop the Balloon Senior Edition, which I've been marveling at how these people are able to just able to get across their likes and dislikes very articulately, and also they are direct without being rude, and they're very good at it. So apparently you do get wiser or better at communication, at least as you get older.
Yeah.
No time to play games, Stanley. No time to play games.
That's right. Someone actually said something like that. You know what? I don't have a whole lot of time left. And certainly not no time for games.
Yeah, plus of course your priorities change and so on, so you just approach things differently as time goes on.
Right.
Man, I thought I had a thought of something I was gonna ask you about the other day, but I can't remember it all. But I liked I gotta go back and watch John with the tenant who passed away. I was kind of sad about that, man, because the guy seemed like a good dude when he called in. I felt like I kind of halfway knew him from that. So, and he didn't seem like a terrible dude.
Yeah.
You know what I will say, and
no, he wasn't.
Hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way, but in a weird way, I'm glad that he passed, because he wasn't living any type of life anyone would desire right now, and there was probably not a likely chance of things improving in any type of way. So, and I don't want to be like that type of person, but I
get what you're saying. Like, my mother, at the very end, she was not doing well, and she was kind of okay, and then all of a sudden the bottom dropped out, and it was. I know my father was, because he was stubborn enough to be her caregiver, and it was very difficult physically on him. So I get where you're going. Sometimes ending it, or the ending, is the relief you need. And oddly enough, I think it's the family who suffers not as much, but it's very stressful to see someone you love suffer, and you can't do anything about it as much as you want to. So it's those times, and everyone will have them, are tough.
I tell you, it was that one part that that really probably made an impact on me was when he said, "I can't complain," and the way he said, "I can't complain," that shit really hit me. I'll be honest with you. He's just talking about his condition. He was like, "I can't complain," and the way he said "complain," he like stressed it.
Right.
I said, "Damn," and a month later he's dead. I'm gonna go. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it seemed like he was just trying to make the most and do the best with his situation, which that's why salute to him. But at the same time, he can rest now. Every day is not a challenge now. It's not a he can rest. You know what I mean? Rest and rest in peace to the dude.
I keep harping on the fact that I think there was something to the fact that he wanted to come back home to the black neighborhood. He was living way out in Gaithersburg, which is diversity heaven. If that's what you like. It's a little bit of everything. Spice markets and Afghan markets and Indian stores and Chinese restaurants and but he wanted to be back close to he probably knew he was dying. He knew he didn't have much time, but he wanted to be back close to, in my opinion, people that will have some sort of sympathy for him if he needed something. You know what I'm saying? That he felt like, and he said that in the stream, and he's like, it's a blessing. And I think, man, honestly, so you hear me talk about it so much, a lot of these black people, they move away and you don't know what you leave behind. You do know some of the things you leave behind, the crime, the violence, and stuff like that. But for many people like him, that familiarity in his last days is what he desired probably more than anything.
Well, did he give any indication that he knew how in extremis he was?
Yeah, I mean, I said on the stream he's gonna die, or maybe I said to someone he's gonna die in my house.
Yeah, but did he know?
I think he knew because he'd been in the hospital 2 months, diabetes, kidney dialysis. You don't last long on that shit.
And you know what? You could maybe even say it was part destiny or something. Because remember, even when he picked up with you just talked about, but he was so happy to hear you. You know what I mean? Like, there was this sort of relief that you could hear coming from him. And so maybe there was just that peace he was looking for. Maybe he felt comfortable, finally, for better or worse. Maybe that's what had him pass. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
yeah, I think that in his condition, honestly, if he had been doing that around foreign people, they wouldn't have been. And I know you may say the blacks weren't sympathetic to him, but they were more sympathetic than foreigners would have been. Trust me on that.
I agree with you. I agree.
Oh, I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? If he'd been in the house full of foreign, man, they'd have thrown his head, especially with some faces, as strict as those people are on, cleanliness, in terms of like shit like that, they wouldn't have treated him very nice in that state. You know what I mean? So that's probably why he really wanted to get in a black neighborhood. He felt like he would get some kind of sympathy there. It's the same thing I talk about, like with nursing homes. I mentioned it last night with my mother, in hospitals and shit like that. My mother was in the hospital for quite a bit. I think 20 days or something like that, almost a month. And all these foreign nurses would come in. And many of them, man, couldn't even hit a vein, bro. And so it was a white guy comes in and she could kind of chit chat with him, whatever's going on with who playing in football, whatever, while he trying to hit her vein. And he was a military trained white guy. And he was the only one that could hit veins in the hospital. So they were always leaning on him to hit the veins. I guess as you get older, your vein rolling or whatever the fuck it is. And just heard delight in seeing and be able to talk to him while he's poking her with the needle. Just like common Americana shit. You know, where you grew up, you know, where you from? I'm from Alabama. You know, like when you're sick, man, if you got a strain to try to figure out what the fuck somebody's saying, you know, while he's poking on you, it just, you know, it just doesn't make the time go that well, you know. And you know, I think that guy is another example on a lower level there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. Well, so what's your thoughts and opinions on the ICE things so far? I don't know if you've given your opinion much on that. If I have, sorry I missed it. But
Oh no, I think they're just getting the low hanging fruit right now.
Yeah, and I think that I think it's the only thing he's making progress on.
I mean, that's just low hanging fruit, you know what I'm saying, for Trump's perspective and the criminals. I mean, who's going to argue for throwing criminals out?
Right. Well, apparently they're grabbing others too. So, you know, they're doing targets of opportunity, for want of a better term. I do know there's a plane load because I have a friend of mine. That guy I told you about, he's Indian, Bangladeshi, but you know, he's got I think he's first generation. There's a plane load of Indians who got dropped off in somewhere in the Punjab. And there's an article from India about these people basically, I guess they were basically illegal through Canada. And there's like local shame. And he's saying that, hey, there's shame because they tried to get into the US illegally. And my pushback to him is no, if you read the article, the way it reads is there's shame because they got caught. If they had,
that's what I would think.
made it
No
in
shame that they
illegally
came back.
successfully, believe me, there would be no shame. So he didn't like that pushback, by the way. But hey, you know what? They would have been just fine if they hadn't been caught.
Yeah, I'm seeing videos from everywhere of people getting dropped off.
See, these were the people who couldn't pass the test or whatever to get an H-1B. So they decide to, you know, hey, I wasn't good enough to get an H-1B visa, so I'm going to try and sneak in. And so, you know, there's probably double shame. You weren't smart enough to get in, and you weren't smart enough to get, you know, you were dumb enough to get caught. It's a double shame.
You know, it's very interesting. You know, if you listen to that cab driver conversation I had, one of the things he exposed that I did not know, didn't even think about, is that these people take loans in their countries to get here.
Not surprising.
And one of the guys took a loan from Citibank. I said, "Damn, this shit is a global operation." So fucking global operation here. You know.
You know, if you call their data center, I mean, I know Truist. You call their 800 number, depending on the time, and probably most of the time, yeah, you're going to get a call center in India.
Yeah, well, that's not atypical, but you know, think about how hard it is for an American to get a loan to go on vacation. You know what I mean? Like, these people are getting loans to go on vacation under the explicit.
Well, is it a vacation or for an H-1B?
Well, I don't think this guy was an H-1B. I don't know.
I think everybody knows the deal. You're gonna borrow this money. You'll get out there. It'll be nothing for you to pay this back, and you won't mind working and doing whatever you got to do to pay it back because XYZ reason back home. So,
and you remember the like, you know, I'm just thinking about how it would be in a third world country, loan officer, blah, blah, blah. You know, he may go around to the village, round up people under kind of extortionary type threats. You know, you're going to pay this money back or else.
And, the thing is, it goes back to what I've said. American businesses are causing a lot of and have caused a lot of these issues with immigration.
Man, I think it's so complex, man. If we could just put our finger at one person or one, cause. I mean, you got people living in hell-like conditions. So that's a natural pull to Western countries, just naturally. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got running water, lights going on and off.
It's a natural draw.
Yeah,
but to the extent, it's pretty much an act of God where you're born or who you're born to. I would think, maybe what they need to do is just abolish sending American TV programming overseas.
I think.
Well, I think that's a large part of the problem. There's a lot of people abroad, and maybe not as much, as the internet and stuff has come to everyone, but I would still think on some level, there's a lot of people that literally think the streets of America are paved with gold. So
yeah, I think you're rich. Yeah.
And they might as well be probably coming from their perspective, to be fair. So
Trump in general, though, like I said, I think the only thing he's actually being consistently successful with is his nominees getting through the Senate and the immigration stuff, the deportations. I think he is going to run into issues, with some of the other things. So it has.
You know what would be interesting? What is going to be interesting is how the American citizens respond.
They are not as positive as one might think.
Well, I'm talking about from the economic opportunity standpoint.
Okay, well, in the short term, inflation.
I'm not talking about policy. I'm just talking about if you uproot your next door neighbor, my next door neighbor. Now I got a house empty. Okay, what's the landlord going to do with the house? What's the businesses? Yeah, I was reading about a taco company in Memphis, I think. Taco Nanga or something. Anyone ever heard of that? I think it's in Memphis. And ICE went in and took all the employees up out of there. Maybe the restaurant is run by an illegal, I don't know. But there is an opportunity there. The building probably would close down. The restaurant probably would close. Will Americans take advantage of that? Can Americans take advantage of that? Very interesting.
I'm glad you wonder about stuff like that.
Yeah, because honestly, I think because that is honestly, I think the only real way to solve the immigration problem. If that building stays there empty, somebody is going to see an opportunity, and it's going to be that natural lure for the immigrants to say, you know what, look at that empty ass building. I'm going to smuggle some of my buddies in here and we're going to run this fucking restaurant again. Like, the market is still there. Are the people going to take up the void that's being created by the people being uprooted? It'd be interesting. Yeah.
It'll probably be 50-50, meaning they'll probably... Now, I think in the whole...
that building will sit there vacant.
You think so? Yeah, it very well could be. And I think part of that is, like when I used to talk to Master Kim, some of the things he taught me, I picked up on from just listening to him. The way that you approach these things and the way that the foreigners approach these things are totally different. Americans look at a hollow building, oh shit, I got to stock it, fix it up, blah, blah, blah. It's just not possible. And again, that's why I think the immigrants come in, and there's going to still be that draw there. If the Americans can't come in, take advantage of those opportunities where the immigrants don't see any opportunity here, then they're going to be lured to come back. The companies are going to lure them to come back some way, somehow,
Well, the companies are ultimately, and the government, the ones bringing them here. And I think that's why I never had any animosity, or at least I stopped trying to have any animosity towards any of the people coming, because you realize, because I used to wonder, how does somebody, they always tell you on TV, they make $3 a day and all this stuff. And I say, how does someone who makes $3 a day afford a $5,000 airplane ticket to the other side of the world, and you start realizing that there's all these systems in place bringing people here. So I don't know, and if there was that type of support given to the American people, I think there's plenty of people who would make use of the
Well, the
opportunity.
problem is there is that kind of support for the American people. It's called working, the bootstraps.
No,
Okay,
I think
there are systems in America to make yourself successful.
Now, hold on a second. Let me give you an example that was mentioned here on the stream from Diwali. Sam
Okay,
said,
I don't care about what Diwali says. He's not here.
I want to refer back to what Sam is saying, and I answered that with what Diwali said. Sam says, well, how do these people buy $1,500 tickets, $5,000 tickets, whatever? And so I asked Diwali, I said, well, Diwali, if your family member wanted to get to America and the ticket was $2,000, could you get it? Could that person in Somalia who makes
which part of the conversation or my response are you going to address?
Well,
because you're going back to the part that I've already shit on.
Well, I'm going back to Sam.
The question was asked, or the statement was made that how do Americans? Why aren't Americans taking advantage, or why aren't Americans, by virtue of being here and being citizens of America, have more opportunity than these people coming here from other countries? Americans, all you got to do is go take advantage of it. It's all there.
I got that part. So I want to respond to Sam, though, because he was talking about how do they get here. And I think Diwali gave an example of how they get here. And I know many Africans, I know how they get here. That, man, it's a collective effort. Honestly. No,
let me ask.
I'm just responding to Sam, right? I know you say you're going to say, I don't care. But he's asking.
Well, I'm responding to the both of you. It is irrelevant how they get here.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm responding to Sam to clear some things up. Even without the financial aid of USAID or whoever is helping these people get here, there is a collective effort because they know that once that person gets here, he's going to kick back to the people that are there that helped them get here. I hired a guy from Trader Joe's who was from Colombia. And he had to kick money back to Colombia, and eventually he had to leave because they were threatening his family. I guess he wasn't kicking back enough. If you listen to that Uber cab driver, the stream is on the channel, he's basically saying, look, man, we can't afford to have girlfriends here because we have to send so much money back home. And you can get anywhere with 5 or 6 people putting a little bit behind you. And I think that's how they get here. Now, let me
tell you why they get here, and they find something to do, because Americans are too fucking lazy to get up off their ass and take advantage of the opportunities that these foreigners are coming over and taking advantage of. Maybe if there were American bodies in the slots, there wouldn't be jobs for these people to come over and take.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think, and that's what's going to lead to my next question. Years ago, there was a young boy. You remember the young boy on the stream earlier, but years ago, I asked him. I said, "Would you work for $8 an hour?" He said, "Yeah." He was unemployed. He's probably damn near unemployable at the rate of wage here in DC. But I asked him. I said, "Would you work for $8?" He said, "Yeah." He didn't even know what the fuck minimum wage was. But $8 an hour was a damn good deal for him if he got the job. That's $100 a day if you worked 8 hours. He said, "Yeah, I do."
This is a guy who is not he's foreign?
No, he's American. Follow my. Give me like a minute. So you saw him here on the stream. He said he worked for $8 an hour, but in DC the minimum wage is $20, $21, and at that time maybe it was $15. So he was willing to work for under the minimum wage, but he can't. No one's going to hire him for $8. It'd be against the law. And I think that there are many Americans that are caught in this gap now, that they're not capable of earning these exorbitant rates in some of these cities. Some minimum wage damn near over $20.
Well, what do you mean they're not capable of holding the jobs? Why wouldn't they be capable?
I'll give you an example of what I mean. The young boy that was that you saw on the stream, he got a job at Whole Foods. They paid him $20 an hour, whatever, right? He was mixing the organic and the non-organic fruit. And when you do that, they got to throw all that shit. right? So he can't really read. He dyslexic or whatever. He gets shit backwards or whatever, and you can't pay him $20 an hour when he's making mistakes like that. And you are creating a situation where you can pay him $8 and allow a few mistakes, maybe even hire someone to overlook his ass.
Okay, so is paying him $8 an hour a solution, or is getting him help so he can read or deal with his dyslexia?
I think maybe lowering the minimum wage for certain people, right, to allow them to take $8, $9, $15. You know,
I guess I'm just going to be all on you.
Otherwise, they're unemployable at 20.
I think the solution is trying to get him up to speed, because he's not going to survive on $8 an hour.
What I'm saying is,
Even if we lowered the minimum wage, you're not going to survive in DC on $8 an hour.
But see, and that's where these blended type families come into play, that the government, is too rigid for how people actually live. He lives with, at the time, you live with 3 or 4 other people. His mama.
Is he mentally disabled?
Say what?
Is he mentally disabled?
Yeah, well, he's dyslexic, and he's a little slow. But here's what's interesting, man. I know I'm going off topic a little bit. You ever heard of the Duke Ellington School? That's where Dave Chappelle went to school. You ever heard of that?
It's an art school, right?
Oh, man, the motherfucker can draw like shit, right? And so Duke Ellington had reached out to him because I guess some teachers saw something in him in his drawings. He really draw, man. He's really into that anime and all that kind of shit. He's slow, right? And so Duke Ellington does interviews because it's a public high school in DC. So they weed out who they let in by doing parental interviews in the home, right? So they come to his home and his mother acted a fucking fool deliberately to not allow him to get into the school, right? Deliberately sabotaged his opportunity to get into the school. So he ended up going to a regular high school, with no ability to even focus on what he could do well, which would have been art. And he can learn shit. He can't read, but he would try. I used to try to teach him how to read. But it just didn't work. He needed some real focused attention. But at $8, $9 an hour, he was labor, man. Like, he's worked for me for years. But you can't hire him at 20. You can't do that. He's unhireable. But $8, $9 an hour, where maybe you have to keep a closer eye on him, do grunt labor, he's employable. He go home to his mama, he's happy, he's proud, he got a little money in his pocket, and he don't know a damn bit of difference.
Well, you know what? To continue your point, John, which is there's many people here that are off the books that are able to and are working for $8 an hour. Mm-hmm. And that's a slot where, as what you're trying to point out, that this young man can't slide into because he's on the books, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, can he go to a Home Depot and
that's on the book? Can he go Home Depot do what?
Day work.
See, that's the thing, man. Like, bro, I went to Home Depot, man, a couple months back. And I had buddies that told me about the shit. So it ain't just me. Man, that shit organized labor out there, bro. Motherfucking dealers don't organize, bro. See, go out there and try to get one for $8 an hour and see what the big boss say to that motherfucker. He ain't gonna let you take him. He ain't gonna let the nigga take the job.
Right. Well, I think your solution is untenable because having the government go there in lower wages to meet something, to meet that demand, which probably isn't that high a demand. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be something out there that either helps him, that fits him into a job that he can do, or there's got to be something out there that's being missed. I mean, he's not the only one who's a little slow or has limited ability. Could be executive function. It could be all kinds of things. Yeah. But apparently his mother isn't interested in getting him any sort of help.
Well, no. She's dead now, but at the time she couldn't help him. But again, like, the minimum wage is set I think.
Okay, well, you're focusing on a minimum wage. Why lower everybody's wages just
I don't
to
think it
help this one
was.
guy?
I think if you're willing to take it, you should be allowed to. Right?
Okay, John. This guy sounds like a almost an exceptional case. You shouldn't do public policy or minimum wages on the exceptions.
Well, think about this, Sally. All this shit just flowing off the top of my head. I'm freestyling here.
Yeah, I know.
Think about like opportunity zones, right? They said we're gonna pass taxes and say in this area where I live, as an example, it's an opportunity zone. All these benefits, this and that, and mostly, honestly, it really flows to the corporates. They're able to take advantage of the opportunity zoned by the government. But what doesn't trickle down is the opportunity to work, because you still got to pay the nigga $20 an hour over there. Just like you got to pay him $20 an hour in a nice neighborhood. It's just not sustainable. Most of these people over here are not worth $20 an hour. They're just not. They probably would work for 12. Make that part of the opportunity zone. I don't know. Maybe you could do that. Make an exception to the minimum wage in an opportunity zone. And hell, maybe they make their wages tax-free. $12 an hour tax-free, no taxes. Nothing taken out of your check. Not even Social Security.
Well, I wonder how he would do, like as a waiter or something.
He just
where you're working for like, what is it, $2 an hour or something like that, and then you make it up in tips.
No, hell no. All this mixed up, taken to the wrong table. He labor, bro. Hey man, pick this lumber up and haul all this shit over there. Take this drywall up to the second floor.
Well, in Georgia, he'd find a job like that.
I'm saying, but
like labor down here would be about $10 an hour. Virginia too.
Not in it.
All he would be doing, like working for a tree company, one of these tree trimming, like Splund or one of those. All he would be doing, $10 an hour general labor. When they cut down limbs from the tree, he'd be hauling them over. And if he's not smart enough to use a wood chipper, he'd be dragging it from where the limbs drop over to the chipper.
Yeah,
so he's smart enough to do the chipping.
Yeah, he's naturally strong. You know what I'm saying? And the nigga don't like. If I could find him, right? I don't know what the fuck he is in. I know he's in the shelter around the corner from me, but I can't get in touch with him. Like as an example, he'd leave his phone. Like I got this cell phone right here, but I don't know how to call him because I got the phone. But someone like that, if like the immigrants do their labor, he would be perfect. If you could house him, pick him up every day, took him to the job site, dropping him back off, paid him a few dollars, whatever you earn.
Maybe you should have him do cleaning around your place.
Can't let him live with me. You can't let him live in my house. Man.
He'd probably do great on a farm. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
farm man.
He'd be perfect.
Great on a fucking farm. Great on the farm.
Virginia's so near to you.
Mm-hmm.
Haul him out to Front Royal, Virginia, and just leave him.
Well, listen, fellas, I gotta run. It's been a pleasure. I'll be listening in from the chat.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Yeah, don't be a stranger.
Yeah, indeed. Darren said you got that clip finished. Yeah, we go.
Who hasn't finished?
Gary.
Oh, is that the one?
Is that you saying you don't want to live in the ghetto neighborhood?
Oh, good. No, I don't. Why would I want to live in a ghetto neighborhood?
I don't blame you. I'm saying that shit to be brave.
Well, no, John. I didn't grow up there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I had nowhere else to go, sure I would. But if I had a choice, no, why would I?
Man, it's crazy, man. I grew up, in a small town. And it was nice, for a long time, where I lived. But, as the people moved away, like I moved. I didn't continue living there. And then, it just wasn't a replacement. I think that's kind of what the ghetto is. It's like a feedback cycle of just real bad people, intermingling with each other. And that's kind of what it boiled down to.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's not like I grew up there. It wouldn't be moving back to my old neighborhood or
Yeah.
anything like that. It's, why would it would be like dropping me in the middle of, I don't know, Seoul, Korea.
Yeah.
I don't speak, I'd be okay. I'd figure it out. But if you have choices, why would I move there?
No, I
I
ain't talking about.
wouldn't want to move into somewhere like Ludowici, Georgia either.
I think the clip is more to the point of there are a lot of like the lady that called in on the stream. She like, look, I don't want to live there. I'd rather live in an extended stay and pay more than be in the ghetto. And kind of like the black man that you profiled on YouTube. And so I think that's kind of where people find themselves, in their catch
Well,
20.
your neighborhood doesn't seem that bad.
And that's the thing, one time, Stanley, I think I got it on stream. I was talking to a nigga in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, right?
Mhm.
I said, is Bed-Stuy that bad? Like, well, how was it when it was that bad? He said, man, all my life the news told me it was bad, but the prices kept going up. So
Mhm.
something don't make sense. He said, being fed a line of propaganda, I moved out, people moved in, and now it's $2 million to live here. And he was like, was it really that bad? Or was the news just portraying it that bad?
Well, probably a little bit of both, but it eventually got gentrified apparently.
Because I have white neighbors, all around me.
But let me also say this. I mean, what your neighborhood is it really the ghetto? When I think of ghetto, I think of something like Cabrini Green, where you've got or something like you'll see in the Wire, where you've just got a bunch of like concrete buildings separated into apartments, and you're all cramped up either floor by floor in a high rise, or it's one story, like almost like military barracks. It's my
DC,
version of the ghetto. Your neighborhood is not my version of the ghetto.
now DC's a little different. It is a little unique in that, I've talked about a lot. Even our poor people have money. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I were to show you some of the text messages from these poor motherfuckers, like, they got money, man. And I ain't talking about rich, but you know what I mean? A lot of disposable income.
Right.
Unlike saying if you in Atlanta, the niggas ain't really got that much because they got to spend money for transportation.
Right.
It's a big cost, right? You probably ain't going to the doctor that much, but all that shit is free up here.
Right.
Healthcare, transportation, your food, and then there's a lot of free food on top of the food stamp. So people who are halfway savvy will go get free food and then sell their food stamps for money. So there's just so many. If you saw me get a free bike, there's just so much free shit that these people live a little bit better. So I think that changed the violence. Like we don't have that many the shit that you may see in say Chicago or Atlanta.
Right.
We don't have that kind of like crime, I would say. It is a lot of crime opportunity, kids and shit. It's a little different up here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why we have pockets of influence in the ghetto. I'm on Malcolm. I'm right off of Malcolm, Martin. Those typically are really bad streets anywhere else you go. And they're bad here. Hell, you've seen what it looks like. But the niggas out there got money, a little pocket change, So they ain't as desperate. Maybe
I
that's
guess it depends because I'm thinking like down in Savannah, our Martin Luther King Boulevard used to be it used to be West Broad Street before they renamed it. There are no houses on it. At least maybe there used to be, but if I recall, for one reason or another, just over time, there are really no residences. It's almost all businesses. Now, people may live over a restaurant or something, and I'm not even sure about that. But you won't have like individual or row houses or anything like that. And I don't know whether that was on purpose. Because I mean, I remember the street. I grew up there. I don't ever remember a whole lot of houses on it. There are churches on it, that sort of thing.
And mostly, typically, it's going to be a commercial corridor.
Mm-hmm.
So you saw that building in Master Kim I was looking at, which is down the street from my house. It's a commercial building in a residential neighborhood. So that is, you get a little bit mix of that because it's Martin Luther King. It's kind of partly commercial. Malcolm X is partly commercial,
right?
And mostly businesses in the commercial corridor part of it. And as you extend out, kind of where I live, a couple blocks down, it becomes residential again. It's a long street,
Right?
Yeah. Martin Luther King. Stanley, yeah. What's I going to tell you, Stanley? Something I was going to tell you. I saw something about Trump. It was something about Trump.
We've done a whole bunch of Trump news. I actually did, an hour or two of news articles before we got to this thing.
You get back to Popular Balloon, Stanley. My bad.
Oh no, I'm. You know what? I'm in no rush. No particular agenda. There was something. Mitch McConnell all of a sudden is Mr. Opposition to Trump.
He's always been that way.
No, he's voting no. Of course, he's getting around in a wheelchair after a fall now, but he voted no on Hegseth, apparently Robert RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. He was the lone Republican voting with Democrats for Tulsi Gabbard.
A lot of Republicans, like the Trumpians, they don't like Mitch McConnell. They don't like him at all.
No, of course they don't, because he put up minimal resistance. And I guess now that he's no longer the majority leader, he's loosed to do whatever to vote his conscience. And in my opinion, it's too little, too late.
There was a guy down in Mississippi that was running for office, right? And this is one of the backstories where I think the hardcore type Republicans, or let's just say conservative, I'm going to call them Republicans. But I think the Republican Party is split. There's a group of people that vote Republican, but they don't consider themselves Republicans per se. They may be just Trumpians.
They're never Trumpers?
No, I think, they're all the never Trumpers who are Republicans. They're the Trumpers who aren't really Republicans, but they vote for Trump. So it'd be interesting to see how they
There's a split in MAGA between the Bannon branch and the Elon branch.
Like my buddy Philippe, right? He's a Trumper. He's not going to vote for, Marco Rubio. He's going to vote for Trump. When Trump leaves, I don't know where he probably likes Elon, but I don't know if he will vote.
Elon's not running for president.
He's not running, so there's a void there. I think for people like him, right? He's not a Republican. He just likes Trump, right? He tried to be on there. He tried to get on there for this years ago.
I guess he's going to have to wait for Barron.
And so that wing of the party, like Philippe, well, they're not even in the party, but that wing of Trump voters really despise the Mitch McConnells of the world because they don't want any opposition to Trump, or they feel like Mitch McConnell is compromised. Maybe I should say that. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Mitch McConnell.
I was good. No, go ahead.
A lot of them don't trust Rubio. What's the guy in Florida? DeSantis.
No, I don't know why.
Well, you remember when they raided Trump's Mar-a-Lago or whatever, and a lot of them, and this is what I was reading from the Republican or the conservative blogs, Trump blogs, I should say. They were like, what is the name? DeSantis did not speak up. He did not come to, and that's true. He put out like a little, mealy mouth statement a day or so later. And I think that they wanted him to do more since he was in Florida. This is their opinion, not mine. And then same thing kind of with Kemp. When I hear you say you kind of like Kemp, that I always think about the people on the other side who hate Kemp because they see him.
Well, you know what? The part of the reason I like Kemp is that he wasn't gonna he was not gonna let Trump come into his state and run roughshod over people who are Republicans and did nothing wrong.
Yeah,
That's why I like him. But guess what? Come 2024, who was down there on the same stage with Trump? And believe me, Trump went to Kemp and said, "Hey, look, they were on the same stage and they were cordial." So, I mean, at some point, Trump had to kind of like somehow or another make amends. I doubt that Kemp went to him. Kemp hasn't been to Mar-a-Lago. I'll put it that way.
Well, and I think that is probably part of the reason why the Trumpians look at him skeptical.
Good,
because Kemp, in their eyes, he has that big city of Atlanta, which is a Democratic bastion. A lot of Democrat bastions around there, and you might remember the car crash and one of his employees. And I'm just telling you from their standpoint, he seems to be a little compromised in their eyes, and so I think that he has no presidential future.
I think he actually does. He's mentioned as a possibility for 2028.
I don't think he can do it. I think there's a large enough audience of people.
You know what his problem's going to be? His accent. He's got a very country accent. He speaks slow.
I think there would probably be a large percentage of Trump's base that will not go for Kemp because of what they saw.
Well, you and I disagree. They will vote. They will vote for whoever Trump backs.
Well, okay, fair enough. If Trump were to back him, sure. I think even if Trump would, and it really depends on how Trump's term is. But if his term is not to their liking, because I think he lost a lot of his base the first time around, that the hardcore people, he could win without them. But if he doesn't govern like they want him to govern this time around, I think his base, Trump's base, I think he could easily lose him. And
I think no matter who runs, even if it's JD Vance, if they don't have, if that person doesn't have Trump's backing, he doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I think that, and that's the thing. I don't think that Kemp could get Trump's backing. I think what happened in Georgia, and I'm speaking strictly from their standpoint, they wanted to see something done.
Yep.
And from their standpoint, Kemp did not do anything. I'm just going off memory with things I've read over the years. And he seemed to be a little mute to what was going on. And a lot of people think he's compromised. So
he wasn't just mute. He was vocal, at least, minorly vocal, not loud. But no, Raffensperger, believe me, Trump called them personally. And Lindsey Graham actually got involved to a certain degree. If he is compromised for not bowing to Trump, and I admire the man for it. I guess if he doesn't run for president, he doesn't run for president. But
I think
he had backbone. And
I think he's kind of like Lindsey Graham in the party, where he's topped out now. He can't. He's looked at, more or less as an establishment figure from the Trumpian side.
Could be.
Just based upon what we know down there in Atlanta, I think.
One thing's for sure, and I am defending Kemp for several different reasons. I admire a man of principle. If he were to run for president, depending on who he's running against, he would have my vote. Probably no other Republican would.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where
And I guess I might be part of that compromise. If Stanley Cross is voting for you, then you're compromised.
Yeah, that's probably how they see it. Yeah. He's done well to stay in the good graces of the moderates, people like you. But I don't think that they would see him.
I don't think he even tried that hard.
Well, I think the things he didn't try too hard to be, go as hard on some of the things that they wanted him to go hard on. I don't remember all the issues. Was it the competitive?
Give you one off the top of my head, which surprised me when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
African American Studies, AP African American Studies. This Georgia Secretary of State. I'm sorry, Superintendent, whatever the education person is. He said it's illegal. Can't offer it. Just like Florida did. Well, you know what? They went through the little rigmarole and reversed course. Basically, AP African American Studies is in line with the state constitution or whatever they were using as a yardstick. And right here in little old Georgia with a Republican governor, unlike Florida, unlike South Carolina, probably Tennessee and Alabama. And the thing is that there's nothing in African American studies that's anti-American or anti-patriotic or anything like that.
You think it should be taught do you think it should be taught in schools?
It's an AP course. So it's not forced. It's an elective basically, and not everyone's going to take it. Just the kids who are interested in it. You don't have to take AP courses. As a matter of fact, most kids won't test into it. You have to have like certain grades, and you have to have academic credentials to even take an AP class. I think you actually, when I took AP English, you had to be like picked by the teacher, and it was based on grades and other things. So, you don't just go say, "Hey, I want to take AP, whatever." But the point is that it happened in Georgia. Just that alone will probably, be a mark against him.
Someone just sent me a text message, Stanley. I saw a headline here in DC just the other day. There was a building that's going to have to foreclose because no rent's being paid. And I said, damn, that's amazing. And so I guess they're trying to pass some new legislation here in DC.
Building?
Huh?
It's a government building?
I don't know. Oh, what was it Dick and Dave said? He said, I'm mod 508 on Google SSP cert. Oh, yeah, I teach you the program. Shit, whatever you want to learn, Programming. The front end, software, React, Angular, the back end, C#, I'm not all that up on the, I can get you going on the AWS or Azure. You have to take it from there. But yeah, definitely, anytime. Just send me a message. We get it going anytime. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, Stanley. You might like this. Listen to this shit, Stanley. With Trump putting tariffs on, I guess, weave coming out of China.
He's putting a tariff on everything, right? He's not just targeting weave.
Oh, yeah. Just products coming out of China. I'm sorry. And so they said black-owned hair brand offers lock extension as Trump's tariffs send Yaki is the type of hair, prices through the roof. And so apparently this black woman had decided to go to source her product from Africa to do dreadlock extensions.
Well, there's not an American company doing it?
Maybe not that. I don't know what she buys. The source hair. You got to source the hair.
What's her name? You remember the lady who had? Was she in Georgia or Alabama somewhere?
No, it's not her. She probably be doing it too. Who is this lady? This lady's name. She was on Black Enterprise.
Okay.
You want me to put the link in the back chat? I'll put the link in the back chat.
Yeah, because I'm curious. I'm surprised there's not an American company doing it, but you know what?
I think you have to source the hair, right? You got to source the hair. So maybe she's sourcing lock extensions, right? So there's the link in the back chat.
I mean, where do they even get the hair?
Shit, they come on people's head. There's a documentary on this shit in India. Anyway, so I'll put the link in the back chat.
Yeah, I got it. It says Black-owned hair brand offers lock extensions, strip stars. Hey, you know what? If Trump is making a Black-owned business more successful, I'm for it.
Yeah, businesses are going to pivot, man. They're going to source their products somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, and China isn't the end all be all.
Well, you're going to love this. Hair weave manufacturers focus on the Western standard of beauty. Like I said, most Black women wear wigs in the texture of their oppressors, since it's usually the only type.
Rose has to drop her look.
The wigs are the hair texture of their oppressors. I love it.
Well, that's Sandy Rose dropping her little commentary in the article there.
Oh, that's going to have to be the name of a show.
But see, this is what I'm saying when I was talking about Kanye West the other day, right? Like, see, this is a woman to say, you know what? Like, I ain't about to put me out of business. Fuck that. Like, what they're doing politically can't, affect my livelihood. I got to figure something out. And so she, could I go get some hair somewhere else? Offer you lock extensions if the damn hair from China is too expensive. Like, you got to pivot. You got to have contingency plans. And, kudos to this woman for having contingency plans for, when the political winds.
Ooh.
Answer,
This vendor is from Burundi.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
But you know what? There will be good things that come out of these tariffs.
And I think that's one of them.
I'm not against, tariffing China, especially in this case. Speaking to tariffs, though, Canada's she is like a former assistant foreign secretary or something. She wrote a New York Times article. It's called "Retaliation Against Canada Won't Work This Time." I'll put that link in the back for you. She's basically all defiant, saying, "Hey, apparently back in 2019, Trump tried to do tariffs on Canada, and they did targeted tariffs where they literally went and tariffed items coming from red states. So it was like orange juice in Florida and some other products from red states that they selectively targeted for tariffs. So Canada's apparently they're in a defiant mood.
Oh, that's interesting. I'll take a look at it. Man, it was a story I wanted to pass to you. It was like a young boy about your son's age. He created some kind of product. I want to see if I can find it. Like 21 years old. I think he was 21. Maybe 21, 22. Yeah, I wanted to find it. But he took his product to China. And so he detailed everything he went through. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find it, Sally. Damn.
A black kid?
No, it was a white kid, but he was just talking about doing business in China and how he thought that it was mainly just for advanced corporatists. right? Damn, I'm gonna be to find it. It was a young boy who went to he made a USB device. Damn, I wish I could find it. He made a USB device to allow you to charge your phone or some shit. Anyway, so he made this USB device and it allowed you to charge your iPhone once they changed over from the headphone jack to the other kind of jack. And he just talked about how difficult it is to like get products made over there if you're a small manufacturer. You know, it was an interesting thread. I can't find it, but I'll see if I can find it. It was very interesting.
Fire says an aircraft carrier just crashed into another ship. Aircraft carriers don't crash into other ships. Other ships crash into aircraft carriers. No, seriously. Especially if it's a Navy ship.
No, but what do you mean? Why wouldn't the airplane crash into the? How would the ship crash into a plane?
No, aircraft carrier.
So
I think did he say plane? I thought he said it hit another ship. Yeah, it hit another ship at sea. The aircraft carrier, like if it's a Navy, two Navy ships who collide, the other ship is automatically at fault, not the aircraft carrier. That's just the way it works. I mean, it's funny. I've had to do it. I have personal experience. I've actually, Truman. Oh, it was at Port Said. Oh shit, a merchant vessel. Well, here's the deal. When these Navy ships go through the Suez Canal, they have Egyptian pilots on board. So if it hit another ship, I would be willing to bet the other ship hit the carrier, not the other way around.
And pull it up, man. Let me see it.
But generally, because I've been through the Suez Canal, you're not necessarily the captain's always responsible, but the person conning the ship through the Suez Canal is going to be an Egyptian pilot.
So wait a minute. So what happened now? A ship hit what? Another ship?
He's saying USS Harry Truman aircraft carrier was involved in a collision Wednesday with a merchant vessel near Port Said, Egypt, in the Mediterranean Sea. Okay. So they weren't in the canal. Port Said is on the Mediterranean side of the Suez Canal, and it's crowded as shit in there. I've been to Port Said.
Yo, how fast are those ships going?
Not very. Not around the Suez Canal.
Very fast.
And through the Suez Canal, like maybe 1 or 2 knots, not very fast. Because
why do they call it knots? Why don't they just call it miles per hour?
Because a nautical mile is 2,000 yards. Mm-hmm. The measurements are different in feet. I mean, you travel nautical miles, so it's knots, not statute miles, which is what you're thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
But let me find that story because I'm interested.
Any plane that crashed in San Diego or somewhere, wasn't it?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I think a jet, some kind of plane crashed in San Diego, a military plane, if I'm not mistaken. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
So Truman, USS Truman, that's not a good thing. Merchant vessel. Merchant vessel, Mediterranean Sea. Panama flag bulk carrier that was involved in a collision. Another ship sustained damage above the waterline, continued on its own power, was preparing to transit south into the Suez. Rare incident involving a Navy vessel, especially an aircraft carrier, but the Navy has confirmed there have been similar incidents in the past involving 2 destroyers and merchant ships in 2017. Yeah, it's kind of a shit show in Port Said. A lot of ships there. All right, well, let's see what we got. Oops. That's a fighter jet crash. I guess I'll have to read it. It says the aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman collided with a large merchant vessel Wednesday night in the vicinity of Port Said, Egypt, in the Mediterranean Sea. The Nimitz-class aircraft carrier Truman was involved in a collision with the merchant vessel Besiktas M at approximately 11:46 local time, February 12th, while operating in the vicinity of Port Said, Egypt, in the Mediterranean Sea. A statement from the U.S. Navy Sixth Fleet said. Collision involved, there are no reports of injuries, nor is there flooding aboard the carrier, which carries a crew of 5,000 sailors. Incident is under investigation. Truman powered 2 nuclear reactors, 4 propulsion systems, and Sixth Fleet statement said the propulsion plants are unaffected. Aircraft carrier and its strike group had been operating in the Red Sea since. Oh, so it was on its way out. It's part of, carrier had arrived at a naval base in Crete earlier in the week, a rare break for the strike group that has been in. Okay. Though the pace it ebbed as Israel ceasefire. Okay. Well, not too many details, but I can tell you a lot of ships on the Port Said side. A lot of them at anchor. That would be interesting to know who is at anchor, if anybody.
Deacon Dave, what programming language you want to learn, man? We can start from the beginning. We don't have to focus on the language to begin with, but what do you want to learn, the front end or back end?
However, that captain is cooked. His career's over.
You think so?
Oh, I know so.
Why? Because he crashed into another ship? That would be.
Well, even now, you can survive it if it's like circumstances beyond your control. If he crashed into another ship, it's over. If another ship crashed into him, maybe.
Maybe. What do you mean? Maybe. Even if he didn't crash into anybody, somebody crashed into him, he can still lose his job?
No, the Navy does, in the military in general, but the Navy doesn't work that way.
Really?
Now, the only thing is generally the commanders, the CEOs of carriers are admiral selects. But I'll say it depends on the circumstances, but the Navy's not forgiving.
Really?
No. Not only will the captain be done, whoever was officer of the deck, the XO might be done. If it goes against the ship captain, there will be several people whose careers will be ended.
No shit.
Oh no, they don't play that shit.
So he'll just be kicked out of the military, or he just won't be flying.
He'll retire. I mean, he's lucky. He would be, as an 06, and he'd be a very senior 06 aviator, more than likely. I think they only do aviators still.
So he flies planes, or he?
No. He used to. Generally, the big aircraft carriers, the nuclear carriers, the CEO will be a former aviator.
Oh, really?
They're eligible for admiral, if not already selected for admiral. The XO will be a surface warfare 06. They'll be the same rank.
What's the XO?
The executive officer. The second base.
CEO is what?
He will be a surface warfare.
No, No, but what is a CO?
Commanding officer.
Oh, commanding. So he's higher than the XO.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The XO is basically the second in command, the guy who basically is in charge of all the admin on the ship.
I see. Okay.
And generally that XO will be, working, on something. So he becomes a CO, not of the same ship, but a CO somewhere.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But it could be, it depends on who was on the bridge. If the XO was on the bridge, he's gonna be gone too.
So if he's, what do you mean on the bridge? Like he's out on top of the thing, on top of the ship?
So the bridge is where the ship is basically, the movements of the ship are controlled from.
Oh, okay. So they call it
It's kind of like, where the officer of the deck, the guy giving the direct commands, like, right standard rudder, left standard rudder, like, the ship is, the movements of the ship are literally coordinated on the bridge of the ship. And every ship generally has a bridge.
So is there someone that's like turning the steering wheel on the ship? Is that how it works?
Yeah, they literally, now it'll be an enlisted guy usually.
Really? Why is that?
It's just an enlisted thing. It's a watch position.
It's a what position?
A watch.
What's
like,
that mean?
You stand a watch.
Okay.
Like if a ship is at sea, it's running 24 hours a day, and it's just a shift. A watch is basically a shift.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So, like, how would that translate into the real world if you were a ship driver?
It doesn't.
Couldn't you go work for a shipping company?
Well, now you have to understand the watch position is not a primary duty. So that guy that's when I was on, like on my last ship, generally it was the bosun mates. The bosun mates are the division and the job that maintains the physical part of the ship. They'll be painting the sides. They'll be chipping. They'll be maintaining the deck. When the ship comes up to a pier, they're the ones throwing the ropes over and all that nautical stuff that a ship needs. They'll take care of the anchors, the anchor windlasses,
right?
All that physical, like the physical stuff
right.
of the ship. So the person driving the ship on the small ships, I really don't know. You don't have to be a bosun's mate, but you probably will be a bosun's mate on a destroyer, at least back then, on my last ship.
And so
that primary duty, watch positions are what you do on a shift. Primary job, like I would be officer of the deck, for 4 hours or whatever the time limit, whatever the shift is. I would literally be in charge of the ship. Basically, you're the captain's representative. But my primary duties, say, would be communications officer. So once I get off watch, I might go down and, do the communications officer stuff. It's just a watch position.
Oh, I see. So, like, if you, like, the people that are moving the ship around, driving the ship or whatever, do they go work in shipping when they leave the Navy or what?
It depends. I mean, it depends. It depends on what your primary job is.
Right.
Like my primary job would be running the communications division on a ship. Now my watch is something totally different. It's like say, I'm trying to think of a parallel.
Well, let me ask you, is there a job where you learn how to drive a ship? Like, what's his job? What's that job?
Well, it wouldn't be his primary job.
Oh, it wouldn't be. Okay.
No.
Why not?
It's just a watch position. Like, say you're a fireman.
Right.
Your primary job is fighting fires, but there's not always a fire. Okay, so what's going to happen is every few nights, you're going to be tasked with staying in the firehouse, sleeping there, eating there. You're on call. That's essentially what a watch is. You're on call. For
Okay.
24 hours, you're at the fire station. If a fire comes up, you get to do your primary duty.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you might be sitting in that firehouse watching TV, waiting for something to happen, but that is your watch. That is your shift. 24 hours. Then you get off and then you go 2 days off or whatever.
So that is it a wheel or something that, like you
It's
steer?
literally a wheel. It's literally like a wheel.
And so anybody gets to sit behind the wheel?
No, you have to be qualified. You can't just come off the ship or come off the street and get behind the wheel. Like, let me put it to you this way: it is a training you have to do. Like, if even me as an officer, if I walked up to that ship and said, "Hey, I want to do it," they might not let me do it. There's a book, you check off different skills you have to do to operate, that position.
So is it like a MOS or something?
No, MOS is basically a primary duty.
Okay, primary. Okay, so that's
And I forget what MOS stands for. In the Navy, it's a rate or a rating.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, it's a rate. In MOS, the Navy, I think the Air Force, Marines, and the Army have MOSs.
Okay.
And I forget what somebody will have to help me who's been in the Army. I forget what MOS stands for.
I was in the Army, but I don't remember. I was in it too short a time to even remember this shit. Man, I got out of it.
I was gonna say that the Navy's real weird about commanding their ships. You just don't fuck up. Now, I did have a captain who ran a ship aground in Charleston, and somehow or another he survived with no.
And they fired him. They didn't fire him? Wow.
Yeah, and I don't know. It was something beyond his control. If it's like an act of God or something you just can't control, yeah, they're not gonna. If it's provable, like there is nothing this guy could have done about it. There's nothing nobody could have done about it. Yeah, you'll be fine, but that 99% of the time, it's not like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Military
occupational specialty.
Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, we have rates. HB RATE, and I don't know why there's a difference. It just is.
What is a boatswain?
It's a bosun. That's how it's pronounced.
Oh, what the hell is that?
They're the people I was telling you about. They maintain the physical plant of the ship. They'll paint. When the sides get rusty, they'll go down and chip it and repaint it. They'll maintain the ropes, the halyards, and all the stuff like those ropes that they tie ships to the pier with. Those things have to be maintained, believe it or not.
Yeah.
They'll take care of the anchors, the anchor windlass, which is the machine you use to wind up the anchor chain. They'll do everything from like the physical, like the physical ship. When you go, you see a Navy ship, it's gray. There'll be the people painting it gray and keeping it gray.
I heard kind of underwater painting is a good ass job, man.
Yeah. Now there really is no.
Or to paint a ship, right?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
And welding and shit.
Most often sucks. Now
I had a guy that used to weld in.
Of a physical, like a civilian job that a bosun mate would do, because it's really kind of like general labor. But if you chose to go work for like a tugboat, company, or because I thought seriously about becoming like a harbor pilot on the Savannah
Really?
River. Oh yeah,
Really?
make a shitload of money doing that.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I bet you do. Hell yeah. Man, that's interesting.
And I didn't do it, and I can't remember why. But it's also the kind of job where you'll be meeting ships in pitch black, regardless of the weather, out at the mouth of the Savannah River, right at where it hits the Atlantic Ocean, and then you're basically guiding those big container ships in.
No shit.
Yeah, it's a big job. Like, believe me, it is a huge job, and the pay is commensurate with the responsibility. It's a huge deal.
Yeah, I can see that. They would be good deckhands.
Paula Dean's husband was a harbor pilot, believe that or not. Yeah.
Did you look at that plane that crashed in San Diego?
No. This is the aircraft carrier one. I didn't hear about the San Diego thing.
Oh, yesterday.
It was on a carrier?
I don't know what the fuck it was on. It was on some shit.
I think, there are carriers in San Diego.
Motherfucker, the pilots ejected 2 pilots in that motherfucker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that. Hold on one second. Let me find that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy right there. 2 pilots ejected.
That's not. I will say it's unusual, but it's not unheard of. It was a Navy Growler, an EA-18. Let me see if I can find that. Crashed into the bay. Both pilots. I didn't realize that was an FA, like a variant of an F-18. I didn't know that. Here, this is a USAA. Let's see what she has to say.
An idea of what we're talking about, as with a new development about a Navy jet crash involving 2 local Navy pilots, and they were both on board the Navy EA-18G Growler. We're going to pull up a picture and show you what this jet looks like right here so that you can get an idea of what we're talking about. So that is a Navy EA-18G Growler. We understand that the 2 Navy pilots, they managed to eject safely during this crash, and they were taken to the hospital, and we understand they are in stable condition at this point. They took off from Naval Air Station Whidbey Island this morning, and around 10:15 is when this crash happened, and rescuers were able to quickly recover them, help them out shortly after that crash. And we understand at 10:28 they were able to reach the 2 pilots and rush them to the hospital. But very scary situation here. And this is, again, impacting local pilots who were based in the Naval Air Station in Whidbey Island, so a local area for us. We don't know what the reason is for this crash. We just know that, this happened this morning shortly after takeoff. They did go into the San Diego Bay near Shelter Station.
Yeah.
Understand is where they ended up in Shelter Island, I should say. Excuse me. So after the crash, they ejected and went into the San Diego Bay near Shelter Island. You may recall, though, this Growler was in the headlines all last year for breaking news when it went down near Mount Rainier and it killed 2 aviators. You may recall that story from back in October. It was very tragic and a huge loss to that base in Whidbey Island. You may remember that Commander Lindsay Evans and Serena Wildman, they were the 2 aviators killed, and they were in this same type of jet when it went down. we still don't know. They're still investigating what happened in that case there. It takes a while for them to determine everything. They have so much to go through there, but this is going to bring a lot of questions on what happened here as well. So recently, we had this situation with Lindsay Evans and Serena Wildman, and here we are several months later talking about another jet crash involving an EA-18G Growler. So we are going to try to find out more information about what went wrong here, any new information that the base is releasing. We will be back here at the Fox Local Live Desk to bring you that information. Those two pilots, though, in stable condition. Hopefully they will be recovering and that their condition will get better throughout the day. If we learn anything more about who those pilots are and what their condition.
I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah. I kind of wonder because, the F-18 has been around forever. So it would shock me if there was like, some systemic thing where, they're grounding all the EA-18s. It's a dangerous job.
Is it really?
Oh, hell yeah. Being a pilot? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, landing on those little fucking airplanes, on those boats.
On the carriers? Oh, yeah.
Yo, I heard that there's like a hook or something that has to catch the plane.
A rescue hook.
How the fuck does that hook catch that plane without tearing it apart?
I guess it's just well, the cables are flexible. They'll have like 3 cables and you hook one of them and it flexes.
Yo, that shit is amazing. Because I think maybe you should pull up a video of this shit when the motherfuckers land on that ship. Have you ever been on the ship when they landed on there?
No, I've never been on a carrier at sea.
Man, when they land on that shit is
my cousin was an NFO, a backseater, and he's done carrier landings.
Landing in the middle of the ocean, like, and having to hit the hook.
And
the hook, they have to take back off, right?
Yeah, if they miss the cables, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But not only is it like they do it at night in the rain, and the ship, is bobbing up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't even want to think. Now, a lot of it is guided. I mean, they're visual aids and navigational aids, and probably it's by now, fairly computerized.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my cousin used to do it. He as a job. That's what he did.
Man, it's amazing right there. It is amazing.
Yeah, it's scary. I don't know that I have the balls to do it. People say, "Oh, I couldn't be on a submarine." Well, I'd rather be stationed on a submarine than doing that aviation stuff.
Non-it factor says he went to a Navy recruiter just to see what they had, even though they already decided on the U.S. Air Force.
Bosun mate was all they had. Nah, they were bullshitting you. They just needed bosun mates. You made the right. You made the right choice.
Can you move up from there?
Oh hell yeah! You can be an E7 bosun mate.
What would you be, like the best dick mate on board or something?
Well,
can you get out being a bosun?
You go in as an E1, and you progress through the ranks. Now, bosun mate is a very. I'll put it to you this way: bosun mate is not a very high skill job. It's pretty physical, but generally, if you are a bosun mate, you make it up to E7, you're going to be pretty well respected because you're going to be a tough motherfucker. You can't be a pussy and become an E7 bosun mate. So you will get your respect. It's a tough job.
I got you. Interesting.
Like if the Navy had an infantry,
it'd be bosun.
It would be the bosun's mates.
I never knew what the hell that was until now.
Consequently, they are the most misbehaved.
Really?
It's It's like if the Navy had a gang.
It'd be a gang of boatsmen. What do you call them? Boatsmen? How you pronounce that shit? Boatsmen?
Bosun. They spell it. They just spell it B-O apostrophe S-U-N. And it's a weird word, but it is pronounced bosun. I've never heard it pronounced another way.
Boatswain. Recently watched how snipers actually work videos. Not Navy related, but it's kind of interesting to hear their accounts. Yeah, I bet that would.
I mean, their SEALs have snipers.
Why
Marines
do all these different groups have different groups of snipers? Why
Well,
not just have a group of snipers?
like again, like the SEAL snipers. You remember when there was a movie called Captain Phillips or something like that? You remember the Somalis took a freighter hostage. I guess it was in the Red Sea, and the captain happened to be an American. Tom Hanks played in the movie version of it.
Right.
Well, I think it was SEAL snipers took like a couple of the pirates out. They were on a boat, if I recall. They were on a boat. So you have to you have to deal with the bobbing.
Oh yeah.
And you got to be a sniper, and you're moving, the others, the target's moving. You got to be good, and then you got to take into account the windage and all that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not something an Army sniper is going to necessarily be trained to do.
Damn, I didn't think about all that shit. I didn't think about all that. You got tropes up here. He probably just dropping a link.
But the thing is, I have a friend, believe it or not, who's a Marine sniper. And that is not an easy job, because part of it is that you have to learn to be like totally motionless. You've got on the ghillie suit that kind of, looks like vegetation that kind of blends you in, but you might have to be motionless for hours. And like fucking ants and just all kinds of creepy crawlies, and you can't be itching or sneezing or coughing or anything like that. You're on mute, John.
Sorry, none it factor says he held out at the MEPS and got a better job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he said there. Damn, my groceries going to the wrong place.
Oh, wow. So you used your sales skills.
You gotta use them.
Well, the MEPS, where'd you go to MEPS? Was MEPS at Fort Jackson, South Carolina?
It's usually the state capital, right? I went in Montgomery.
He's in Columbia.
Oh, he's in South Carolina. Okay. In Alabama, it wasn't at a military base, I don't think.
Now they've got MEPS. They've got MEPS all over the place. It's just, I went to MEPS for a physical when I got accepted to OCS. So I wound up going to Fort Jackson. All right. Let's see what you got here, Tropes.
Totally off topic, man. I went in their basement yesterday. And after they removed the dead body, most of the smell, that overwhelming smell, was gone. So I think it was that foot, man. It may have killed him. That motherfucker may have rotted on him,
Well, he must have had gangrene or something.
Yeah, probably some kind of infection. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if it's some sort of necrosis. Yeah, it was probably something like gangrene. I mean, you'll get blood poisoning.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah,
and that's sepsis.
Yeah.
God damn, dude.
My lady Lisa was looking at his foot. She said that bandage looked dirty. And,
Okay, all I have to say is, well, I'll put it to you this way: my wife died of sepsis.
Is that right? I hear this shit is common.
Well, it was so weird. And one of these days, I'll get more in detail. But blood poisoning is essentially, what sepsis is.
Yeah, this shit's painful out here.
It is. You will almost never even if you survive it, they're going to be, you're not going to survive it unscathed.
Really? Like what? Like what would happen to you?
Well, part of it, part of it is at some point you start having organ failure.
Oh shit!
I mean, you'll get organ failure. What they had to do to keep her alive, what they had to do to keep her alive was force blood from her extremities into her core.
Oh shit!
So one day, let me tell you a story. One day I walk in to her hospital room. She was in the ICU for 2 weeks. I walk in and I notice her toes are starting to discolor. So the doctor walks in. He's an intensive care specialist. He walks in and I go, "Hey, doctor, it looks like her toes are changing color. What can we do to prevent her from losing toes?" He looked at me and he looked at me and he said, "You know what? I'm trying to save her life." Essentially, who gives a fuck if she loses a toe or two?
Yeah.
This will, and you know what? That's actually when it dawned on me that she
Put it in
could die.
perspective. Yeah, put it in perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, well, shit, I don't want her to like lose toes. And this, the look he gave me, like, you motherfucking idiot. Do you know? Do you know how serious this is?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my! I felt so small. I'm like, well, god damn.
Yeah, that will put things in perspective. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. From that point forward, it was. Yeah, I was not. I was an unhappy camper. Let's see, Jonathan Taylor, Scout Sniper Association. Oh, this is 39 minutes. Let me have a look at this before we play it, just to make sure that this isn't going to run afoul of anything. Oops.
What do you look at the tail, Stanley?
Well, I look at the subscribers. This has like 9 million subscribers. Anything that big, I'm gonna be a little worried about.
Your Trump said don't play it. It might be copyright.
Yeah, this is Business Insider. You know what Business Insider is, and it's got like 9 million. 9 million subscribers. And they put homepage. Yeah, actually work authorized account. Yeah, this is yeah, I don't know. It's big enough. We probably don't want to play it, though I'm actually interested in it. Oh, speaking of that, did you hear? I did an article the other day. Apparently, Marine drill instructors have the highest suicide rate in the Marines, which is high to begin with. Yeah, thanks, Tropes. I will look at it offline though, because
sorry, I'm gonna mute Stanley. Why do you think that is?
Why it's copyrighted?
No, why do you think Marines have such high suicide?
Oh my goodness! The recruits are there 24 hours a day, but you've been through basic training, right?
Like 2 weeks.
It is a very high stress. I want to say evolution, which is a military word, but they are there before the recruits get up. They are there after the recruits go to sleep. I think a lot of times they wind up, doing like spending, probably rotate nights with them. You're yelling all the time. These kids are in your care. Most of them are new. And even basic training, you'll have a number of people dying every year in basic training. It's almost like teaching kids because you got to break them down and rebuild them, the military way. And it's almost like kids. I mean, you're responsible for making sure they are safe, that they're fed, that they're not getting sick, that they're not breaking bones,
Yeah.
that they're doing shit right. It's almost like being a parent in a way.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can only imagine.
Oh shit! And like Trope says, you got to be constant vigilance for like 6 months straight. There's a break, and it's hard to turn it off. Oh shit! Yeah. If you are that locked in for that long, it's almost like being in a war zone. You can't just turn
Really?
that shit off.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I mean, people will, like I said, it is a dangerous situation. Shit, can you imagine being a drill sergeant taking like all these people to the live fire, like the firing range for the first time?
Yeah, that'll be shit. I'd be worried as hell. They
These
shoot themselves.
kids,
Shoot me.
yeah, these kids are firing live ammo.
Yeah. Hell, you go to the gun range, motherfucker be acting so silly,
Yep. I remember I was in Army ROTC at the time, and I've done a couple live fire exercises. Now they're firing, too high, over your head. However, it is live ammo, and it was at night. And you got tracers and shit. And they're fire. I mean, the grenades are live. It's it'll rattle you.
So the grenades are like close to you then.
Yeah. I mean, they're not throwing them at you, but they are. I mean, you can feel the concussion. I mean, it's like being in a live. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Shit, I've thrown live grenades before. There's a live. You practice throwing grenades too. Now you're throwing it into like a cinder block bunker.
Yeah.
But you gotta throw it right. I mean, you can fucking it is possible. It is possible to hit the wall and have it roll back.
Yeah. Damn. Now, that's crazy.
And the military's for real.
When you take the pin out, what happened if you has anyone ever dropped it around you?
Now, back when I was in, now I'm sure it must have changed by now. You can put that pin back in. There's like a band. Right. The handle has like this band thing. When you pull the pin out, as long as you're gripping the grenade, there's a band. It's kind of like a spring-loaded band. If you pull the pin out and let that band go, it kind of springs off and it's live. As long as you're holding that band together, you can put the pin back in.
Mm.
And like I said, I'm sure the design has changed. I did this, 40 years ago? Oh, whoa. Yeah. Wait, hold it. The grenades aren't, Fred? Well, what were they? What were the explosives? Fred was in the Army. I was just in Army ROTC. He'll tell us what the explosions were. But yeah, during the grenade live fire, the grenades are live. I'm sorry, the grenade training, the grenades are live. I thought those were grenades they were tossing. They're simulators. Oh, okay. So they're not live. They're just simulators. I thought they were live, Fred. They were just throwing them somewhere where the shrapnel couldn't get you. They sound real. Okay. Well, it was enough to rattle me.
It did it for you, Santa.
Oh well, I mean, you can't pussy out.
I saw you talking about something last night. Was it children in the Trump White House or something? Were you talking about that last night? Elon had some children in there or something, right?
Oh yeah, he had a 4-year-old son.
Yeah.
There was a picture because I saw one of the live like little film clips while Elon's talking, the son starts being a 4-year-old. You know how
Yeah.
he was a little loud, and Trump's sitting there. Looks like Trump is trying to ignore the kid, but in the still shot, it looked like the president was speaking and Trump was the old grandpa babysitting while the president was speaking.
That damn Trump. And yeah, I think I thought it was kind of humanizing to have children in there. I didn't see the whole event. I think I just saw pictures of it.
I thought it was unprofessional.
You thought unprofessional? Yeah, I didn't see the video. I just saw the little boy. I think he was on Elon's neck. It was an interesting.
Now he wasn't. Is the clip I saw? The kid was on the floor. He wasn't like on his neck, and he's talking to the press.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just saw a video, picture, and he was on his neck or something like that. I said, okay, but yeah.
I didn't think that it was appropriate to. It's in the Oval Office. If it was out.
Yeah, they're definitely doing things different. I will say that.
It was unprofessional.
Yeah, they're definitely doing things different. I will give him that. Present a different view of the White House for sure. Yeah, interesting. I was hoping I could find this clip for you, Stanley. Okay. Oh, let's see. I'm looking for it. I can't find it though. It was about that young boy I was telling you about. He went over to China to try to do some, build a product, and they just basically ripped him off. You know what I mean? And then created a product off of his design. And so that led him to believe that, or think that, you really can't, it's just really for big business.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me come out and come back in. My internet seems choppy.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Either that or I may have to switch over and reboot my router.
Let's see. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, tomorrow we have Be Brave and I coming up tomorrow. You got to come up with something good for you guys. I'm sure we have something really good coming up. It's always a lot of content there. And I guess later on today, I'm going to film some of me cleaning up the guy's remains. I'll look through, see, some of the paperwork and some of the documents that he left behind. So I think that'll be pretty interesting. I think it's going to be interesting to see some of the stuff he had. Some medical paperwork, just personal documents. So we'll take a look at some of that later today. Yeah, I'm going to go through some of the guy's stuff later today, Stanley. Stanley, you able to hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, just see what he had left behind. I always find it interesting. People always leave stuff behind, and it's always interesting to see what they leave behind. But when someone dies, they really don't get a chance to prepare what they're going to leave behind. So,
well, what's going to be, you said he had no family whatsoever?
Apparently not.
God damn.
Apparently not. Yeah, that's just very sad. I remember, from the call, he said, he wasn't really from around here. I think he's from Eastern Shore or something like that.
Eastern Shore, Maryland.
Mm-hmm. So,
did he have a driver's license? Any sort of ID, or do you know?
I'll look through there. I'm going to find all that today. I saw some medical paperwork, some of his discharge documents from the hospital, stuff like that.
Okay, because I would hate for him to be like a Jane Doe or John Doe. Because I would think the authorities will try and go find it, or try and find some relative.
They may have searched and found, maybe he had it on his person, his ID or something like that. So, or maybe they looked through there while they were there. I don't think the police are coming back. They didn't leave any documents saying, "Hey, don't disturb this crime scene," anything like that. So, I was there yesterday.
Yeah, so they didn't put the crime scene yellow tape.
No, they don't even have access to get in, to be honest with you. So there is that too. So, so I don't think there'll be.
You heard your little thing you posted. Your conversation.
The police.
I was like, well, damn.
Hey, Sally, SKC is live.
Oh, is he? He hasn't been live in a while.
I know. Check him out. See, he got 47 people on. See what he's talking about today.
Somebody was saying that they thought he had retired or something from.
I just saw he's talking about something. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm curious to know. He's like he has rap on the front. That doesn't seem like him to have rap.
Put the link in the back. He didn't pop up in my
let's see,
my algorithm there.
Let's see if I can do that.
What's his? I don't even remember what his.
Community anthropology.
Oh, that's my anthropology. See, it's been that long. Yeah, okay. He's got a little coon in as a thumbnail.
Yeah. You go back and look at some of the other streams. None It Factor. You'll see kind of all the video there.
Let me. I need to type something in his chat so he knows, so he doesn't feel lonely.
Is he goes back once his stream is done?
Yes.
He goes back and edit it out.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, they will tell you, hey, if this is copyrighted, and they'll let you go and either clean the music out. It'll do it for you.
Yeah, I think they do it before it even gets.
Oh, that's not the music for the video. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they do it before they get to the before, you know how when you end the stream, it's not they haven't done the checks yet.
I see.
So they go through, edit it, and take out the first 2 minutes or whatever while they were playing music. That's how they get around it. That's one of the ways they get around it. Because if you know if it's at the beginning, it's not a big deal. You know where it is. You just go clip the first 3 minutes that you're playing video music.
Well, that's if you're up. Wait, hold it. How does that work for a live? I thought as soon as you ended it, it automatically uploads.
Yeah, but you can go to let me see that screen.
You can intercept it. Oh,
it takes about 6 hours while it's processing, right?
I see. I got you.
Mm-hmm. It takes like 6 hours, and in that time period, I think that's when they edit the video.
Well, let's see what he's doing now. Plus, if you're showing stuff that doesn't have music, you can claim fair use, like the pop the balloon stuff. I got you.
I don't think that's true. What do you say if it does show music? But,
no, he's saying if you're showing stuff that doesn't have music, you can claim fair use, like the pop the balloon stuff. I've never had a problem with the pop the balloon stuff, though. I've literally never had any sort of issue with it.
Yeah, I think that fair use thing is like, I mean, if it's just to go fighting in court for what? It probably wouldn't be worth it. And so when people talk about fair use, they're really not.
Ron, I did tell you that that first show I did, where YouTube, I think they took the whole video down. I went back and told them, hey, look, I pay for the Washington Post. like, what do you mean I can't use it? And they reversed it.
You know, I wanted to. Was that like an automated, like, or was that someone making a decision? I would imagine it's probably automated.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, like, you're probably just not going to fight it most time. Like, if it took legal financial resources, most people aren't going to fight it, and so they
Right.
just succumb to.
Well, I mean, I guess they could have said no. We're going to stick by a decision. I mean, it wasn't something that would go to court. They would either keep it up or they would take it down.
Yeah.
So they basically, said, "Oh, hey, no problem. You can show it." Now, where it hurt is that I lost viewers. That whole time it was down, people couldn't go and find it or, view it after the fact. So I don't know how you deal with that. It's like, hey, look, if this was monetized, I'd have lost money on it.
Right. I think this was the big streamers face, because it would have to be enough money to make them fight for it, to take it to court and, go for all that fair use shit. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how that works. Yeah. In theory, I think it works. In reality, I think, it's a little bit more difficult to really exercise it. Or at least that's how it's been explained to me, I should say.
Yeah. I gotta fuck with him a little bit. I go, hey, community anthropology, you're back.
He'd be happy to see you now.
I'm sure he will. I haven't heard from him since before Christmas.
No, he's kind of giving up the ghost there. Huh? Oh shit! I think I got somebody checking in today. Is that right? Let's see.
He's changed his little symbol. He's got a fancy new logo. Dave Drencher says, "Stan."
Oh shit! I do have someone checking in today. Oh shit! I'm gonna have to cancel this reservation.
Why? Oh, into that room?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna move them to somewhere else. Where can I move the person to? Let me text this person. I gotta text this person to tell him, what's his lady's name? Oh, yeah, okay.
I see Deacon Dave is over there. The gang's all over there. Oh, let's see. We're at 10 hours. Let's see. What else? Apparently, if Be Brave isn't here, the numbers stay low.
Brave, he was up here this morning.
I think you and Be Brave have spoiled.
Was Brave up this morning?
No, I haven't seen him this morning.
Oh, okay. 226. Gotta write this lady a message. Tell her I can't let her stay in that place. Gotta put her somewhere else. It's not ready for her just yet. Not ready for the next guest just yet, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Another day, another dollar, bro. You should see if she would take the room. This horror room, huh?
Well, you don't think she's gonna complain, do you?
Oh shit, my groceries were delivered. Give me 1 second. What you mean if I put her somewhere else?
Yeah.
It depends.
If she does, you know what to tell her, right?
She booked a private bath, so I don't have any more private baths available right now. So that's the only hang up that I have right there. Give me one second.
Oh, Black Manta says you should see if she'll take the room for a discount. I hope she's not that desperate, Manta.
Ah.
Black History Month or baseball?
Baseball.
Baseball over Black History Month?
Baseball.
Why are you choosing that? What about black people?
Because I don't like black people.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Sound like Deacon Dave.
Yeah, I said that kid sounds just like SKC.
No.
Black History Month or baseball?
Who's this? SEC right here?
Baseball
Yeah,
over
that's-
Black History
yeah.
Month?
Baseball.
Why are you choosing that? What about black people?
Because I don't like black people.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard in the background. That's what I thought I heard in the background. That Foo Fighters. Oh man, yeesh. Man, it's been a long time since I did a music show, man. I almost feel like I want to get everything out of my system because I don't know again when I will ever do this again. Ugh. Yeesh. That's that Everlong? No.
Black History Month or baseball?
Baseball.
Baseball over Black History Month?
Baseball.
Why are you choosing that? What about black people?
Because I don't like black people.
I saw that little clip on Twitter.
Yeah. I asked Clue Channel, SKC or Clue. What is he? He wants to get all musical on us.
Oh, he does music?
I guess he does. I don't know what all he does over there. Well, Fred's 6'8". Of course you would, Fred. Basketball. Oh, you know what? Actually, folks, it's been a while. Make sure y'all hit the like button and support your favorite host or hosts. Support the channel. Subscribe, share, all the good stuff you do to help the John Galt channel out. And Please make sure you subscribe to my channel for the side show. It's Stanley Cross 6000.
Thought you were talking about the theory of something.
Yeah, theory of stupidity.
Definitely, you know.
I had no clue there was a theory of stupidity until day before yesterday.
The non-it factor said, "How bad did the room smell?" You know, I went in there yesterday, but I was telling Stanley earlier that once, I think once they removed the dead body, the smell was kind of gone, and so I'm thinking it was the foot that was really smelling. You know what I'm saying? I think it was the foot. As opposed to, that's what that. So that's what I really believe it was. When I first saw him, I was like, man, that foot's gonna be a problem. They got wrapped up, and it was unwrapped. You know what I mean? Now I know no overseas, man, like the laws and all that kind of shit. You know, I don't have enough money to take a chance. You just hear talking and no subscribe from Brady 3.
Yeah, Fred's a good guy. He is a very erudite fellow, and he does not play around. I don't know how many times I have been chastised by Fred for my errant ways, my arrogance, just my general demeanor sometimes.
We won't even tell Fred about the Be Brave and John show there.
Oh, he knows about it. He does not approve.
Man, I wish we could do this show on OBS. I like OBS so much better. Stanley, you gotta try it.
I have. I put those videos I've been putting out have all been uploads from OBS.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
How do you like it?
I like it better. The only thing I don't like is you can't do the panels. But I mean, as far as like it, believe it, I didn't even use a manual or anything. I just intuited it all out. It's real intuitive.
Yeah. Very intuitive, yeah.
As a matter of fact, what the theory of stupidity thing, I had to basically take the video that I made because I screwed it up. I put the video into Microsoft, the Windows Media Player, and the Media Player has a tool where you can go cut. You can, I had to cut a little bit out, and then I resaved it as an MP3 4. And then I went back and added audio over the video. I put it back into basically what I did is I made a little what was it? Those objects you make, one is for video input, one is for the browser, one is image. I made one specifically that worked with the Windows Media Player, ran it through OBS, added audio on top of it, and then uploaded it to YouTube. Oh, you're muted again.
You're more sophisticated than me then, son.
Yeah, but you know what? I just thought, hey, this might work. That's how intuitive it was. So I like it way better. Way, way better.
Garen says you have to install an extension called Video. Yeah.
Oh, really? What's that?
The thing is, it's about 4 steps to get panels, to get someone up on a panel.
Oh,
and then,
really?
Then you have to drag and drop the screen. It becomes like a process. You know what I mean? A real serious process for each person. So you can do it.
It would be worth it for me.
Yeah, you can do it as it is by adding a collab cam. I think it's a
Yeah, yeah. There's a virtual camera.
No, is that right?
Yeah, I don't know what it does.
No, not the virtual camera. No, it's the you have to add a plug-in from Streamlabs or somewhere that allows you to add a
Oh.
webcam. Or you can use probably some free version, what Garen's mentioned. I think it's video.ninja or something like that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. There's an. You want to see this video?
Yeah, show it to me.
Let me get rid of this. Well, you know what? I'm into processes.
For one or two people, it's probably not a problem.
Yeah, I would only do like
record
because I do want to do an interview or two. So setting it up for like a 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 would be perfect for me.
Yeah, take a look.
Basic podcast using Video Ninja. This is a simple introductory guide, let's call it. It's not going to cover everything. It's just to get you started. Okay, now there's lots of ways to record a podcast with Video Ninja. However, we're going to focus on using a basic room and OBS in this case. So to get started, we are going to click Create a Room. Assuming we're using a password, we can pretty much use any room name we want. So we'll use a password to avoid conflicts later. Now I'm going to assume if you are creating a podcast, you're probably also participating in the podcast. So we're going to click the director will be performing as well. Now, if you didn't click this, you'd be just directing. You wouldn't show up in group scenes, essentially. So make sure you click that. And move on to the room. Now, this is your control center. On the top left, you'll see invite a guest, and on the right, you'll see capture a group scene. Two links. One lets you invite a guest or guests into the room, and the other is used for outputting video as a group scene into OBS. We'll use both of them to set up this podcast. The invite link by default is good to go. It has some safe defaults, but knowing you want high quality for your podcast. So we'll click customize and we will click pro audio mode. A little tooltip here. This disables echo cancellation, noise reduction, and turns off auto gain. So if your guest isn't wearing headphones and they don't have a good microphone that's gained incorrectly and they're in a noisy room, turning this on might be a bad idea. So make sure that if you are using this, you have a good setup on both your end and the guest's end. Otherwise, you might want to leave this off. Having it on, you'll get higher fidelity, you'll get raw sound. It will sound less like a telephone call.
This is all software.
You'll notice that when I turn it on,
web app,
it adds a little URL parameter to the invite link.
Holy
now, the S is a short form for the pro audio parameter.
Oh, this is
nice. The documentation has a list of hundreds of these URL parameters that you can add to the invite link to enable different settings. You need to understand that Video Ninja isn't a server-side application. Like there's
exactly
no user accounts. There's nothing that's being stored on the server in terms of settings. Anytime you want to change a setting, it's a client-side setting. So when you want to send an invite link to a guest that has a bunch of these settings applied to it, the settings are embedded in the invite link itself. So as we add these parameters or turn on these options, it's adding parameters to the URL.
Oh, wow.
You can manually edit the URL parameter by edit and just manually adding additional options. And that's how I suppose Video Ninja is intended to be used. However,
Probably
for
true,
those
Tro.
getting started,
Probably
I
actually what's
have
happening to it.
collection of some of the more common
What are
options
you worried about?
listed out as toggles. It does the work for you, but over time you might want to learn how to add them yourself manually. Other ones here you might want to enable by default. Ask a user for a name when they join the room. You might want to show names. If you want higher quality video, you can enable that. If you have a bunch of guests with good quality computers, enabling that. The default at the moment is 720p capture. Let's say show guests tip on joining. Now there's another couple popular options here. There's stream via server. This enables meshcast mode. This sends the video through a server. It's useful for guests that don't have good internet. However, the default peer-to-peer is recommended if you can. Lower latency, less reliance on servers. There's also a show director's video only mode called broadcast mode. It enables broadcast mode, which the guests only see the output from a director. In this case, you might want to share the output of OBS with the guests. I'm not going to go into those options in more detail. I have other YouTube videos already touching on it. So you can search for Meshcast on YouTube. You can also search for broadcast mode on YouTube. I'll link the description. I'll link to those videos in the video description below. I already covered those topics, so I won't cover them here. Okay, cool. So now we have an invite link, and I'm going to invite a couple guests. In this case, I'm just going to fake. In a primary browser for it to work best, but I do support most browsers. You'll notice that it asks us for a display name, and it's also giving us a little message here saying tips on how to get the best quality. Our URL parameters for tips and label worked. And we can select a camera. Wrong camera. Boom. Boom. Okay. I've joined as a guest. And now as a director, you'll see that the guest appears in our control center as a control box. All the options are here. I can control. I can say blind, for example. Now the guest is blind. I can turn their video off. In this case, it's muted. I can unmute it. And now we'll resume. Lots of options here. Okay. Cool. Let me add another guest. Guest 2. Oops. I entered the password wrong. Password. Guest 2. Join. There we go. Now, as a guest, you can see that I can see the label of other guests in the room, which is kind of nice. And as a director, I can see both guests with their own control window. I can change the guest's name in the top corner here, and that's reflected automatically. Okay. Now, the next step, pretty straightforward. I realize OBS is complicated for a lot of people. However, we are going to be using it in this case. I have OBS open here. There we go. Here we go. We have OBS open. We are going to say plus browser. We're going to call this a group scene. Now we want to paste our URL in here that we copied and pasted, plus change the width and height to whatever we intend to be publishing at, in this case 1920 by 1080. And then it's very important to click Control Audio via OBS. This lets us capture the audio into OBS. If you forget to click this, you will not be recording audio. So big mistake, do not click that. Don't click anything else. None of these others, don't touch those other settings. Just make sure Control Audio is clicked. And I put in the wrong link. I put it in the wrong link. Let me go back. I'll copy the group scene link. Paste that in there. And now it loads up. If you put in the guest link, you get a password question. Okay, cool. It's working. We now see the guests in OBS, two of them. Now we're not included because we haven't joined the room as well yet. So let's jump back in and do that for us. Okay, we are here. Now, as a director, our speakers are muted by default. It's a little bit odd, but there's good reason for it. We unmute our speaker, and now we can enable our microphone and camera. Okay. By default, we join with the default microphone and camera, but we click this little gear icon, and we can change our camera and microphone if we need to from there. Now, if you don't see yourself showing up in a control box as well, this is you, a director or performer. If you don't see this, it's probably because you forgot to set the room in show director mode, where the director is also a performer.
You see how complicated this shit is?
It's not the end of the world. If you forgot that and you intend to use the group scene links, you can customize this and say, include a director. And it will add show director to your scene link. And then when you use this link in OBS, it will show you. Anyways, let's check on OBS. Look, we're there. We're the OBS virtual camera, but
John, this actually, it's almost like I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like a linear process. As long as you understand what the process is, you can kind of figure out how to get from A to B. Now, I'd have to play around with it. Watching him isn't going to actually teach me how to use it, but I will definitely try it.
And whenever I've tried it, it's always like the person doesn't show up on camera. There's an echo. It's like, I haven't tried this though. So this may work. As you can see, it's a little tinkering you have to do with it there to get it just right.
Yeah, but see, this is the kind of tinkering I like to do. I mean, basically, it's almost like an object. Like, it's almost not quite like drag and drop, but you're creating your object, and you need to know where to plug your object into OBS.
And you see how the settings are being set dynamically for the link. You may have to do that every time, or have different settings for different people.
There's got to be a way to like set it up as a template.
Yeah,
you don't have to recreate it every time.
Yeah, because I think when they come in, did he drag and drop and resize the pictures, the images? Yeah. I think you have to do that a lot. You ought to be able to set them into a frame, not like a template, like you're saying.
I bet I would be shocked if you couldn't. But for me anyway, now what you're doing this daily several times a day. So resetting it up every time would be a pain. But for what I do, at least for right now, I mean, I did a short video like 3 days in a row. Didn't do one yesterday, may do one today. I'm doing it infrequently enough that, it wouldn't be that big a deal if I had to do it. Now, if I start doing it a lot, it would become a problem. And I don't know, it might be worth spending money so you don't have to do all this every time. But say, what if you just made like you had a dedicated computer that, you never tore it down completely. You just kind of go back in and set it up for whatever specific purpose you want to do. But I could see how this could be workable. Okay, John. So let's see what else. CKJ3. Did you hear about the Truman? I dropped the link in there for you if you're still there. Big puffy bee sting lips. What the fuck is that? I don't know. We're getting a little long in the tooth here. Add microphone to your OBS. Camera to OBS. Create a room. Full documentation. What is that? Wow. Options to record. Man, there's a lot of shit in here. Remote screen share. There's a lot of shit here. Room. Oops. All right, folks. We'll just go ahead and play this video then.
That represents the director in this case. Yeah, and now we are getting the audio and all the guests. And if you're familiar with OBS, you can now record, stop, start, go live in the corner there. Cool. What's next? Okay, well, that works, but some people might want more control. So if you want to not use the group scene link, you want more control, you might want to have each individual guest recorded. We can try using solo links instead. You'll notice at the bottom, each guest has a solo link. So we'll click copy solo link. We'll go back to OBS. We will delete the group scene link since we don't want that. We want instead to have each guest as their own browser source. So we'll call this guest 1. We'll paste in our guest link there. 1920, 1080. Control audio via OBS. Boom. Guest 1 shows up here. Let's resize them down, place them here. Let's go back. We'll copy the link for guest 2, same thing. Plus browser guest 2, copy the link in 1920 by 1080. Control audio via OBS. Guest joins, we'll resize it. And then last but not least, we can add our subs. Okay, guest 3. Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Now, let's say we wanted to show a label of the guest. We can use URL parameters and we can say show labels. That's an option to show the label of the guest. And now you can see the video shows the guest's label in the bottom left. If we want to increase the bit rate of this guest, we can say bitrate equals 6,000. The default is like around 3 megabits per second or roughly. Now we've just increased it to 6 megabits per second. So we have a higher quality bitrate now coming in for that particular guest. We can move them around, customize the layout in OBS. We can also see that each guest has its own audio meter. So we can mute one guest, we can change the volume, the gain, add effects in OBS per guest, which is kind of cool. We can also install a plugin, source record plugin for OBS. This plugin you can install for OBS and it will let you record each source in OBS as its own video.
Wow.
So if you install this plugin, each video can be recorded to its main mix, and then you could have each individual guest recorded individually. That will let you post-process the video if you need to. Which is kind of cool. The source record plugin, it can stress out some computers. And OBS sometimes has problems with audio when your computer is maxed out. So I would say if you're using a podcast, doing a podcast, try to limit the CPU load. On your computer. Start OBS in administrator mode. Try when you click on issues and disruption. On that front, okay. Now, all pretty good. There are some common questions I get. When you're in a director mode, how do you kind of see it as a guest?
This is some stuff I don't know about.
Window pane icon here, and it will let you, as a director, preview the room as if you were a guest as well. So you can toggle into that mode if you feel more comfortable interacting with people in that way. So as a director, you can still have that guest experience. Another problem is as a director, if you're using solo links, every time a guest joins, their solo link changes. This view link, you might say view equals some stream ID value, some 7-character value. That's going to change each time. And that's because if the guest joins with this invite link, it's going to automatically assign them a new stream ID every time they open it. But if you notice when the guest joins, it automatically adds the stream ID to their URL. So as a guest, once you join the room, you could bookmark it. And then as a guest, you just have to open the bookmark each time and it will load your stream. So it will reuse the existing push ID because it's there. That relies on the guests kind of being aware of that. So what might be better is to prefabricate URLs for each guest. So as a director, you can just add push equals guest one, right? And now this link you can give.
Hey, Nanette, you know that insect, that giant living insect is a ship? Reminds me of, have you ever heard of a game called No Man's Sky? Where the spaceships, not when the game first came out, and I haven't played it in years now, but at some point in its evolution, they started providing, the ships, like the spaceships, were actually living creatures, not necessarily insects, I don't think, but that reminded me of it. I'd never heard of the TV show, so I guess that'll be something else I go and explore. Now, Xenia Seberg, wow, she's really good looking. And she's a couple years younger than I am. Oh, really? What the fuck's your channel? I haven't played No Man's Sky in probably 4 years. I started playing it right when they relaunched it. Apparently, the original version had so many issues, but they reissued it, and it was awesome. It's just, at some point, I just kind of drifted away from it, and then they started doing all the like the yearly mods or whenever they release them now. So the last time I played it, it was the version where you this one planet you go to, a lot of the action happens underwater. They like had a sea monster, and it was really fun. It's just I got busy and just kind of drifted away from playing it. Really? Well, you know what? Well, shit. I will have to go and reacquaint myself with it. I'm gonna have to get a update. I played it on Xbox, the original Xbox, which I still have, but I bet I probably need to get a new one by now. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'm glad to know this, Nonet. What's your? You've got a YouTube channel? Let's see. What do we have here? Oh, really? And see, now you get me. now, now I want to play it. I thought seriously when No Man's Sky went 3D. Have you ever played the 3D version of it? Like the PlayStation had like a PlayStation something that would allow you to play 3D games or play it in 3D. And I'm not real familiar. Oh, okay. Well, let's check it out then. Oops. Okay, yeah, I'll check out your channel, Nonet. Let me subscribe. I didn't know you had a channel. Awesome. Well, goddamn, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Okay, yeah, you know what? I would actually spring for a VR version. My son will be pissed. 'Cause it seems like he asked me for one years ago, and I didn't get it, but I will for me. Okay, well, awesome, awesome, awesome. I will definitely be checking that out because you know what, really, probably my favorite game. Just because of all the stuff you can do. Um, yeah, okay. I guess I will get reacquainted with it and try and get up to speed. So I don't know if John's going to be back. Well, cool.
Yeah,
It's still good
I
to
had
know.
phone calls. Sorry about
Oh, there
that.
you are.
Now I had to take a phone call. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right.
Guys, support the channel, by the way. We're 10 hours or 11 hours in here. Stanley Cross been holding down all day. Make sure you support Stanley Cross here. Just only keep it going. Stanley Cross here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off here pretty soon. But Non-Net Factor happens to have a channel kind of centered around a game. What probably my favorite game of all time.
What game?
It's called No Man's Sky.
Really? You play games, Stanley?
I haven't in about 5 years, probably
Really?
4 years.
And what's the game?
It's basically a space exploration game, and I bought it probably 5 years ago, and I read about it and it sounded so interesting that I went ahead and bought it and played it on Xbox for about a year, and then kind of it got repetitive, and then right after
No, go ahead.
right after I stopped playing it, they started releasing like these modules like every six, or these new missions. They're like are they like DLCs? Is that the right term?
You got me.
But basically every year they're releasing new missions, and it's almost like a whole new game. And they're doing it for, at least the last time I played, they're doing it for free. So
do you have an Xbox now? Do you still have an Xbox?
yeah, my son, it's like the original Xbox, and apparently it's not good enough for my son to take. So he left it here. He's got a gaming computer, so he doesn't really need an Xbox.
So
But
I was thinking about buying one, but I hear the batteries are so bad on them.
no, this is plug-in. It doesn't have batteries. The Xbox, no, just plug it in.
I'm talking about like a laptop. Well, he probably has desktop, you know.
Oh no, yeah, his is a desktop because it's with the desktop you can switch out components, and it's easier to me. It's easier to upgrade.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Laptops are a little bit more problematic. Rocksmith, never heard of that. Anything else? So somehow ended up with seven guitars. God damn. So anyway, I might wind up actually getting back into the game, but if I do, I'm going to get a PlayStation. They've got a virtual reality sort of version of the PlayStation, because No Man's Sky uh, has a version that's 3D. Mine is just a regular Xbox game.
What about playing online? Do you play games online?
This would be online, I'm pretty sure. When I first got it, I was playing it. The online stuff, I think, came like maybe 6 months after I bought it. And one day, I'm just kind of, doing the exploration on my own, just tooling around. And one day I was on some virtual planet, and somebody from online just kind of toodles through. I'm like, what the fuck is I? So the guy, whoever it was, comes tootling through my game, waves, and kind of just walks off, and it was hilarious.
Have you ever used that? What is Steam? Do you know what Steam is?
I know it's like a source for games. I don't. I've actually been on it, and I don't even remember why. But I think there are games you can download off of it. My son is into all that stuff. I'm not really.
Well, what do you download it to?
A PC or whatever your platform is. I don't think there. I don't think there are any. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much PC games. There is one. There is one game, and I can't remember the name of it that I thought about downloading. But at the time, I've got a laptop. I don't have a desktop, and probably won't ever buy one. And let's see, musician. Oh, okay, for music. Yeah, all these young kids know all about this shit, and I'm not going to get too knee deep into it.
You have a million different subscriptions going.
No, Fred plays like all these. I say anybody under 50 is a kid. But the No Man's Sky, I'm definitely going to get back into because I've been meaning to get back into it for years, and now my interest is piqued.
The lady that booked the basement, she took another room.
Did you tell her what happened?
Yeah, she said, "Thank God." I said, "I can have you in there before your reservation." She said, "Nah, I'll pass."
No, I don't know that I blame her. It'd be a little creepy.
Yeah.
So she's gonna give up that private bathroom, huh?
Give it up. Give up the ghosts.
Literally.
I mean, really, I was just really sometimes when you're in business, I guess in general, real estate in particular, it's like an airplane that takes off, right? Once that plane takes off, all the seats that you sold or didn't sell, it's gone now. The opportunity is gone, right? So I've been wanting to like really make the basement a little bit nicer, like change the floors out. But the guy came along, he really needed a place. So I said, all right, and I hold off a month or so, however long, he stays down there. And then I work on something else. And so now that he's gone, I'll go ahead and get the floors redone.
Now, what happened to that Howard student? Was that the same basement she was gonna take?
No, she was looking in Northwest, but then I put somebody in there, so she's kind of out of luck on that. She may have gone somewhere else though. I'm sure she did. I haven't heard back from her.
That's too bad. She sounded like an ideal, person. She was working at a TV station or something, right?
Yeah, she probably wanted to be closer to Howard. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's probably, it's a little bit more happening neighborhood, closer to our friends and stuff. My house is kind of a little bit more residential, even though it's close to Howard.
Yeah, I don't know. She's a grad student, right?
Is that what she was? I can't remember that.
Yeah, somehow or another, it seemed like she was a grad student. But I was actually kind of thinking, and this is more, my thinking, but if you've graduated, you might not want to, live near that college party scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you want to transition into adulthood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once you start working, you don't need to be doing that shit.
Yeah. No, it's definitely true. Oh man, this is a nice day today. San Luis was like, oh, it's 46 degrees up when I got my groceries. I was like, damn, nice day today. Nice.
Did all the snow melt?
For the most part, it's just a nuisance now. It's
Well, I hate to tell you this, it's 54 degrees outside here.
Well, yeah, a little bit ahead of us. What was I gonna tell you? Something a little bit ahead of us. I'm waiting on spring, man. I don't like the cold weather. Everything that can go wrong goes wrong in the cold weather when you're a landlord.
Well, I can tell you, I don't, because I live way like probably 75 miles west of you, back up in the mountains.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought I would miss it, but I actually don't.
Yeah.
That cold, I just kind of got used to it or dealt with it. But
Yeah.
now that I don't really have to,
Yeah. Hell yeah.
because if it's 40 some degrees, I guarantee you it's at least 10 degrees colder out west, if not 20.
Yeah.
Uh, okay.
Yeah, I'm back, Stanley. Sorry about that. Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't miss those. I thought I would, but I really don't. And I'm just hoping. Usually, towards the end of right around President's Day, it'll get a little cold again. But as warm as it's been, I kind of hope it doesn't. I guarantee you, if we get another week or two of 50-degree temperatures, you'll start seeing pollen appearing.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I got to get back to Alabama, man. Sooner than later, I need to get there for real. Sooner than later.
What, permanently or just to visit?
Yeah, just to visit. Yeah, just to visit, man. Mm-hmm. I heard they're trying to shut down another government agency. What is it? Not HUD, not education. There's another one I think they're trying to shut down.
Well, Department of Education is one of them. That's let's see what we got here. Now you heard that the layoff plan that they started doing, that's been I guess it's some sort of circuit court judge in Massachusetts basically said, nope, y'all don't. The union doesn't have standing, so you can't sue, which makes sense. They were suing the actual program, suing the program that's going to do the what is it called? The severance. They were suing the program. The union was suing to stop the program that's going to pay the severance, and the court basically said the union doesn't have standing because it's not the union getting the severance. I guess it would have to be an individual or some sort of class action sort of thing. So basically, and then it was past the deadline. So Trump says, nope. If you didn't do it before the deadline, you're SOL. So he's playing hardball.
Yeah, I hear these people having to come back to work and everything.
Yeah, he's making it difficult, but I think he's actually shooting himself in the foot with this. Because if he lays off a bunch of workers, A, these people are voters, and B, do you really want to be playing around with unemployment? These people are going to file unemployment, but that's going to be on the states. Which I guess they get block grants.
Yeah.
But I bet the block grants, now the freezing, right now, I think the block grants will probably be frozen or something like that. But I think Trump is actually, the way he's doing it, like for instance, the return to work problem, he had to make an exception for spouses of active duty military.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were married to, say, if you want to stay with your spouse and your spouse gets stationed somewhere away, from where your office is, Yeah, you can work remote. You can stay with your spouse.
Yeah,
You can keep the family intact.
right, right.
So if you're forcing them to go back to work, if you're deployed overseas, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
so they made an exception for spouses of military, which is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So I guess what he's doing is he's going to throw it against the wall, and if he has to make adjustments, he just does it. To me, that just seems kind of haphazard. But
What do you think about Elon Musk saying he wants to look into why so many of these Congress members are so rich?
Yeah, hey Fred, I'm sorry, John. What one thing they changed Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Okay, but guess what? It's not Braxton. It's not Braxton Bragg. It's some PFC who got a Silver Star back in World War II, whose last name was Bragg.
What was the point of changing it to his name and not to the original person's name?
Well, the original person's name was a Confederate officer, so they got clever. We'll change it back to Fort Bragg, and everybody knows the Bragg we really care about. But hey, if you want to go digging, it's PFC Bragg, probably a relative of Braxton Bragg, the general. So hey, you know what? I'm not going to get mad that they were clever like that. Hey, you're pretty much killing two birds with one stone. You're changing it back to Bragg. It's just not, the Bragg that anyone can complain about it. And the ones who, wanted it changed back to Braxton Bragg, well, just pretend it's Braxton Bragg. I love that. If I can find the article, I'll send it to you.
Why not change it back to if you're gonna make the point? Why not change it to the regular person? I mean, how do you know who's it's named after? Did he put the
You don't.
So how do you know who is named after? Did they say it's named after
somebody? No. It was a newspaper article. It was in the Washington Post or something. I'll find it.
So why wouldn't they name it after? That just seems so. What do you call it?
Well, the reason they changed it is people complained about naming these bases after basically traitors. These were secessionists, and I agree with that. Why change the names to people who basically fought against the country?
But then why change it to somebody's name that it's like you're trying to trick somebody.
They are.
Yeah.
No, that's the point.
Yeah,
we're going to call it Fort Bragg, and if you get pissed off, there's more than Bragg is a name that more than just Braxton Bragg had.
Anybody in that case.
That's right. So we're going to call. We know wink wink who we know wink wink which Bragg we're talking about. But if you go and you want to get knee deep in the details, it's just not. We named it after one guy. It's a bait and switch. That's what it is. Well, you can't call it Fort Bragg. Well, which Bragg do you think we're naming it after? Like I said, I'm going to appreciate the cleverness of it. I don't like Trump. I don't like Pete Hegseth, but I do like I do like this bait and switch. It's tricky.
They need to find a workaround for Fort Hood.
Oh, they will. There's more than one person named Hood.
Patrick Hood.
I'm going to hate the players, not the game.
So, news about the Super Bowl, family.
Do what?
So, news. I know you don't care about this, but news coming out about the Super Bowl. My prediction looks like it's come true.
About what?
The NFL looks like it's going to take over the Super Bowl halftime from Jay-Z.
Oh, I didn't even realize he was running it.
Yeah, that's what the thing. Like after he had told all the blacks to boycott the NFL, they offered him a deal to get the blacks back in. by letting him be in charge of the Super Bowl halftime show. For a couple of years, he did it, you know, and then now I guess, you know, he's
Now the heat's off. They got the blacks back.
well, they got the blacks back, and then, you know, but I think he didn't perform very well in his duties as like a corporate event planner. And so now they're saying, you know,
How
we're
so?
gonna,
I wonder what he did wrong.
I mean, you know, yeah, you know, as I said earlier, man, you know, like,
Oh wait. Oh, Fred says the contract's up, and
you
they're
know,
just not going to renew it.
it's very convenient.
Hey,
if he was
you know
doing, if
what?
he was doing a good job, they would have been begging him to renew it. I mean, to let it, like, when you got a superstar, you don't even let this contract come up.
Well, how do you know? How do you know Jay-Z just said, "Hey, I'm done with it"?
Well, because it's a permanent position, and if he were done with it, he would have been more, knowing him, he would have been more outspoken about it. And you know, it's a convenient way for them to go their separate ways. But you know, it's a big difference between putting on a rap show and putting on a corporate show. And I think he was more in tune with putting on a rap show, so he put on a good rap show. But for a corporate audience that wasn't really looking for a rap show, and there's just too much talk about it, you know, it's too divisive if they liked it or not. It doesn't matter what they were talking about and all that. It just wasn't wide mass appeal. And I think that was the bigger issue there, and why the NFL seemingly probably has to go a different direction, you know, which is what I predicted. It was just too much of a niche market he was going after. When he had the whole world watching, you know, and I think that was the issue. And I'm not criticizing him. I just think that, you know, he wasn't a good fit for corporate event planning like that.
Oh, okay. Now, what happens if they hire? So they're going to take it over, or do you think they're going to hire somebody else?
They probably hire someone else, or maybe they go in staff, you know, hire someone in staff.
You think maybe they'll get Taylor Swift to do it?
No. You know, this is more of an ambitious type job. You know what I mean? You know, it's something you get to pad your resume. And so he doesn't need to pad a resume with that. Like Jay-Z, you know, he wants to be more than an artist. I think, I mean, there's nothing wrong there. Wrong there.
No, I'm laughing at Fred. He
Oh.
says, we only watched the halftime show. We weren't watching that bullshit sport.
I guess Jay-Z hasn't been convincing enough to bring him back to watch, huh?
Guess not. Well, Fred is a unique individual. He has his own way of doing things, and he prides himself on not falling for the bullshit. Now, see, I didn't watch the game or the halftime show because I didn't care about either.
I watched the game, parts of it, probably half of it. I fell asleep during the halftime or before the halftime, so I didn't even see that. It wasn't that interesting. I'm not into music like that. So the context of if he's going to sing the song or not, which meant a lot to a lot of people that are into music like that, it didn't really mean much to me. So,
well, what should come up into my algorithm last night but the original song, which, you know, I heard it. I didn't.
What's called?
They're Not Like Us.
There's
a video. There's a video for it.
You mean a non-Kendrick Lamar song? There's another song, Not Like Us?
No. It was a Kendrick Lamar video. It's on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
So I don't think I'd heard the song. I knew it existed. I just never heard it. So the original video, which did they shoot it in Atlanta or something?
I doubt it. He probably shot it in California. He's a West Coast artist. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, it was a good video, but I didn't get the, you know, if I did not know from other sources what the significance of it was,
yeah,
probably wouldn't have got it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, from Jay-Z's perspective, he was honoring the
only Americans watch that trash.
he was honoring the rap audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, he delivered for the rap audience. But
yeah,
the Super Bowl is not the rap audience. And, you know, the rap audience is a small segment of the Super Bowl watching all this, and so what he delivered was a win for rap because they got to crown one guy kind of king.
Right.
But the from a Super Bowl perspective, that had nothing to do with them.
Right.
They don't care who wins a rap battle or not. Maybe they do, but So I think it was kind of a myopic point of view he took in terms of putting on the performance here.
Fred says they're gonna lose millions of views. Only whites are gonna be watching it now, how they want it.
Well, I think the blacks are still gonna watch football. Right? Why wouldn't they?
By the way, Fred says he's gonna be visiting Alabama soon.
There you go.
That's funny. Well, Fred, if most of the NFL players are black, it's going to be almost like a Roman Coliseum sort of deal.
That's what I think it's going to
All
be.
the blacks are down on the field as gladiators.
You know what's interesting? I was on this guy's panel, and he kind of made a backwards comparison to that. He was defending football, but he was using I forget how he did, but he was using concussions as a way of discrimination within football. It was very interesting, right?
What do you mean discrimination?
I'm trying to think of what the conversation was. I think I may say I can't remember what it was, but
he's saying that oh wow, that's an interesting thing to say.
Well, I think it is going to come down the pike though, and you've seen breadcrumbs of what's eventually coming, in my opinion. The black players sued the NFL a few years back on the basis of racial discrimination, that the NFL was setting the black players' benchmark for IQ lower than white players.
Yeah,
right?
I recall that.
Right, and so they were saying, and I won't get into the details of it, but as the league gets blacker and blacker, you're going to have them making up the majority of the claims. And once they're making up the majority of the claims, then it becomes are you disabling black men in the pursuit of wealth, rich men, NFL owners? And so I think that's kind of where it's headed. I think the movie, remember that movie they made with Will Smith? I think that was the first salvo. I think 30 years ago, Hollywood either wouldn't have or couldn't have made that movie. Today they were carte blanche to put a big star in it, and it was an attack on the NFL, man. Shit. And just yesterday, I said LeBron James came out and said he wouldn't let his children play. That's a lot of negative.
They're not letting them play because of the head injuries, right?
That's right, the concussions, the CTE. This morning, I was coming here, and I saw a sign: Flag Football League starting. That's the death blow to the NFL, man. As more and more kids stop playing. I think it's banned in Maryland, California too. Maybe.
Is it really? Well, I mean, not high school football, right?
Tackle or something, like in some counties, and maybe even the whole state. I can't remember, but the tackle is banned in some aspects of football in Maryland, and I think California too. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. Brady said he'll be in Inslee, Pratt City, Birmingham area. It's Birmingham, right? Pratt City. Yeah, it's Birmingham area.
Yeah, he's from there, or the area.
You see Freddie's quote there?
I think it was Dick Gregory that said, "We won't drive our cars around the field, crashing them in."
Yeah, that argument would NFL, bro. Yeah, that argument would kill the NFL. As you can see, Dick Gregory shit, they've been talking about this shit for a long time. And they're going to kill the golden goose in a way,
You mean for as a means of black kids?
On one hand, on one hand, black people have advocated to be black quarterbacks, and by the time they
but I mean, I guess, but quarterbacks get they get their share of punishment too.
I have very little CTEs now. The rules have been so passed, you can't fucking touch them in the head. You can't slam them to the ground. You can't hit them below their knees. You can't hit them above their shoulder pads. I mean, they're really only a target, from the shoulders down about the waist, so you really can't do a lot of mental, physical damage to their head.
This is interesting. I mean, you can basically, with VDO, you can basically, OBS is basically just kind of like the engine.
Yeah. OBS seems to be, like, I wouldn't be surprised if some news agencies use that shit. Like, if you look at the screen that I
video thing, but really,
if you look at the screen
Yeah.
that I put up when I'm streaming, like, that's the live weather. That's the live time. I could have stock tickers flowing on there. If I can write code to make it do all kind of shit if I spend a lot of time on it.
OBS, right?
Yeah. How my screen, how my screens look with the time, the weather, the BBC ticker scrolling across the bottom.
Damn.
You didn't see it? You haven't seen it?
No, I saw the screens. I don't know how to put. I don't know how to get all that stuff up there.
Let me show you how to do it.
Okay.
In case you're interested, let me pull it
Oh
up.
no! There's an output timer.
Oh man, you can put people on timers. You're like, hey man, you got 30 seconds to talk.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Let me see if I can show you, man, bro. Like, you get on that OBS, you ain't gonna want to come back. StreamYard just feels like a playing with a toy. You know what I mean? It really feels like playing with a toy to me. Let me see if I can find one for you. I'm trying to find the one that I use. Hopefully, let's see. Let me see if I can find the one that I used. Shit. Let me see if I can find one for you, Shannon. We got about 30 minutes. Let me see if I can find one. Crack was even saying you can put a pigeon feed the BBC feed. Any feed you want that's available, you can put in. Some of them are by subscription. Maybe $5, $8 a month. But it's pretty slick though. Let me see if I can find one. Damn, this ain't it. Let's see. Free scroll news ticker. Damn. That made me open up OBS to see which one I use.
So, are those little windows that you're making? Like,
it's called a browser source. So you add a browser source.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, the browser source.
Okay, so basically you're going out and adding a URL to that.
Yeah, so you add the URL, and then
So that URL can be anywhere out on the internet, right?
Yeah, and then you just and then you
so
just
that BBC crawl at the bottom, that's just somewhere out on the internet.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
That shit's slick, right?
Yeah, that is slick.
It's rss.app. That's where it is.
Oh, what? Okay. All right.
rss.app. I'll
You
share
know
my
what?
screen.
I think you're right. It's just you just basically have to go out there and kind of figure it all out. Whereas StreamYard just kind of has it all packaged, but StreamYard doesn't have like all that stuff you can throw up on the screen.
No, you can't do that shit with StreamYard. Like tip tickers and stuff like that. You can't do that with StreamYard.
But it's that's really interesting.
Yeah, you see, I have the scrolling ticker for the donations and stuff like that. Dang, Nixon said I still need to deal with the stream quality. I think I dealt with part of it. What I did was, so you see, I have
wow. Okay, you know what? I didn't know that existed. Yeah,
So
I'm looking at it. RSS.app. Interesting.
So I changed the FPS down, and the last time I streamed, it looked like the timing was on the clock, and the time on my stream was, within about 15 seconds or so. I think that's probably gonna be as good as I can get it right there, because I lowered the FPS rate down to 15. There may be something else. What else can I do? I know the FPS rate could be something else.
Damn, you just high tech here.
Yeah, that shit's pretty slick. Check out some of those feeds, Tom.
Yeah, I'm looking at an X Twitter feed.
Yeah, yeah. Twitter's probably free. It's probably a free feed to do Twitter.
RSS widgets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get all kind of shit on there. Like I think the streaming was
now. There's a way. I mean, you can actually generate. You can do RSS feeds in your own browser, though, right? You can. Isn't there a way?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I could. I'd have to remember how to do it, but yeah, you don't have to pay for it. I don't think you do.
Well, this one, I think it gives you the you see how the official looking BBC looking stock ticker or whatever, CNN, whatever you want to have showing on the screen. It'll look, it'll look very professional. You probably could get Fox News, and then let me see, because they're just giving you, well, it looks like they have. You can, like I said, they can provide you an API as well, and then you could code it up yourself. So you could do a lot of things here. JSON, they even have an RSS to email, so they have a lot of things there. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. RSS.app. I'm going to call Xfinity when I get off the phone here and see if I can up my speed here. Let me do a speed test while I'm here. Speed test. Ookla. See how fast I got here.
Wow.
That OBS, it blow your mind, huh, Stanley? And all the plugins.
Yeah, just the simple stuff I did was pretty nice, but this VDO stuff, this is really some good stuff.
What else? The VDO is just adding people to the panel, right?
Yeah, but I didn't know you could, because the complaint I had is, well, damn, you can't have multiple people like in a panel environment, and this solves that problem.
Yeah. I'm getting 10 megabits upload. Is that good, bad, by average? What? 10 megabits.
I don't remember. It sounds slow, actually.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
10 megabits.
Are you doing cable or are you doing fiber?
Shit, I guess this is probably cable. Right?
Okay, that's probably why. Fiber optic, I think, is faster.
Yeah, no, this is probably cable. Oh man.
Find out if they've laid fiber in your neighborhood. Like, I'm out kind of in the county here, and about 5 years ago, maybe either 5 or 6 years ago, they literally laid fiber out this way, and they basically ran it from the street right up to my house. And when I first got here, the only choice I was going to have was cable or satellite, and I resisted cable because I truly hate cable and cable companies with a passion.
Yeah. Hey Stanley, look at this. This is what I mentioned earlier. Come out of Memphis, man. This dude here. is what I was talking about, like this, like the minimum wage being so high. And here's this guy apparently taking advantage of charging people lower minimum wages. This guy was probably making a pretty good penny here.
From Mexico and allegedly paying them low wages to work. 3 men wearing plain clothes entered a taco truck in Memphis on Monday and detained 3 employees. Surveillance video posted to social media shows. Local officials later identified the men as federal agents. The agents are seen escorting the employees out of the truck and then searching it. Greg Diaz, the owner of the raided taco truck, who also owns 7 other truck locations throughout Memphis, told a local news outlet that the 3 taco truck employees do not have criminal records. Diaz says the employees told him they were being detained by ICE. The company has contacted legal aid organizations to help the employees. In 2022, the U.S. Department of Labor opened an investigation into allegations that Diaz was violating labor law, according to CNN affiliate WMC. Diaz was accused of using social media to recruit workers from Mexico and allegedly paying them low wages to work long hours. CNN has reached out to ICE, the U.S. Department of Labor, the mayor's office, and Diaz for comment, but has not heard back.
Listen, why do you think they dress like that?
3.
Look how they dress.
Well, what do you mean? You mean with the hoodies?
Yeah, like why would the ICE agent show up looking like that? Like, you know, like you'd be,
Maybe they think that's how Mexicans dress.
I mean, you know, why not come in your uniforms and shit? Were you scared they're gonna run or something?
Probably. Oh, well, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, show up in enough force where they can't run, but I mean, like,
well, this is like a sting. They want to catch them in their natural habitat. It's like being undercover.
In uniform, it just looks weird.
Like
Universal said to blend in. This still looks weird.
Yeah, they don't want to be. They don't want to spook.
But what are they gonna put in a truck? It's not like they in a high-speed car. You just roll up.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you get, you know, these people on the run and they're desperate. Who knows what they're gonna do?
But I mean, they're cooking.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if they run, you know, you don't want them grabbing little innocent white girls and like holding them hostage or anything.
I think it's something
more. Grab a kitchen knife and grab an innocent white angel and threaten her life. You got a situation on your hands. But
they're more likely to do it if you come in there looking like that. Like, if these people walked up on me, I wouldn't trust that they were the police. Would you trust that those are the like to blend in? Like, if they come with enough,
they look like they're from the South.
The South for sure.
I mean, they look like a working class crowd. You know, if you go right up, there's a place called Rooster something or another. It's a new soul food place right up downtown, and you know, when it caters to a blue collar crowd for lunch and dinner. They only open for lunch and dinner, and they close after dinner. You know, these guys, you know, they could be plumbers. They could be electricians.
I can see if they were undercover doing a drug sting, but this just coming to arrest some people. You got, I don't know, just look weird.
It's ICE, man. You are pro ICE. They got to do what they got to do to get immigrants out of here.
I guess it's very effective because if they're going to be walking around like this, you can't really identify them going forward. Maybe, you know, did you hear about the leak in ICE?
No, I don't think I did.
Holman is saying someone in the FBI tipped them off to a raid. And so they're about to raid someone, and clearly someone had tipped them off. And within the FBI, and I guess they figured they'd identify who it was. But, you know, yeah, I could see them going after the FBI and, you know, Trump, I'm talking about, trying to do some similar tactics to them, you know, like he's done with, what's that, aid, US aid, something like that. To me, it seemed like the FBI has become.
Oh, the acting U.S. attorney resigned after she was ordered by the Justice Department to drop a corruption case against Eric Adams.
Wow.
Whoa. She's saying, fuck you.
You know, to me, you know, it seems like a lot of these agencies have become very political within them. political people, career people who are out there protect their careers. In many cases, if they're dealing with Congress or something like that, they become indirectly corrupt. You know what I'm saying? They can hide things from people if it helps a Congress member that they are a party that they're privy to, and things like that. And it's just it's probably something that infects all government. But I think Trump is trying hard at it. But yeah, I think he'll have a difficult time overcoming all of that, because they all have vested interests against any change. He's a change.
Yep. And Trump, this is breaking news. Trump just ordered reciprocal tariffs on trading partners around the globe. So even if he's not pissed off at you, he's just going to do counter tariffs.
You know what it is, man? You know how I think Trump looks at it. And, again, I'm not Trump, so it's only, hey, you compare yourself to Trump. But I do look at it like this, like, I think we kind of see things I see things probably the way he sees things. I'm in real estate. He's in real estate. I look at America like a convention center, right? You want to come into America and get a booth? We're providing safety. You can set your booth up, sell your wares. It's 300 million people, give or take. It's law and order. It's a stable currency, it's this and that. 300 million people at a convention center. You want a booth for what? How much will you pay for your booth? You want to be up front? You want to be near the stage? Whatever the hell. There are different locations. Depending on what you're selling, you may pay more or less to sell your product. And ultimately, that really is how the rest of the world sees their country. You can't just go in China and just set up shop and start selling whatever the hell you want to sell. They're going to say, no, we don't let you sell that. You got to buy from a Chinese person. This and that. I don't know all the rules. And I would imagine it's like that everywhere. America has been kind of free fall where anyone can just come here more or less and just set up shop. And I think Trump is saying you got to pay an interest fee. And then you have access to 300-400 million people, our roads, our laws, fertile soil if you're growing something, I think that's the way he's looking at it, and we'll see if it works. But it's probably more in line with how the rest of the world works, honestly. So he put tariffs all around the world, huh, Stanley?
He says he put his folks to
he's studying.
He's having them calculate it.
Oh, okay. Threatening people now. He's just talking big.
No, I don't put it past him. I mean, I think they do kind of say, hey, it may just be to force some folks to the negotiation table.
Last time when he was president, he kind of pitted China and India versus each other, kind of in a trade war with each other to supply America.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a population war as well as a trade war. And, they have plenty of people they want to put to work too that can make t-shirts and shit. And I think if you look at a lot of your clothes now, you'll see some clothes in India, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's India, Bangladesh, one of them motherfuckers make clothes. It's Tom Gullet. It is. It was Taco Tuesday yesterday. Somebody missed out on their Taco Tuesdays. Today's Thursday, right? Today Thursday?
Yeah. Time is flying.
Mm-hmm. Every day. I might do a stream from that dead man's room.
Yeah.
Read some personal effects.
I heard.
While I'm cleaning up, and I'll set my tripod up. I saw some interesting paperwork that he had over there. And I want to look it up, Stanley, you ever heard this? Before we get out of here, I want to see if you heard this. Let's see if I can find it. Shit, what the fuck is my phone?
Why he's screwing with access to tacos? You mean Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Every day is Taco Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. You ever heard this gentleman? Let me see. Let me see. I think I just pulled it. Like, give me 1 second.
Oh wow! You see this?
Hmm.
Urban says this is not taco and Ghana's. First
Mhm.
run with the law, someone got fired last year, and the employee went viral on social media for threatening to expose all the illegals that work there.
Damn.
Wow. Okay, Herman. As a matter of fact, I may, when I'm done here, I may go into the kitchen and make some fresh tortillas. I got some chili. The birria tacos are really popular in Memphis. Is that right? That's interesting, Herman. Interesting. And I can understand why you would want to go out because it looks like you make a real mess making them at home.
See if I can find this shit. Salmon in honor of the man yesterday. Let's see. See, this is it. You ever heard this salmon or something similar? Maybe something similar. I don't know if this is it.
The true story of an American immigrant's son. Welcome to Michael Savage. It's a special Friday edition.
Is he still broadcasting?
Politics, or do I? No.
Yeah, I
anyone
think
can
he still
talk about
does, but
politics,
not on
nothing
radio
happens.
anymore.
We're living in a,
They put him off.
I would say,
after,
a
I think,
crypto
COVID or
fascist
something.
dictatorship. So why talk about what we can't control? Let's talk about what I can control, which is my reality, which may help you with your reality. Let's say
See,
you
this
have a
is it.
son or a daughter at home from college,
see.
or soon to be home from
This may not
college,
be
who's
a-
laying
a
around
dead
the
man's
house doing
pants.
nothing. They don't want to take a job, which I will tell you about in a moment. I've had it taken. Yes, I really did wear dead man's pants. And here's a picture of yours truly wearing dead man's pants.
What the hell is he talking about?
Moment.
You're going to hear it in a minute.
Dead man's pants. There they are. There's me as a little kid, not too happy with my.
Wait, you got your screen's not shared, or is it just audio?
Oh, I can play it. I was just playing the audio. Let me play it. Dead Man, I heard this years ago, man. Dead Man's Pen. Michael Savage, coming out of New York City.
I thought he was out of San Francisco.
Well, that's where he lives now. But he
Oh, this is okay. I didn't know he ever broadcast from New York.
well,
He's
I
got
don't
a
know.
New York accent, so
Yeah, he's a New Yorker, but I don't know if he ever broadcast from New York. I know he's from New York.
I see.
Yeah, I always like to say, man, you know, he's one of those older guys, passionate
To
though.
succeed in America. The true story of an American immigrant's son. Welcome to Michael Savage. It's a special Friday edition, which I will tell you about in a moment. Dead man's pants. There they are. There's me as a little kid, not too happy with my Russian Aunt Beulah. I loved her. She was so tough. They went through hell, so they knew how to live through hell. And they knew that the world was hard and they had to be harder. How's that? Yeah, the world's a tough place. You have to be tougher than the world in order to survive it. And they taught us that from the earliest days. So let me tell you about some of the shitty jobs I've had in order to get where I got in life and what I taught my children and what you need to tell your children, because many of you have kids at home who are in their 20s, home from college or about to come home from college, and they do nothing all summer. Nothing, zero. They don't want to lift a finger, and they think that food, the money and the food comes for free. They have no idea what it costs to keep them going. Well, I did. So let's go back to, I'm going to talk in different phases. I'm not necessarily from childhood on. Most of my childhood stories can be found in A Savage Life. I don't know if it's still in print. It's still a great book. It's basically an autobiography. Came here and didn't shoot cops and didn't live on welfare in a $400 a night hotel room. He came here and lived with neighbors in a 16 to a room in the Lower East Side, worked in somebody else's tailor shop till he saved enough money to open his own. And then he became a fine tailor. And then when he saved enough money after 8 years, he didn't go to Joe Biden to send him a ticket. He sent the money back to the old country and brought over my grandmother, Fanny, and her 2 children at the time, my father included. And that's how it was done for so many tens of millions of Americans until we had this degenerate scumbag in the White House now who has broken down all the normative values of America, destroyed America. This bastard in the White House would be the that sacked Rome in the ancient days. He's sacking America in a way.
He was talking about politics. Yeah, I thought he was just talking about the dead man's pants.
That Rome was sacked by the Visigoths. But again, I didn't want to get political. You want to give billions of dollars to these bums who come here and riot in New York City and shut down traffic? I would have unleashed the cops on them with not their crap that I created in 1994 and did very well after many years of hard work. And if you think this show emails, I can't tell you how to motivate them, but I can.
Yeah, the dead man's pants. I like the dead man's pants. Let's see, dead man's pants. Yeah, he must be about 80-something years old now, right?
Yeah, I would think.
Maybe late 80s. Yeah, gotta be about late 80s, man. Let's see it. Fuck it. Man, have fun.
Because he's been around forever.
Yo, his story about his son forming Rockstar. Yo, that was his son formed a
rock band?
Nah, he formed what's an energy drink called Rockstar. And you know,
I've heard of Rockstar.
Yeah, and so he has
selling in like 7-Elevens.
Yeah. I've never had it before. I don't drink that shit. But
no,
anyway.
I don't either. I just know about it.
Yeah, and so man, I remember the day he told the story when his son sold the business. And it's an interesting story, because we all hope that our children will do better than us, right? And so they had pulled up into the harbor in Manhattan for whatever reason, I can't remember. And his son pulls up in this big ass yacht, right? And he said it was at that moment he realized that his son had passed him in life. Like his son had done much better than him. And it was at that moment of seeing that big ass yacht that he said he couldn't help but be proud of that moment. You know what I mean? His son's a billionaire, right? He never made it to be a billionaire.
Wow.
And so it was an interesting story. I'm gonna play that one day. When he talked about bringing that yacht, and his son pulled up that big ass yacht in the Manhattan Harbor. Yeah, my son has surpassed me. Passed the baton on now.
Did you see Tom Gully making suggestions? John Galt dead man fashions.
Yeah, I'll have it all for you guys. I have it all for you guys. The dead man's
Michael Savage is 82,
and
his eyebrows are older.
I've been listening to Savage for years, man. Michael Savage, dead man's pants. The dead man's pants. I mean, that's what we may do that. Play a little dead man's pants. Is that too morbid, Stanley?
I guess no, probably less morbid than folding up the guy's effects and.
Some people say
somebody did suggest you do an auction on eBay or something.
Who want to buy some? Who wants something? Who wants some dead man's pants there? See, I get some of my rent money back. Oh man, we got 9 minutes left, man. Guys, you all support the channel. We got HB in the audience. Yeah, I saw HB coming into the audience. Get Crack. I don't know if Get Crack's been on today, but Get Crack giving you the best stock advice on the internet here. And I want to tell it to Portia J. $1 a day for Portia J, guys. Make it happen. Anyway, what else we got, Sam? We got about 5 minutes here.
No, I'm pretty much done.
You've been on for a while too, haven't you?
Yeah, I have 12 hours. But, I actually intended on stopping around 6 or 7. And, it always happens with me. Somebody will come on and I'll start talking about something and it just kind of spirals upward or downward, depending on your point of view from there.
Yeah, I was watching your Theory of Stupidity one.
Yeah, it's a standalone video.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna have to get a mic. I've got this this combination ring light, microphone, and camera, all one unit by Nexago, and it's worked great, but it does not work great for recording. So I'm gonna have to actually get either a boom mic, like one of those contraptions, or a desk mic.
You're gonna want to get you a Rode at some point.
Yeah, at this rate.
Man, you can find you one cheap. If you do decide to get one, you can find you one cheap.
Did you get it on eBay?
No, I actually bought mine straight up, but you can get them cheap. You know what I did? I bought mine. I bought one refurbished. I bought a brand new one. You don't need two, but all you would need is a mini, a Rode Duo. You need a Rode Duo. Matter of fact, you don't even need a Rode Duo. You can get a let me see, Rode single mic. If if you're interested, I'm not suggesting you get it.
I'll get it when I need it. But I didn't know I was going to need a mic.
You might
these things just kind of, as I need them, I'll get them, I guess.
Yeah, it becomes like a hobby. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you know what? I had no idea when I downloaded OBS it was going to be this kind of engrossing. Because when I downloaded it, I was playing with it, and then I'm like, well, gee, I did a couple test uploads through YouTube, and then I'm like, well, I have a couple subjects I'd like to talk about, and it just kind of went from there.
Yeah. Oh man, Stanley, down the rabbit hole you go. You know what I mean? Here's I'll show you what I have. So